Can I also reverse my life by having children? Every time I have a child, I get rewarded with everything from wealth, freedom to top-notch skills. So the goddesses are crying and begging to come and help me with the baby. However, as the rewards accumulate, I realize that things are not so simple, and I am gradually drawn into mysterious and dangerous events. Chapter 1. There's no time to lose. Give me a baby. Jie Jie, Ke Jin Yao. You must give me a child today. No, don't. Let go of me. Let go of me quickly. Let go. It hurts. I'm afraid of the pain. Don't resist if you're afraid of pain. Lu Haoran. We're classmates. Let's talk things out. Let go of me first, okay? It's already happened. You're going to give me a baby today if you say so. A hazy halo of light was reflected under the street lamps in the deep darkness of the night. Pedestrians on the streets have long since dispersed, only the breeze gently blowing through, taking away the hustle and bustle of the day, leaving a quiet. It was in this setting that a man with a scowling face tugged at a stunning woman's satchel, preventing the woman from leaving. The straps are strangling me. Let go. Ke Jin Yao became angry and snapped. Lu Haoran, I solemnly warn you, please let go immediately, or don't blame me for disregarding my classmates. Okay, loose is loose, but you can't go. You have to be patient and listen to my explanation. Lu Haoran saw that Ke Jin Yao was already angry and he had to let go. I really don't want to have a baby. Wouldn't it be the same if you found another woman to help you have a baby? It's not the same. None of the other women are as pretty as you. And I won't die until a pretty girl like you helps me have a baby. Ha! I treat you like a brother. It's fine if you want me to help you have a baby, but you actually said that you'd die if I didn't. Ke Jin Yao's hands were manipulated, and her delicate face still made people feel very pretty when she was angry. Tell me why you're going to die if I don't help you have a baby. Ke Jin Yao. First of all, I truly like you. Lu Haoran had to make up reasons for the sake of his own little life. The two of us can only be classmates. The relationship is better that is also a brother. As for like what words, please do not mention again. Fine. Being brothers is fine. We can have a child and use it to maintain our brotherly relationship. Lu Haoran couldn't get away from having a child in 3 sentences. He had recently become demonized because of the birth of a child. Ke Jin Yao even heard her teeth sour. She glared at Lu Haoran with contempt. This man had done everything to express himself. Ke Jin Yao, to tell you the truth, I'm actually the heir of a large family. But the family demands that I must get a beautiful woman like you pregnant with an excellent baby within 2 weeks before I can return to the family and take over the family business. If I can't accomplish this and delay the family succession, my parents will surely beat me to death. And of all the women I know, you're the only one who meets that face value requirement. So, please make sure that Ke Jin Yao-san does me this favor. Please. You're going to get a beautiful woman like me pregnant with a wonderful baby in 2 weeks? Ha ha. You might as well have just complimented me on my beauty and said you wanted to roll in bed with me. Ke Jin Yao laughed in anger at Lu Haoran's words. I just realized now that you're a crazy person. No, I'm not crazy. I'm telling the truth. As soon as you bear my child and I inherit the family business, I'll give you a splash of wealth. This fortune could last you a lifetime. As Lu Haoran said these words, a sight of light screen appeared in front of him. Fertility Incentive System. Host, Lu Haoran. Lifespan, 14 days. Physical fitness, 8, 6 to 10 for normal people. 10 is the limit for normal people. Just this fertility reward system descended and sucked out the rest of Lu Haoran's life. According to the system, enduring this fertility reward system required at least 200 years of lifespan. But Lu Haoran didn't have that much lifespan. The system can then only be turned on partially. To open up the full functionality of the fertility reward system, you also have to unlock it with a lifespan. Of course, he wasn't even close to losing his life right now. So he didn't have the luxury of expecting the system to open all the other functions. Oh, splashing me with heavenly riches for carrying your child? Ke Jin Yao looked at Lu Haoran's whitewashed t-shirt with contempt. Can you come up with $10,000 right now? Can't get it. So do you have a car or a house? And no, my assets are frozen. But if you carry my child, I'll buy you the car manufacturing plant in the whole neighborhood for you. To be honest, Lu Haoran himself felt that these words were crazy and ridiculous. But there was no way around it. All the other words he could say had already been given to Ke Jin Yao, and all he could say now were these big words that seemed extremely pompous to outsiders. He hoped that he could use these words to hint to Ke Jin Yao that he had extraordinary encounters, thus allowing Ke Jin Yao to help him and let him survive successfully. Thank you. I don't need a car factory. I don't need a whole neighborhood of houses. I don't need a splash of wealth. You might as well find some other woman to have children with you. Ke Jin Yao realized that Lu Haoran was completely crazy. She stopped talking nonsense with Lu Haoran and directly turned around. Things have come to this point. Lu Haoran knows that the matter of finding Ke Jin Yao to have a child is completely hopeless. I want other women to have babies with me too, but in a short period of time. It's really hard for me to find a woman as beautiful as you to have a baby for me. Lu Haoran looked at Ke Jin Yao, who was quickly leaving. He showed a bitter smile and helplessness. Ke Jin Yao here. Completely hopeless. Ha! Stinking beggar. What a dreamer. A distant voice of mock disdain drifted over. Extraordinarily harsh. Ke Jin Yao was indeed very pretty. She was wearing a light dress at the moment, the hem of her skirt fluttering gently as a dancing butterfly driven by her fast walking. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and with her attractive figure, people couldn't take their eyes off her. It is worthy of being recognized by the system as a 93-point beauty, a second-class beauty. The fertility rewards system divides the beauties. With a score of 85 to 89, it is a third-class beauty, 90 to 94 points for a second-class beauty, 95 to 100 points for a first-class beauty. Only the beautiful women who have entered the rank. After giving birth to Lu Haoran, he will have rewards, and the higher the rank of the beautiful women, the more rewards there will be. Beautiful women aren't hard to find, but there aren't many that can help him make babies. Lu Haoran had been strolling around Rongqing for most of the month, and he did see quite a few beauties with 85 points or more, but they were all strangers. The only one she knew around her, the only one who fit the criteria, was her college flower classmate, Ke Jin Yao. This led to the scene of Lu Haoran frantically pursuing Ke Jin Yao. Lu Haoran was in this side of the world, which had plummeted from a population of 1.4 billion to 1.3 billion in just 5 years, and the birth rate continues to go down. Such a severe demographic problem has forced policymakers to open up the fertility policy. Every citizen who gives birth to a child shall register the birth. Meaning, you don't need to be married to have children legally. Children born out of wedlock are now legal, but now it's easy to have children and hard to raise them. Young people are also afraid to get married. In this situation, Lu Haoran suddenly obtained this fertility reward system. The aim is to make him legal and reasonable and to contribute to the reproduction of future generations of human beings. But for a poor bastard like Lu Haoran to have to find a beautiful woman in line with the system to get married and have children in a short period of time, it's literally harder than getting to the top. Things have come to this point. Even more difficult, Lu Haoran had to frantically find a way to reach the system's first single task. He also lost his job and spent all his savings. Mom, how's it going? Did the matchmaker find a woman willing to have a baby with me? Lu Haoran also commissioned his mom to help find a blind date in his hometown. Haoran, you're rushing things too much. Lu Haoran's mother also do not know what their son crazy, before urging death not to find a girlfriend, while this month, but anxious to get married and have children. But it's a good thing that his own son is willing to get married. Ahem. I don't want you to have a grandchild as soon as possible. Did the matchmaker find a date or not? Lu Haoran reacted. In the heat of the moment, that sentence just now was too bluntly exposed. Found it. Let me send you a picture to look at first. Okay, send it to me. Make sure it's pretty. You child. That girl is pretty. Yes, but, ugh. Chapter 2, Why You Will Marry Me. When the phone hung up, Mom sent Lu Haoran a picture. Lu Haoran hurriedly opened it. 85 points. Third class beauty. The system gives a rating that just meets the minimum criteria for having a child. This made Lu Haoran insanely happy. Mom, she's the one. Where is she? Hurry up and get the matchmaker to set me up on a blind date? A blind date tomorrow. Lu Haoran dialed his mom's phone again. Mom couldn't help but frown at the sound of Lu Haoran's voice. Haoran, don't get dim just by looking at a good-looking face. This girl is from the village over the mountain and is working in Rongqing right now. But from what I've inquired, her family is average. In fact, Lu Haoran's mom didn't really want to let this girl and her son go on a blind date. Oh, she's actually from the same place as us. So what's her family background? Lu Haoran must understand the woman's situation in order to improve the success rate of matchmaking. This girl is called Sun Ruoxian. Did not graduate from high school to work in the factory? Not to mention the low education. Her father also suffers from uremia. Not only is she incapacitated, but she needs to go to the hospital regularly for hemodialysis. And what's even scarier is that she has a brother. Mom's own scalp went numb when she talked about it. This kind of girl, no matter how pretty she is, I'm afraid no one would dare to take her, right? Forget it, Haoran. Good looks don't make a meal. Mom won't allow you to go on this blind date. In addition, before the matchmaking is successful, they open their mouths to ask for a bride price of 100,000 yuan. This kind of girl is too purposeful. No one dares to marry. Mom regrets it. And when Lu Haoren heard this, his heart became even more ecstatic. It's good to be the kind of woman no one wants. Although Sun Ruoxian was rated 85 points by the system. With such looks, she was also prettier than the vast majority of face actresses. Originally, Lu Haoren was worried that such a beautiful woman, who had been reduced to the point of matching with himself, would not have any difficult feelings, but at this point, he was relieved. Mom backtracked. Lu Haoren had to be calm. Mom, it's true that this kind of girl is a bit tricky, but since the matchmaker has been matched, it's better to let the matchmaker help arrange a meeting. Avoid making the matchmaker feel like we're being too picky and not giving me any recommendations in the future. The old mother was a little hesitant. I'll just meet her for a meal. Your son, I'm not a little cutie, specializing in finding such a tired person to torment. And since the other party is from the other side of the mountain and is also in Rongqing, there's no harm in getting to know each other. Well then, it's okay to get acquainted, but to get married, I don't agree with that. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not stupid. Okay, then I'll give the matchmaker a word. Hanging up the phone, Lu Haoren swept a bike and rode back to the rental house. Just after arriving at the rental house, Lu Haoren's mom sent Sun Ruoxian's contact information. Lu Haoren took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It can't be a mindless pursuit like the one he did with Ke Jin Yao, which resulted in losing a childbearing object that meets the system's requirements for nothing in the end. With anticipation, he added Sun Ruoxian's WeChat. 5 minutes later, add on the friends. Lick dog, lick dog, lick dog. Lick until you end up with nothing. You can't be a lick dog even if you're in a hurry. Lu Haoren reminded himself many times. Hello, I was introduced to you by Simone May. My name is Lu Haoren. Well, I'm working late now, so I'll be in touch later. Okay, I won't bother you at work. When he ended the chat, Lu Haoren patiently cleaned himself up. Strive to show your best to Sun Ruoxian, and then take her down in one fell swoop to get the system's first single reward. After packing up, he contacted his elementary school classmates over at his hometown to inquire about Sun Ruoxian's past. The Emperor's God is not a man of the world. Finally, following the trail, Lu Haoren inquired about some key things about Sun Ruoxian that affected her life. At the same time, he thought of a strategy to deal with the blind date tomorrow. In the middle of the night, Sun Ruoxian sent a message. Sleeping? You're working late. I was all asleep. A text message from you woke me up. In fact, Lu Haoren had been waiting for her yet, and couldn't sleep at all. I'm sorry, to disturb your rest. I have a special family situation and need to make more money, so I work late. By the way, the matchmaker told you about my family situation, right? Said, would you mind then? Hey, what's to mind? We're all from the same place, with similar family conditions. I'm in no position to mind. Oh, that's fine. It's late. Why don't we make a date and meet tomorrow to talk? Yes, I'm free until 10 a.m. On the late shift tomorrow. Okay, then send me an address and I'll see where the appointment fits. Lu Haoren ended the chat without hurrying to make an appointment with Sun Ruoxian for a blind date. Early the next morning, Lu Haoren cleaned up their own, and from a small loan company loaned 10,000 out of pocket. Money is a man's guts. It's the money that makes the difference. Had to keep 10,000 cash on him for his peace of mind. The two met at the McDonald's restaurant next to Sun Ruoxian. Lu Haoren stuck to the clock and ordered some food 5 minutes early. When the appointed time arrived, Sun Ruoxian also came. Watching real people, Lu Haoren's eyes lit up. This woman is even better looking than in the photos. Sun Ruoxian was tied in a ponytail, a basic t-shirt over a factory uniform. Underneath, he wore jeans and sneakers, clean and neat, but also very youthful. She twisted her white neck and looked around for someone. There was a slight tension in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Haoren's heart became even more determined. Supposedly this girl came here to work right out of high school. It's been 10 years since the fight, and although extremely good-looking, she still maintains the simplicity of a rural person. The fact that it is not polluted by the social dike shows that there is a good atmosphere inside this factory and that the circle is clean. Being able to stay in the factory for more than 10 years also shows that Sun Ruoxian is a calm girl. Sun Ruoxian, here, I'm here. McDonald's was not a large space, and when Lu Haoren called out, the other party looked over. The moment she saw Lu Haoren, Sun Ruoxian's face showed a color of embarrassment, and it was obvious that Sun Ruoxian hadn't participated in many blind dates. I'm afraid this time out on a blind date is really due to excessive family pressure. I ordered you a cup of hot milk tea. I don't know if I like it. Lu Haoren thought that all girls have those days, so ordering a cup of hot tea can never go wrong. Sure enough, Sun Ruoxian's nervousness relaxed. Thanks, milk tea will do. The two of them sat down, and Sun Ruoxian looked at Lu Haoren, also with a light in her eyes. Boys like Lu Haoren who were tall and strong with a clean face appealed to her the most. Men and women are the same. The other person's looks and appearance determine their attitude. No need for more words. In this case, the blind date was already halfway there. Your name is Lu Haoren, right? After Sun Ruoxian sat down, her hands squeezed the milk teacup tightly, causing the cup to be slightly deformed. Yes, my name is Lu Haoren. I have to work later, so I'm wearing my work clothes. Sun Ruoxian's explanation of this sentence showed that she was beginning to value Lu Haoren. It's okay. Let's get down to business. Ugly daughters-in-law always have to meet their in-laws, and Lu Haoren came with a purpose today, and it was urgent. Yes, you're in a hurry to get married because you want to take care of your parents with your husband, right? Aha! I'd like to take care of uncle with you. Thank you. So many people have learned of my family's situation and won't even meet with me when they meet. You are a good person. Sun Ruoxian was really quite moved. Why would you want to marry me in my family situation? Lu Haoren was sent a good man card. He did not lose his awkward dry smile and said, I actually want to have a baby soon. Chapter 3, I know what happened to you in high school. Ah, going to have a baby? Sun Ruoxian was surprised. Isn't it popular for educated white-collar workers to have dink families now? I don't have a dinky mindset. I love kids and I want to have them as soon as possible. Lu Haoren re-emphasized his desperate need for a child. He didn't have time to take his time to develop a relationship. He only had 2 weeks left to live. It's hard for a nice girl to ask to have sex with each other in 2 weeks. Apparently Sun Ruoxian didn't realize that by as soon as possible, Lu Haoren meant immediately. Right away. I'm okay with it if you want kids, but it's unlikely in the last 2 years. Because my father's illness depleted our family's savings, and you. Speaking here, Sun Ruoxian did not continue. The latter words would not be good to hear, but it's true. Sun Ruoxian realized that the sentence just now was a bit of a blow, so she added an explanation. We simply can't afford to raise our children right now. I don't want our children to be born and repeat the same life I did. If we do want to have children, it'll have to wait until we're both on some sort of financial footing. Nowadays, in this society, some people are born in Rome, and some are born only to be oxen and horses. How difficult is it to cross the class? Why don't we have children, try to raise the next generation, and make our family rich in a fool's errand? Lu Haoren didn't know the correctness of Sun Ruoxian's statement, but he still wanted to debate the matter with the thinking of an ordinary person. Oh, instead of that, why don't we have a child? Just the two of us. Just live out our lives lightly. Don't go wreaking havoc on the next generation. That's what most young people think. It's the same kind of thinking that has kept the birth rate in this society low and the population plummeting. Arguing with a woman was a very stupid thing to do, and Lu Haoren fought down his strong desire to debate. He stared at Sun Ruoxian and smiled, handing her over a piece of chicken wing. Eat while it's hot. Thanks. Sun Ruoxian stretched out her thin white fingers to receive the chicken wings. The palms of her hands beneath the backs of her white hands were nonetheless scarred with calluses, a testament to the hardships of life. The two were silent for a little while. Lu Haoren said, Sun Ruoxian, I can actually see that you don't want to get married. You were willing to come out on a blind date with me for your father. Isn't that right? Right. Sun Ruoxian's eyebrows knitted slightly, as if she had remembered some bad past. Sun Ruoxian, I know something about what happened to you in high school. You investigated me? Sun Ruoxian's face changed, and sullenness had surfaced in her eyes. Don't be angry. As people from the same place, the older generation helped us arrange a blind date, and inevitably some words would reach each other's ears. Maybe I have quite a bit of dark information that your parents know about, and they just didn't give it to you. Lu Haoren hastily found an excuse to comfort her emotions, and that was all past high school, and you didn't suffer practically. It's just an indelible shadow of adolescence, and I don't really care. Rather, I'm heartbroken about what happened to you. When Lu Haoren said this, Sun Ruoxian's face finally looked better, but she pursed her lips and remained silent. So much for being caught up in memories. Girls mature early. Sun Ruoxian High School is also more mature than their peers thought. It was just the right age to meet the first enemy that most pretty girls face: yellow hair. In Huang Mao's crazy pursuit, youthful and ignorant Sun Ruoxian and Huang Mao fell in love. It's in love, but it's just the pure kind. Yellow hair, on the other hand, was not willing to play any pure love. He got up to mischief. So, yellow hair to find an opportunity to Sun Ruoxian drunk. want to do wrong, but in time to be discovered. The tragedy did not happen. After this incident happened, it hadn't actually harmed Sun Ruoxian, but rumors spread around the school campus that were hard to hear. Everyone was pointing at Sun Ruoxian. At that time Sun Ruoxian, psychological immaturity, poor ability to withstand, by all the unwarranted slander and abuse accusations, and almost jumped off a building to commit suicide. Luckily, she pulled through and dropped out of school to work in a factory. It was because of this experience that she lost her expectations of both relationships and marriage and, for so many years, remained single. The truth is you don't want to get married and neither do I. But we both have needs. You need money for your father's treatment and money to cover your brother's school expenses. And I need children. What do you mean by that? Sun Ruoxian raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring at Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren had made his words so blunt, and in her heart, she had already developed a feeling of displeasure towards Lu Haoren. I mean, we don't have to be kidnapped by worldly morals. And we don't need to get married to have kids now anyway. If you help me have a child, I'll give you twice the bride price. $200,000. And at the same time, I promise to raise the child by me in the future. After this, you do what you want. We stay out of each other's way and go back to being strangers. I'll never bother you. After Lu Haoren finished, he also handed out a contract. This is the contract. We can sign a contract to bind each other. It was a contract he had long ago drawn up and brought with him. Ah, you this. Sun Ruoxian was taken aback by this proposal from Lu Haoren. She never thought it could be like this. And Lu Haoren also tripled the bride price she needed. If there is $200,000, then a lot of problems can be solved. At this time, Sun Ruoxian began to be moved. At the same time, she blushed scarlet. This feeling of being on the edge of morality was very humiliating for her. Ding! Suddenly, Sun Ruoxian received a message alert on her cell phone. She opened her cell phone to see that it was Lu Haoren who had transferred a sum of money to her. She looked up at Lu Haoren in disbelief. Lu Haoren smiled slightly at her. Here's my donation for your father's medical expenses, whether this works out or not. But as an old hometown, after realizing your family's difficulties, I should also offer a piece of love. Thanks. No. With that, Sun Ruoxian clicked the refund button. Lu Haoren pressed down on Sun Ruoxian's hand. As their hands came into contact, Sun Ruoxian trembled and her body stiffened. Lu Haoren stared into Sun Ruoxian's eyes and solemnly said, "Take it in peace. For in this life of man's there are accidents, and no one knows that. One day the accident will come upon itself, and at that time, I will need your help as well. I'm single now, and my parents are healthy and stress-free, and that's all I can do to help you right now." This, Sun Ruoxian still hesitated. "Take it." Lu Haoren moved Sun Ruoxian's hand and helped her tap the collection button. With things as they were, Sun Ruoxian could only whisper a thank you. "It's getting a little late. It's time for you to go to work. So get to work." Oh. Sun Ruoxian looked at the time and scrambled to her feet to get out. "Don't worry. Take something and eat as you go." Lu Haoren shoved a burger into her hand and passed over the cup of milk tea. "Why don't I give you a ride?" "No need. It's very close." Sun Ruoxian took the food and hurried toward the outer door of the restaurant. "Contract. Bring it." Oh. Sun Ruoxian didn't refuse. She took the contract and put it in her bag. "What you're suggesting is ridiculous. Let me think about it and I'll get back to you later." "Okay, get to work and be careful on your way." "Thanks." Sun Ruoxian was touched by Lu Haoren's unfailing concern. Chapter 4, It's incredibly heartbreaking. Looking at Sun Ruoxian's delicate back, Lu Haoren sighed. A systematic rating can always be trusted. It's amazing that such a beautiful beauty can only be rated at 85. After Sun Ruoxian left, Lu Haoren hurriedly cleaned up the mess and stuffed all the uneaten food into his stomach. Don't look at Lu Haoren just now generously gifted $10,000 as love. But in fact he is already in debt. Now it's a matter of being able to eat a full meal. Lu Haoren once again tapped on the system interface, and the words 13 days of remaining life were particularly blinding. At this moment, Lu Haoren was in no mood to do anything else. He only strolled aimlessly through the streets, his eyes sweeping over every beautiful woman who brushed past. Unfortunately none of them found a beautiful woman who fit the system's requirements. During the lunch break, Sun Ruoxian took out the contract Lu Haoren had given her and studied it carefully. After reading the contract, she suddenly smiled. Secretly, he was really anxious by his father's condition. How could one believe such nonsense? Lu Haoren's family situation she also heard the matchmaker said. The next mountain village are farming families. Lu Haoren himself graduated only 2 years. No car, no house, dressed in ordinary. Where did he come from 200,000 dowry to himself? Also, why would he want a child in his condition? Can he afford to have a child? When the time comes, you will still have to bear the consequences of all this. I'm afraid this Lu Haoren only wants to take advantage of himself. The thought made her want to tear up the contract. Just then, the door to the dormitory was pushed open. Roommate Lin Rong caught a glimpse of the contract in Sun Ruoxian's hand. Hey, Cynthia, what's that on your hand? It's nothing, just a flyer. Sun Ruoxian hastily kneaded it into a ball. Hey, it's obviously some kind of contract. Where would it be a flyer? Show me. Lin Rong laughed and pounced to grab it. Don't look. You can't look. What can't you see? Bring it on you. Lin Rong, twice the size of Sun Ruoxian, quickly snatched the contract from Sun Ruoxian's hands. Sun Ruoxian saw the situation, also had no choice but to let her best friend Lin Rong look, just to also ask for her best friend's opinion. Lin Rong grabbed the contract and smiled out of the corner of her eyes in triumph. She exclaimed as she read the contents of the contract. Qianxian, you actually signed this kind of contract with someone else. Hey, I'm just desperate for money because my family needs it. Don't look. I won't agree. Take it and tear it up. Sun Ruoxian was very ashamed and reached out to grab it. There's no rush. I'll look again. Lin Rong dodged, looking and reading at the same time. Sun Ruoxian was anxious and angry. Cynthia, this is too ridiculous and hilarious. You've been tricked, Pao. Bah, it's not like I agreed to it. Don't be fooled. Such a contract must have been thought up only by beggars full of illusions. He's trying to bind you with the baby, and when the time comes, you'll have to marry him or not. I'm not going to fall for that. Get it and tear it up for me, but don't let the other roommates find out and laugh at me. Fine. You tear it up. Lin Rong returned the contract to Sun Ruoxian. So yeah, blind dates aren't a good idea, and people who can go on them. It's all about being passed as a loser in the marriage market, or like you, with a strong agenda. There is no happiness in such a marriage. Well, I'll take your word for it. After Sun Ruoxian tore up the contract, she immediately took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren, I'm sorry, this thing is really too ridiculous. I can't accept it. Find someone else to help you have a baby. At the same time, she returned the 10,000 that Lu Haoren had transferred to her. She decided that she would pull the plug on Lu Haoren after he collected the 10,000. Lu Haoren was struck by lightning when he saw this message. He read the message and didn't reply, much less collect the 10,000, but silently turned off his cell phone screen. He looked up at the sky, pondering what had gone wrong. It was clear that Sun Ruoxian had been intent on her when she left the restaurant, and she accepted her $10,000 love donation. This shows that Sun Ruoxian has ideas about this matter. She's obviously short of money and would rather come out on a blind date for a $100,000 dowry. Why is she still reluctant to give $200,000 to herself instead? Could it be that she doesn't think she has the strength? Thinking of this, Lu Haoren came to a realization. Damn it, give up the kid for the wolf. There are only 13 days left to live anyway. Might as well have a pokey. Lu Haoren immediately downloaded various online lending platforms. Loan madness. In one afternoon, Lu Haoren finally raised $100,000. Then, he did not hesitate to transfer all the 100,000 yuan to Sun Ruoxian. Sun Ruoxian, I came here with sincerity. I simply want a child. I will pay the other $100,000 after a successful pregnancy. Please do help. After doing this, Lu Haoren's heart calmed down instead. Whether it's a success or not depends on God's will. Now that time was short. If even Sun Ruoxian couldn't manage it, then this system mission would be even more difficult to complete. Half an hour later, Sun Ruoxian finally returned the message. I have one condition, I'll keep the child. You pay child support, and you can visit whenever you want. Okay, no problem. All of the child's expenses are on me, and I'll give you an additional $10,000 a month in child support. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Don't worry, sign the contract, and you know where my family lives, so when the time comes that I can't fulfill the contract, you can go to my parents. I believe you. After these messages were sent, Sun Ruoxian collected the $100,000. I get off at 8 p.m., send me the location and I'll find you. Good. Let's go to the Yida Plaza next to your factory. I'll wait for you to have a meal together. Looking at the message on his cell phone, Lu Haoren clenched his fists and swung heavily. Finally, there is hope for the completion of the mission. As long as he completed his first mission and gained sufficient longevity, He could make full use of the fertility reward system function towards the peak of his life. Lu Haoren went inside the mall early, booked a meal, and bought movie tickets. Meanwhile, Lu Haoren had booked the hotel next to him. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening when Lu Haoren waited for Sun Ruoxian at the bus stop. At this time, Sun Ruoxian had changed out of her work uniform and was wearing a set of mid-length skirts that reached her knees. Hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, with light makeup on her face. So beautiful. It's amazing that such a beauty can only get 85 points. Ke Jin Yao is also very pretty with a system score of 93. But Lu Haoren felt that there was not much difference between the two. This could be the reason for the different state of mind. Ke Jin Yao is a terrier in Lu Haoren's heart. This woman. He gritted his teeth and swore that he would never let her escape his grasp. There must be a way to get her to give birth to her child. The moment Sun Ruoxian stepped off the bus, countless pairs of eyes fell on her and couldn't move away. Lu Haoren also secretly swallowed his saliva. He was instantly in awe at the thought that he would be having children with such a beautiful woman at night. He hurriedly twisted his body and adjusted his standing position to hide his embarrassment. After Sun Ruoxian got out of the car, she walked towards Lu Haoren with a stiff expression. Walking up to Lu Haoren, a very nice shampoo scent dipped inside Lu Haoren's nose. Suddenly, Sun Ruoxian reached out and took Lu Haoren's arm. Buzz! Lu Haoren's body trembled with great excitement, while Sun Ruoxian's body also involuntarily trembled. She was forcing herself to act very intimate with Lu Haoren to avoid the embarrassment that would follow. But the more they did, the more stagnant the atmosphere became. The two of them were extremely uncomfortable, but outsiders couldn't see it. And those who got off the bus looked at Lu Haoren with great envy. It's amazing that such a beautiful woman has a boyfriend. Thinking that such a beautiful woman would be pressed by Lu Haoren, they were incomparably heartbroken. Chapter 5, Go. Call the police. Haven't eaten yet, have you? I've booked a restaurant. Let's go eat. Aha! The two entered the mall arm in arm. The two of them did not speak on the way, but it was becoming more and more tacit and natural. Wow! You booked a steak buffet? I haven't been here in a long time. I want 3 steaks tonight. Arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, Sun Ruoxian had a smile on her face. Now that the cafeteria is nearing its end, so many dishes are gone. It's okay, I can eat steak. After the two checked their tickets and walked into the restaurant, Sun Ruoxian whispered heartily, "Don't waste this money in the future." Mostly I'm craving steak, too, and the buffet will fill me up. Lu Haoren no longer cared about this small amount of money. As long as Sun Ruoxian successfully completed her pregnancy, he would completely take off. If you want steak later, I'll make it for you. Although the two agreed not to get married, Sun Ruoxian still integrated herself into the role of housewife. Yes, the two men started getting steaks and getting food. After sitting down, Sun Ruoxian took the initiative to help Lu Haoren cut the steak first before starting to cut her own. Such a girl really made Lu Haoren feel like he had picked up a treasure. During the meal, it was Sun Ruoxian who kept asking what Lu Haoren liked to eat and she went to get it. The entire time, it was Sun Ruoxian who was taking care of Lu Haoren. If it wasn't for the fertility reward system, Lu Haoren thought that Sun Ruoxian was definitely the best virtuous wife and mother in his heart. Beautiful, understanding, considerate of her husband, and hardworking. After dinner, Lu Haoren invited Sun Ruoxian to go to the movies again. Sun Ruoxian obeyed Lu Haoren's arrangement. The two watched one of the hotter rom-coms of the period. The two sat down side by side, and Lu Haoren reached out to grab Sun Ruoxian's hand. Sun Ruoxian first trembled for a moment, then slowly unfolded her fingers, and Lu Haoren smoothly interlocked his fingers with hers. Although the two had only known each other for 2 days, there was already a feeling of passionate love at this point. It has something to do with the fact that they've come to an understanding with each other. When the movie came to the romantic scene, Lu Haoren took the opportunity to gather courage to break Sun Ruoxian's head over, for eyes opposite each other, imploring love. The two embraced. In that instant, Lu Haoren clearly felt Sun Ruoxian tremble, and he was also so excited that he was breathing heavily. Coming out of the movie theater, Sun Ruoxian's entire body was already shyly in Lu Haoren's arms. She kept her head down, her loose hair hiding her red dripping face. Just like that, he let Lu Haoren carry himself into the hotel upstairs. When you enter the room, the electric card is not even put on, and a system beep sounded in Lu Haoren's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the fertility mission. Rewards are being distributed. Bonus lifespan +1. Bonus physique +1. Rewarded with 840,000 yuan in cash. Note, Sun Ruoxian belongs to the 3rd class of beauty, rewarding her 10 times her annual salary. Sun Ruoxian's current annual salary is 84,000 yuan, and she is hereby awarded 840,000 yuan. The host completes the mission for the first time and is additionally rewarded with a random 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom commercial house in the downtown area. The host completes the mission for the first time. Extra rewards for the host's body molding or a full replacement of people's extreme looks. Please choose. I choose body shaping. It's good to be able to get better looking. Makes it less difficult to find a woman to have a baby with. It's easier to get a woman's heart, which makes having children easier. But Lu Haoren still chose to body shape. Men don't rely on their looks to eat. Keep their body shape to have temperament. What's more, changing your appearance is the same as changing your face and going home to parents who don't recognize you. After making his choice, Lu Haoren felt as if his body was immersed inside a hot spring. Very comfortable. As the system was transforming him, Lu Haoren tapped on the system interface. Fertility Incentive System. Host, Lu Haoren. Lifespan, 1 year. Physical fitness, 9. After another 10 minutes, the system tones sounded again. The rewards have all been issued. Please note that the host must ensure that the child is born successfully, except for force majeure reasons that lead to a miscarriage. Otherwise the system will take back the rewards that have been issued. If the reward has been consumed, life expectancy is deducted to compensate. This reward really isn't that good. The next day, Lu Haoren woke up. He had wanted to transfer the rest of the other 100,000 yuan to Sun Ruoxian now, but the occasion is not right. Now transferring money changes the nature. Ha, why do I feel like you've changed? Sun Ruoxian stared at Lu Haoren incredulously. Where has it changed? I remember you don't have an 8-pack, and I didn't feel you were that fit last night. Yikes, how humiliating. Sun Ruoxian didn't dare to say more. Hey, it's you, lover. You must like me. Lu Haoren joked, then walked over to the dressing mirror and took a look at it. True to form, the lines of his body became distinct, and the meat that should have been deficient became firm, appearing as if his features were also erect and sharp, with sharp angles and deeper eyes. Gee, no wonder so many people go to the gym. It's true that with a healthy body, the whole essence of the person changes. Bah, I don't like you. You're a pain in the ass. Sun Ruoxian pulled up the quilt and shyly covered herself in it. Hey, Lu Haoren smiled badly. You go ahead. I'm going to take a nap. There was a buzzing sound coming from inside the covers, and she couldn't let it go just yet. Lu Haoren didn't tease her. Then you'll have breakfast at the hotel in a while before returning. Aha! Walking out of the hotel, a warm sunlight sprinkled on Lu Haoren's face. He really had a kind of refreshing feeling of seeing the sun through the clouds at this time. Now with a full year of life expectancy, $840,000 in cash on the card, and a beautiful woman to hold in your arms. This feeling is no worse than being an emperor. Although the crisis has been lifted, there is still no room for relaxation. He is still a short-timer. He had to make the most of his time and find more beautiful women who fit the system's requirements as soon as possible to help him have children. Earn back the life expectancy that should be yours. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. To get more beautiful women favor, you have to dress up yourself. With the money, the first thing he thought of was to change the tie set of clothes he was wearing. Making plans, he went straight to the Yida Plaza next door for a shopping spree. After Lu Haoren left, Sun Ruoxian then got up and organized. When she picked up her cell phone, she realized that Lu Haoren had transferred 150,000 yuan to her with a message. Take this money, find a good hospital and treat your father. Also, make sure you take good care of yourself and help me give birth to a fat, white, chubby boy. At this moment, Sun Ruoxian was elated and ashamed. She was pleased that Lu Haoren had not lied to her and had given her the final payment before the pregnancy was confirmed, and an extra 50,000 was given. Shame on myself for sort of selling out. But when she thought of Lu Haoren's healthy body, her face blushed as if she wasn't at a disadvantage. Lu Haoren, don't worry. I won't go back on my word either. I will definitely help you have a child. Sun Ruoxian secretly made up her mind. Back in the dormitory, her roommate Lin Rong sat at the head of her bed staring at her with a serious expression. Cynthia, where did you go last night? Sun Ruoxian didn't know how to answer. Did you really go out for the night with that Lu Haoren? Aha! Sun Ruoxian thought that she had to help Lu Haoren give birth to a child, and sooner or later her belly would get bigger, and Lin Rong had been her bosom friend for many years, and over the years, she had been looking for her to discuss many things. Lin Rong was considered Sun Ruoxian's older sister, and even cared for her more than her older sister. So, feeling that there wasn't much point in hiding it at this point, she simply admitted it graciously. You're confused. How could you be so stupid? Lin Rong slapped her thigh in anger. Did you really think he would give you $200,000? Do you really think you're made of gold? He is cheating you. You must not have gotten the money, right? You're so stupid. Really? Let's go. I'll accompany you to him and make him compensate you more or less. Or we'll call the police. Lin Rong was so exasperated by the stupid white sweetness of Sun Ruoxian that she was speechless. She didn't even know how to describe this stupid sister. Chapter 6, Another Schoolgirl. Sister Rong, you're wrong about Brother Haoran. Sun Ruoxian walked over and put her arm around Lin Rong. Lin Rong was so angry that she shook Sun Ruoxian's hand away and angrily tilted her face to the side. Brother Ho-in? You're calling this crook so affectionately. Just how much mesmerizing soup has he fed you? Has it been so long since you've been in a relationship that you've become relationship brain? Isn't that Lu Haoran very handsome? It makes you unable to walk when you see it? When Sun Ruoxian saw that Lin Rong cared so much about her, she was very touched. She also understands that wealth is not for the faint of heart. But in this case, Sun Ruoxian still can't help but open her cell phone transfer records to prove it for Lu Haoran. Sister Rong, look at my balance. Brother Haoran really paid me off. And I'm sure I'll help him have the baby too. Lin Rong glanced at Sun Ruoxian's cell phone screen. At once, her eyes rounded. How many digits is this? This? 1, 2, 3. That's really $260,000. Did he really give you that much money? How is this possible? Lin Rong grabbed Sun Ruoxian's cell phone in shock, incredulously confirming it again and again. Sun Ruoxian couldn't help but look proud at the sight. Well, not only did Brother Haoran give me $200,000, he also gave me an extra $60,000. I'll go. There really are such cuties in this world. Ha! $260,000. And he's even willing to give it. Lin Rong really couldn't understand this approach of Lu Haoran. We are all adults and naturally know that if this $260,000 is really to be used for the illegal business of whoring, then you can definitely find the most top-notch services. And it's still the kind of thing you do many times. Lin Rong was stunned when she saw the money. At this moment, she had the urge to find Lu Haoran and ask if he liked her type. Yes, Sister Rong. I can't figure out why Brother Haoran would do this either. He also said that after I gave birth, he would give me an allowance of $10,000 a month to stay home exclusively with the child, and that he would be responsible for all the child's expenses. Sun Ruoxian is full of uninhibited thoughts. I'm taking a leave of absence to go home now and take my dad to a major hospital to get his condition completely stabilized. At that point, I'll just specialize in parenting and forget about it. This little brain of yours, you're still thinking quite beautifully. These words are all Lu Haoran's sweet words. Whether or not they can be honored is still another story. Lin Rong couldn't help but hit Sun Ruoxian because she was truly envious. But it's okay, it's already $260,000 in hand. It's not a loss. Lin Rong realized that the tone was tinged with acidity and hurriedly added. Lin Rong was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking good is productive. He has been married for more than 10 years. And with all the firewood, rice, oil, salt and vinegar all day long, he can't even save $26,000 a year. Not to mention $260,000. Now compared to Sun Ruoxian so easily get $260,000. She does not envy. That is strange. On Lu Haoran's side, he had just finished buying clothes when he received an unfamiliar phone call. After communicating, he realized that the caller was a real estate agent. The real estate agent told him that the original owner was already waiting for him inside the house he had purchased. Lu Haoran was a bit confused when he heard it violently. Then he reacted. It's the one the system gave away that arrived. He hastily promised to come right over. Lu Haoran arrived at his destination and found that the neighborhood was a relatively old walk-up house with a good green area inside and a low plot ratio. The exterior is old but very livable. By this time, the real estate agent was waiting for him at the gate of the neighborhood. Mr. Lu. Hello Manager Ma. As soon as Lu Haoran saw this real estate agent, the name of the real estate agent automatically appeared in his mind, as if he had recognized it before. The same goes for real estate agents, who automatically recognize Lu Haoran. It's all in the system. Mr. Lu, let's go. Manager Ma twisted her waist to lead the way. Lu Haoran didn't dwell on how exactly this house was bought, and followed behind Manager Ma towards the house. In fact, this horse manager is quite beautiful, and its degree of beauty is similar to that of both Sun Ruoxian. Lu Haoran turned on the system rating, and sure enough, Manager Ma was also rated 85 points. His eyes lit up at once. Worthy of the system. The person who arranged to buy a house for himself was someone who met the system's requirements. Could it be that the system was hinting at letting himself pursue Manager Ma? Getting Manager Ma to give birth to his own child? Ahem. Manager Ma, you're quite pretty. Lu Haoran tried to strike up a conversation. Hey, thanks for the compliment, Mr. Lu. Manager Ma turned back to Lu Haoran and replied with a smile that made her even more beautiful to the core. It's not a compliment, but you're beautiful in your own right. Thank you for helping me buy a house. Ah, I'll treat you to dinner later. You're welcome. For dinner, I'll have to call my husband to see if he's available to pick up the kids from school. Just ask. Lu Haoran's heart sank as an eager heart turned into ice, then fell to the bottom and shattered into pieces. This horse manager actually has a husband and children. Has changed from a young girl into a young woman. No wonder this horse manager looks like a mature woman. When Manager Ma said that, she was naturally reminding Lu Haoran that she had a husband and a child. Lu Haoran is not a stupid person, and he heard this euphemistic refusal of Manager Ma. Here it is. The two of them had just finished talking a while ago, and they had already arrived at a door. A beautiful woman stood in the doorway. The woman's expression was wooden, and she even showed a hint of contempt for Lu Haoran. The words of Lu Haoran hooking up with Manager Ma just now were all heard inside her ears. This scummy behavior of Lu Haoran, as well as the hurt feelings after this house was sold, prevented this woman from having any good feelings towards Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran walked up the last step, looked up, and was stunned. The woman in front of him had features like an artist's carefully sculpted masterpiece, and an amazingly perfect body. Lu Haoran was inwardly shocked. What a beautiful woman. She's almost as pretty as the school beauty. Ke Jin Yao. Just now he had lamented that it was so hard to meet a Ma manager who met the system's requirements. But unfortunately, she was already married and had children. In the blink of an eye, the peaks turn and the real Izzy appears at the appendage. 92 points. Second-class beauty. When the system gave a rating, Lu Haoran was deeply impressed that the system was harsh, and only gave 92 points to such a superb woman. What a system! Giving yourself a house leads to two stunning beauties at the same time. Humph. When that woman saw Lu Haoran staring at her without looking away, a wave of disgust suddenly and inexplicably arose in her heart. A cold snort caused Lu Haoran to snap out of it. But Lu Haoran didn't feel embarrassed by it. His mindset had all but changed since he obtained a large sum of money from Sun Ruoxian in the morning. The whole person becomes more confident and spontaneous. The woman was beautiful, so he was justified in admiring her. And he felt nothing wrong with that. Manager Ma, since the buyer has arrived, let's quickly hand over. I still have things to do inside the company and I'm in a hurry to go back to work. The woman turned back to the living room and sat down on the couch. Okay, I'll set it up. Manager Ma hurriedly took out a contract from inside his briefcase. It is precisely the contract for the sale of commercial property. The purchaser on it is Lu Haoran, and Lu Haoran's handwritten signature. The seller's name is Vivian Chively. That's the pretty woman. The system is all organized. The three sat down around the coffee table. Gentlemen, I'll do the counting. You confirm, okay? Yes, hurry up. I really have something to do. Zhuo Weiwei frowned slightly, just wanting to finish the handover as soon as possible and leave this place. Chapter 7, There's no shame in coming back to work. The real estate agent, Manager Ma, immediately opened the list of furniture inside the contract and ordered the living room first. Then on to the kitchen and bedroom. Lu Haoran and Zhuo Weiwei followed behind Manager Ma side by side. However, Zhuo Weiwei frowned and kept her distance from Lu Haoran. Why are you selling your house, Zhuo Beauty? Lu Haoran took the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Zhuo Weiwei squinted at Lu Haoran, but did not respond. The atmosphere was made awkward. Lu Haoran shrugged his shoulders and stopped asking questions. He then carefully viewed the set. This house is decorated along the lines of a girl's cozy. The furniture and appliances inside the house were well protected, and the rooms were neat and clean inside with a nice scent. This should be where Zhuo Weiwei used to live. Soon after the count was correct, Zhuo Weiwei handed over the room key, electricity card and water card to Lu Haoran. Both parties signed to confirm that the handover is complete. Manager Ma, if there's nothing else on my side, I'll leave first. It's okay, the house sale is done. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Feel free to contact me anytime you need to buy or sell a home in the future. Zhuo Weiwei exchanged greetings with Manager Ma, grabbed her only small bag of luggage and left without looking back. The entire time, there wasn't much talking to Lu Haoran. It seemed that Zhuo Weiwei really didn't have any idea of dealing with Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran watched Zhuo Weiwei leave as he asked, Manager Ma, what is this Zhuo Weiwei? So haughty, flipping me off as soon as she sees me, as if I haven't paid her for the house. Oh, MS. Zhua is the human resources director of a large company. Very capable at a young age. And pretty. People have the capital to be arrogant. Oh, no wonder. Lu Haoran, however, was greatly interested, and it was only fulfilling to find such a worthy and capable woman to give birth to his children. Moreover, Lu Haoran is hesitant at the moment now that he has perfectly impregnated his first woman, and he is very eager to use a high-earning woman like Zhuo Weiwei to help him swipe a fortune. Manager Ma, please tell me Zhuo Weiwei's contact information. I want to get to know her. This is not good. After all, it involves Ms. Zhuo's personal privacy. Manager Ma at this time in his heart to face Lu Haoran and lighten a few points. This man, he's something else. When she saw herself, she tried to hit on herself, and when she learned that she had a husband and children, she never drew attention to her dinner. Turning to Vivian Chuk, she saw that she was pretty and asked for her contact information. She decided that even if Lu Haoran was her client, she would not tell Lu Haoran about Zhuo Weiwei's contact information. Well then, since you're not comfortable giving it, just give me the name of the company she works for. Lu Haoran thought that there was no use in getting the contact information now. That's not good either. It's unethical to disclose client information. Manager Ma still refuses. But Lu Haoran laughed. Manager Ma, my house is going to be mortgaged, and I can leave it to you to handle it for me. Ah, Mr. Lu, are you saying that your house is going to be mortgaged? That's just right. Our company has a mortgage partner. You're right to call me. He. Then I'll take care of Manager Ma. By the way, send me the name of Zhuo Weiwei's company. Okay, it's not really private if you just want the company name. I'll send it to you right away. The mortgage was another good commission business, and there was no reason why Ma's manager wouldn't want it. With the house as collateral, in just 2 or 3 hours, Lu Haoran utilized the property to borrow another $1.5 million. Together with the $800,000 or so he had before, he now had a full $2,300,000 or so. After getting the money, Lu Haoran immediately took a taxi to go to the headhunting company that worked before. Hunting in Human Resources Company. New guy? Lu Haoran walked to the entrance of the company and saw a very beautiful receptionist girl. He hadn't shown up for work in over a month. The company actually recruited such a beautiful receptionist. Lu Haoran used the system to evaluate it and actually rated it as high as 90 points. He only felt that the creation of the world had made it difficult for him to find a beautiful woman who met the system's criteria when he had been so desperate to find one for the last month. And at this point, just for one day, met 3 beautiful women in a row who met the system's requirements. Today was a real stroke of luck. Hello, who are you? That receptionist girl's eyes are innocent and with a bit of fear. A glance to know. This girl is just born society graduates. I'm an old employee here. You've just arrived and don't know me. I'll go in and find the boss. Li Fei. Oh, Mr. Li happens to be inside. Should I take you in? No, I'll just go in by myself. Lu Haoran waved his hand, striding inside the office. As soon as he entered the office, the 5 co-workers inside the office turned their gazes to Lu Haoran in unison. Lu Haoran, didn't you leave without coming to work? Fong Shi, who had a better relationship before, immediately greeted him. Indeed, Lu Haoran was so busy looking for a baby that he didn't even do the exit formalities in the first place. He just gave his boss Li Fei a greeting and didn't come back to work. I had some urgent personal matters to deal with a while ago, so I left without informing everyone. Sorry about that. I see. So you're here today to check out? These colleagues expressed understanding. Doesn't really count. Lu Haoran was asked a bit of a bad answer. Those co-workers saw Lu Haoran's embarrassment and took the initiative. It's okay. If you want to keep coming back to work, give your boss a heads up. It shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it's not easy to find a job out there now. You'd better come back to work. Haoran, we all know your situation. Your family is also an ordinary family. You haven't found a suitable job. You don't have any money left. It's not a shame to come back to work. A group of co-workers surrounded Lu Haoran and kindly persuaded him to come back and continue working. Okay, that's fine. I'll go meet Mr. Li. Lu Haoran didn't know how to explain, so he didn't say any more. Go on. There is no shame in eating back to grass. We are all trying to make a living, isn't it? Come on. Good job, Hojo. You're welcome back. We all are. We're still good buddies. All colleagues supported Luck Ho Yin's return. Especially that Fong. She greatly grinned and hugged Lu Haoran's shoulder, genuinely happy that Lu Haoran was back again. Well, thanks for the encouragement. Lu Haoran had already had his scalp tingling, and each one of them treated himself as if he had come back to eat back grass. If they were to learn the truth later, then what kind of expression they would have. It was unimaginable. After Lu Haoren turned around and walked into the general manager's office, the people inside the office whispered, "Have you guys noticed? Lu Haoren has become handsome, yeah." Indeed. I also feel that. This time when I saw Lu Haoren, he has changed greatly. Could it be that this guy has gone for plastic surgery after not seeing him for a month? It's not plastic surgery. It should be that Lu Haoren has dressed himself up a bit this month in order to have gone for the interview. His clothes and everything are newly bought. I think so. He's lamented in front of us many times before that he doesn't want to be a headhunter. I also think it's impossible for him to have a facelift. I just looked at him closely. There's no trace of surgery on his face at all. Besides, even if he has a facelift, it's impossible for him to recover all in a month, right? Ha! Fong Shi, are you in love with Lu Haoren? You're actually observing him closely. Don't talk nonsense. You loudmouths. Who's in love with him? Fancy blushed at the crowd's teasing. Chapter 8 and earned the name of boss. Inside the general manager's office, a middle-aged man in his 50s was wearing presbyopia glasses and looking very tiredly at the computer screen. Lu Haoren knocked on the door. He didn't even look up, just subconsciously answered to let Lu Haoren in. "Mr. Li, I'm back." Lu Haoren's voice rang out, and only then did General Manager Li Fei look at Lu Haoren in surprise. He asked with concern, "Lu Haoren, don't you have an urgent personal matter? Are you done with it? There's nothing wrong with it, right? Finished processing? No problem. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your concern. It's good that it's taken care of. Are you coming back to work, or are you here to do your separation? If you'd like to come back and continue working, I'd still say you're more than welcome." The general manager, Li Fei, is a very dedicated and upright owner. However, because of physical and personal limitations, this headhunter has existed in the industry for many years, but has not been able to do much. Neither. I came here today to discuss a matter with you. Lu Haoren shook his head. Discuss what's going on? Li Fei stared at Lu Haoren with great curiosity. Today's Lu Haoren felt different from the previous Lu Haoren. His face had changed, and he was more confident and more relaxed than before. "Mr. Li, I heard earlier that you are interested in selling this headhunting company. Is that right?" "Yeah, truth be told. I'm lacking exercise due to sitting in an office on a computer all year round. Plus I'm getting older. The 3 highs are getting worse and worse, and I don't have enough spirit to keep me going." Li Fei was overwhelmed with emotion, and at the same time carried a lot of reluctance, a lot of unwillingness. "Also, I feel deeply guilty that you people, all of you, are vibrant and down to earth, and I am unable to lead you to greater heights. I don't want to hold you guys back, so I want to sell this company. Strive to find a broader development platform for you guys. Then I'll buy this company. I'll take it over and run it. How much are you prepared to sell it for?" In fact, a headhunting company does not have much room for development. Lu Haoren suddenly want to acquire this company, not to operate to make money, and he couldn't let go of his previous colleagues and wanted to use the platform of headhunters to reach more high-value women. At the same time, Zhou Weiwei is the director of human resources. Then Lu Haoren will buy this human resources company, so he can have a reason to have a business relationship with her. With prolonged contact, it was natural to take Zhou Weiwei down and let her give birth to her child. "Oh, you're actually buying this headhunter?" Li Fei's spirit shook as he took off his glasses and stared earnestly into Lu Haoren's eyes for confirmation. "Yes, I'll buy it and I'll run it." Lu Haoren's voice was dry and sure. Li Fei asked in surprise, "I was originally offered $2 million for this company, but if you want to buy it, I'll give you $1.5 million to sell it to you. But do you have that kind of money?" Naturally. Based on his previous trust in Li Fei, Lu Haoren transferred 500,000 deposit to Li Fei on the spot. "Mr. Li, I won't talk about the purchase price. We'll transfer the final payment to you after we do the handover subsequently." Seriously, buying his boss's company was very cool in his mind at this moment of transferring money. "Leave the company to me, and I will make sure this company continues to survive and even grow." Yes. Li Fei was surprised by this dryness and determination of Lu Haoren. "I've been an old headhunter all my life, and I'm still looking the other way after all. I didn't expect you, Lu Haoren, to transform so much. I'm relieved to leave the headhunting company to you." "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your recognition." Lu Haoren extended his hand, and the two shook it, striking a deal. Immediately, Li Fei brought Lu Haoren to the big office. Li Fei clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pause their work for now. At the same time, Li Fei shouted over to the front desk, "Hossein, you come in too, for a short meeting." "Yes, Hua Siyuan's crisp voice reached Lu Haoren's ears, making him feel even more that this $1.5 million was worth spending. Everyone was summoned for a meeting, and everyone was all smiles, guessing that General Manager Li Fei should be announcing Lu Haoren's return. Here again, it was Fang Shi who was the most excited, with a light in her eyes. Lu Haoren was not an elm. He could naturally see that Fang Shi liked him. In fact, Fang Shi was not ugly. Instead, she had a pretty figure and a good face, a proper beauty. However, Lu Haoren used the system to evaluate it and only scored 81 points. Does not meet system requirements. Guys and gals, I have some good news to share with you today. As soon as Li Fei's words fell, someone cheered. Boss, is this good news that Lu Haoren is returning to the team? We knew it. It's not good news. Yeah, we don't want the good news. The good news we want is the potluck tonight. Hey, the atmosphere inside this company is very harmonious. Ha, that's all you guys are thinking about for the potluck. Li Fei laughed. What I want to announce is that starting today, Hunting Human Resources has been sold and Lu Haoren is officially your new boss. Boom! The moment Li Fei's words came out, all of them were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, their brains buzzing inside, half a day unable to react. The whole company was silent and you could hear a pin drop. They all looked at Lu Haoren incredulously. Lu Haoren had actually transformed into their boss. What kind of fantasy plot is this? Don't they know what kind of financial ability Lu Haoren has? A young man who just graduated less than 2 years ago. A poor kid from the countryside. A little brotherly co-worker who is pampered by them. It actually became their boss at this point. Just now, everyone was still comforting Lu Haoren with a look of a big sister with a sense of superiority, so that he could come back to work at ease. At this point, people are their own bosses. The sight was bashful, and they had the ultimate embarrassment of wanting to burrow into a hole in the ground. Old boss, is this true? Some people couldn't believe what Li Fei said. Naturally it's true. Would I give you guys a joke about such a thing? Li Fei also knew that this matter was unthinkable, but that was the case. As you all know my situation, I'm no longer suitable to lead you on. Lu Haoren is young and talented and well-funded. He'll surely let you all eat your tickets. At this point in the conversation, Lu Haoren also picked up the conversation. Colleagues, please rest assured that after I take over the company, it will be the same as when Mr. Li was here. The atmosphere is still harmonious, and wages are just as unlikely to be in arrears, and the commission that should be paid will be sent to everyone in a timely manner. Moreover, I will work hard to develop new businesses and lead you to earn big money. Here, I hope you will continue to support me as you have supported Mr. Li Fei. Lu Haoren said these words at this time. Everyone felt very abrupt, but things have come to this. They can't accept it. They all have to accept it. But people are realistic and need to save face. And immediately there are people who already have a small heart. A person who wants to be the leader of a company must not only be competent, but also highly respected and possess a certain degree of authority. And Lu Haoren's past performance was not outstanding. Furthermore, virtue and respect are even less relevant to him. Let them, who are more capable and senior than Lu Haoren, work for Lu Haoren. They had an inexplicable sense of chicanery. It's the feeling that someone worse than yourself is suddenly countless times better than you are with no output, and you'll have to listen to him from now on. This is actually implied jealousy. After Lu Haoren finished speaking, only 2 people, Fang Shi and the receptionist Hua Siyuan, expressed their support, while no one else spoke. Lu Haoren was mentally prepared for this situation. It's also human nature. Chapter 9, Be My Secretary. Lu Haoren's gaze swept over the co-workers who had been laughing and joking around with him just a moment ago. Their stiff expressions appeared to make the atmosphere stagnant, and they were all ashamed and embarrassed to look at Lu Haoren again. Just now, they said those words to Lu Haoren, and when they thought about it again at this moment, it made them feel very face-slapping, simply the kind of being pressed against the wall and slapped. Lu Haoren saw the embarrassment in their hearts, so he revealed a smile and said, "Sisters, it is true that this matter of me acquiring Hunting Human Resources is a bit sudden, but when I learned that Mr. Li was going to sell the company, I thought, instead of selling it to someone I don't know well, why don't I buy it? And let's a few of our good friends work together, put our heads together, make the company bigger and stronger, and realize our dream of being a tycoon." Lu Haoren usually chatted with everyone and talked the most about how to become a tycoon. Upon his remark, the expressions of these colleagues instantly became dazed and at the same time a little excited. It turned out that Lu Haoren was planning this. "I hope you will continue to support me as you have supported Mr. Li." Snap! There was a loud round of applause. "Sister," he, in a moment, I'll privately transfer $200,000 to the company's account as the company's welfare fund for this year. For extra rewards and team building. Roger that. Sister, he was the company's finance. And she instantly became excited when she heard that $200,000 had come at once as a welfare fund. Boom! The scene suddenly warmed up. I just want to say, long live Mr. Liu. Long live Mr. Liu. Everyone welcomes Mr. Liu as our new boss. Welcome boss. Warmly welcome boss. Brother, from now on you're our real brother. This group of old greaseballs, when they hear money, all the painlessness in their hearts is swept away. Each one of them warbled around Lu Haorun with full support. Ha! Thanks for the support. Lu Haorun smiled. After work in a while, treat everyone to a luxurious meal. Yay! Yeah! What a great boss. Lu, I love you. The atmosphere in the office became cordial and returned to the lively scene of the old days. Hunting Human Resources Company has more women than men. Just Lu Haorun and Li Fei too are men. The other all women. One woman equals 30 sparrows. So, this headhunter is in a state of numbness and chaos at all times. Li Fei is leaving the company immediately. And in the future, there will be only one man, Lu Haorun. Lu Haorun had a headache about it. Li Fei still had a bit of a sour taste in his heart when he saw Lu Haorun instantly integrate into the team. But it can't be helped. He's young, handsome, and rich. Lu Haorun can generously and directly drop money on employee relations. But he can't. If he followed this approach of Lu Haorun, he would be bankrupt in no time. Li Fei shook his head. 200,000 This is enough for the company to spend several months of daily costs. Lu Haorun directly used it as an employee benefit to buy people's hearts. I don't know whether to say that Lu Haorun is generous or that Lu Haorun doesn't understand company management. However, now that this company no longer belonged to him, he could only act as a spectator. Lu Haorun, I'll leave the company to you. I'm still communicating with the client just now. I'll go and get busy first. Come and find me to hand it over when I'm done. Li Fei couldn't stand the noise from this group of women. He found an excuse to go back to his office. Okay, Mr. Li, you go and get busy. Lu Haorun returned, and Li Fei hurried back to the office to close the glass door. It finally cleared up. When you're old, you can't stand loud environments. Sisters, be quiet. The sound of the scene went out. After Li Fei left, Lu Haorun stopped the clamor. Seeing that Lu Haorun had something to say, everyone's eyes gathered over to stare at Lu Haorun. I have a task for you now. You go and contact the future Edge Game Company for me. No matter what means. I want to reach a cooperation with their company. Future Edge Games is the company that Vivian Zhuo works for. Just as Lu Haorun's words fell, Fong Shi stepped forward and said, Hey Lu, this game company you're talking about has signed up with us and is a client of my BD. They're urgently hiring a commercial director right now. Their HR leader's name is Vivian Chivli, isn't it? Yes, it's Trevi. Lu Haorun's eyes showed joy after hearing this. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence. A cooperation had already been reached, so it would be much easier to reach out to Zhuo Weiwei later on. In fact, it is not a coincidence. Hunting in Human Resources Company, although not many people, but in Rongqing local, belongs to the old headhunting company. Future Edge Games is urgently looking to hire a commercial director, so there is a high probability that they will be contacted for a partnership. But from what we understand, the position at this company is very tricky, and the girls actually have a targeted target in mind. The commercial director of Perfect Game. The commercial director of Perfect Game is doing a good job, and it's not like they can offer too generous a salary at Future Edge. Why would people want to come to your company, which is smaller than his current company? That's right, it's very hard to make this order. Future Edge is simply dreaming, and I suggest not wasting this time. All these people were talking and explaining to Lu Haorun. The implication is that there is no law to do this position at all. It is very difficult. Oh, let me handle this post. You all go handle the other clients. Lu Haorun took over the position straight away. Okay. Fancy nodded in agreement. Other people who make orders. It doesn't matter. If it was in the past, Lu Haorun would have been grumbled and upset by his coworkers if he had robbed other people's customers like this. But now, Lu Haorun was the boss, and they did whatever the boss arranged, and they had no complaints. Then, Lu Haorun looked at the new receptionist girl, Hua Si Yuan. Hua Si Yuan was suddenly noticed by Lu Haorun. Her heart tightened and she twisted her hands together. Very uncomfortable. Hua Si Yuan, you're a recent graduate, aren't you? Yes, Mr. Lu. I'm a graduate from Rome University majoring in human resources. Hossein replied timidly. Oh, It's too much for you to graduate from such a good school and come to our front desk. No aggravation. No aggravation. It's hard to find a job nowadays. And it's even harder to find the right job. And I like the environment here very much. Mr. Lu, don't dismiss me. When Hwasi Yuan heard Lu Haoran say this, she thought he was going to lay off her. And she was so scared that she hurried to explain. Actually, it's not that hard for Hossein to find a job when she's so pretty. She's interviewed for quite a few jobs, but most of them look at her as pretty and put her in some kind of marketing or PR position. There were even fat-headed bosses trying to place her as a secretary, which was very disgusting. She had been very satisfied to find a company where the entire company was almost all girls, and it was also related to her major. Oh, don't be nervous, I'm not dismissing you. I just wanted to talk to you about moonlighting as my secretary. That way, you can utilize what you've learned through all these years of hard work. Lu Haoran smiled kindly and tried to look like he had a pure heart. Ah, to be your secretary? Hossein's face showed bitterness. Mr. Lu, I came to Hunting Human Resource Company because I didn't want to be someone's secretary, and you're asking me to be a secretary again. But I don't really want to be a secretary. Chapter 10, Let's go to a hotel. Hearing Hwasi Yuan's words, Lu Haoran's mood sank for a moment. His expression unchanged, but his heart was bellyaching. True to form. I'm a recent graduate. Speak to choke. Doesn't the boss want to lose face? The girl says whatever comes to her mind and has no idea how to handle herself. Even if you don't want to, don't say it to your face, or how does this make the boss look bad? With that level of people skills, I'm afraid you can only work for me as a secretary. If you really have to work for someone as a secretary, you're going to straight up piss off all of the boss's guests. Ahem. Then you go on being your frontman. Since the other party had refused so dryly, Lu Haoran no longer asked for it, to avoid being directly thrown off by the other party, which would be even more difficult to get off the stage. Okay, thanks boss. A smile reappeared on Hossein's small face. Humph, but I'll tell you what, being a receptionist for our company is more than just standing there. There's still a lot of other work that needs to be done. Do you understand? Since Lu Haoran was already the boss, he had to take out the boss's air. That's of course, boss, you can just order anytime you need something. Hossein knew that the paycheck wasn't that good. She was also ready to do odd jobs. Okay, all back to work. Yes, Mr. Lu. Okay, Lu. Everyone got benefits and went back to their workstations happily and worked happily. Lu Haoran, on the other hand, did not take his eyes off Hwasi Yuan's back. Ha, this girl is still too innocent. You think you don't want to be a secretary, so you don't do secretarial work? After work in the afternoon, Lu Haoran took his colleagues to eat, drink and sing. At this moment, Lu Haoran is outside eating and drinking while Sun Ruoxian is inside the dormitory receiving criticism from everyone. Women can't keep their mouths shut. Lin Rong knew that Sun Ruoxian was going to give Lu Haoran a child. The news hadn't been in her mouth for more than 24 hours before it had spread throughout the dormitory. Qianxian, your brain is really what how can you agree to give birth to someone else? Having a baby is no small thing. How can you be so hasty? To put it mildly, you can sleep with another man a million times and still end up a teenager. But then you can't have a baby once. As soon as you give birth to a child, the nature changes. When you have a child, you are a woman. And no one will dare to take you in the future. That's right. Don't let your eyes be blinded by the immediate benefits. It's only $260,000. It's too much to take what you've been doing all your life and give him a child. You're still young. Your salary is $70,000 or $80,000 a year, and you'll have earned back $260,000 in a few years. So why help him have a child and trap yourself? Also, it's easy to give birth to a child, but it's hard to raise a child. Have you done the math? A child's milk powder, diapers, food, clothing, and education, etc. It's not a small amount. Now this social environment, economic downturn, who still dare to have children? The two of you live well or badly are two people's business. Once you have a child, it is countless firewood, rice, oil, salt and vinegar, countless chicken hair and garlic. You won't even be able to regret it by then. Qianxian, you're still young. I advise you to think about it. But don't lose out on a small amount of money. Don't ruin your life because of a little money. The factory dormitory plus Sun Ruoxian, a total of 6 people live. Not much of a reaction except that Lin Rong already knew about this beforehand. The other 4 all surrounded Sun Ruoxian. And you said one thing and I said another, which made Sun Ruoxian's face pale. It was as if he had made a huge mistake. Under the crowd, Sun Ruoxian also began to falter. The desire to have children is no longer as strong. but I've already signed a contract with Lu Haoren, and I've already called home part of the money he gave me. What's a contract? Bring it to me and I'll tear it up for you. These people, there is no contractual spirit whatsoever, and a contract is less than dog ****** in front of them. How much did you call back? We'll get it together for you. Never let that man buy you off so easily. Several roommates are all filled with righteous indignation and must stop Sun Ruoxian from giving birth to Lu Haoren. Seeing this, Sun Ruoxian could only say, I called back $150,000. I only have $110,000 left on hand now. What? You call your parents that much money at once? Several women were shocked. Well, my parents raised me so big, and my dad is sick. I'm afraid to give less money. They stingy. Saving dare not go to the hospital. Then call your parents right now and tell them to give some of it back. I can't. I told my parents that this is my savings for the past few years, and they even scolded me. Why didn't they take out so much savings earlier? I'm going to go back on my word now, and they're definitely not going to give it back to me. Sun Ruoxian knew her parents' minds and personalities very well. Her parents are typically money-minded and patriarchal, but Sun Ruoxian could understand that her parents had never read a book, were illiterate, and it was normal for them to have these problems. I'm using the equivalent of 150,000 right now. Hearing Sun Ruoxian say this, the people who had just clamored to chip in and give her money shut up. At the mention of money, no one dared to look down on the $260,000 anymore. Just now, they were saying that $260,000 was nothing. But now, when they are really confronted with this amount of money, it would take days of heartache to make them take out a few $1,000s. Actually, you don't have to worry. I trust Brother Haoren. He will honor his promise and will co-parent with me. Sun Ruoxian felt that she wouldn't look at the wrong person. When she mentioned Lu Haoren, stars appeared in her eyes. That's not necessarily true. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs. In that case, you ask Lu Haoren out. We'll all meet together. One more person. And one more reference. Alright, I'll try to make an appointment. If he doesn't want to see you guys, forget it. These roommates are concerned about her. Sun Ruoxian was not in a position to reject it outright. If he doesn't see us, that's even more proof that he's got something on his mind. In that case, then I definitely don't agree with you and Lu Haoren having a child. Anyway, the money is already in your hands. What else can he do to you? Yes, you must ask him out. If we don't get an appointment, we won't pay him back. A few people made Sun Ruoxian in a very apprehensive mood. Sun Ruoxian could only nod her head in agreement and contact Lu Haoren immediately. At this time, Lu Haoren was singing with a group of women from the company. He saw that it was Sun Ruoxian's call. He went out to answer it. When he heard that it was Sun Ruoxian who wanted to meet in the evening, he agreed without hesitation, and made a hotel appointment. Returning to the box, Lu Haoren said goodbye to the group of women, told them to play by themselves, and left alone. With last night's skinship, Lu Haoren and Sun Ruoxian met again, and the two were much more natural. Sun Ruoxian wrapped her arms around Lu Haoren as soon as they met, and although she was still a little shy, she had a sense of entitlement. Lu Haoren also liked Sun Ruoxian's feeling of being a little woman who takes men for granted. Come on, let's go to a hotel and stay there. Chapter 11, Buying Happiness with Money. The two entered the hotel room hand in hand, and Lu Haoren lay down on all fours to rest. The whole thing was a bit tiring after singing and eating with a group of women from the company just now. Seeing this, Sun Ruoxian turned around and went to the bathroom to help him with the foot washing water. Brother Haoren, you've labored all day. Soak your feet in hot water. Oh, thanks. You're pregnant. I'll do it myself. Lu Haoren just wanted to sit up and take off his shoes and socks when he felt Sun Ruoxian pressing down on his feet. Brother Haoren, don't be ashamed of me. How can I get pregnant so quickly? Don't move. I'll just help you. Sun Ruoxian's little face turned red to the neck by Lu Haoren's words. That'll do. It's all come down to this, so it's a waste not to enjoy it. Lu Haoren completely relaxed and let Sun Ruoxian serve himself. Sun Ruoxian helped Lu Haoren take off his shoes and then his socks, then guided Lu Haoren's feet into the basin of warm water. Shoo, that's so nice. Well, I'll give you a massage. Sun Ruoxian didn't wait for Lu Haoren to answer before helping him press up. Nice technique. Lu Haoren felt that Sun Ruoxian had a good massage. My mom has rheumatism and I often massage her, so I learned some massage techniques. Then you are a dutiful girl. Not exactly filial, alas. My parents have all the illnesses. If you hadn't given me a sum of money, I don't know what I would have done. Oh, don't take it to heart. That little money is nothing. Sun Ruoxian helped Lu Haoren massage for close to half an hour, and Lu Haoren fell asleep. Sun Ruoxian then helped him cover the quilt, and then went to help him wash his socks and dry them with a blow dryer, before washing herself. In the middle of the night, Sun Ruoxian, flushed face lying on Lu Haoren's chest, whispered, "Brother Hojo, my roommates know about the fact that I'm going to give you a baby. Just know it, it's not like it's something unseemly." Lu Haoren was refreshed and in an extremely pleasant mood. "But they all said that you tricked me into having a baby." "Oh, do you believe me or do you believe them?" "Of course I believe you, but my roommates don't and keep blowing me off and getting me upset." "Then don't work there. I'll just keep you." "Aha, thank you Brother Haoren, but I can't leave there. After all these years of work, it's almost become my second home, and my roommate has become my family. I have to say, Sun Ruoxian is aware of the strategy, and is not like other women, who want men to do this and that as soon as they come up. So tell me, what do you need me to do?" Lu Haoren saw Sun Ruoxian being so careful, and was a little distressed. "I'd like to buy them a meal and introduce you to them, so they won't be prejudiced when they meet you." "No problem. This kind of small matter, don't consult with me in the future, just inform me directly." "Aha, thank you Brother Hojo." What should you call me?" Lu Haoren stretched out 2 fingers to lift her chin and stared at Sun Ruoxian in feigned anger. Sun Ruoxian hurriedly whispered shyly, "Husband." "That's right." Lu Haoren hugged her head and kissed her. In the morning, Lu Haoren sent Sun Ruoxian to the bus. This lack of a car is a bad feeling. Lu Haoren decided not to go to work today, took a taxi and went directly to the 4S store to buy a car. Lu Haoren now has exactly $600,000 left. He checked on the internet. He can buy a Porsche Macan. Actually, Lu Haoren doesn't like these foreign cars, but right now, the community just worships brands. Lu Haoren needed a car with strong branding to avoid being looked down upon, especially since he needs to find more women who fit the system's requirements to have children. The scene has to hold up. Lu Haoren ample cash. Buy a car is quite simple. A visit to the store and a small processing fee and the licensing was completed the same day. "Lu, thank you for choosing our products. I wish you happy driving and a safe journey." Car sales Yen Mei Yen was also very high in value, especially her breasts, which bulged high and held up the buttons of her white shirt to explode. "Okay, thanks. You guys were very efficient. I'm very satisfied. I'll call you next time I need something." Lu Haoren sat in the driver's seat of the new car, and a sense of smoothness went straight to his head. All he wanted to do at this point was kick the gas and drive down the highway in speed. "Aha, Lu can also button me up when he's free. I'll treat you to tea." Yen Mei's winks were like silk, looking at Lu Haoren's heart itching. "Is that a hint to yourself?" Lu Haoren used to get tea messages for some reason after reading some inappropriate websites. He stared earnestly at Yen Mei, but realized that the other party's eyes were pure and not as nasty as he thought. In fact, Yen Mei was really pretty. If it was before, he couldn't help but chase after her. Unfortunately, the system rating only gave it an 83, without meeting the system's requirements. Even if Yen Mei had helped herself to a child, she would not be able to obtain the reward. "Okay, I'll ask you out when I'm free." After the two said goodbye, Lu Haoren drove directly to the factory where Sun Ruoxian worked. Now that this time has passed, it's almost exactly the right time to pick up Sun Ruoxian from work. In the evening, Lu Haoren and Sun Ruoxian invited guests to dinner. He decided he'd better be nice and offer to pick them up. After all, it is Sun Ruoxian's roommate who is very valued by Sun Ruoxian and a good friend of Sun Ruoxian. At 5:30 p.m. It was time for the factory to close. As soon as the retractable gates of the factory opened, a swarm of electric cars and bicycles rushed out, followed by a crowd, a dense swath. Lu Haoren parked his Porsche by the roadside at the gate and waited. Many people cast envious glances at him. Asterisk. Which factory girl is being oohed and awed by the landlord again? Nima. These factory girls really don't know shame. Alas, if only I had a Porsche. Ha, if you had a Porsche, you'd be wreaking havoc on all the women in this factory. Aren't you the same? Let alone a Porsche. If you had a Jetta, you wouldn't be able to keep busy at night. If only I had a boyfriend who drove a Porsche. Alas, the same women. Why can some women sit on a Porsche and cry, while we can't even laugh on a bicycle? Don't dream. If a man in a Porsche could look at you, you wouldn't be here beating the screws a long time ago. Lu Haoren half opened the window and occasionally heard murmurs from the roadside. He couldn't help but smile. There was a time when I was not such a passerby. At that time, it was his dream to have a car. And owning a Porsche, he couldn't even dream of. And right now, there's a Porsche under one's feet. and one can buy another one without batting an eye. But with the Porsche, it doesn't seem like you've grown an extra leg or an extra eye. Cars are really just transportation. Thinking about this, Lu Haoren felt that rich people were just that. Nothing special. No more money worries, even a little lonely. No wonder all those rich people take money to buy happiness. Sun Ruoxian. This way. Lu Haoren saw Sun Ruoxian and a few girls standing in the doorway looking around, so he lowered the window and waved. Chapter 12, Lu Haoren's Rage. Ah, Brother Haoren. Sun Ruoxian was stunned to see Lu Haoren sitting in such a luxurious car. The few roommates around her who had been laughing and giggling all fell silent. These roommates ranged in age from those in their 20s to those in their 30s, with the oldest being 46 years old, and they were all older than Sun Ruoxian. And the social experiences are all richer than Sun Ruoxian. Such people are more sensitive to the gap between the rich and the poor. When they saw Lu Haoren's Porsche car that glowed with gold in the setting sun, a wave of fear of the rich arose in their hearts. At this time, they all honestly followed behind Sun Ruoxian. I don't dare to say anything like I did in the dormitory. Hello, everyone. Lu Haoren took the initiative to get out of the car and greet several of Sun Ruoxian's roommates. Hello to you. Ayo, Qianxian. Your boyfriend is so handsome. That's so young. I thought it was a 70-year-old man. Some of the roommates carried themselves with timidity. Some were cheerful, and some were straight talking. You're the one who's 70 years old. I never said Brother Haoren was an old man. Sun Ruoxian was being held by Lu Haoren's hand, and a strong sense of happiness was about to wash her over. Inside her mind was like being in the clouds at this moment, and only Lu Haoren was left in her eyes. She was very proud that her man was praised by the crowd. Ha! Lu Haoren just laughed at the few women's comments about himself and did not respond. There are 6 of you. This car won't fit. You'll need 2 people to take a cab. Whoever does, I'll pay your cab fare later. Lu Haoren shoved Sun Ruoxian into the passenger seat, then arranged for the other 5 to ride in the car. No. Abi and I will just take a cab. We'll pay the fare ourselves. Okay then, you guys stop the cab and we'll go ahead. The restaurant will wait for you. Okay, you guys go ahead. Lu Haoren drove away after arranging a few people. Ah, I really didn't think that the Lu Haoren that Sun Ruoxian talked about was so young and handsome. Yes, Sun Ruoxian is really lucky to have found a rich and handsome man. Although this Lu Haoren is tall and handsome, he doesn't have a bit of arrogance, doesn't look down on us at all, is very approachable, and even took the initiative to greet us and arrange vehicles for us. This is really a good man. I'm afraid Sun Ruoxian's family's ancestors' graves have gone up in smoke, and she's only met such a good man. No wonder Sun Ruoxian looked mesmerized. This is something no one can carry. Forget it, don't try to persuade Sun Ruoxian in a while. Instead you have to urge Sun Ruoxian to get pregnant as soon as possible. This kind of high-quality man, you have to use a child in order to latch on. That's right, if we stop Sun Ruoxian again, in the future if Sun Ruoxian and Lu Haoren break up, Sun Ruoxian will have to scold us to death. The 2 remaining men looked at the Porsche's taillights and drooled with envy. It wasn't just the 2 of them who were envious and jealous. Those veteran oilmen in the same venue also saw Sun Ruoxian being pulled into the car by Lu Haoren's hand. They were very difficult in their hearts at this time. The cold and unattainable factory flower was finally taken away by the high-flying handsome. LOL. Lu Haoren didn't skimp on this treat. Lu Haoren brought Sun Ruoxian and her roommate to an upscale restaurant. When ordering, any abalone and sea cucumber make it to the floor. It's only $10. 000 more expensive anyway. Lu Haoren can still afford it. Sun Ruoxian and her roommates had never eaten anything so extravagant, and each of them ate with their mouths full of oil, marveling at the life of the rich as they ate. At the same time, they were full of praise for Lu Haoren, and no one objected to Sun Ruoxian giving Lu Haoren a child anymore. Instead, they all felt envious of Sun Ruoxian's strange encounter. Sun Ruoxian, like them, only has a high school level education, and there is a college student. But Sun Ruoxian was able to find a rich young man who was like a prince. At this time, they compared themselves, their heart's endless sadness, and lamented the injustice of fate to them. Sisters, do you work hard? Lu Haoren asked this, mainly to inquire about Sun Ruoxian's work environment. Sun Ruoxian's pregnant with his child, and at this time also in the most unstable time, cannot let Sun Ruoxian too tired. Otherwise the child is gone and the system will have to take back the reward. Now, Lu Haoren had long ago used up the system's rewards, and had even mortgaged his property and taken out a loan. If the system really wanted to take back the rewards, Lu Haoren would have to just crunch away. Therefore, the child inside Sun Ruoxian's stomach is connected to his life. and he will never allow any accident to happen to the child inside Sun Ruoxian's stomach. Lu Haoran's words could poke the group of women where it hurts. They immediately went crazy, spouting off about how hard it was to hit the screws inside the factory. Several people said that they stood next to the assembly line all day long, like a robot, repeating the same motions over and over again. There are times when you're so tired that you can't even take a break because the assembly line keeps coming. And if you miss one part of the process, it affects the next part of the process. If a mistake is made, then the wages are penalized. After a day's work, everyone's back aches and it's harder than doing farm work. But they don't dare to give up this job because they have a family with children and without income. The whole family will go hungry. Every day, they go to work and look forward to leaving. There is absolutely nothing to look forward to on a day like this. When it came to work, they were all very envious of Sun Ruoxian, who could find such a good boyfriend. The expression on Lu Haoran's face disappeared when he heard these women describe the working environment where Sun Ruoxian was. He stared deathly at Sun Ruoxian and asked in a deep voice, "Sun Ruoxian, is this what you call easy work? It's such a tiring work environment and you say it's easy. Let me ask you, if you labor your body and lose your child to make that crummy money, can you afford to take this responsibility?" Before, Lu Haoran had asked Sun Ruoxian about her work, but Sun Ruoxian lied to him, saying that the work was very easy, and that it was just a matter of fiddling with her hands a few times a day. At that time, Lu Haoran didn't care. At this time, Lu Haoran was really angry in his heart when he learned that this was actually the case. Sun Ruoxian didn't know that the life of the child inside her belly was related to Lu Haoran's life. The importance of this child cannot be overstated. When Sun Ruoxian saw Lu Haoran get angry, her face slowly turned white, her eyes dodged, and she explained in a low voice, I don't want to be supported by you. I want to support myself, and where would I go if I left the factory? There is no place for me to land in this city, except here." In fact, Sun Ruoxian still has a worry. That is, she and Lu Haoran have only known each other for a few days, and also signed a contract. She just gave Lu Haoran a child. After that, the two of them are not related. How dare she lose her job in this situation? When Sun Ruoxian's roommates suddenly saw Lu Haoran angry, they were so scared that they all bowed their heads and slowly swallowed their rice with their chopsticks. Lu Haoran's aura was too strong and terrifying in this situation. They suddenly felt that rich people's girlfriends weren't that good. Sun Ruoxian, for example, was now being reprimanded like a poor chicken without fur. Chapter 13, Go and Wait for the Wind. This sighed Lu Haoran. He looked at Sun Ruoxian's coy appearance. Listening to Sun Ruoxian's pitiful explanation, his heart violently softened. Curse yourself for being too. Yeah, she's a little girl and she doesn't have a clear relationship with herself, and soon to be pregnant. How dare she lose her job so easily? When Lu Haoran thought of this, he guiltily took Sun Ruoxian's hand and sincerely apologized. Qianxian, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I didn't think it through, and I was mean to you just now. When Sun Ruoxian saw Lu Haoran apologizing to her, she was so shocked that she hurriedly stood up to stop it. In this instant, her tears instantly fell. Brother Haoran, it's not your fault. It's my fault for looking ahead and not trusting you completely. Oh, Brother Hojo, I promise you, I won't go to work. Lu Haoran hurriedly took Sun Ruoxian in his arms to comfort her. Qianxian, I will never be angry at you again. I was mostly too concerned about you just now, and that's why I was so angry and mean to you. The two reflected on each other, which made the atmosphere inside the box ambiguous and cozy. Many were moved to tears. This Lu Haoran is really a good man. I can't believe I care so much about children and love Sun Ruoxian. Just now Lu Haoran because Sun Ruoxian concealed from Lu Haoran to do laborious work. He was worried about the child's safety, which is why he got angry and rebuked Sun Ruoxian. But right away, Lu Haoran realized his mistake and quickly reflected on it and apologized in public. God, what a man! They all felt their conscience that their own husbands could never do what Lu Haoran did with such heartfelt love and care for his children and wife. Lu Haoran hugged Sun Ruoxian and comforted her for a moment, then said, Qianxian, don't you worry about landing place? I'm in the second ring road. There is a set of 2-room house. I'll give it to you and our future children as a meeting gift. You go there to live. Ding! The host spends a house for his children and grandchildren. The house is worth $1.8 million. Double rebate. Reward $3.6 million. Gee, it's a lot easier to make money when you can actually give your children and grandchildren a double rebate on their spending. Lu Haoran was pleasantly surprised. If I have 10 or 100 children in the future, and each of them spends money lavishly, won't it be a constant stream of money for me? Then I'll be the richest man in the world in no time. and Sun Ruoxian froze. She looked at Lu Haoren with trembling excitement. You're going to give me a house on the second ring road? People in this city understand how important a second ring roadhouse is. It wasn't that the house was expensive in value, but that it was a quality school district. Many dignitaries, no matter how rich and respectable they are, have to buy a suite there so that their children can study in prestigious schools. At normal prices, it's worth $1,080,000, but privately, with a quality school district house like this one, you're $2 million short, and they just tell you to get lost. Oh, we're all ready to have a child, so why can't I give you and your child a house? I can't let my child have no place to live, right? And my children, they must enjoy the best education. It's just right there. Lu Haoren smiled and patted Sun Ruoxian's back, separating her from his arms. Sit down and eat. Your roommates are here and it's not appropriate for us to be all lovey-dovey. Aha! Thanks, hubby. Sun Ruoxian resumed her seat, but the excitement and joy in her eyes could not be concealed. She couldn't even resist calling Lu Haoren her husband in front of everyone, and her roommate's focus wasn't even there at this point. Their hearts are indescribably sour at this time. The people here are all wage earners, and they all come from the countryside. To be able to build a self-built house in the countryside or to buy a flat in their county is already their limit. Buying a house in the main city of Rongqing, this kind of thing, they dare not even dream of. But now, a worker who was originally in the same situation as himself, or even in a family situation several times worse than his own, is instantly given a huge fortune and a suite. In this case, they forced a smile on their faces and congratulated Sun Ruoxian. Their smiles, unfortunately, were worse than tears. One just can't make comparisons, especially if you can't make comparisons with people who are similar to you. Otherwise, you will be skeptical of life. It was a meal they both regretted. Originally, I thought I could rely on the fact that I was Sun Ruoxian's big sister, and I could give Sun Ruoxian's boyfriend a few pointers, but in reality, it's the end of coming over to swallow dog food and coming over to be flaunted. After dinner, Sun Ruoxian's roommate clamored to see the house. Lu Haoren said he could go over and spend the night. It was fully stocked with everything, just no bedding sheets, but it's not that hard. He drove to a home textile store and picked out some of the best bedding in 6-piece suits straight away. When we arrived at the room, everyone was shocked by the cozy decor inside. So clean and nice house. Everyone looked around in amazement and was incredibly envious of Sun Ruoxian. Sun Ruoxian couldn't hide her smile the entire time, and even quietly wiped away her tears. Finally, after all these years, I have a place in the city. Next, everyone was busy 7 or 8, helping Sun Ruoxian organize her room. Qianxian, you and your roommates should rest here tonight. I have a client to meet tomorrow and need to go back early to rest. Ah, can you not go? Sun Ruoxian was very reluctant to give up. Lu Haoren touched Sun Ruoxian's little head. Silly girl, your roommates are so happy. You sisters get together. Okay then. Thanks, hubby. Sun Ruoxian turned around to see that her roommates hadn't noticed the side, and she hurriedly planted a kiss on Lu Haoren's mouth. After Lu Haoren left, Sun Ruoxian's roommates bought beer and snacks, cards, and decided to play all night. They played and cried. They didn't know why they were crying. It was just hard and sad anyway. In the wee hours of the morning, everyone urged Sun Ruoxian to take an early night's rest, considering that she might have already started preparing for pregnancy. Sun Ruoxian was also a bit sleepy, so she didn't insist and went back to her room to sleep. After Lu Haoren left Sun Ruoxian's side, it was already past 10 o'clock at night, thinking that going back would be boring. And now that I just bought a new car and am in the novelty phase, I want to drive anytime I can and experience this driving. It just so happens that there's a recent internet sensation spot in Hibiscus called Waiting for the Wind. From the heights of Waiting for the Wind, you can look out over the entire city of Rongqing at night, and I've heard that it's very beautiful. In the old days there was no car and he couldn't get there if he wanted to. Now is the time to check it out. He instantly navigated off to wait for the wind to come. After a winding mountain road, we arrived at Waiting for the Wind. By the time we got to the top, it was already 11 p.m., almost 12 p.m., but the place was still bustling with many barbecue stalls and fruit and tea stalls in business. A nightclub on the hill. There was a lot of traffic up there, people coming and going, and all young people, so it was really very lively. Lu Haoren drove the Porsche, attracting countless gazes, especially there were quite a few beautiful women with eyes full of eagerness to try. All were eager to get acquainted with Lu Haoren. Chapter 14, Pretending to be a pussy in a classmate group. Lu Haoren found an open space to park. He had just pushed open the door of his car when two beautiful women came towards him head-on. Both of them were dressed up very alluring and sexy. Looks extremely beautiful, compared to their own woman Sun Ruoxian are almost the same. However, Lu Haoren used the system to assess that both women only had 70-something points. These two women are either painted with makeup or their tech faces. Lu Haoren instantly lost interest. Hello, handsome. Are you here to see the night view of Rongqing too? The two women saw Lu Haoren is not only young but also very handsome, but also drive a Porsche. Proper target person. The two women, one on each side, stood very close in front of Lu Haoren, and both of their lofty mountains poured down on Lu Haoren. Both women are also very well dressed and have a very comforting scent. Lu Haoren himself came alone, and it was indeed too lonely to see the scenery alone, so he pulled 2 wads of cash out of the armrest and shoved them into their gully. Take my picture. Well, brother, my name is Lan. My best friend's name is Ching. Brother, what's your name? Lu Haoren was so generous. The two women smiled even more and very naturally put the money away. Call me Ran. Okay, Rango. One of the girls, Lan, pulled Lu Haoren's hand. Brother Ran, come over here to take pictures. The effect is very good. Yes. Lu Haoren was flanked by the two women to the best photo spot. The people who were originally waiting there to take pictures were forced by Lu Haoren's aura to actively step aside. I have to say that the two girls, Lan and Chang, are very good at taking pictures. Not only is he highly skilled in taking photos, but he also instructs Lu Haoren to stand and pose. Lu Haoren was also very cooperative. Those two girls also clustered around Lu Haoren's trio to take selfies. Handsome men and women, with the night view of Hibiscus City, make a very colorful photo. Brother, do you want a barbecue? Our sisters treat you. The two girls are still generous. They had already seen that Lu Haoren was extraordinary and wanted to take the opportunity to get on good terms with Lu Haoren. No problem. Let's get some barbecue. The three of them found a relatively clean-looking barbecue stand and ordered some meat skewers. Brother, drink? Forget it. I'm driving. Just call a valet later. No, I'm not drinking. If you guys want to drink you can do it yourselves. Lu Haoren firmly refused. Okay. The two women stopped pushing. While waiting for the food to be served, Lu Haoren took out his cell phone and played with it. At that moment, I happened to see someone chatting in the group of classmates. Lu Haoren thought of the fact that the school beauty Ke Jin Yao was also in the class group. He immediately dumped a few photos of the night scene of Rongqing and threw them into the group. Night view pictures. Seen here collection. Picture sharing place. After thinking about it, Lu Haoren chose another photo of himself leaning against the side of the Porsche to go in, and picked a picture of himself surrounded by Ran and Green affectionately to go in. As soon as he posted these pictures, the group buzzed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This, what's going on here? Lu Haoren, you pussy is playing double flight? These two women's are too pretty too. Oh my god, this Porsche is yours? You bought a Porsche? Nima, Ran, you developed. Haoren, are you a woman too? You've turned up your beauty face to 10 levels for a photo shoot, right? You're even more beautiful than me. Looking at these messages within the group, Lu Haoren couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. At Dang Gang, can you be a little more innocent? These two girls are friends I just met at Waiting for the Wind. They're not as nasty as you think. At Panyonghong, well, I bought a car, a mobility scooter, to drive to work. At Lu Yanhong Hong Hong, you've wronged me. I originally looked like this. I didn't have my beauty face on at all. I'm a man who has changed. I'm just like this. Men grow up? Masks laugh. Had I known you'd change, I should have pursued you back then. And now I can ravish handsome men in my arms. Embarrassed expression. White eye emoji. Vomit emoji. Lu Yanhong is still as tough as ever. It had to be said that Lu Haoren's words were very pretentious. But Lu Haoren wanted this effect. You are still pretending. Beware of being struck by lightning. Those two women were clearly writing you. And you're telling me they're just regular friends you just met. You really think we're cuties? Wow. Porsches are mobility vehicles. So what are we Mazda drivers? Lu Haoren, tell me honestly, did you do some big business recently? That's right. What's the way to get rich? Take us with you to make money. Oh, big business doesn't count. It's just a human resources company. It didn't make any money. Lu Haoren's words were still pretentious, but as the students in the group watched, acidity rose within them. Awesome. You've started a company and I'm still working hard. Now it seems that in our class, only Lu Haoren and Wu Gaochang are considered successful. Envious. Haoren, what's the name of your company? Rongqing Hunting in Human Resource Company, Ltd. On the 16th floor of Rongqing Financial Plaza, welcome to come to your classmates my company to drink tea. Oh, no problem. I'll come over and chat with you when I'm free. I'm coming too. I hope my old classmates will give me a warm reception. It must be received with hospitality. Most of these students wanted to find Lu Haoren because of their jobs. They can find better jobs with the help of recommendations from headhunters. People are more angry than people. Damn. A few days ago the company collapsed. The boss directly ran away. The work is gone. Alas. Lu Changjian, what are you worried about? Doesn't Lu Haoren run a human resources company? Just ask him to recommend a job for you. At Lu Haoren. No problem. Lu Changjian, just chat me privately. Send me your resume, and I'll match you with a job that is. This was not a big problem for Lu Haoren. Sage Hunt has a lot of clients, and even if you don't charge them, it's not a big problem to recommend them for free. Okay, thanks Ran. I'll private chat you right away. Soon, Lu Changjiang sent Lu Haoren a resume over. Lu Haoren clicked on it and looked at it, and its experience happened to be in the game industry. Hunt for the Sage is doing a great job in the gaming industry. Tomorrow, I will give my resume to Feng Shi and other colleagues, and it is really not difficult to find a job for Lu Changjiang. Lu Haoren told him to just wait for a reply at ease. Brother Burn, don't just play with your cell phone. The barbecue is ready. Xiaoqing handed over a skewer of mutton and brought it to Lu Haoren's mouth. Lu Haoren opened his mouth and took a bite. Then said, "You two sisters eat. I've got some things to do. Don't mind me." Aha! Lan obtained Lu Haoren's consent, and the two of them feasted. Xiaolan and Xiaoqing were very good at their jobs, and every time they served food, they fed Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren didn't refuse, and fed over and ate. He took a look at the night view of Rongqing from time to time, blowing the mountain breeze, playing with his cell phone, eating barbecue, and accompanied by two fragrant beauties, which was quite a pleasant feeling. Lu Haoren went back to the class group. Classmates, we have graduated for 2 years. There has been no reunion. I would like to organize a reunion. I don't know if you will support it? Lu Haoren thought of organizing a class meeting, mainly because he had just pretended to be in the group for half a day, but the purpose he wanted was not achieved. Chapter 15, Missing $1 billion. Lu Haoren had just flaunted it within the group in an attempt to attract Ke Jin Yao's attention. Unfortunately, Ke Jin Yao didn't show up. Solely, Lu Haoren decided to organize a class meeting and found a way to force Ke Jin Yao to come out to the class meeting. Ke Jin Yao, this woman, no matter what, she must let her give birth to her child. Never let her go. In fact, Ke Jin Yao saw the whole process of Lu Haoren's pretense from beginning to end. She lay on her bed, incredulously opening Lu Haoren's photos over and over again to analyze them. Is this Lu Haoren so handsome? How come it's so different from the one we saw a few days ago? Also, isn't Lu Haoren poor? Why did he buy a Porsche? Also, isn't Lu Haoren a 10,000-year-old single dog? How come he's surrounded by two such beautiful women? Ke Jin Yao felt as if she had missed something. Could it be that Lu Haoren was a rich kid out to experience and live in poverty? Ke Jin Yao recalled the image of Lu Haoren forcing himself to give her a child a few days ago. She sat up instantly. Oh my god. That night Lu Haoren told me that he was the heir to a big family. Is he really the heir apparent? He must have been testing me that night. He specializes in pretending to be poor by wearing yellowed and white t-shirts to test if I'm too poor to be rich. He chose the evening specifically to dress himself in plain clothes to test whether I was an Epicurean. He said exaggerated things many times to test whether I understood him or not. It must be. It's all like that in the TV show. I'm so stupid. I can't believe I didn't react. The more Ke Jin Yao thought about it, the more he felt it was so. She was very remorseful as to why she had refused so much that night. My god. I can't believe I'm missing out on a family heir who loves me dearly. Ke Jin Yao was so angry that she dropped her cell phone and fumed as she grabbed her hair with both hands. She repeatedly recalled Lu Haoren's unusual confession that night over and over again. It's too unusual, too obvious a test. I'm really too stupid to cope with such a low-level test. Ke Jin Yao was very regretful at this time. She picked up her cell phone again and once again flipped to Lu Haoren's handsome face and inverted triangle body. She was so angry that she wanted to slap herself. She saw Lu Haoren's new Porsche again. It's clearly a new car. Also, the beauty that Lu Haoren was holding in his arms was no less gorgeous than himself. And there were still two of them. Lu Haoren must have sent these messages to his own to read when he posted them in the group tonight. Lu Haoren must have been sulking about his own rejection that night. Lu Haoren is here to punch himself in the face. Ke Jin Yao felt her heart ache when she looked at Lu Haoren's bad smile as he wrapped his arms around the two beauties. I blame myself for having eyes. She was eager to interact with Lu Haoren at this time. But then, It also seems like you're being too realistic. There were no steps she could take to initiate a reconciliation with Lu Haoran, and even if that makes up, what is he? Lu Haoran would look down on himself for that. Ke Jin Yao then didn't say a word, just quietly watched Lu Haoran pretending. She watched Lu Haoran's pretentious words, feeling as if every word was said to herself. Oh, his company is called Rongdu Hunting in Human Resource Company. I'll check it out. Ke Jin Yao opened Sky Eye Search and checked the shareholding relationship. The current corporate name is Li Fei. However, note below that the equity relationship is currently being processed for transfer, and the target of the transfer was none other than Lu Haoran, and it's a 100% equity transfer. It's much clearer that Li Fei must be an old slave of the Lu Haoran family. Now that the young master was going to take a company to practice with, the family gave a tiny company to Lu Haoran to manage. Within the classmate group, Lu Haoran wants to organize a reunion. Many of the students in the group were actively supportive. Classmates, it's been 2 years since you all graduated. It's time to organize a reunion. But unfortunately I've been out of town since I graduated and it's inconvenient. I'm now authorizing Lu Haoran to organize the reunion. I hope everyone will support him. The Lord President of the class was the first to speak. That's fine. Lu Haoran, you organize it. Just pick a time on the weekend. I'm basically available on the weekends. Agreed. Now that we're working under so much pressure, I've long wanted to get together with my classmates to talk and socialize. Haoran-san, now that you're rich, shouldn't you be the one to treat us? Laughing face. Some of his classmates teased Lu Haoran sourly and half-jokingly. He, of course it's my treat. The first reunion of our class will be fully hosted by me. Lu Haoran doesn't care. Anyway, now there are more than $3 million again. There is no worry about money. How much can a reunion cost? It's just a hairy thing. As long as he could get Ke Jin Yao to give birth to a child for himself, then all the expenses would be worth it. Wow. Hojo-san atmosphere. Lu, awesome. YYDS. Since Mr. Lu has made it this far, even if I don't have the time anymore, I still have to come and support the show. There was a groundswell of support from the group of students. I'll start a group solitaire. The class meeting will be at the end of the week. Everyone who wants to participate solitaire so I can arrange it. Lu Haoran's purpose of initiating the solitaire was to confirm whether Ke Jin Yao had seen the messages. If Ke Jin Yao didn't come out to answer the dragon, then he would think of something else. Soon the solitaire had more than 20 people, but only these people. After all, we've all graduated. We've all been traveling the world, and we're busy with work, so it's nice to have 24 people in attendance. Lu Haoran, however, frowned. This Ke Jin Yao actually didn't have a solitaire. Is she asleep? Lu Haoran immediately private messaged Lu Yanhong. Lu Yanhong was close to Ke Jin Yao before. Hong, help me drag Ke Jin Yao to the meeting. After the message was sent, Lu Haoran did not wait for a reply and directly transferred $6,000 to Lu Yanhong. Here's money for your tea. Oh wow, Ran is so rustic too. Lu Yanhong took the $6,000 without hesitation. I heard Ke Jin Yao say a few days ago that you were chasing after her. She doesn't have a good impression of you, hey? Yes, so, please be the bridegroom, and I'll give you a big red packet once I've chased her. Okay yeah, this matter then is on me. Okay, I'm counting on you. At that moment, someone in the group aiding Ko Chang. Chief Wu, are you coming to the reunion? This Wu Gao Chang on their career planning is very clear. As soon as he graduated, he took the civil service of the financial and taxation system, and Wu Gao Chang is very good at officialdom. Lu Haoran had also heard of it, and had just completed his 2-year term as a section chief before being promoted to chief section chief. Such a smooth career path is indicative of a broad and bright future. This is just the perfect time for everyone to flatter and flatter. Someone ate Wu Gao Chang, and the messages in the group were paused. Both waited for Wu Gao Chang to reply. Lu Haoran, on the other hand, frowned, his heart flooding with displeasure. Chapter 16, This lamb is disgusting. Wu Gao Chang is Ke Jin Yao's loyal suitor. He's been Ke Jin Yao's licking dog since college. Unfortunately, although Wu Gao Chang's family was good, it was only an average wealthy family. Ke Jin Yao then keeps hanging on to Wu Gao Chang as well as the other suitors, only taking when treating them like fish in a pond. This woman, Ke Jin Yao, had always played the persona of being pure and easy to push down. Whoever chased her, she laughed and neither refused nor agreed. It's really about trying to catch a super rich kid. But what Ke Jin Yao doesn't know is that a real rich second generation won't look at you just because you're pretty. The really rich kids are all about being in the right family. Cinderella marrying the prince will always be a fairy tale. Within the group, Wu Gao Chang was actually reading the group's messages. And he was very contemptuous of Lu Haoren for showing off within his classmates. Lu Haoren also only drives a Porsche Macan, an entry-level Porsche. This wealth, to him, meant nothing, especially that little headhunter Lu Haoren. If he wanted to mess with Lu Haoren himself, all he needed was a tax audit to make it difficult for him to shut down. Of course, Lu Haoren wasn't worthy of his own hand. That's when he was aired for the reunion. He first flipped through the solitaire team, and Ke Jin Yao's name did not appear in the list. Even Ke Jin Yao didn't care to participate in this kind of reunion. How could he look at it? Wu Gaochang decisively refused. There was no need to attend the reunion organized by Lu Haoren. And without the participation of myself and Ke Jin Yao, I'm afraid that this reunion will be as light as water. It doesn't mean anything. Still, someone who's been entering himself has to reply and maintain the persona. Recently, the big leaders of the city are coming to visit, and I may have to participate in the reception, so I'm afraid I won't have time to participate. Fellow students, I'm really kind of sorry about this. Alas, Director Wu has started receiving big leaders. Awesome. Boss Wu is awesome. Proper big leader potential. Wu, when you're rich, don't forget to mention your old classmates. Boss Wu, it's been a long time for a basketball date? I still remember the game my junior year when I matched you to take the MPV. Yeah, why don't you come to the reunion too? Boss Wu, we old classmates get in touch more often. Oh, I'd like to get in touch with everyone more, but I'm really busy. You guys have fun. In the face of a flood of compliments and invitations from his classmates, Wu Gaochang still steadfastly refused. In his eyes, these classmates are already not at the same level as himself, and attending this kind of reunion is purely ineffective socializing and a waste of his time. The group is disappointed when Wu Gaochang does not attend the reunion. I've actually been a bit busy lately, and I probably won't be able to make it to the reunion either. At Lu Haoren, I'm busy too. Can I come and see if I can? Old Lu, there's no need to plan for my spot. I more than likely won't be able to make it. Surprisingly, a number of people in the group have expressed no interest in attending the reunion because Wu Gaochang is not attending. Lu Haoren snorted coldly through his nose and didn't bother with them. It's best if you don't come. I'll save some money. Especially this pretender Wu Gaochang. He did not participate in the reunion. Lu Haoren's heart in turn breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Haoren only cared about Ke Jin Yao's participation now. At this point, the solitaire from earlier increased. It's none other than Ke Jin Yao. Hello everyone. Sorry about that. I was just washing up and didn't see the group message. Just now, Lu Yanhong called me and insisted that I attend the reunion. It's just what I wanted to do, so I'll take the opportunity to get together with everyone else as well. Boom! The schoolgirls are also attending. The group was once again warmly discussing around Ke Jin Yao. Lu Haoren also smiled when he saw it. This Ke Jin Yao is extremely hypocritical despite that remark. But as long as you come to the reunion, it's fine. But immediately, Lu Haoren couldn't laugh anymore. The Wu Gaochang also solved the dragon. And a grand and disgusting excuse. That excuse is, it's like if I don't attend, no one has time to attend. In that case, for the sake of all of us getting together, I'm sacrificing an opportunity to host a big leader for a reunion. I'm in. So you guys aren't allowed to make excuses not to attend. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, the atmosphere of the entire class group was pushed to a climax. Ugh! Lu Haoren spat out the lamb in his mouth. Disgusting. Lu Haoren was really sickened by Wu Gaochang, the reunion that he himself spent money to organize. But let this Wu Gaochang become the protagonist. Lu Haoren was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ugh! Ran! Is there a problem with this lamb? When Lan saw Lu Hao spit out the mutton, she hurriedly handed over a cup of water. That Xiao Chang also changed her face when she saw this and stood up angrily and said, I also think this mutton has flavor. This boss is too unethical. I'll go find the boss. Lu Haoren couldn't help but cry and laugh when Xiao Chang and Xiao Lan reacted so greatly. He took a hold of green. It's not the lamb that's disgusting. And lamb doesn't have any flavor. It's the fact that I have a classmate who grosses me out. Oh hoo! Xiaolan and Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and followed with comfort. Every class has one or two disgusting students. We still have them in our class. Ran, don't get angry over them. It's not worth it. It's okay. I'm not really mad. Lu Haoren waved his hand. It's a bit late tonight. I'm going back. Saying that, Lu Haoren took the initiative to scan the code to check out. Xiao Lan and Xiao Chang wanted to grab the payment, but they were all held down by Lu Haoren. The two women were convinced by Lu Haoren's generosity. Hey, I'm going home. Why are you guys following? Lu Haoren was curious when he saw Xiaolan and Qing follow him to the car. The two women were surprised. Does Ran not sleep tonight? Don't. I didn't mean that. You guys just go. After Lu Haoran drove away Xiaolan and Xiao Chang, he kicked the gas and left to wait for the wind to come. In the car, Lu Haoran thought about how to get back in the class meeting. You can't really let yourself pay for it and become someone else's dowry. The next day, when Lu Haoran arrived at the office, Fong Shi said, "Brother Lu, there's a new project going up over at Future Edge, and we need to urgently recruit a large number of positions. This afternoon, they've scheduled a special communication meeting for headhunters and invited us to join them at 2 p.m. Okay, then get ready to join in." Okay. Fonzie bounced off to prepare her participation materials. By the way, take that little girl at the front desk with you so she can learn how to take minutes and learn business matchmaking at the same time. Lu Haoran was now smart enough not to arrange with Si Yuan directly to avoid being disliked again by that rash person. Fong Shi sniffed and nodded, saying to just leave it to her to arrange. Lu Haoran is very satisfied with Fong Shi. This is a good employee, which is like Hua Si Yuan's unintelligent guy. In the morning, Lu Haoran called everyone to a meeting and roughly understood the work at hand. At the end of the meeting, Lu Haoran glanced at Hua Si Yuan and realized that Hua Si Yuan was holding a pen and writing and drawing in her notebook. Lu Haoran couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. The sides were so beautiful. Not bad for a 90-cent beauty. This girl is so cute when she's really serious. Ahem. Hossein. Lu Haoran couldn't help but call Hua Si Yuan's name. Chapter 17, Assignment of Peers. Yes, boss. What's the arrangement, please? Hua Si Yuan's little head lifted up and looked at Lu Haoran very obediently. This appearance directly made Lu Haoran's heart melt. Your sister, she has already told you, right? Come with us to meet the clients later. Aha, Sai told me. Well then, watch your words, and don't talk when you shouldn't. Don't worry, boss, sister, she has instructed me. It's not enough to be dinged by someone else. You can't just squeeze a little out a little like toothpaste. You must take the initiative to learn business etiquette and the rules of the workplace. Understand? Lu Haoran pretended to be serious as he educated Hua Si Yuan. He sincerely hopes that Hua Si Yuan knows the rules of the workplace, especially the unspoken rules of the workplace. Okay, boss. I'll definitely study hard. Hua Si Yuan nodded her head repeatedly, accepting Lu Haoran's reprimand seriously. Lu Haoran couldn't say anything else when he saw this. Dismissed. The meeting was adjourned and each returned to his or her post. Lu Haoran, on the other hand, went downstairs to the high-end mall next door. He had to get himself a new cell phone and a watch. And to fix your hair. In a while, I have to meet a client. And it's still Zhuo Weiwei. So I have to be perfect in my image. Going to the mall. Lu Haoran changed himself into a suit set worth more than $30,000. Also customized a suit. At the same time, he also increased the price of Huawei Mate X5. Also bought a Omega Seamaster watch. The watch is equipped with a polished ceramic dial and bezel, featuring time and date functions. It is powered by a fully automatic movement with a stainless steel bracelet. It looks calm and atmospheric. The watch wasn't expensive. Just over $30,000. It's not that Lu Haoran can't afford to buy a more expensive watch, but it's because this price point is more understated and luxurious. His current status is just the general manager of the tiny headhunting company. If the watch had been bought more expensively, it would have been mocked as a demolition thug. At 1 in the afternoon, Lu Haoran, Fong Shi, and Hua Si Yuan gathered downstairs. When Fong Shi and Hua Si Yuan saw Lu Hao's Porsche and his new image with a new body, they both looked dumbfounded. Wow, the boss is even more handsome. Fancy couldn't help boasting. Hua Si Yuan also had her eyes staring halfway across the room. Lu Haoran's heart is a little pleased. It seems that Hua Si Yuan is also a little obsessive girl. Buckle up and let's go. A smile spread across the corners of Lu Haoran's mouth. In the conference room of Future Edge, the conference screen displays a few big words: Future Edge Headhunting Channel Communication Meeting. The nameplates of 6 headhunters were on the conference table. Lu Haoran found his own company's nameplate position and sat down. Fong Shi and Hua Si Yuan sat behind Lu Haoran and took out their notebooks, ready to record. One by one, all 6 headhunters arrived. 10 minutes before the meeting, the 6 headhunters then handed each other business cards, and peers got to know each other. Mr. Lu, what are the main positions your company does? A nearby headhunter asked Lu Haoran with a smile. Lu Haoran frowned slightly. What did this guy mean by asking this? We're all competitors. Aren't you crossing the line a bit by asking? We do mostly internet and gaming industry positions. Lu Haoran was smart enough to say a sentence as if it hadn't been said. The other headhunters gathered their eyes when they saw the 2 men climbing up. Oh, don't be so wary, Mr. Lu. when I ask like this. In fact, I want to discuss with you all together and assign future positions at Edge. Avoid everyone crowding in to major in the same position. And everyone ends up working hard for nothing and getting nothing out of it. When that headhunter business person said that, everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Haoren turned the pencil in his hand and said, "So how do you think we're going to distribute positions to make money?" "Oh, that's why I just asked what positions your company has an advantage in, and we're assigning them based on that advantage. It doesn't matter to us. We have some candidates on hand. It's just a matter of what your strengths are. Tell you what, you guys go ahead and pick the rest and we'll do it." Lu Haoren smiled faintly and kicked the ball out, and he voluntarily kicked the preference out, drawing the ire of Fonzie in the back. She quietly poked Lu Haoren with her finger, telling him not to be so stupid, and Lu Haoren ignored it. That headhunter saw that Lu Haoren took the initiative to give up the preferred position. "Since Mr. Lu is so generous, I'll go ahead and choose. Our company has a greater advantage in recruiting programmers. Let's focus on programmers." As soon as this side began to choose, others took a stand. "Our company favors O&M-oriented positions, so let's take the O&M position. Let's come to our company for a position in art. Product positions are our strength. We do product positions." Several people have positioned themselves well. They chose their advantageous positions, and their mouths all fluttered with satisfied smiles. In the end, Lu Haoren took a look at the remaining positions, all of which were the very difficult high-end positions left from before. Anyone in the headhunting industry knows that the general position is the easiest to bill, although the commission is not very high. And for those high-end positions, the A side has strict requirements, not to mention even on the candidate's side. Although the commission for making a position is high, the chances of making it are very small. Mess that up, and you end up with a friend of the boss's personally looking for a position. It ended up being a wasted effort. A few headhunters chose their positions and looked at Lu Haoren with some gloating. "Just now I asked you to choose. You did not choose." At this time left with difficult positions. "Do not blame us." Lu Haoren laughed when he saw this. "Since everyone's done choosing, just leave the rest of the positions to us. Especially this commercial director. I've got my eye on him, so don't you all touch him. Don't worry. I'll go back and inform my colleagues to stop recruiting for this position, and have Sage Hunt break through. Then congratulations in advance to Mr. Lu for his flagging victory. Make a lot of money." These headhunters can't wait for Lu Haoren to take over on his own accord. In effect, they are still ostensibly pushing people to the edge of the future and have effectively abandoned the position. Anyone with a bit of an insider's perspective knows that Future Edge has been an intended target for someone in this position for a long time. It's just that the intended target has never agreed. Fong Shi, who was behind Lu Haoren, secretly poked around with a pen on the paper to express her dissatisfaction with Lu Haoren. Hua Si Yuan, on the other hand, sat there with a pen and paper in hand, looking confused, having no idea what this meant. "It looks very dorky and cute." At this time, Zhuo Weiwei walked into the conference room with a few people. Today's Zhuo Weiwei was wearing an exquisite black professional dress with a tailored cut that emphasized her delicate figure. Her elegance and confident demeanor immediately caught everyone's attention. "Good afternoon, headhunter veterans." "Hello, Mr. Chua." "Good afternoon, Mr. Chua." Everyone stood up and greeted Zhuo Weiwei. Why you?" Chapter 18, An Insightless Little Girl. "Hello, Mr. Chua. We meet again." Lu Haoren handed over his business card. Zhuo Weiwei saw Lu Haoren again, all neat and clean, more handsome. Men like this are attractive to women, and so is Vivian Shook. At this time, when he met Lu Haoren again, his eyes increased in kindness. Despite this, she still carried her animosity towards Lu Haoren. Zhuo Weiwei frowned and took the business card to have a look. "Lu Haoren, General Manager of Rongqing Hunting in Human Resources Company. Where is Mr. Li Fei? Why didn't he come? Our Mr. Li has already transferred this company to me." "Oh." Zhuo Weiwei lightly then casually threw the business card on the conference table, and immediately with contempt again, said, "Can your hunt for the virtuous company still work without Li Fei?" Mr. Zhuo's remark is to look inside the doorway and put people down. Lu Haoren put away his smile and glared at Zhuo Weiwei with feigned seriousness. "I just told my peers that your company's most urgent and difficult commercial director is in our hands. I promise, I'll have you done in a week." "Ha, Mr. Lu is so confident?" Zhuo Weiwei and the other headhunter bosses couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that I'm confident, it's that our headhunters are as strong as they should be." Lu Haoren's sentence implicitly satirized all the headhunters present. Choking on it didn't make them look too good. "In that case, if you, Sage Hunt, can't finish hiring within a week. It's proof that your company doesn't have the strength, so don't blame me for canceling my cooperation with you, haha. Zhuo Weiwei was worried that she couldn't find an excuse to uncooperate with Lu Haoren, since Lu Haoren took the initiative to bump into the gun. Don't blame her for being unforgiving. Don't worry. Don't take this porcelain job without that diamond. If we can't finish it, we don't need you to break off the cooperation. I, Xian Hunting Company, will hide far away by myself. Lu Haoren saw Zhuo Weiwei take the bait and also revealed a smile. Well, there's ambition. Zhuo Weiwei didn't know if Lu Haoren was really powerful or stupid. The peers also take it as a joke. But, Mr. Shua, if we finish the recruitment, then you have to treat us. Is there a problem? Lu Haoren made a request that wasn't a request for ordinary people, but for Lu Haoren. It was the purpose of his contacting Zhuo Weiwei this time. No problem. It's a deal. Zhuo Weiwei very simply agreed. Anyway, the company has been very clear about the position, which is the commercial director of Perfect Game. And this candidate has long been communicated countless times through various headhunters without any progress. She still didn't believe that Lu Haoren's mouth had opened up and was able to talk the commercial director of Perfect Game into jumping over almost in parallel. What Vivian Zhua guessed was that Lu Haoren was looking for candidates from other companies to apply for the job. But how can you get past yourself? Therefore, the matter of Lu Haoren being disbanded from his own partnership had already been nailed down. Everyone saw Lu Haoren and Zhuo Weiwei going toe-to-toe before the meeting started. The heart is all happy. Hunting human resources has been a strong opponent for them, often taking a lot of quality positions away from them. If Sage Hunt is kicked out of Future Edge's vendor pool, they're going to have a lot less competitive pressure. The next meeting was the introduction of the company's background, the project background and the characteristics of the position by Vivian Zhuo and the girls, so that Lu Haoren and their headhunters can accurately and quickly find candidates that meet their needs. By the time we got out of Future Edge, it was time to leave work. Lu, you take all the positions left over from other people's picks. What's there to do with this kind of position? Fong Shi was not happy with this behavior of Lu Haoren. Si Yuan didn't care, holding the information and following the two obediently. It's like none of this has anything to do with her. Lu Haoren then smiled at Fong Shi. You think you can compete against these hungry wolves if you don't give up? Instead of recommending countless resumes to go over and take your chances, spend your energy on valuable positions. Make the client feel like we actually have the ability to hunt, not a telemarketer. Fong Shi was speechless by Lu Haoren's sentence. This is really a common problem in the headhunting industry. Under the internet recruitment sweep, the original image of a high-end, professional headhunter has evolved into a telemarketer searching for resumes online. Well, since you're off duty, don't talk about work. Lu Haoren twisted his head and arranged it to Si Yuan. Book a restaurant in the neighborhood. Something with a high dining standard. Don't give me any big stalls. Let's eat. Yes, boss. Si Yuan hurriedly took out her cell phone and started looking for a restaurant. After half a day of searching, she gave Lu Haoren the word. Boss, there's a seafood buffet restaurant nearby. $156 a person. Upscale enough? What? You're ordering me a buffet for a business meal? It's only $156 per person. You're telling me it's upscale enough? What an uninformed little girl. But Lu Haoren was too lazy to get entangled with her. A buffet is a buffet. The three entered the buffet restaurant like three friends meeting. Fong Shi still knows a little something and knows to serve Lu Haoren with dishes occasionally. And this was Si Yuan guy, with all the fuss, just knows how to find himself something good to eat. Lu Haoren was very speechless. At this time, he could only think that it was still a woman like Sun Ruoxian who was suitable to be a daughter-in-law. If it was Sun Ruoxian and him eating a buffet, he wouldn't even have to move his ass, much less get the dishes himself. But now, there's no food if you don't go get your own groceries. The happiest person at this buffet was Hossein, for letting her have a free seafood buffet that she had been thinking about for a long time. The most unhappy person is Lu Haoren, wearing a high-grade suit and a high-grade watch, and then going to the dining table to find food. It was good that Lu Haoren didn't care about these details. Boss, you're good. Oh, what a good boss. And you're taking us to the buffet. It was good to end it with Hossein's approval. Si Yuan's wariness and fear of Lu Haoren was dropping, and she began to talk and laugh in front of Lu Haoren. That would be an improvement. After dinner, he sent Fong Shi and Si Yuan home. Who asked them to be women? Even if Lu Haoren was the boss, he had to drive himself. Si Yuan was farther away, and at the back it was Lu Haoren and Si Yuan both in the car. Si Yuan, you're a professional woman now. Don't dress so casually one day. Buy 2 professional suits? After all, you're the front man, the face of our company. Lu Haoren glanced at the outfit Hua Si Yuan was wearing with great disgust. Just like a student. Hua Si Yuan's small mouth curled up and blah blah blah. I'd love to, but I've only just started work, so how can I afford to buy a professional suit? It's not like I'm a dirtbag like you who lacks money to spend. As she spoke, her voice trailed off and she muttered, shouldn't the company issue us uniforms? No money was made, and we were asked to subsidize our own production tools. How can that be? Lu Haoren couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had just mentioned the subject and knew the little girl was going to say something like that. And he just gave $5,000 in benefits the day before and the little guy can't remember. But this reaction from Hua Si Yuan, this was exactly the result Lu Haoren wanted. Lu Haoren's real purpose was to unknowingly sugarcoat this simple girl until one day it would be too late for her to react. By that time she had fallen to the wolves. Lu Haoren immediately turned the car around and drilled directly into a shopping mall. Boss, why are you going to the mall? The mall is almost closed. Hua Si Yuan was puzzled and couldn't react to what Lu Haoren was up to. Chapter 19, She Shrinks Under the Covers. Lu Haoren curved his finger and tapped her on the head. Buy you uniforms? Didn't you just complain that the company didn't give you uniforms? Get out of the car right now. I'll only give you half an hour. And if you can't buy it you're on your own. Wah. That hurts. How could you hit me on the head? Hua Si Yuan rubbed her little head, but the corners of her mouth spread into a smile. Boss, you're so annoying. Well then, if we hate it, we'll just go home, said Lu Haoren is going to dial the steering wheel to turn around and leave. Don't be so stingy. Boss, you don't hate it anymore. Hua Si Yuan hurriedly grabbed Lu Haoren's steering wheel with one hand. This grab was right on Lu Haoren's hand. Hossein hurriedly let go of his hand and turned his head to the car door in shame. Lu Haoren laughed. He looked at the back of his hand that had been scratched by Hua Si Yuan. It was warm and hot. The little girl was shy. Arriving at the mall, Hossein was stumped. Boss, all the clothes here are so expensive. It's fine. You buy it, but you have to promise to work in the company for at least a full year. And if you leave early, you'll have to compensate the company by depreciating the value of the clothes. Good drop. Good drop. You're such a good boss. Hua Si Yuan excitedly rushed into a business clothing store and changed into numerous sets on the recommendation of the shopper. Each set allowed Lu Haoren to confirm. Hua Si Yuan really deserves to be a walking clothes rack. Even if she is wearing a sack, Lu Haoren feels good looking. Lu Haoren was satisfied with every outfit she wore. Hua Si Yuan let Lu Haoren choose. This can make Lu Haoren scratch his head. The choice of difficult to make a mistake. Every set of favorite. How to do. In the end, Lu Haoren chose 2 sets of sexier looking costumes and asked the shopper to load them. Anyway, they had relatively few visitors to the headhunting company, and Hua Si Yuan wore these outfits. And most of the time Lu Haoren was the one admiring them. Seeing a beautiful woman at work every day is soothing for a few moments. That's close to $6,000 for 2 suits. Hua Si Yuan looked at the bill and smacked her lips, while her heart was weak. Boss, will the clothes I choose be too expensive? Expensive. Of course. Then why don't we return a set? Forget it. Work more seriously in the future. Be more down to earth. Be more attentive. Think more about things. And just contribute more to the company. Aha. Thanks boss. Back in the car, Hossein asked with a crooked little head. Boss, I feel that I work very seriously and attentively. Why do you still say that I am not serious and attentive? Where did it go wrong? What went wrong? Humph. Lu Haoren snorted coldly. I go to work every day and it takes me 10 minutes to boil water for tea and wipe down my desk. Isn't that a waste of my time? As a receptionist and administrator, shouldn't you have prepared me ahead of time? Ooh, this seems like a real oversight on my part. Hua Si Yuan spat out her tongue and playfully said, I just graduated. What can't be done properly? Please guide the leadership more guidance. Well, the attitude is not bad. Worth cultivating. Do a good job. The company won't treat you badly. Okay? Thanks boss. By the way, you will buy breakfast for me from now on, and the meal rate will be $50 every morning. You keep what you can't use up, but you have to make sure the breakfast is of high quality. Lu Haoren gains an inch. He wants to use this kind of drizzle to unknowingly draw Hua Si Yuan closer to himself. Yeah. Can't I make you breakfast myself? I make a great breakfast. With a small amount of money to earn. Both of Hua Si Yuan's bright eyes popped out sparkling gold coins. Whatever. After Lu Haoren dropped Hua Si Yuan off at the bottom of her rented apartment, he didn't say anything more and drove straight away. Humph. This boss doesn't know how to be polite. He didn't even say goodbye before running away. Hua Si Yuan carried the clothes she had just bought, hummed a little song, and went home happily. This side Lu Haoran had wanted to go back to his rental house, but after thinking about it, he turned his head and went to Sun Ruoxian's place. After the house was given to Sun Ruoxian, she took a long vacation from the factory. Moving slowly over the last couple days, Sun Ruoxian is pregnant. Lu Haoran did not let her carry heavy baggage. Kanbai knew. When Sun Ruoxian saw that it was Lu Haoran coming, she was so excited that she jumped into Lu Haoran's arms. Lu Haoran hurriedly stopped her. You can be careful. There's our baby inside your belly. Aha! Sun Ruoxian tested in the past few days and was really pregnant. Seeing Lu Haoran come back, Sun Ruoxian wanted to go to the kitchen to make him a midnight snack. Lu Haoran said that he had just eaten. So Sun Ruoxian helped Lu Haoran broaden his clothes and wash up. At night, Lu Haoran didn't even do anything bad to avoid hurting the child. The next day, when Lu Haoran arrived at the office, the desk was neat and tidy, and there was a beautiful breakfast. Breakfast was served in an insulated box, and it looked like Hossein had made it herself. In fact, Lu Haoran had already eaten breakfast at Sun Ruoxian's place, but in order to keep Hossein going, he hardens his heart and eats breakfast one more time. Hiccup, sis, don't even bother with lunch. Lu Haoran had just finished eating when Huasi Yuan came in to clean up the dishes. Boss, how's the flavor? Hiccup, average. Continue tomorrow. Lu Haoran looked at the computer screen without lifting his head. He had to have the posture and majesty of a boss. Okay, boss. Huasi Yuan deflated her mouth, and mentally slandered. Humph, it's obviously delicious and you're still pretending. You're burping from eating and you still say you have an average appetite. At the beginning of the morning's work, Lu Haoran informed everyone to send him all the resumes they had received about the commercial director. Lu Haoran opened them one by one, and indeed, none of the resumes met the requirements of Future Edge. With this kind of resume, Lu Haoran was embarrassed to recommend it. This kind of hard bone, it seems that only this boss can personally go and gnaw on it. Lu Haoran directly packed his briefcase and drove, navigating to the Perfect Game Company. The office building where Perfect Game is located is more strictly managed, but there is always a way to get in. Lu Haoran arrived at the front desk of Perfect Game after some twists and turns. Hello, I'm looking for your company's commercial director, Mr. Fong Gang Fong. Hello, do you have an appointment? Called for an appointment and told me to go straight into him. Lu Haoran played a careful eye. In fact, Fong Gang had recently been tired of being called by headhunters. When he gets a call he just hangs up and doesn't even listen to the content of the call, let alone make an appointment to meet. Lu Haoran only had to see Fong Gang in this way before saying anything. Yes, please make a register. The receptionist took out the registration form for Lu Haoran to register. After registering, Lu Haoran carried his briefcase and went straight to the office of the commercial director nameplate. There was a loud discussion inside the office at this point. It looks like the people inside are fuming. This caused Lu Haoran to mutter in his heart and consider whether he should come back at another time. But getting into the office by playing it safe today won't be so easy next time. Lu Haoran could only stand at the door and wait. About half an hour later, two people came out from inside. The two men came out with their mouths agape, and the inside of the office huffed and puffed, their teacups stomping on the table with a thud. Seeing this, Lu Haoran took a deep breath and knocked a few times on the open door. Fong Gang inside looked at Lu Haoran with an unkind frown. Which one are you? What's the matter? Chapter 20, everything will be arranged by Mr. Lu. Mr. Fong, I am Lu Haoran, the general manager of Hunting in Human Resources. I've taken the liberty of interrupting today to discuss something. Lu Haoran wore a smile and closed the office room door behind him. Headhunters? Yes, I'm headhunter. Fong Gang's forehead was wrinkled into a Chuan character as he impatiently said, what's going on with you headhunters lately? The phones are ringing off the hook to annoy people. And now you come to the door. Don't you care that I'm working at the company? Go away. I'm not in the mood to receive you today. Fong Gang just kicked people out straight away. Lu Haoran had expected this situation and he was not affected by Fong Gang's emotions. He remained smiling and pulled himself up in his seat and sat down. What do you mean by that? Don't make me send security to remove you. Fong Gang got angry and his voice got louder. Mr. Fong, take it easy. This is $100,000. Without saying a word, Lu Haoran directly took out a stack of cash and placed it in front of Fong Gang without any hesitation. Are you trying to bribe me? Fong Gang's voice was once again a few points louder. Coming to bribe himself in the office. This person is also too unintelligent. He wanted to prove his innocence through strong words. Lu Haoran, however, was unaffected as he casually took a stack of money and tapped it on his desk. Mr. Fong, calm down. I'm here to buy your services, not a bribe. By my services? What services can I give you? Feng Gang was blindsided by Lu Haoran. Just so you get my point quickly. I'll get right to it. Me, Lu Haoran. It's the second generation of the rich. Lu Haoran crosses his legs, the corner of his mouth with an evil smile, with the kind of playboy rich second generation as sample. When Feng Gang heard this, he froze for a moment. There was actually such a person. However, his attitude did change slightly and he began to take Lu Haoran seriously. It is better not to offend a group like the second generation of rich people if you can. Feng Gang stared intently into Lu Haoran's eyes before slowly sitting in his seat. You're a rich kid. What does that have to do with me? A working man? Also, you're a rich kid. What kind of headhunter are you? Hunting human resources. I just bought it. The purpose of the purchase was simply to gain access to the woman I love. The future human resources director of Edge Gaming. Vivian Joie. Lu Haoran's face moved slightly with a slight smile, appearing very calm and collected as he described the facts lightly. And Lu Haoran opened the Enterprise search interface, with the screen facing Feng Gang, proving the authenticity of his words. Sure enough, Feng Gang became more and more patient. Zhuowei, I know. This woman is indeed very beautiful. Mr. Lu, I believe you. What do you want me to do? Just tell me straight. Feng Gang looked to the pile of money next to him, and the knot in his throat couldn't help but squirm. If things weren't troublesome, he wouldn't mind helping this rich kid go after women. It's simple. Go through my recommendation. Go to the interview for the commercial director of Future Edge Games, and this $100,000 is yours. Oh, just the interview? Regardless of the outcome? Feng Gang couldn't believe what Lu Haoran had said. Yes, you're in. And this is yours. Okay, I agree. $100,000 that easy. Cootie. No way. Of course, if you can pass the interview and get to the second round, I'll give you another $100,000. No problem. I've earned this $200,000. Feng Gang replied rather dryly. A position at Future Edge Games he knows very well. He was confident about the position and passing the interview. His work experience, as well as the channel capabilities he now possesses, perfectly matches the needs of future game companies. There was no reason why Future Games wouldn't accept himself if he wanted to. Feng Gang never agreed to an invitation to an interview at Future Edge. It's nothing more than the other party's salary budget and grade plan for the position not meeting his motivation to jump ship. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Feng. If you're willing to join their company and complete 3 months, I'll give you another $500,000. For Feng Gang, Lu Haoran's strategy was simple, to smash money. Are you this? Worth it for a woman? Feng Gang couldn't believe his ears. When Lu Haoran saw Feng Gang looking like this, he couldn't help but laugh. Money, perhaps, is important to you, but to me, a string of numbers. To give you this point, I just need to wait a couple hours and I'll be back. And that woman, Zhuowei, is to my liking. I must have her in my pocket. Put. You don't have to hit people like that. Feng Gang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. That's just the way it is. I'm sure you've seen your boss or other bigwigs spend money to get to this position. Does your boss care about spending hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for a personal hobby? One of their cars is estimated to be a couple $1,000,000, right? This kind of car, or several. Ha, okay, big guy. Working stiffs like me do care about money and can't understand your rich kid's way of thinking. All I care about is how do I make sure I get this money. For the sake of money, Feng Gang had stopped talking tough. His current monthly salary plus performance, hold up $30,000 a month. A year is only $360,000. After expenses, you can only save a couple $100,000 at the end of the year. Now it's just a change of job and you get $700,000. And it's not like he's changing this job to lower his pay and treatment to replace it. Future Edge is going to poach him over there and more or less give him a 20% raise or so. More crucially, Lu Haoran only needed him to stay for 3 months. When the time comes that you really don't like Future Edge, just quit. Add me on WeChat and give me the PayPal account. Yes, Lu Haoran is ruthless, and directly transferred $700,000 to Feng Gang. Feng Gang saw the money being transferred this instant. His heart jumped. The whole person was like a dream. Today $700,000, from the time Lu Haoran entered the house, to the collection of money, less than 10 minutes. $700,000 in a few minutes is the high point of his life. I hope you won't go back on your word. Oh. Lu Haoran looked at Feng Gang who was already dumbfounded. His voice carried a teasing and, at the same time, a threatening intent. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, although I, Feng, am greedy for money, but a promise is a promise and I will never go back on my word. Feng Gang solemnly stood up, arched his hand at Lu Haoran, and said, "From this moment on, everything is at Mr. Lu's disposal. Even if you want me to quit now, I'll pack my computer bag and leave without saying a word." "Ha ha, there's no need for that. Just work hard and wait for my call." Lu Haoran laughed out loud and stood up dashingly, ready to go out. "Mr. Lu, would you like to have a cup of tea before you go?" "No more drinks." Lu Haoran waved his hand and headed straight for the door. Seeing this, Feng Gang quickly rushed ahead and helped Lu Haoran open the office room door, and guided Lu Haoran through the company. When the receptionist girl saw Lu Haoran come out, she saluted Lu Haoran with a smile, and Lu Haoran nodded. Feng Gang waited in the elevator room for Lu Haoran to completely disappear before he headed back. "Mr. Feng, really your guest? Just now I've been worrying if I'm letting outsiders into the company." Chapter 21, You Stand Beside Me. "Oh, this gentleman is indeed my guest, and a very distinguished one at that. Next time if he comes back, be sure to let me know first." "Okay, Mr. Feng. Thank you then May. What kind of coffee do you want?" "I'll buy you a Starbucks." Feng Gang is in a very good mood today. "An Americano." "Thank you Mr. Feng." "Yes." Feng Gang hummed a little song and walked towards his office with a six-parent pace. "Ha, if anyone comes along and upsets the old man again, I'll just fire the boss on the spot and walk away." Feng Gang now has that backbone. He also finally realized the superiority of the 90s as the judge of the workplace. Lu Haoran returned to the car and directly contacted the recruitment manager of Future Edge. "Manager Zoing, tell her perfect game business director that candidate has been talked about. Ready to interview, please Zo manager arrangements." Zoing couldn't believe it, and she confirmed it to Lu Haoran several times, until there is no mistake. It was only then that she dared to go and report to her boss, Vivian Chively. When Zhuo Weiwei heard this news, she first didn't believe it either, but thought that there was no need to fake this matter. "I didn't realize that this Lu Haoran of hunting human resources still has two skills. Before so many headhunters have approached Feng Gang to communicate. Even I personally met with Feng Gang. The other party did not show any sign of relenting. I didn't expect Lu Haoran to convince the other party in less than a day, and I don't know what method he used." Zhuo Weiwei was very surprised. She didn't expect Lu Haoran, who had a bad character, to have real skills, at least in terms of convincing a subject who would hardly be spoken to. Lu Haoran did. The hiring manager, Zoing, also appreciated it. This hunting headhunter has always had a good reputation, and this time, the fact that their general manager gave us feedback so quickly shows that their company has real strength. "Alright, you go and arrange the interview. It's up to me to talk to Feng Gang first. I'd be curious to see what Lu Haoran actually said to Feng Gang." Zhuo Weiwei was filled with curiosity. "Okay, I'll contact Mr. Lu right away and arrange an interview." Commercial director of this position has been recruiting in place, has been giving Zoing great pressure. Now that an interview could be scheduled, she was a few steps lighter. The next day at work, Feng Gang was punctual and on time for the interview as agreed. During the interview, Feng Gang was extremely nice, facing the professional Q&A of Vivian Chuk. All answered perfectly, and this time Feng Gang seemed like a different person, with a strong interest in the commercial director position of Future Edge Games. "Mr. Feng, at the risk of asking, why did you choose to participate in our company's interview this time?" At the end of the interview, Zhuo Weiwei couldn't help but ask, "Oh, Mr. Shua, to be honest, my willingness to come for the interview is entirely related to Mr. Lu from Hunting Headhunter. Lu is a professional headhunter I've known for years, and he believes that the Future Edge has better growth potential and will definitely go public in the next 2 to 3 years. He advised me to join your company while I was still in need and follow the company to enjoy the dividends of the IPO. The company I work for now, on the other hand, is stable but has entered a slow growth phase. I've thought it over and decided to take another gamble on my future." Feng Gang intended to tout Lu Haoran in front of Zhuo Weiwei, while also kissing Future Edge's ass. "Ha ha, this Lu Haoran is really interesting." Zhuo Weiwei was simply impressed by the pie Lu Haoran drew for Feng Gang. Their company did have plans to go public, but they hadn't started to materialize yet, and she had never thought of using that method to attract candidates. "Oh, Lu Haoran is a good person, my good buddy, handsome and good character. A very trustworthy friend. Take a man's money and be loyal." Feng Gang would not let go of any opportunity to say something good about Lu Haoran in front of Zhuo Weiwei. Sure enough, Zhuo Weiwei smiled and nodded. The more people say good things, the more bad impressions are slowly erased. At the end of the interview, both parties were very happy with the negotiation. and made an appointment to meet with the chairman next time. Zoing, you'll give feedback to hunting headhunters later and ask them to maintain communication with the candidates. So far, the candidate's resume and the channels he has at hand are a good match for our company. At the same time, the candidate's level of intent is high. Sage Hunt really did a good job this time. After sending Phone Gang away, Zhou Weiwei arranged for the hiring manager to arrange for the headhunters to work together to ensure that the candidates could successfully enter the next round of interviews. Yes, Mr. Vivi. Zoing breathed a sigh of relief. Hunting in headhunter really competed, but also really Phone Gang to arrange over. And the other side of the degree of intent is still very high, and gained the recognition of the leadership. In Lu Haoran's office, Hossein is dressed in a stylish lady's white shirt over a wraparound skirt, black silk, and high heels. This was a work outfit that was customized exactly as Lu Haoran had imagined it to look. Such a glamorous workplace outfit makes Lu Haoran unable to resist arranging for Hua Siyuan to come to the office anytime she wants to work. At this moment, Hua Siyuan was the one who sat gruffly across from Lu Haoran, accepting Lu Haoran's work arrangements. Coincidentally, Zoing calls at this time and tells Lu Haoran about Phone Gang's interview and tells Lu Haoran to keep in touch with Phone Gang to stabilize the candidate. Lu Haoran immediately agreed and promised that he would arrange for someone to communicate with Phone Gang in real time. Hang up the phone. Lu Haoran stared at Hua Siyuan's delicate little face. Phone Gang, the candidate will leave the next matter to you. Do you have confidence? This is a candidate who earns close to $500,000 a year. I've never made a single. I'm afraid I can't do it well. How could Hua Siyuan not expect Lu Haoran to give her such an important candidate? At a 30% commission, this candidate represents $150,000 in performance. Lu Haoran's face sank when he saw Hua Siyuan's retreating appearance. Can't you handle this pressure? I've already negotiated this candidate. You just need to follow up on it. I'm just inexperienced and worried that I won't be able to do it right. It's because you don't have experience that you need to build it up. Otherwise, would you want to be a receptionist for the rest of your life? Lu Haoran gave a lecture, and Hua Siyuan pursed her lips, her eyes showing her aggression. Come on, this isn't your school. Don't look so condescending. All the weakness is because you're not skilled in your business. Lu Haoran's call was reasonable. Hua Siyuan's mouth didn't say anything, but her heart couldn't be unconvinced. She does have a weak heart when she faces a candidate or a client now, and the source of her weakness is that she has no goods inside her stomach. I don't know how to communicate when confronted with them. Get your ass over here. Stand where? Hua Siyuan looked at Lu Haoran in confusion, not understanding what Lu Haoran meant. Surely it's time to stand next to me? Why should I come standing next to you? Chapter 22, Pushing Too Hard. Stand by me. I'll train you. Hua Siyuan's alert look made Lu Haoran almost stifle his laughter. I, as the owner, personally give you training to familiarize you with the business. Otherwise you will never improve if you don't learn. I'll be right over. Hua Siyuan's cheeks flushed. She had just thought Lu Haoran was going to do something inexplicable. After learning that it was for her training, Hua Siyuan hurriedly walked around the desk and stood next to Lu Haoran. As Hua Siyuan approached, a girlish fragrance wafted into Lu Haoran's nose, mesmerizing him. Next, Lu Haoran stabilized his mind, opened the long-prepared PPT, and seriously gave Hua Siyuan training. Hossein studied very hard too. Boss, I didn't get it in the front. Can you tell me more? Which place? Here. Hossein leaned over and pointed a finger at the computer screen. In this moment, Lu Haoran felt something soft hit his face. Woo! This little goblin. It's killing me. Ahem. Hua Siyuan. Watch your movements. You're touching me. I'm your boss. Don't be seen later and spread misunderstanding. Lu Haoran, with a horse's face, got a bargain. But instead, he hit the nail on the head, pretending to be a decent person and rebuking Hua Siyuan for being careless. Hua Siyuan's pretty face flushed scarlet as she hurriedly said, Boss is so petty. It's not like I did it on purpose. We didn't do anything. So what's the point of being afraid of a ghost knocking on the door? Yeah, that's what you said. Don't be petty in the future. The day I asked you to be my secretary and you suspected me of having thoughts about you just about pissed me off. Lu Haoran takes the opportunity to brainwash Hua Siyuan by pulling out the fact that she was rejected on her first day of arranging for her to be a secretary. Let the little girl be less wary of herself. That's not because I didn't know you before. You're such a good boss. How could you have such a dirty mind? Hua Siyuan said and even put her hand on Lu Haoran's shoulder. I've realized that you're purer than I am, boss, with work inside your head all day, and I'm treating you like a buddy now. Ahem. Lu Haoran was embarrassed by the compliment. This girl was too simple. What if one day she learns the truth that she is a big bad wolf? Will it bring Hossein's princess-like world crashing down in an instant? That would be too cruel. Lu Haoren had wanted to set up a righteous persona for himself, but now it seems to have backfired by pushing too hard. It made him feel bad about laying his hands on the little girl. How can this be? LOL. Lu Haoren instantly lost the mood to continue training Huasi Yuan. Study by yourself. I'm going out for a walk. Aha! Boss, go be lazy. No big deal. You don't know the rules of the workplace again? Slightly. Huasi Yuan made a face at Lu Haoren, causing Lu Haoren's head to spin. On Friday day, Lu Haoren sipped the tea made by Huasi Yuan and crossed his legs while arranging for tomorrow's reunion. The reunion will be the day he gets reacquainted with Ke Jin Yao. Thinking of Ke Jin Yao's devilish yet supple figure, his entire body unconsciously fell into a state of excitement. When Ke Jin Yao was in school, she had average cultural grades and liked to dance, so she took dance. After graduation, she joined the city's cultural and sports center as a dancer on staff. Ke Jin Yao, you won't be able to escape my clutches. In the past few days, Lu Haoren chatted with his classmates in the group almost every day, appearing to be very active. The purpose of this, naturally, is to reveal, consciously or unconsciously, that he is now rich and developed. With his frequent appearances, at the same time, he kept blowing Ke Jin Yao's ear off through Lu Yanhong. Ke Jin Yao really appeared in reply to Lu Haoren with a few words. This proves that the gold-digging woman has taken the bait. Zoing, the hiring manager of Future Edge Games, actually called. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Thank you. Isn't it true that Feng Gang has been inducted? Yes, this afternoon. We've already helped Feng Gang finish the entry procedures, and will officially start work next Monday. Then same joy. Manager Zhou's difficult problem has finally been solved. Perfect completion of the company's task. This was all done with the help of Mr. Lu. The credit goes to your hunting headhunter. On the Future Edge Gaming side, the position is open and willing to start immediately. Both parties hit it off and onboarding was completed quickly. Mr. Lu, our Chief Zhuo Weiwei fulfills her promise and would like to treat you and the company's staff to a meal tonight. Are you free? Naturally free. Lu Haoren's purpose was to improve his relationship with Zhuo Weiwei. Now that the other party was offering to buy dinner, it was absolutely impossible to miss. Okay, then I'll send you the dining location later. Okay, I'll see you at the restaurant tonight. This side just hung up the phone. Lu Haoren received another call. The call came from Feng Gang. It was also to inform Lu Haoren that the onboarding had been completed, and promised that even if he will also lie full 3 months, so that Lu Haoren successfully get the headhunting commission. In fact, Feng Gang was being modest. This man had real skills. How could Future Edge Games fail his probationary period if he was at ease with his work? Hang up the phone. Lu Haoren thought about it and decided to bring only Feng Shi to the banquet. Originally, Lu Haoren wanted to bring Huasi Yuan with him, but thinking that the more Huasi Yuan misunderstands him, he can't let Huasi Yuan know too many more of his secrets. Otherwise, this 90-point beauty that fits the system has played herself out again. Lu Haoren called Feng Shi into his office and told her that Feng Gang from Future Edge had successfully joined the company, and the other party, Zhuo Weiwei, invited her to a banquet with us in the evening to show our assistance to them. Feng Shi looked at Lu Haoren in shock. Geez, Lu, you actually took care of this position so quickly? Feng Shi did not even think that Lu Haoren had already completed the interview for the Future Edge business director without saying a word and joined the company. It took less than a week between them. That's too efficient. Before this, the whole company was still upset with Lu Haoren for giving up a well-to-do position to choose a position that was hard to break through. I didn't realize that Lu Haoren had already completed his hunt for a big position so quickly. Oh, go get ready. When Lu Haoren saw how unbelievable Feng Shi was, he remained calm, but in reality, he was secretly happy inside. By the way, the commission for this order, excluding the company's operational needs, belongs to the employees' commission portion, so divide it all up. There's a share for all those who have put effort into this position. Lu Haoren, as the boss, was naturally embarrassed to hog the part that should belong to the employees' commission. Fancy was delighted to hear it. She gleefully announced in the main office that the commercial director position at Future Edge had been taken. In particular, Lu Haoren had to distribute all the portion of the commission that should belong to him. The whole company was abuzz. Each of them praised Lu Haoren's atmosphere, and all of them admired Lu Haoren very much. So far, these employees have never been dissenting. Fancy immediately made a publicity picture of the entire position of commercial director being taken down. She's going to send a message to her friends to make her fellow headhunters who despise them in the future Edge boardroom grow a pair and take a breath of fresh air. Chapter 23 as Party B, you need to prioritize. Fruity. After Fong Shi and other colleagues spread the news of the commercial director of Future Edge Gaming's entry into the company, the entire headhunting circle in Rongqing expressed their incredulity, especially the ones that met with Lu Haoran at Future Edge together that day. They forwarded Fong Shi's friend circle picture to their own internal company group. Colleagues, everyone open your eyes to the fact that this is the position you claim you can't hunt for. But now, people are taking it from the hunt for the virtues. So I ask you, does your face hurt? The headhunter's boss was furious. At first, the commercial director position at Future Edge Games was an exclusive position they signed up for. At that time, only their family headhunter could do the position. However, the 50 to 60 people under his hand, who have been working hard for more than a month, have recommended almost 20 to 30 candidates to go over, and all of them have been passed. This group of men all swore to tell this old boss, Future Edge headhunter positions must be bogus positions and will not be recruited at all. When his staff said so, the old boss paid the liquidated damages and voluntarily gave up the hunt for the position. Future Edge Games then advertised the position widely for referrals from the entire industry, but the result remains the same. None of the headhunters succeeded in their mission. But now, Hunting Headhunters, after only a few days, just announced the entry. This suggests that the position is not difficult, but that they are not communicating at the right level. Now in comparison, this incident is a disgrace to them. Boss, this really doesn't blame us. We also contacted Phone Gang. He directly hangs up the phone, and doesn't give us a chance to speak at all. Yeah, we've changed our phone number several times, and we've been blackballed straight away, and we've even had to be reported for nuisance calls. Sister Huang and I even went to the door, and after a good deal of persuasion, the other party did not agree to resign. In the final analysis, Phone Gang believes that there is little pay advantage for Future Edge headhunter positions, and the company's future prospects are not good enough that no one would be foolish enough to go lower. Within the workgroup, all of them explained very aggressively, feeling that they had been wronged. Then I don't understand how Hunting Headhunters accomplished the hiring for this position. All of you reflect on that for me. Is it true that we don't have the real skills, as Sage Hunt says? Or are people not really working with their hearts? Everyone is talking about wage increases, so I have to ask you now, have you worked hard? This old boss is taking this opportunity to educate the staff under his hand. A few words down the line made the atmosphere of the whole company very dull. At this point, everyone hates Hunting Human Resources. Roll your sister. If you want to roll it, just roll it internally yourself. Why post it to your friends and make it known? Each one of them cursed their parents in their hearts. On Lu Haoran's side, he personally went to the mall and prepared exquisite gift boxes for Zhou Weiwei and Zhou, the recruitment manager. The gift box is secondary to knowing how to be human. Inside the gift boxes, there were wads of cash. Lu Haoran prepared 20,000 for Zhou Weiwei and 10,000 for the hiring manager. To make your business last, you need to know the unspoken rules of doing business. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Haoran drove his car and took Fong Shi to arrive early at the private room Zhou Weiwei had booked, although this time it is Zhou Weiwei's treat. But don't be so stupid to really think that it is the A party to invite you to dinner. If you can't distinguish between priority, can't put yourself in the right position, can't understand what it means to be Party A and what it means to be Party B, then I'm sorry, the cooperation ends here. Tonight's celebratory dinner turned straight into a casual dinner. Lu Haoran arranged for Fong Shi to place the bought gifts, in order of priority, on the location. These gifts don't look expensive on the outside. They are casual gifts, but they are exquisite. After the two of them, Lu Haoran and Fong Shi, were ready, they waited inside the box. Lu Haoran was bored of waiting, so he walked out of the box alone and went out for a stroll. Ran, are you dining here today? The ones who greeted Lu Haoran were actually the two beauties Xiaolan and Xiaoqing that they had met while waiting for the wind to come. Lan and Chang were clustered around a middle-aged boss-like man talking and laughing. Lu Haoran met the two women, and both parties were not embarrassed. What the other party was doing, Lu Haoran knew by heart, and they themselves understood, so there was no embarrassment. Lu Haoran smiled at the two women in a friendly manner. How are you, little Lan and little Chang? I'm here today to receive a guest. Oh, well, enjoy your meal then. With other people around, Lan and Chang just greeted Lu Haoran and separated. Lu Haoran nodded back and didn't care. It was about time, so he headed for the box. Ran, who was that young man just now? Do you all recognize him? The middle-aged man who was flanked asked curiously. Mr. Kong, we're not familiar with him either. I only know that he's called Ran. He should be a rich second generation. A very generous and principled kind of rich second generation. Oh, it should be really good to get such a high rating from you guys. That's natural. We sisters are fiery-eyed. Hey, you two mouths are the flaming holes that burn me. Mr. Kong, you are so bad. The two women's small fists pounded on Mr. Kong. Alright, I won't mess with you guys. That rich second generation called Ran can be befriended. Mr. Kong saw the box Lu Haoren entered and memorized the box number. Lu Haoren returned to the box and waited for about a few minutes. Zhou Weiwei brought the recruitment manager Zhou to the box. Both parties were in a pleasant mood. In particular, Zhou Weiwei saw that Lu Haoren had come to the box early to wait and had prepared an exquisite accompanying gift. Rites of passage. Zhou Weiwei secretly nodded her head. This Lu Haoren was, as Fonggang said, polite and understanding. She was considered to have completely changed her prejudiced view of Lu Haoren from this moment onwards. Mr. Lu, Manager Feng, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Weiwei walked into the box with a big smile, very elegant and with a unique momentum belonging to the A party. Lu Haoren and Feng Shi hurriedly greeted them. There was a shallow handshake on both sides. When Lu Haoren held Zhou Weiwei's hand, the corner of his mouth curled up without trace. Finally, I've come into contact with this high-minded and beautiful woman who is also full of wisdom. Zhou Weiwei was the woman with the strongest temperament and ability that he had recognized so far. Such a woman, if conquered, would be such a delight to behold. Although Lu Haoren didn't want to give up, he also understood that it was hard to gain Zhou Weiwei's favor, so he couldn't mess it up again. He gently shook Zhou Weiwei's hand before letting go. Zhou Weiwei's heart was also extremely satisfied. Perhaps she had misunderstood him that day during the handover of the house. So far in contact, Lu Haoren is considered a man of good virtue. Deep friendships can be made. Zhou Weiwei was guided by Lu Haoren to sit in the main seat. Zhou sat down with him. Both sides exchanged pleasantries. Zhou and Feng Shi were surprised when both Lu Haoren and Zhou Weiwei mentioned the sale of the house. It's a pretty small world. Instead of selling and buying houses, they are partners. Feng Shi and Zhou praised Lu Haoren and Zhou Weiwei for their great destiny. Next up is Lu Haoren again sharing an anecdote in the process of getting Fonggang. Of course, it was all compiled by Lu Haoren. The atmosphere in the box was very harmonious. A very successful business bureau. Hello, a few guests. Excuse me, I'll serve your 10-year-old Mutai and 2-year-old Lafite. Two waiters pushed the drink cart into the box. Chapter 24, Extreme Embarrassment. Zhou Weiwei inclined her head to look at Zhou. Did you order the Mutai and Lafite? No. Zhou tensed and rose from his chair with a pang. As an employee of the Human Resources and Administration Department, she naturally knew that both wines were not cheap, and both were at least $5,000 a bottle. 2 bottles cost over $10,000. It's not like we're hosting some VIP bigwig this time, so how could we order such expensive drinks? She said to the waitress. Did you deliver the wrong one? We didn't order any drinks. Delivered by mistake? The waiter scratched his head, then sidled out the door to check the box number and then the drink list number. That's right, that's the box. Above the water bill is written complimentary. It should be a complimentary drink from your friends. He hasn't had a chance to give it to you all. Ah, so, Zhou was confused and could only look at Zhou Weiwei. Chief Vivi, did a friend of yours give it to you? Zhou Weiwei's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and inside her head, she kept pondering who on earth would be gifting her drinks. She couldn't figure it out when she thought about it. She's been pursued by a number of wealthy men, but none of them are her cup of tea. But today one is feasting on guests. If someone came to deliver the wine at this time, it would be a good way to raise one's face. Oh, Mr. Zhou really has friends all over the world. We'd like to follow Mr. Chua to taste some good wine today. Originally, this business meeting and the other 2 women were not prepared to drink. Without alcohol, it's hard to bring the parties closer together. At this time, when someone delivered wine, Lu Haoren's heart was delighted, hurrying to flatter Zhou Weiwei. Aya. Actually 10 years of Maotai, and Lafite, although it is 2 years, but I have never seen ya. Today is really fortunate to follow Mr. Chua Dip Light. Fonzie also knows how to hold a joke, which is a very dignified thing for anyone to do. At this point, a pat on the back would be the right thing to do. Ha! Zhou Weiwei was held up so much that she couldn't get off the stage. She thought about it and then said to the waiter, Open bar. Good customer. Can I have white or red wine, please? Open up the honky-tonk. Zhou Weiwei also has a small mind in her heart. White wine she usually does not drink too much. Red wine is a few mouthfuls of beauty wine every night. The bottle of eau de la fight. She was going to keep it and take it home later. Gaining consent, the two waiters nodded and opened the wine on the spot. The scene was filled with eager eyes. At the same time, there have been all kinds of bragging about Zhou Weiwei. Zhou Weiwei was very dignified even though it was needy to open such an expensive wine. As the wine watered down, the entire box was filled with the rich aroma of wine. Come on, let's all have a toast and congratulate our two companies on their cooperation. Cheers, happy cooperation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was good wine, and several people didn't pretend. Even the three women, who didn't usually drink much, didn't open their mouths to refuse. All want to taste the wine. It was also Lu Haoren's first time to drink such a good wine, and he wrapped the wine inside his mouth to savor it. The aroma is long and lingering, so it's really a good wine. It was very comfortable to swallow in one gulp. Gee, this is really good wine. It's fundamentally different from the tens or hundreds of dollars of wine on the market. Lu Haoren genuinely praised. Thank you, Mr. Shua, for treating us to such good wine. It really makes us feel a bit overwhelmed. Thank you, Mr. Shua, for the good wine. Thanks to Mr. Shua for giving me insight. If it wasn't for Mr. Shua, I don't think I would have been able to drink such a good wine in my life. Fang Shi and Zhou Ying are still really feeling it. Oh, this also happens to have been sent over by a friend. And since it's all been sent over, let's all savor it. Zhou Weiwei immediately felt very dignified on her face. Come on, let's touch another one. This time, it's me. On behalf of Future Edge Games, thanking Mr. Lu for helping us solve such a big problem as the commercial director. With Phone Gang on board, our company will definitely expand even wider in terms of channels. Zhou Weiwei raised her glass with great vigor and shared a drink with everyone. Everyone stood up and clinked glasses with Zhou Weiwei. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from the door. Everyone looked over at the voice. The visitor was actually the middle-aged man flanked by Xiaolan and Xiaocheng that Lu Haoren had met in the hotel earlier. Hello, Mr. Lu. You are? Although Lu Haoren had met with Mr. Kong before, he didn't know his intentions or his name. Lu Haoren didn't recognize it, and Zhou Weiwei and the others even less so. They all watched quietly as Lu Haoren and Mr. Kong exchanged words. Mr. Lu took the liberty of interrupting. Sorry, I'm the owner of this restaurant. Kong Yu Kai. Kong Yu Kai was holding a glass of wine. His smile was wide, his tone was neutral, and the whole person looked very heroic. It invariably makes people feel good about him. No harm done. It's not really an intrusion. May I ask what Mr. Kong is looking for me for? It's like this. Mr. Lu, I am a person who likes to make friends. Just now I heard Xiaolan talking about Mr. Lu, and I felt that Mr. Lu is also a bold man, so I developed a desire to befriend him. So I sent 2 bottles of wine over. I hope you'll bear with me if I'm presumptuous. Buzz. The entire pack felt their heads explode when they heard that. Oh, my God. Those 2 bottles of wine were actually given to Lu Haoren by this hotel owner, and just now it was claimed by Vivian Chivli. At a moment like this, no one dared to look at Zhou Weiwei's condition. Zhou Weiwei's face swished red. Even if she had long been the director of human resources, when she encountered this kind of failed pretense, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to burrow under the dining table and hide. Lu Haoren also had his teeth clenched. My God, how could this oops happen? He couldn't wait to kick this Kong Yu Kai to death now. Is that how you deliver a ing drink? Aren't you causing misunderstandings by delivering alcohol like this? It would be fine if it was in the past, but now in this scene, the protagonist is Zhou Weiwei. This time, it made Zhou Weiwei, who was the protagonist, lose such a heavenly face. From this moment on, it could be declared that the relationship drawn closer to Zhou Weiwei at tonight's banquet had come down to absolutely zero. If Zhou Weiwei is a very good face, then in the future Zhou Weiwei will avoid Lu Haoren, and even resent Lu Haoren. That's the kind of thing that can just embarrass someone to death. Zhou Ying, who was next to him as a subordinate, was trembling all over. Causing this misunderstanding had a great deal to do with the way she had just asked the question. If she hadn't taken the initiative to ask Zhou Weiwei just now, and even intentionally steered this towards Zhou Weiwei, then she wouldn't have forced Zhou Weiwei to go and act this way. Zhou Ying's body went limp, his scalp tingling, and his head spinning frantically. She tried to find a phrase to diffuse the awkwardness, but couldn't. Kong Yu Kai, who was standing next to Lu Haoren, also noticed the stagnant atmosphere. He asked weakly as he scratched the back of his head, unable to figure out what was going on. Mr. Lu, did I say something wrong? Chapter 25, Boss. Don't get drunk. Ha ha, no mistake, no mistake. Lu Haoran laughed out loud, stood up and put his arm around Kong Youtsai's shoulders and said, "Thank you, Mr. Kong, for the wine. I'm a person who likes to make friends too. Come on, cheers, congratulations on being friends. He. I'm a person who always reads people very accurately. Mr. Lu is really a bold person as well. This friend, I'll make it. Come on, cheers." The two wine glasses clashed together with a crisp sound. This voice struck into the hearts of the crowd, causing the frozen atmosphere inside the box to loosen. "Mr. Kong, it looks like you're a few years older than me. So how about I call you Brother Kong and you call me Brother Lu? It can be, and I'm more annoyed with what's a male." Kong Yukai replied with his mouth full, and the atmosphere became more and more cordial. Lu Haoran said at this time, "Brother Kong, let me introduce. This is my leader, Zhuo Weiwei, Mr. Shua." Lu Haoran guides Kong Yukai to get acquainted with Zhuo Weiwei. Kong Yukai heard that Zhuo Weiwei was Lu Haoran's leader, and immediately greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Shua, how are you?" Although Zhuo Weiwei was embarrassed and her expression was very stiff at this moment, she still forced a smile and stood up to shake hands with Kong Yukai. "Mr. Kong, nice to meet you. Mr. Zhuo is so beautiful. Thanks for the compliment." Then, Lu Haoran introduced Zouing and Fangxi to Kong Yukai. "Right, Brother Kong, you are the owner of this hotel. Can you please help ask when the Mutai and Lafite sent by our friend of Mr. Zhuo will arrive?" As he said this, Lu Haoran blinked his eyes, signaling Kong Yukai. Kong Yukai was slightly stunned, but as a hotel owner, he was particularly sensitive to human affairs. When he saw Lu Haoran's gesture and combined it with the atmosphere just now, he quickly reacted. "Brother Lu, wait a moment, I'll call and ask right away." "Okay, please Kong." On the spot, Kong Yukai dialed the phone and scolded loudly. "Xiao Deng, what's going on? The guest in box 686 has a bottle of Mutai and a bottle of Lafite. How come it hasn't been delivered in half a day? What, did you forget? It's a gift from a friend of the guest. You stupid pigs. Hurry up and bring it to me." After hanging up the phone, Kong Yukai apologized to Zhuo Weiwei with an apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shua. Our waiter actually screwed up and forgot, making you wait for a long time. How about this? Tonight's meal will be free. Count it as my compensation to Mr. Zhuo on behalf of the hotel." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Kong. This is a small matter. It won't get in the way." By this time, the expression on Zhuo Weiwei's face finally eased. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the box and two waiters came in pushing a drink cart. "Hello guest, here is the wine from your friend. Please verify that it is correct." Lu Haoran walked up and picked it up. "Egu, Mr. Kong, we are really destined to be together. The wine you gave me is the same wine that my leader's friend gave her. It's really destined to be together." "Yeah, such a coincidence?" Kong Yukai also revealed an astonished expression, and Lu Haoran secretly gave a thumbs up when he saw this. This Kong Yukai looks rough, but he is very meticulous and performs at a very high level. A friend worth associating with indeed. And really hey, after Kong Yukai was surprised, he turned his head and picked up his wine cup. "Come, let's drink to this destiny." Kong Yukai took the initiative to fill up Zhuo Weiwei, Lu Haoran and the others again. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone's head was spinning, and the atmosphere became cordial. "Mr. Kong, do these just need to be opened?" The waiter waited for Kong Yukai, Lu Haoran, and the others to toast, and carefully tried to ask. "Kong Yuzheng Dao, you go out. I'm very honored and happy to have met Brother Lu and also General Manager Zhuo today, so I'll serve here myself." "Yes, Mr. Kong." The waiter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly exited this box. In the back of his mind, he said it was a close call. He didn't send the wrong drink and screw things up. Kong Yukai, as the old boss, really helped Lu Haoran to serve them. This is a card that pulls straight full. It made Zhuo Weiwei and the others very honorable. The awkward atmosphere from earlier finally melted away. At about the same time, Kong Yukai found a moment to voluntarily exit the box. With the misunderstanding in front of them and resolving the embarrassment, Lu Haoran, Zhuo Weiwei and the others were more relaxed. After drinking the wine, Zhuo Weiwei's nature revealed itself, restoring the playfulness that a woman should have, with a touch of passion. At the same time, Lu Haoran also felt loneliness from Zhuo Weiwei's tone. Women in high places are more or less lonely. Seeing this, Lu Haoran tried to joke with Zhuo Weiwei, but Zhuo Weiwei didn't resent it. Instead, she was a little ambiguous with Lu Haoran. Even the muscular contact between the two, Zhuo Weiwei did not resist. The two women, Zhou Ying and Fang Shi, also let loose. The evening banquet was a great success for the guests and hosts. The party went on until late. When she left, Zhuo Weiwei asked Zhou Ying to go to the checkout, but was told that the bill was free. Kang Yukai was so enthusiastic, and the few people could only accept it with a bitter smile. Mr. Shua, Manager Zhou, thank you for today's banquet. Please take care of the business of hunting company in the future. Lu Haoren sent Zhuo Weiwei and Zhou Ying to the car. Fang Shi, on the other hand, left the remaining unopened wine without a trace, and 2 boxes of gifts in Zhuo Weiwei's trunk. Okay, don't worry Mr. Lu, your company is strong and has gained the recognition of our chairman. The subsequent cooperation will definitely be closer. A few people said a few words about the scene and bid each other farewell. Watching the chauffeur send Zhuo Weiwei and Zhou Ying away, Lu Haoren breathed a sigh of relief. All the efforts were not in vain after all, and he finally took a step closer to Zhuo Weiwei. Fancy, take a cab home. Make an invoice and the company will reimburse you. Okay Lu. Fancy was also drunk, a little dizzy and very tired. Lu, you've been drinking. Don't you dare drive. Lu Haoren waved his hand. Don't worry, go back to rest. I have someone to pick me up. Okay, bye Lu. After Fang Shi left, Lu Haoren directly dialed Huo Si Yuan's number. Huo Si Yuan, come over to the roadside parking space here at the Mondo Hotel and help me drive. Boss, it's late and I'm in bed watching a show. Why don't I call a valet for you? Hossein's head is ironed as usual. Ow. Spit. Lu Haoren just straight up picked himself up with his fingers and spit. Huo Si Yuan heard the voice and exclaimed, Boss, are you drunk? What's wrong with you? Then the phone dropped to the floor. Huo Si Yuan shouted several times, but there was no response. She immediately hung up and redialed over. Half a day no one answered. Ugh. This boss isn't going to get drunk and die on the street, is he? This boss, too, is too stupid to find someone to accompany him when he drinks. Lu Haoren, don't die. Wait for me. I'm coming soon. Hossein grumbled as he got up. She no longer had iron, but also dare not take life-threatening jokes. She cannot even take off her pajamas, put on a thin shirt and take a taxi to the Mondo Hotel. And at that moment, Lu Haoren, hearing the sound of the phone smashing on the ground clicking, his heart broke. But this is not the time to be counting cell phones. He wanted to just lie down on the ground, but after thinking about it, forget it, the ground was too hard and too cold. So he opened the passenger door and lay on it crookedly, half on the car and half on the floor, leaving the door open. I've got to fall asleep quickly or I'll show my face. It would only take a few minutes for Huo Si Yuan to come over, and Lu Haoren had to fall asleep as soon as possible. It was a good thing he was groggy from the drink itself, and when he thought of sleep, he fell asleep immediately. Chapter 26, Watch Your Mouth. I'm your boss. A few minutes later, Huo Si Yuan found Lu Haoren's car. She was startled when she saw Lu Haoren in this state. The first thing she did was to reach out and probe her fingers over Lu Haoren's nostrils. Well, luckily, it's alive. It was really scary. Huo Si Yuan smelled disgusting, and she looked down to see that she was actually stepping in filth. Ugh, boss, you're so disgusting. You actually threw up all over the place. She hurriedly hopped up and walked over to the nearby grass to clean her shoes. When she came back again, she slapped Lu Haoren's face in disgust. Boss, wake up, you're so heavy, how can I move you? But Lu Haoren was still huffing and puffing, really asleep and not pretending. Huo Si Yuan could only look up and around, trying to find a passerby to help stuff Lu Haoren all the way into the car. But it was the middle of the night and the roads were empty. Ugh, dead pig of a boss. Huo Si Yuan only had to do it herself, moving Lu Haoren into the car bit by bit. Phew, it's so heavy, it's really like a pig. Huo Si Yuan's mouth gibbered non-stop, working for a while to finally stuff all of Lu Haoren's body into the passenger side. She helped Lu Haoren pick up his cell phone and put it away, then walked to the driver's seat. Ugh, this car is so fancy, how do I drive it? Huo Si Yuan hadn't driven much since she learned her license, and she studied the engine for half a day before finally starting it. She twisted her head and realized that Lu Haoren was not wearing a seatbelt. She slumped over Lu Haoren's body again and helped him pull the seatbelt. At precisely this time, Lu Haoren's head suddenly sagged. Boo! Huo Si Yuan felt soft lips imprint on her face, and she instantly stiffened her whole body, her heart pounding. She was too scared to move. For a long time, Lu Haoren's rough and wine-scented nostrils blew on her pretty face, and in this instant, her little heart felt as if it had stopped beating. When she realized that Lu Haoren was still sleeping soundly, She breathed a sigh of relief and slowly pulled the seatbelt over and helped Lu Haoren insert it. When she returned to her seat, Hua Si-yuan's entire face was as red and hot as a burning cloud. She glanced quietly at Lu Haoren. Handsome face with very angular features 5 and a carefully groomed hairstyle. So handsome. Never realized that the boss was actually so handsome. She was just at home and was watching Korean dramas. At this point, a comparison of the main characters in the Korean drama. Hua Si-yuan was surprised to find that Lu Haoren was actually more handsome than the Oba inside the Korean drama. Boss, where do you live? But Lu Haoren had fallen into a deep sleep and no one answered her. Hua Si-yuan finally adjusts her mind and prepares to drive. But she doesn't know where Lu Haoren's house is. She drove the automobile slowly and kept going until she came to the door of a hotel. She turned right in. Forget it, just get you into a hotel. After Hua Si-yuan called the lobby manager and asked them to arrange for someone to help Lu Haoren into the guest room and help him sleep, she was ready to leave. Hello ma'am, are you not going to stay here and take care of this gentleman? That lobby manager stopped Hua Si-yuan. Hossein hesitated. He's my boss. I'm just his employee. I'm not convenient, am I? But the other party is in a drunken state and at great risk. If there is no one to take care of him, then we can only ask you, our guest, to take him away. That lobby manager's attitude was resolute, making it impossible for Hua Si-yuan to refute it. Hua Si-yuan thought for a moment. Then can you get me a room next door? I'm very sorry ma'am. This is the only room we have left in the hotel. I see. So is there a twin room? Twin rooms are fine. No more. We only have this king room left in the whole hotel. The lobby manager repeated again. Hossein had a huge headache. Ma'am, if you really can't, you can also ask at another hotel. The lobby manager wasn't too keen on doing this business. He was worried about drunken customers being left unattended and dying in there, which would be a big problem. That's too much trouble. Hua Si-yuan gritted her teeth and decided to stay with Lu Haoren for the night. That's it then. I'll take care of him here. Thank you. That's fine. If you need anything at all, you can contact our front desk to take care of it. Okay, thanks. After the lobby manager left, Hua Si-yuan looked at the sleeping Lu Haoren and fell into embarrassment. She scanned the amenities inside the room. The couch is also a short couch with no extra sleeping space at all. She only had to make peace with her clothes and sit next to Lu Haoren, ready to just sit there all night. I don't know how long it's been. A blinding sunlight shone into Hossein's eyes. She jolted awake. When she opened her eyes, she found a handsome face facing her and those two deep eyes staring at her all the time. It was then that she realized that only one foot and one hand were on Lu Haoren's body. Ah! Hossein screamed loudly in fear. Then the body popped into a sitting position. Hua Si-yuan, what are you screaming about? It's not like I'm touching you. Instead, you're the one who keeps rubbing up against me. Shut up. Hua Si-yuan was greatly ashamed and pointedly said, it's not you, drunk as a dead pig. Why else would I sleep with you? It's all your fault. Humph. Hua Si-yuan. Lu Haoren let out a cold grunt. Please pay attention to the wording of your words. I am your boss. I didn't mean it. Hossein also realized that she had overstated her words. She verbally blamed Lu Haoren, but only she knew in her heart that it was not Lu Haoren's doing. I'm sorry boss. I just overreacted earlier. Okay, I don't blame you. Thanks for dropping me off at the hotel last night. Lu Haoren's tone eased. Go wash up, change your clothes, and after breakfast, I'll take you home. Aha, thanks boss. Hua Si-yuan was suddenly very touched. Just now she scolded her boss. Not only did he not get angry, but he also took himself to breakfast and sent himself home. After Hua Si-yuan washed up, Lu Haoren said, go get 2 breakfast vouchers. And how much for last night's lodging? You let me know and I'll transfer it to you. Yes. Hearing the boss's arrangement, Hua Si-yuan hurried out to buy the coupons. Lu Haoren shook his head. This little girl just lacked the social beatings. Luckily though, it's very leathery and can be educated. Unlike other odds who have to leave their stalls at the wrong word. When Hossein doesn't listen, he yells twice or knows to change. It's very nice staff. The two of them, Lu Haoren and Hua Si-yuan, met at the restaurant, and Hua Si-yuan had formed the habit of helping Lu Haoren with his meal. Lu Haoren's heart was much smoother. This is how a boss should be treated. Hua Si-yuan, I'll give you a call in a moment, so you can help me understand what's going on in this president's office. Ask how classes work, and how much tuition is. Oh, okay, but what exactly is going on? Can the boss tell us the specifics? So I know how to inquire. As for work, Hossein is still very active and will do her best to fulfill whatever is arranged. Lu Haoren then roughly told Hua Si-yuan about Kong Yu Kai, whom he met last night. This guy, Kang Yu Kai. After delivering Lu Haoran's drinks last night and getting to know Lu Haoran, he invited Lu Haoran to join the president's class that he was studying with a big grin. Lu Haoran's face was dark at that time, suspecting that this guy Kang Yotsai's making friends was a fake, and his real purpose was to sell courses to him. But Lu Haoran fought again. Kang Yu Kai sent himself Maotai and Lafai twice in a row, both valued at more than $20,000. Not so much as someone who sells courses to himself. So, Lu Haoran arranged for Hua Si Yuan to inquire about the situation before saying anything. Chapter 27, She Appears Again. After breakfast, Lu Haoran sent Hua Si Yuan home and he went over to Sun Ruoxian's side. Sun Ruoxian from the factory out, every day idle. Then in Lu Haoran's suggestion, went to enroll in the on-the-job undergraduate. Sun Ruoxian treasures this learning opportunity. It's the weekend and all are still studying and reading very hard. When Lu Haoran opened the door and went in, he was seeing Sun Ruoxian at the computer taking online classes. She turned around and saw that it was Lu Haoran and rushed over for a hug in surprise. "Hubby, have you had breakfast yet? Do you want me to make it for you if you haven't?" Sun Ruoxian helped Lu Haoran bring slippers and took his changed socks to the bathroom, ready to wash them in a while. Lu Haoran shook his head. "I've eaten. Go to class. The teacher is still lecturing." "Aha, well, then honey, you sit by yourself and I'll get you groceries and cook dinner after class." "Yes." Lu Haoran kissed Sun Ruoxian and let her continue her lesson. Lu Haoran, on the other hand, went to the bedroom, opened the closet, and when he saw that the clothes inside were neatly folded, he couldn't help but be flooded with a happy smile. After changing into his loungewear, Lu Haoran came to Sun Ruoxian's side and held her on his lap. "I'll stay with you after class, and later we'll go to the market and cook something delicious for lunch." "Aha! Ouch! Don't touch it. Hubby is bad. Ha!" Throughout the day on Saturday, Lu Haoran accompanied Sun Ruoxian to the food market, then cooked, washed the dishes, and finally the two of them hugged and watched TV. In the afternoon, Lu Haoran said, "Qianxian, I'm going to a reunion tonight, so fix your own dinner and don't wait for me at night." Oh, Sun Ruoxian was a million times more reluctant, but she didn't ask much, and he took the initiative to help Lu Haoran find clothes and help Lu Haoran dress up. He also helped Lu Haoran trace his eyebrows. Very attentively dressed Lu Haoran handsomely. Reunion arrangements are made for the ballroom at the Crown Plaza Hotel. At Lu Haoran's request, the entire banquet hall was beautifully decorated and very exclusive. For large round tables were set up inside the banquet hall. Snacks such as desserts and fruits were set up on the side. Lu Haoran, as the organizer, naturally arrived early. After about a couple of minutes, people arrived one after another. In came two female students, both of whom walked into the banquet hall hand in hand. Ouch! What an atmospheric ballroom! The people who came in were none other than the big-hearted Lu Yanhong and three other female classmates. When Lu Haoran saw the four students enter, he stood up with a smile to welcome them. "Mr. Lu, you've really gotten rich." The female students were both amazed and shocked to see Lu Haoran's handsome and wealthy appearance. "Ha ha, kind of a little developed. It was all like this." Lu Haoran wasn't hypocritical to that extreme degree. He still acknowledged it appropriately and gave everyone a little bit of sincerity. One of the good-looking girls took Lu Haoran's arm and carefully surveyed it with great emotion. "We are getting older and uglier, while our classmate Lu Haoran is getting more and more handsome and younger. There's no heavenly reason for this. This is the difference between having money and not having money. Our handsome Lu has money. Naturally, you eat well, wear good clothes, and all kinds of expensive maintenance products can be used on your body. Of course you're young. Yikes, that's an omega, isn't it? It's got to be $100,000, right? It's an omega, but it's not that expensive, just a few tens of thousands. It's not worth much." Oh, facing the appreciation and admiration of his classmates, Lu Haoran also enjoyed it very much. This kind of being surrounded by people and being treated as the center of attention was something he had only recently enjoyed. All people have vanity, and Lu Haoran is naturally not exempt. Looking at the eagerness and envy in the eyes of his female classmates, Lu Haoran sighed. But unfortunately, this group of female classmates did not fulfill the requirements of the system. Otherwise, he will be even richer if he hooks up with a few random people and helps himself to children. Alas, no one could have imagined that a classmate who was once an average performer would now be beyond our reach. That's life. One after another, many students came to the banquet hall. Like Lu Yanhong and the others, they were all incredulous at Lu Haoran's change. The fact that Lu Haoran had this kind of achievement nowadays was something they hadn't expected. The male students did the same. seeing Lu Haoren dressed in elaborate international brands, wearing a famous watch on his hand and holding the latest folding cell phone, they were sour and envious. Previously in school, Lu Haoren wore ground floor goods, with poor quality poundland, and even sometimes lack of money, hiding in the dormitory shivering noodles. Lu Haoren at that time was the object of their pity. The Lu Haoren of that time could not be looked at by them at all. And at this point, Lu Haoren wears gold, drives a Porsche, and hosts a luxury reunion with a big hand. It's a complete contrast to what it was before. Originally everyone was looking forward to the reunion, and some were even thinking of renewing their friendships with old favorites. However, under the strong contrast of Lu Haoren's contrast, they all developed a sense of self-shame, and no longer had the spiritedness they had before they came. There is no greater evil in human nature than hating what you have, laughing at what you don't have, disliking what you are poor, and fearing what you are rich. Wu Gaochang is here. Someone stood up suddenly and everyone followed at the sound of the doorway. Lu Haoren also looked over. This guy Wu Gaochang really is still the same as before. His eyes are high and proud, as if the whole world is inferior to him. Good evening, everyone. Wu Gaochang greeted everyone pretentiously. Hello, Section Chief Wu. Wu is here. Brother Gaochang, come sit here. Almost all the students stood up to greet Wu Gaochang. Oh, class, I've brought you 2 pieces of wine, so let's not get drunk tonight. It was only when Wu Gaochang said so that everyone noticed that there were 2 male students behind Wu Gaochang. Both male students were holding cases of red wine in their hands. Hey everyone, you're in for a treat tonight. Guess what kind of wine this is? One of the boys showed off to his classmates with flattery. Wu Gaochang's face became even more condescending when he saw the male student showing off his wine. What wine? Open it and see. This box isn't cheap at first glance. The boys who had an eye for it had already volunteered to go up and help carry the wine. It's a Penfolds 407, close to $1,000 a bottle. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a great wine. Our company only opens such good wine when we receive leaders. I always used to want to get a couple of bottles to drink, but unfortunately I couldn't spare them. And 2 bottles of wine is almost worth half my month's salary. A group of people gathered around 2 cases of wine with glowing eyes. Boys and girls here have just graduated 2 years. Working in the company, almost all of the commissioner level. There are a few can become a supervisor. That is the ability to be very outstanding people. They hadn't seen any good wine. Truthfully, looking at this group of students who hadn't seen any knowledge, Lu Haoren felt funny. It is true that after being born into society, individual classmates are gradually divided into classes among themselves, and the class gap becomes wider and wider. If it wasn't for Ke Jin Yao, Lu Haoren would never have organized a reunion full of climbing and full of sour taste. Lu Haoren, on the other hand, was looking forward to the appearance of Ke Jin Yao, the schoolgirl who had been rated by the system at 93 points. Ke Jin Yao was by far the most beautiful woman Lu Haoren had ever encountered that had been rated by the system. Just as he was thinking, the figure that Lu Haoren couldn't forget appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. Chapter 28, Is There No Such Way? At the entrance of the banquet hall, a bright figure attracted everyone's attention. Ke Jin Yao was wearing an elegant medium-length dress tonight. Her snow-white neck and slender waist looked especially charming under the light. Her face was like delicate porcelain, etched with gentle contours. A head of long black hair was blown gently by the air-conditioned wind, like a stream in a mountain valley, graceful and smooth. The moment she appeared, both boys and girls quieted down, and a brief silence appeared in the entire banquet hall. It's so beautiful. What a schoolgirl. All the students were overwhelmed by Ke Jin Yao's beauty. Ke Jin Yao. Wu Gaochang's legs were like springs. As soon as Ke Jin Yao appeared, he couldn't wait to stand up and greet him. Wu Gaochang's voice changed to sound like a whine, and his face was infinitely pleasing. This is the woman who has been haunting him for 5 years. To this day, when he saw Ke Jin Yao again, he had to give up all his pride and kneel down under Ke Jin Yao's garnet skirt. Wu Gaochang. Hello? Ke Jin Yao faintly smiled at him and then dropped her gaze on Lu Haoren. At this moment, a bright light flickered slightly in her eyes. Lu Haoren had indeed become handsome. She confirmed that Lu Haoren was really a rich second generation after seeing him in all his designer clothes and accessories. Ah. Ke Jin Yao's lark-like voice made Wu Gaochang instantly tense and excited. Yao. I know you like drinking red wine, so I brought 2 cases of red wine especially for you this time. It's a Penfolds 407. Very nice wine. Don't look at Wu Gaochang's appearance of looking down on anyone just now, but at this time, facing the goddess, he instantly transformed into a licking dog. Thanks. Hearing Wu Gaochang call himself so close, Ke Jin Yao couldn't help but frown. She was worried about being misunderstood by Lu Haoran, but she was also worried about irritating Wu Gaochang, a nice fish. She then stopped climbing and chatting with Wu Gaochang. Looking up at a few tables in the ballroom, he prepared to find a seat. Yao Yao, sit next to me. I've reserved a seat just for you. Seeing this, Wu Gaochang hastened to curry favor. No, I'll sit on red side. At the other table, Lu Haoran's table, Lu Yanhong was waving to Ke Jin Yao. Ke Jin Yao moved lightly with lotus steps, no longer paying attention to Wu Gaochang, and walked straight towards Lu Yanhong. Pan Yanghong, can you give up your seat? I want to sit with Lu Yanhong. Oh, yes. I'll let you. The chubby guy named Pan Yanghong hurriedly stood up with a red face to give up his seat. Thanks. Nope. It's okay. After Ke Jin Yao sat down and exchanged greetings with Lu Yanhong, she turned to Lu Haoran on the other side. Lu Haoran, I'm sorry about that night. Ha! Lu Haoran just smiled and didn't say anything. Ke Jin Yao actually said I'm sorry to Lu Haoran and everyone was stunned. They gradually brainstormed some possible images inside their minds. Evening? I'm sorry? Moreover, Lu Haoran was still in love with Ke Jin Yao's apology. Jesus, what the hell happened between the two of them? Not only the class ignited a fire of gossip, Wu Gaochang over there is even more incredible. He couldn't believe how his goddess could apologize to that thug Lu Haoran. To be honest, in Wu Gaochang's eyes, Lu Haoran's little bit of wealth really didn't look good. He had seen countless big shots who were countless times richer than Lu Haoran. Those bigwigs, when they see him, still have to respectfully call themselves Section Chief Wu. Lu Haoran. Wu Gaochang secretly gritted his teeth, and from this moment on, Lu Haoran was already in his mind. Lu Haoran looked at his watch and scanned the students present. Class, it's almost time. There are still a few students missing, so we'll wait another 5 minutes. If it's not here yet, more than likely it won't be here. So we'll open the table. What's there to wait for? People who are late even for a meal don't deserve respect. This kind of person is destined to have little success in life. Wu Gaochang was depressed in his heart, and when he heard Lu Haoran's words, he was refuting them just for the sake of refuting them. Everyone understood that Wu Gaochang had been defeated in front of the goddess and was not happy in his heart. No one dared to pick up the conversation again. Waiter, open the penfolds I brought. 2 bottles for each table. Everyone will be drunk tonight. At this moment, Wu Gaochang only wanted to pour a few cups of wine to relieve the boredom in his heart. The waiter came over and said, Sir, doesn't your side come with 1 piece of Mao Tai per table? If you open the red wine, then may I ask if the Mao Tai still needs to be opened? Boom! The waiter's words were like a depth charge, dull and very powerful, shocked everyone into confusion. Mao Tai. The price of Mao Tai is now $3,000 worth of a bottle. That's close to $20,000 a piece. And in a big hotel like this, the price will still go up at least 30%. There are a total of 4 tables here, and at least 100,000 yuan will be spent on Mao Tai alone. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Lu Haoran, including Ke Jin Yao beside Lu Haoran. Her body trembled slightly. Lu Haoran, this was the person he was waiting for. Lu Haoran has money, and a healthy inexplicable handsomeness, and more importantly, she has been classmates with Lu Haoran for 4 years. And she knows Lu Haoran's character and personality very well. Ke Jin Yao. Although she didn't want to waste her stunning beauty, she also never wanted to marry a grumpy man, much less an old grandpa who was several rounds older than herself. Therefore, Lu Haoran became her best choice to marry into a wealthy family. Everyone is waiting for Lu Haoran to make a reply, whether to open Mao Tai or penfold. Lu Haoran asked with a faint smile at the sight. Class, would you like white or red wine? White wine. It must be white wine. We're having Chinese food, and white wine definitely goes better with it. Except for the dumbfounded Wu Gaochang. Everyone spoke in unison. Open Mao Tai. Penfolds is also expensive, but they can still drink it if they bite the bullet. But Mao Tai, that cannot be killed to drink. A bottle of Mao Tai is the equivalent of a cell phone. Who the hell can stand to lose a cell phone in a few sips? And, in their eyes, those who buy Mao Tai can't afford to drink it because it's meant to be used as a gift. Those who can really afford to drink Mao Tai, that is a symbol of status and wealth. They have just graduated and are still struggling at the bottom of the social ladder. How can they have any chance to drink Mao Tai? Today there is this opportunity to drink Mao Tai with an open belly and it must be seized. Let's open Mao Tai then. Yes, guessed. Then the dishes followed. The dishes were all exquisite and very comforting for everyone. This group of students, eating mountains of food and drinking Mao Tai, the mentality began to change. It was only from this point on that they truly began to accept that Lu Haoren had crossed over into their unsurpassed class of rich people. They couldn't help but feel awe and respect in their hearts when they faced Lu Haoren again. Many people began to take the initiative to toast Lu Haoren with their wine glasses. Lu Hao. Mr. Lu, may I ask how the job situation that you asked for me the other day is going? Lu Changjiang would like to call Lu Haoren's name, but thinking that Lu Haoren's status is not more than a search for the same, he was so weak that he did not dare to call him by his name again. He's been losing a lot of hair over work lately, so he takes the opportunity to toast Lu Haoren to ask again. Lu Haoren's face was a bit embarrassed after hearing this. To be honest, he had forgotten about finding a job for Lu Changjiang. As Lu Haoren was preparing to explain, Wu Gaochang suddenly said, "Ha, Lu Haoren, you were helping Lu Changjiang look for a job a few days ago. Why haven't you found one yet? Is it because you don't have the means?" Chapter 29, Getting You a Job. Wu Gaochang's words seemed like a normal conversation between classmates, but the derision in his tone and demeanor was very obvious. When the other students saw Lu Haoren, Wu Gaochang, and Lu Changjiang talking about their work, they all put down their chopsticks and perked up their ears to listen. All these matters are of great concern to them. When Lu Haoren heard Wu Gaochang's question, he replied with a faint smile, "Listening to you, do you mean that you can help Lu Changjiang arrange a job? Then I have to thank you for Lu Changjiang. In fact, try not to do anything that is a favor to others, especially if you can't get anything out of it yet. Besides, this Lu Changjiang's work experience is really hard to describe. If you really want to help Lu Changjiang find a job, you will inevitably have to owe someone a favor." In this situation, Lu Haoren couldn't wait for Wu Gaochang to take over this Lu Changjiang thing. "Oh, it's just a job. I'll make a call and arrange it now. It's no trouble." "That's fine. Lu Changjiang, go give Wu Gaochang a toast and ask him to arrange a job for you. If Section Chief Wu is willing to help, then your job is done." Lu Changjiang was really excited when he heard Lu Haoren say this. He hurriedly carried his wine glass and walked to Wu Gaochang. "Chief Wu, can you really help me with my work?" "Ha, small case. Not a big problem." Wu Gaochang squinted at Lu Haoren and couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt. "So what if you're rich? Can't even organize a job?" Lu Haoren probably sensed Wu Gaochang's thoughts, but it didn't matter. He was too lazy to pretend for something that didn't have any benefits. His purpose today was Ke Jin Yao, and the purpose has largely been achieved. Anything else has been optional. Lu Haoren pretended to glance at Ke Jin Yao beside him without thinking. Ke Jin Yao was found sitting there looking at Wu Gaochang with great interest. When Wu Gaochang saw the look in Ke Jin Yao's eyes, his spirit shook and he sat up straight, even more pleased with himself. Lu Haoren frowned slightly. This Ke Jin Yao really showed the gold-worshipping woman's climbing to the fullest. In fact, from the moment Ke Jin Yao apologized to Lu Haoren knew. His bragging within the group of classmates over the past few days had not been without effect. At least this gold-digging girl had begun to consider him as one of the important spares. Unfortunately, this woman is the kind of person who doesn't see a rabbit in the hat. With this much showing off, I'm afraid that I still won't be able to impress Ke Jin Yao to help him have a child. At this point, the students were talking. "Lu Changjiang, you are really lucky. Wu Gaochang happens to be in charge of enterprises. He casually arranged one. The other side have to sell his face. That's for sure. No business would dare offend the tax department. That's why. Money is all hanging in the balance. Power is the foundation. We have Section Chief Wu as a classmate. We are considered to have a backer in the future." The students looked at Wu Gaochang with eagerness in their eyes. Although Lu Haoren was rich, the one who could help them was still Wu Gaochang. Hearing these voices of discussion, Wu Gaochang looked at Ke Jin Yao with even more pride. Ke Jin Yao locked eyes with Wu Gaochang and nodded appreciatively to him with a slight smile. The goddess actually nodded to herself. The goddess smiled to herself. The goddess is recognizing her power. Ke Jin Yao's every glance touched Wu Gaochang's mood, receiving Ke Jin Yao's approval. Wu Gaochang was so excited that he was trembling. "Lu Changjiang, what industry are you in now? What did you do in your previous work experience?" Wu Gaochang hurriedly asked Lu Changjiang, who was going to make a call on the spot, to show the students, especially Ke Jin Yao, how those entrepreneurs nodded their heads in front of them. Lu Changjiang sniffed with some embarrassment on his face. "I've had several jobs over the past 2 years and my industry has varied, but I've been in sales most of the time." "How many jobs? What do you specialize in?" "Change it 4 or 5 times, I think, and be good at connecting with people, I guess." Wu Gaochang's face darkened when he heard it, and with this kind of work experience, he didn't even know what Lu Changjiang could do. Honestly, He was too embarrassed to recommend it to business owners at this point in time. Who the hell wants a loser? Even if those bosses give themselves face, then they have no face. But the word is out today. He has to arrange a job. Otherwise, his face will be clean today. Especially since the goddess was still here. This face, he couldn't afford to lose. Not only Wu Gaochang black face, other students also scalp numb, 2 years to change 5 jobs, also really powerful. The others looked down on Lu Changjiang, but Lu Haoren admired Lu Changjiang greatly. This guy has thick skin and isn't afraid to lose face. He can also distinguish between the inferior and the superior. And he is unambiguous where honorifics should be used. Even as a classmate, he could pull off begging for a job. In terms of this ability, Lu Haoren was ashamed of himself. If Lu Changjiang can find a job that suits him and then stick to it, his achievements will not be too low. So what industry do you want to be in now? Wu Gaochang continued to ask him. Lu Changjiang didn't even think about it. I've always wanted to be in the e-commerce or internet business industry. Section Chief Wu, you know so many business owners. You must help me. Don't worry. I happened to meet the HR director of a gaming company at a corporate salon the other day when we toasted each other and got on well. I'll ask her to set you up with a job and she'll give me face. Wu Gaochang was relieved that, as it happened, the industry that Lu Changjiang wanted to get into happened to be one of the companies in his jurisdiction that was urgently hiring for various positions. The game industry is fine, and I feel that this industry is not bad. So I'll trouble Section Chief Wu. Okay, I'll call her now. Wu Gaochang nodded as he lit up the screen of the cell phone that had been sitting on the table and pressed a phone number. Instead of picking up his cell phone, he also pressed external, then picked up his chopsticks in his right hand to pick up the food. It made it sound like he was a big brother calling his subordinates. Hello, who are you? The tone on the other end of the line was as bored as if he had received an advertisement call. And when Lu Haoren heard this voice, it was very familiar, and he wore an odd expression. The human resources director that Wu Gaochang knew turned out to be Vivian Zhua. Wu Gaochang's expression stiffened at once, and his face was vaguely pig liver colored. Ahem, Mr. Zhua, it's me, Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang? Zhou Weiwei's voice on the other end of the phone was slightly hesitant, and then indistinctly said, "Oh, is that Section Chief Wu? I didn't memorize your phone number. What can I do for you?" With this attitude of Zhou Weiwei, Wu Gaochang could no longer hold on, and he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and turned off the external broadcast. Mr. Zhua, it's like this. I have a classmate. He is unemployed now. Didn't I hear that you have a new project a few days ago? I'm calling today to ask Mr. Zhua to help arrange a position. Wu Gaochang no longer dared to pretend to be a big brother, and then pretend. The other party may directly hang up the phone. Yes, why don't you email his resume to the company? Our hiring manager checks the mailbox every day. When the time comes that the resume is suitable, an interview will be invited. Mr. Zhua, that's not what I meant. This classmate is a good buddy of mine. He wasn't in the gaming industry before. That's why he asked me to give you a shout out. Chapter 30, Heartless Bitch. It's no problem, Chief Wu. You have your classmate come to me for an interview. If the interview is okay, then you can come to work. Zhou Weiwei still didn't fill her mouth with words. This will neither offend Wu Gaochang nor leave him without a fallback. Anyway, it boils down to having to attend an interview. If you don't pass the interview, then I'm sorry. It's a matter of your classmate's lack of ability. Not a matter of me not giving you Wu Gaochang face. Wu Gaochang can mix in the officialdom like a fish in water. Naturally also heard Zhou Weiwei position firm. If he or she chatted any longer in a brazen manner, it was he or she who would end up losing face. Zhou Weiwei didn't give this face. Wu Gaochang could only press down his heart's displeasure and coldly said, "Then I'll trouble Mr. Zhua." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Weiwei hung up the phone before he could. Phew! Wu Gaochang was almost so angry that he cursed, but fortunately, he had been in the officialdom for 2 years and was very calm and did not get angry on the spot. After the phone call ended, Wu Gaochang didn't look too good. Zhou Weiwei insisted that Lu Changjiang participate in the interview, and did not even talk specifically about what people Wu Gaochang wants to recommend and what positions are in demand, and ended up hanging up before him. This shows that Zhou Weiwei has been playing official, and also did not put him Wu Gaochang in his eyes, not to mention his recommendation of people. In this case, maybe Lu Changjiang ran to the interview, and people don't even know who Lu Changjiang is. With Lu Changjiang's resume and ability to run over to the interview like this, 100% cannot pass the interview. This Lu Changjiang thing can basically be declared yellow. Chief Wu, how's it going? Lu Changjiang looked at Wu Gaochang with anticipation. The corners of Wu Gaochan's mouth twitched, slightly embarrassed. They say it's not a big problem, but they need you to go to an interview. Oh, there's an interview. Half the time, you still have to interview. If you apply for a job as an interview, what does one need your recommendation for? Lu Changjiang couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Wu Gaochang could see Lu Changjiang's thoughts and he comforted him. Lu Changjiang, go back and prepare yourself. Learn about the industry, and actively go to the interview. You still have a great chance. Ugh, I just didn't find a niche for myself before. I went east and west, and I was very deficient in gaining experience. And that's what prevented me from finding a suitable job. Lu Changjiang's knowledge of himself is still very accurate. If I go over for an interview, I will not pass. Wu Gaochang took the opportunity to say, then you should find your niche before you think about work. When the time comes, you'll have no problem getting a recommendation from me for you when you're ready. At this point, Wu Gaochang had already forgotten how confident he was just now. Gradually, Wu Gaochang steered the conversation away. Those classmates see this situation, also have enlightened to educate Lu Changjiang. Old Lu, you really should sink your teeth into what you really want to do and what you're suited for. Right. Otherwise you won't be able to grasp it even if Wu Gaochang helps you recommend a job for the sake of your classmates. Iron must be hard. In the final analysis, you still have to be able to do it yourself. Chung Kong, come on, we've graduated for 2 years. It's time to stabilize. If we keep hanging around like this life will be over. Wu Gaochang did not succeed in helping Lu Changjiang to arrange a job. People are not complaining about Wu Gaochang did not help, but to blame Lu Changjiang himself does not compete. Lu Changjiang is also unlucky, tossing half a day. The work did not land, not to mention, but also be counted by the students to teach a lesson. With his glass in hand, he stood there like a plucked pheasant, taking the finger from everyone. The heart is very hard. Could it really be that you're just too incompetent? Every one of my classmates is doing well, but only myself. I have been on the road to find a job. Lu Changjiang was bereft to the core. Lu Haoran looked straight and shook his head. These students are really too realistic, and they also tend to be aggressive. Lu Haoran, can you help Lu Changjiang? He looks so pitiful. Ke Jin Yao looked at Lu Haoran with bated breath, and her entire body appeared to be very sympathetic and concerned about Lu Changjiang. If Lu Haoran didn't know the true nature of the woman Ke Jin Yao, he would have really thought that Ke Jin Yao was a loving woman. Lu Haoran originally didn't want to care about Lu Changjiang anymore, but he thought about the fact that the purpose of today was to make Ke Jin Yao a gold-digging woman. Fold. He then cooperated. No problem. I'll help him out for once. Aha, Lu Haoran, you're such a caring person. Ha! Being praised by Ke Jin Yao, Lu Haoran's mouth muscles involuntarily jumped. If Lu Haoran didn't need Ke Jin Yao to help him have a child, Lu Haoran would have slapped Ke Jin Yao on the spot. This woman is too good at pretending. Alright, classmates, let's not talk about Lu Changjiang. Lu Changjiang, he just didn't choose a good direction for a while. Lu Haoran stopped everyone from talking about Lu Changjiang PUA. Right now in this banquet hall, it was Lu Haoran and Wu Gaochang who spoke with the heaviest weight. Lu Haoran told everyone to be quiet, and the scene immediately became quiet. Lu Changjiang is actually a very good and capable classmate. There are thousands of human encounters. Lu Changjiang now just has not yet encountered the chance that belongs to him. I believe that once Lu Changjiang finds the right niche for himself, he will soar. Once these words came out, Lu Changjiang looked at Lu Haoran and was so grateful that tears seeped out of his eyes. Everyone was pointing at themselves and disapproving of them. Only Lu Haoran appreciated himself and encouraged him. Lu Changjiang deeply felt that Lu Haoran's words had spoken to his heart. Snap! Lu Haoran just finished his words. Ke Jin Yao. Lu Yanhong took the lead to lead the applause. The other people in the two led have applauded. The atmosphere, which had been made low, was brought back on track. The ballroom was refilled with positive energy. Lu Haoran smiled and said, actually, Lu Changjiang just needs an introduction at this point to get a stable job. Yes, I'm just short of a proper job. And if I can find one for me, I'll do it right. Lu Changjiang's eyes were filled with determination. Well then, with that promise, I'll do you the favor of finding you. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I won't let you down. Yes, Lu Haoran nodded as he continued. As it happens, I also know Vivian Joie, the Human Resources Director of Future Edge Games, so I'll give General Manager Joie another call. What? You know Zhou Weiwei too? Wu Gaochang carried contempt and anger at the same time. Zhou Weiwei didn't even give me face. She will give you face? Don't do anything useless. When Lu Haoran did that, It was obvious that he wanted to punch himself in the face. As the previous explicit fight between Lu Haoren and Wu Gaochang became explicit, the students felt the stagnation of the atmosphere. At times like this, no one is foolish enough to stand up and talk too much, but everyone's heart was clenched up, waiting to see how Lu Haoren would end up. Lu Haoren squinted his eyes in contempt at Wu Gaochang and gave him a cold look without speaking. Chapter 31, She Wants to Be a Rich Wife. Lu Haoren made a direct call. Yo, Mr. Lu, why are you calling me so late? The call was answered and a bright, pleasant tone came from the other side. There was a very obvious difference between this and the voice of Zhuo Weiwei that Wu Gaochang had heard earlier. Humph. The color on Wu Gaochang's face became even more ugly. Lu Haoren ignored Wu Gaochang's reaction as he said to Zhuo Weiwei, Mr. Shua, there's something I need to trouble you about. What is it? Just now Wu Gaochang called you too. It's about my classmate Lu Changjian. Oh, what's going on with this student? You're all actually making recommendations for him. Zhuo Weiwei began to pay attention. My classmate, Lu Changjian, was not very stable after he graduated and never found an ideal job. We happened to be at a class reunion today and mentioned this and tried to help him find a job. And Lu Changjian's ideal job is to come to a game company to do business. And it just so happens that you guys don't need people? I'll just refer you over. Lu Haoren spoke in a much softer tone than Wu Gaochang, who was as hard as he was, and Lu Haoren had a vector to put it in. He clearly tells Zhuo Weiwei that Lu Changjian just needs a job in business. That's right. Rather something to think about. Lu Haoren said so. Zhuo Weiwei instantly listened to understand the cause and effect of things, but she also did not directly agree, showing the wisdom of Zhuo Weiwei as a woman. Oh, Mr. Shua, as far as the relationship between the two of us is concerned, I'll be blunt. I just want to ask for your help this time. In addition, I won't charge you for the headhunting fee. And don't worry about the people I recommend. Mr. Lu, what is my relationship with you? Ha ha. Also, you're dreaming. You ask me for help and you want me to give you a hunting fee. How dare you? Last night, the two of them, Lu Haoren and Zhuo Weiwei, went through some oops and managed to defuse the embarrassment. Both of them were so happy that they drank 2 and 2. It's inevitable that men and women who drink alcohol make rapid progress in their relationships. So the two spoke with some ambiguity. We are whatever you say we are. Ha ha. You're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? That depends on whether you let me take advantage of it or not. The more Lu Haoren talked, the greasier his mouth became. Ugh. You want to take advantage of me? Then don't ask me for help with your friend. Zhuo Weiwei pretended to be angry. Lu Haoren hurriedly said, No, 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 no more oil. Let's get down to business. Humph. It's too late. It's useless for you to look for me. You go to the new commercial director. He's the one who's using the people. And it's only what he says that counts. Oh, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Shua. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Okay, waiting for your treat then. Since you're at a class reunion, that's it. I'm going to get my beauty sleep too. Well, good night. Good night. The phone hung up, and all the students in the room looked at Lu Haoren in a daze. They didn't realize that Lu Haoren was on such good terms with the Human Resources Director of Future Edge Games. It's all flirting. Future Edge Games, most of them had heard of it. Very well-known gaming company. Sort of a medium to large company. For a company of this size, Lu Haoren was so familiar with their HR director. Wu Gaochang completely ran out of words. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Haoren with hatred. And when he saw his goddess Ke Jin Yao looking at Lu Haoren in admiration, his expression turned sour. Mr. Lu, listening to the phone call between you and Mr. Shua just now, does it mean that I can work in their company? Lu Changjiang asked nervously. Lu Haoren nodded. You can go. That's great. That's great. I've finally found a job I love. Lu Changjiang's hands trembled with excitement. Ha, you're rejoicing too early. Didn't you hear what Mr. Shua said just now? It only counts if the commercial director of their company says so. Wu Gaochang's heart was very upset. He looked at Lu Changjiang's Tweedledum and could not wait to slap him. Oh, it seems so. Lu Changjiang got apprehensive and looked at Lu Haoren with expectations. The other students were also staring at Lu Haoren, wanting to know if Lu Haoren could handle the commercial director. The commercial director? Take care of him. Small case. Lu Haoren smiled. Commercial director phone gang? That's your own little brother. He doesn't whet anyone's appetite either. Same as earlier. Phone calls, amplified outgoing. The phone was picked up and Lu Haoren directly said, Mr. Feng, I have a classmate who wants to do business. Take him. Okay, no problem Xiao Lu. It's a small matter. Just give him my phone number and tell him to come directly to work with me on Monday. Phone Gang agreed so readily that he didn't even have a second to think about it. Okay, then. Yes, Mr. Lu. Phone Gang was surprisingly nice. This time, everyone was completely shocked. They didn't expect that the commercial director of Future Edge Games would actually listen to Lu Haoran's arrangements. It felt as if that commercial director Feng always was Lu Haoran's subordinate and little brother. In particular, the word Lu Xiao comes to mind. What kind of person would be addressed as young master? That's the magnificent bastard. That's the world's son. Everyone's gaze towards Lu Haoran changed. Lu Haoran is not simply a small boss who opens a company. The power behind it, immeasurable. Lu Changjian, you heard the call, right? Go to work on Monday. Listen. Heard it. I hear you. I have a real job. And it's a business position with a big company. Lu Changjian stuttered a little in excitement. Come on. Calm down. Take it with a grain of salt so you can do your job properly. Lu Haoran tapped Lu Changjian's shoulder to remind him. Lu Changjian nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for introducing me to the job. Don't worry. I'm just having trouble suppressing my joy at this time. I'll make sure to get in the right frame of mind by Monday and take this job seriously and won't let you down or embarrass you. That's right. Cheer up. You'll do better than anyone else. People who don't have jobs and have been poisoned by society realize how hard good jobs are to come by. Lu Haoran believes that Lu Changjian will be able to grasp this opportunity. After Lu Haoran finished his words, the banquet hall once again resounded with warm applause. Ke Jin Yao, who was sitting next to Lu Haoran. She was surprised, happy, and regretful. She had 100 different flavors in her heart at this time. As she had speculated before, Lu Haoran was really a rich second generation, and super rich. He was able to flirt with Future Edge's HR director and arrange for Future Edge's director to do his bidding. You don't think so? Lu Haoran wouldn't be the boss behind Future Edge, would he? Ke Jin Yao suddenly thought of this possibility. She herself was taken aback by the idea. Thinking of this, Ke Jin Yao's heart beat wildly. The man beside him may still be underestimated, even grossly underestimated. At this moment, Ke Jin Yao decided to take the initiative. For the rest of her life as a rich wife, she has to take the initiative to pursue Lu Haoran. Ran, I want to toast you. Ke Jin Yao did as she thought. She held the wine glass with both hands, and stood up her body, facing Lu Haoran, her face with a strange blush. Chapter 32, A Kiss? I'm not in the mood. Ran, Ke Jin Yao wanted to toast Lu Haoran, and before Lu Haoran could respond, Wu Gaochang couldn't take it anymore. Ke Jin Yao actually addressed Lu Haoran as Brother Ran. She also had to initiate a toast to Lu Haoran. One must know that Ke Jin Yao, as the school flower, to anyone, she was an unattainable existence. She addresses anyone by their first name. In Wu Gaochang's impression, Ke Jin Yao had never called anyone brother. And today, Ke Jin Yao actually called Lu Haoran Brother Ran in a low voice. Bang! Wu Gaochang pounded his fist on the dining table and stared dead at Lu Haoran and Ke Jin Yao. His teeth gritted and gurgling, his eyes spitting fire. Such a big commotion from his side immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ke Jin Yao also looked at Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang also looked at Ke Jin Yao. Ke Jin Yao arched her eyebrows and said unhappily, Wu Gaochang, what are you doing? Who messed with you? What's wrong with you? You, how can you call Lu Haoran as Brother Ran? You disappoint me too much. Wu Gaochang stared at Ke Jin Yao, his heart aching so much that he couldn't breathe. What disappointment? You're crazy, aren't you? I don't understand you. Ran is already a few months older than me, so what's in your way if I call him Ran? Ke Jin Yao's gaze towards Wu Gaochang was filled with loathing. From this moment on, she decided to give up on Wu Gaochang. Oh, not in my way? You know how I feel about you and you do this to another man in front of me. Okay, this meal, I'm not eating it. Wu Gaochang kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he had seen and heard. He couldn't believe that Ke Jin Yao would say such things to him. If you don't eat it, you don't eat it. Who cares? Ke Jin Yao didn't spoil Wu Gaochang. Then, Ke Jin Yao turned her head to look at Lu Haoran. Ran, this Wu Gaochang, since college, has been like a fly, surrounding me every day, annoying the hell out of me. I've never been with him. She was making a statement to Lu Haoran. When Wu Gaochang heard this, he almost fainted from anger on the spot. Wu Gaochang could not stay any longer. He went crazy, pushed away the chair, and ran out of the banquet hall with great strides. The scene was so sudden that the students didn't react, and Wu Gaochang had already left without a trace. Oh, whether you and Wu Gaochang are together or not, there's no need to tell me. We don't have anything to do with each other. The scene that Lu Haoren saw of Wu Gaochang being humiliated on the spot produced a feeling of sadness in his heart that the rabbit had died. A few days ago, Ke Jin Yao had also called herself a smelly beggar. Wasn't what Wu Gaochang was experiencing at the moment a replay of the image of himself being disliked by Ke Jin Yao a few days ago? Ke Jin Yao. This woman Lu Haoren suddenly didn't even have much interest in her. But it's done. The money has been spent. The costs have been incurred. And this woman, Ke Jin Yao, was a second-class beauty. The system's rewards for second-class beauties were much higher than third-class beauties. Therefore, Lu Haoren couldn't give up the system rewards because of his personal emotions. Based on the principle of not wasting anything, Lu Haoren still decided that he would let Ke Jin Yao help him give birth to the baby before he did so. Ran, are you still torn up about that night? I don't know what came over me that night. I was just in an upset mood and said some heavy things. Don't you mind? Oh, let's not talk about the past. Let's drink. Since Lu Haoren had decided to carry the matter of having a child to the end, there was no need to get angry with Ke Jin Yao right now. Aha! I won't mention it. A group of students had actually long seen the love triangle between Wu Gaochang, Lu Haoren and the school flower Ke Jin Yao. Since Wu Gaochang had already lost, the students put their minds to supporting Lu Haoren and Ke Jin Yao. Together. Cheers. Drink a cup of wine. A group of students roared, and the entire banquet hall was enthusiastic. Lu Haoren actually didn't have any good feelings towards Ke Jin Yao at this point. But Ke Jin Yao had already passed her hand through Lu Haoren's arm under the push and shove of good-for-nothing Lu Yanhong. Oh, then let's have a cross-cup drink. The two of them were in such close contact. Lu Haoren smelled the fragrance of Ke Jin Yao's body and looked at her delicate skin. Lu Haoren thought in his mind while sizing up Ke Jin Yao's stunning figure. To get back at a woman. Then make her have children. She'll be out of shape when she has kids and she'll be yellow because of them. Don't blame me for being narrow-minded. I can only blame you for hurting me too much. Aha! Ke Jin Yao very shyly raised her glass. At this time, Ke Jin Yao's ruthlessness and heartlessness towards Wu Gaochang just now was completely invisible. After drinking a cup of wine, the classmates were not too proud to get up again. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Lu Yanhong pushed Ke Jin Yao towards Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren let go of Ke Jin Yao and took a step back. Hong, just give me a kiss. I really don't have anything to do with Ke Jin Yao. Lu Haoren refused outright. It wasn't that he, Lu Haoren, was pretending, but he really wasn't in the mood to be too intimate with Ke Jin Yao at this time. Ke Jin Yao was rejected by Lu Haoren and her face instantly turned pale. Tonight, she had sort of gathered all her courage and was ready to accept Lu Haoren. However, he did not expect that Lu Haoren would actually reject himself in front of everyone. Ha, you two are embarrassed, aren't you? Lu Yanhong immediately stepped forward to round off the conversation. Lu Haoren didn't say anything, which was considered as acquiescence. Looking at this appearance, Ke Jin Yao's heart was relieved, so it was Lu Haoren who was embarrassed. At the same time, she hated herself for not being too impulsive tonight. I can't believe I'm thinking of kissing Lu Haoren. Mr. Lu, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up, so I'll leave Ke Jin Yao to you? You must send her home, haha. Lu Yanhong received $6,000 from Lu Haoren. She naturally had to find ways to make Lu Haoren feel that the money was well spent. No problem. You go. Lu Haoren nodded. He also had to adjust his mindset. Ke Jin Yao was her own tool for childbirth. She can't throw away her tool just because she loathes her. By this time, the reunion was pretty much over. One after another, the students said their goodbyes. Lu Haoren also brought Ke Jin Yao to the car. Ke Jin Yao sat in the passenger seat, her eyes constantly surveying the Porsche, her gaze filled with envy. If only I had a car this beautiful. All the way. Ke Jin Yao's lips quirked, trying to find a topic of conversation. But Lu Haoren concentrated on driving without any intention of communicating. Lu Haoren didn't even incline his head to look at Ke Jin Yao again. The two then remained silent. Here we are. Get off. Lu Haoren pulled over to the side of the road. Ke Jin Yao hadn't reacted yet. What the hell? You're home. Lu Haoren couldn't help but sound a little louder. The subconscious can't help it if a person has a dislike for another person's heart. Lu Haoren just doesn't have control. Ke Jin Yao was ready to get out of the car. And when she did, her speed was slow, and eventually, she turned back to look at Lu Haoren. Don't you have anything to say to me? Chapter 33, The Marksman. Another hit. What words? I don't have any words to say to you. Lu Haoren's face was puzzled. Okay, get out of the car. If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it later. I'm sleepy. I'm going back to rest. Okay then. Ke Jin Yao's heart stuttered. Could it be that this guy Lu Haoren really didn't like himself anymore? She stood in the street and watched the beautiful taillights of the Porsche fade away. She was very frustrated and her mind suffered. She was very regretful at this time. Why she had said such heavy words to Lu Haoren that night. Thinking about it, she texted Lu Haoren. Ran. Thank you for taking me home. Lu Haoren saw the text message. He had not wanted to reply, but he held back the disgust in his heart and returned. You're welcome. You're welcome? Just 3 words? So perfunctory? Ke Jin Yao's heart was hard to bear. If it was before, when Lu Haoren received his message, even if it was only a punctuation mark, he would have sent a large paragraph in reply to himself. Ran. Don't you like me anymore? Ke Jin Yao typed out a sentence to ask Lu Haoren, but she immediately deleted it again before sending it out. Ran. Are you still mad at me? I'm sorry. I was wrong that night. Ran. I promise you. I can help you have a baby. After Ke Jin Yao typed these words, she still deleted them without sending them out. Next, Ke Jin Yao stood there and typed in another large paragraph, which she repeatedly revised and deleted, but the result was that she didn't send it out after all. In the end, Ke Jin Yao didn't send anything to Lu Haoren. For the next few days, Lu Haoren decided to forget about the existence of the system, working during the day and sleeping with Sun Ruoshin in his arms at night. Life is stress-free and the days are very comfortable. On this day, Lu Haoren couldn't help but click on the system interface to check it out. Fertility Incentive System. Host, Lu Haoren. Lifespan, 11 months. Physical fitness, 9. Looking at the lifespan of only 11 months left, Lu Haoren's face darkened and a sense of urgency arose in his heart once again. Lu Haoren was communicating with Zhuo Weiwei about his work at the moment. He couldn't help the smile that spread across the corners of his mouth at the thought of this beautiful woman. Lu Changjiang, make a dinner date tonight and say that you are treating Feng Gang and Zhuo Weiwei to dinner in order to thank them for their help. Lu Haoren finally thought of a reasonable and irresistible reason to meet. Lu Changjiang returned an awkward expression to him and said, Mr. Lu, I've been miserable lately, and I haven't been paid yet either, so I don't have money to treat you. Can I wait until I'm paid? I'll be damned. That's all you've got. Lu Haoren immediately transferred 10,000 to Lu Changjiang. Keep it, treat yourself, be generous, I'll pay for this. Lu Changjiang tapped collect and replied, thank you, Mr. Lu, count this money as my loan to you. I will definitely pay you back. Can you please not be so outgoing? Don't yell Mr. Lu and Mr. Lu all day long. We're classmates. Just call me by my first name, and take this money if you're told to. You don't have to pay it back. Alright then, I'll call you Ran, never mind. You're a few months older than me anyway. Lu Changjiang always felt that it was a bit inappropriate to directly address Lu Haoren by name. Lu Haoren saw that Lu Changjiang was so stubborn, so he let it go. In the evening, Lu Changjiang followed Lu Haoren's arrangement and asked Zhuo Weiwei out for a party alone. At the party, Feng Gang and Lu Changjiang both intended to get Zhuo Weiwei drunk. The two men took turns to toast to Zhuo Weiwei, making it impossible for Zhuo Weiwei to refuse. Seeing this, Lu Haoren rushed forward to block the wine. Feng Gang, a person with very high emotional intelligence. Although Lu Haoren did not explicitly say the purpose of asking Zhuo Weiwei out tonight, but he had guessed 9 times out of 10. Even when Lu Haoren blocked the drinks, he took advantage of his drunkenness and played drunk. As long as he makes a toast, then you have to drink. And it's not good enough if you don't. Zhuo Weiwei won't drink. Then you, Lu Haoren, will drink on her behalf. Lu Haoren pretended to be in a difficult situation and looked back at Zhuo Weiwei. When Zhuo Weiwei saw that Lu Haoren was defeated, she was excited. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you being a big man and helping me with a few drinks? Okay. Lu Haoren reluctantly drank it. Just finished, Lu Changjiang's wine came back. Zhuo Weiwei couldn't refuse and pulled Lu Haoren to drink again. The meal went on into the night and everyone was giddy. However, Feng Gang's eyes suddenly became clear as he pulled Lu Changjiang. Little Lu, if you're alright, go home. Oh, good leader. Lu Changjiang also seemed to see what was going on. Without saying a word, he settled the bill, and then found an excuse to bid farewell to Zhuo Weiwei. Then Feng Gang quietly walked away as well. Eventually Drevi reacted. She was dazed and confused, still keeping the slightest bit of consciousness. Ha, where is he? They people? Mr. Shua, you are drunk. Let me send you to the guest room to rest. Okay, rest. The two helped stumble to the guest room. The next day dawned bright and early. Zhuo Weiwei looked at Lu Haoren with her eyes open, and Lu Haoren also looked at Zhuo Weiwei with his eyes open. No screaming, no blaming. It's all adults. We all know what happened last night after the drinks. Lu Haoran. Don't take last night's incident to heart and forget about it. Zhou Weiwei sat up very calmly and put on her clothes. Yes, Lu Haoran, on the other hand, lay on the bed looking at her snow-white back, with no waves on the surface. But inside, he had been ecstatic. I didn't expect to hit it all at once again. That's a real sharpshooter. Vivian Drew is pregnant with his child. He was also rewarded by the system. Looking through the system records shows, ding, congratulations to the host, successfully impregnating Zhou Weiwei. Rewards are being distributed. Zhou Weiwei belongs to the second-class beauties and gets the second-class reward. Bonus lifespan +3. Bonus physique +2. Rewarded with $7 million in cash. Note, Zhou Weiwei is a second-class beauty, rewarding her 20 times her annual salary. Zhou Weiwei now earns $350,000 a year, and is hereby awarded $7 million. The host impregnates a second-class beauty for the first time, with the additional bonus of a villa purchase qualification, after which the system can reimburse the full original price. Look at the system interface again. Fertility incentive system. Host, Lu Haoran. Lifespan, 3 years, 11 months. Physical fitness, 11. Lu Haoran didn't feel anything as his lifespan increased. However, with his physique enhanced to 11, Lu Haoran suddenly felt a dragon's energy all over his body. Lu Haoran himself didn't expect that he would impregnate Zhou Weiwei in this way. He was very torn at this point about whether or not to tell Zhou Weiwei about her pregnancy. If she told Zhou Weiwei would definitely go on birth control pills. If he didn't tell Zhou Weiwei and hid it from her like this, Lu Haoran was under extreme psychological pressure. Mr. Lu, goodbye. I hope that the next time we meet, we'll still be ordinary friends. While Lu Haoran was torn between uncertainties, Zhou Weiwei had already put on her clothes and shoes. She grabbed her backpack and got ready to head out the door. Lu Haoran couldn't help but say, "Are you going to be so desperate?" Lu Haoran, if you're going to pester me, we can't even be friends. But Lu Haoran couldn't speak halfway through his sentence. Chapter 34. You have to understand the meaning behind it. You're trying to say that I've slept with you, aren't you? Zhou Weiwei picked up the conversation very frankly and said, "Don't be psychologically pressurized, and don't be chauvinistic. In this society nowadays, when men and women go to bed, it's not necessarily the woman who suffers. Last night, I was just trying to relax and unwind because I was stressed at work." Lu Haoran was speechless. Seeing this, Zhou Weiwei pulled out a stack of money from inside her pocket and threw it on Lu Haoran's sheet. "If you feel like you're at a disadvantage, then this wad of money is my way of making it up to you, and from now on, the two of us, we don't owe each other anything." Zhou Weiwei finished speaking and left the guest room without looking back. This woman. Lu Haoran lay on the bed, gripping the quilt, looking at the stack of scattered RMBs, as if he had been glanced at by Zhou Weiwei. None of this really matters. What's important is that Vivian Chuk is pregnant with his child. And all of this, Zhou Weiwei was not mentally prepared for. Also, Lu Haoran was so worried that Zhou Weiwei went downstairs to buy emergency contraceptive pills to take. That would be bad. When he arrived at the office, the receptionist, Hua Si Yuan, had already prepared breakfast for him, as well as coffee. Lu Haoran finished breakfast. "Boss, there's a meeting. The company has had a couple of newcomers in the past few days, and as the owner and general manager, he should step in and meet them." But he was in no mood for a meeting at the moment as he was thinking about how to stop Zhou Weiwei from taking the contraceptive pill. Lu Haoran waved his hand. "Hua Si Yuan, for the morning meeting, you can inform Fong Shi to hold it instead of me. I don't want to have a meeting today." "Okay, boss," Hossein added. "Boss, the presidential class of Qingbei University that you asked me to inquire about has a result. This is a formal presidential class, and I've heard that it's filled with entrepreneurs, dignitaries, and elites from all industries in each. So do you think this president's class is worth going to?" Lu Haoran didn't even care about these things. Hossein returned seriously. "If the boss wants to meet more valuable contacts, I suggest that the boss can learn." "Okay then, sign up. One for you too, and you'll accompany me to school." "Ah, boss, I'm going to school too?" But, before Hua Si Yuan finished speaking, Lu Haoran thought that Hua Si Yuan was going to refuse again, and he said with great impatience, "I am asking you to go to school. I am asking you to learn knowledge. The kind of opportunity that a lot of people can't even ask for. It's not like I'm going to harm you. You refuse this and that. Is that how you treat your employees?" I don't. "Know what? No. You don't want to do it, do you?" Lu Haoran had been in a messy mood this morning because he was worried about Chua Weiwei taking birth control pills, and Hua Siyuan came back this time with this or that. Lu Haoran was furious on the spot. Boss, I really don't mean what you think I mean. Hua Siyuan was reprimanded and threatened to not want to work anymore. Her tears were about to fall from her eyes in aggravation. Seeing this, Lu Haoran stopped reprimanding her and softened his voice. You must accompany me to this presidential class. It's a work arrangement and you're not allowed to refuse. Understand? Yeah, I got it, boss. After saying that, Hua Siyuan left the office. About half an hour later, Finance Sister he ran into Lu Haoran's office in a panic. Boss, you want to spend $1,960,000? What? When did I have to spend so much money? Lu Haoran also heard this figure was also a jolt. He is indeed not short of money now. Money is not so important to him, but he's no cutie pie either. You don't have to spend your money if it doesn't run out. Finance Sister he took out a stack of information. The very same information that was enrolled in the president's class. It says that the tuition fee for the presidential class at Qingbei University is exactly $980,000 per person per year. The names of the two men were reported. One was Lu Haoran and the other was Hua Siyuan. Lu Haoran looked at this information and was dumbfounded. He slapped himself hard. At this moment, he remembered why Hua Siyuan kept saying no just now. Hua Siyuan is trying to say that she doesn't go to this presidential class because the price is too expensive, and he himself is forcing her to enroll in this presidential class. Hua Siyuan was also furious after coming out of Lu Haoran's place, and handed the information to the finance for approval on the spot. Mr. Lu, do I have to sign then? Are you sure you want to expend this $1,980,000 to enroll in this presidential class? Such a large sum of expenditure. Finance Sister he can't dare to approve indiscriminately. Lu Haoran's scalp went numb. Things have come to this point. Do you want to hit yourself in the face and not go to enroll in this presidential class? Or don't let Hua Siyuan go to this presidential class? After thinking about it for a moment, and thinking about the fact that he had gained another $7 million today, he still said, Sister sign and approve. I'll pay for this privately. I'll credit your account now and you pay for the tuition. Okay. The boss had said so, and Sister he no longer advised. Soon, Lu Haoran transferred $2 million to Sister he. It wasn't long before Hua Siyuan pushed her way through Lu Haoran's office, and she looked at Lu Haoran in shock. Boss, you really signed me up too. Ha? 980,000 that's too much. Humph. What's $980,000? You don't just see me spending this $980,000 for you, but you have to think. This deeper meaning behind me spending this $980,000. Lu Haoran spent $980,000 at once for Hua Siyuan, and he was still slightly heartbroken. With these words, he was trying to imply that Hua Siyuan should know better and better take the initiative to crawl into his bed and give birth to his child. With Hua Siyuan's small salary, even if she gave birth to her own child, at 10 times the amount, she wouldn't be able to earn back the $980,000 in a short time. The deal, ironically, is a loss in terms of direct economics. But what Lu Haoran wanted was for Hua Siyuan to contribute her lifespan to herself after giving birth to her child, and also to improve her physique. Also, having a child and spending cash back on the child later is a way to keep getting your money back. After Lu Haoran said this, he stared at Hua Siyuan's eyes, hoping that she would understand his good intentions. Hosean's eyes suddenly sprang to tears. Boss, as much as you usually get angry and yell at me, that's when I make mistakes. I'm so touched right now. You're so good to me. You bought me work clothes privately, and went to great lengths to guide me in my work and help me train my business skills. And now you're spending so much money for me to go to the president's class. Boss, what should I do? I feel like I can't repay your favor for the rest of my life. Woohoo! Hua Siyuan was moved to tears. Lu Haoran was stunned. He didn't expect Hua Siyuan to react so much. Ugh, Hope, why are you crying? Didn't I tell you? Makes you think about why I'm spending so much money for you to go to the president's class. Lu Haoran spoke as he stood up and pulled a few paper towels and walked over to Hua Siyuan. He put his left arm around Hua Siyuan's shoulder and helped her wipe her tears with his right hand. Lu Haoran hints again with this ambiguous gesture, hoping that Hua Siyuan will take the initiative to bring up the matter of giving him a child. But Hua Siyuan's next words made Lu Haoran almost collapse. Chapter 35, Taking the Pill. Hua Siyuan did not dodge or resist in any way to Lu Haoran's such ambiguous movements. She looked at Lu Haoran with teary eyes. I know what the boss means. Boss, you want to train me. You want me to grow into a solo manager. Don't worry boss, I will definitely not fail you in your expectations of me. I will study hard, work hard, be loyal to my boss, be loyal to the company, and contribute to the development of the company. Hua Si-yuan was so uptight that she was dumbfounded to hear Lu Haoran. She had completely misunderstood Lu Haoran's intentions. Seriously, if he wanted to train managers, wouldn't it be more effective for Lu Haoran to directly train Fang Shi than Hua Si-yuan? This Hua Si-yuan, can't she see her true purpose at all? LOL. Lu Haoran heart wow cool. This 98 million. And spent in vain. Lu Haoran no longer knew what to imply about Hua Si-yuan. He could only pat Hua Si-yuan's shoulder, and in a serious tone, he said, Hope. A lot of things. You have to think a little deeper. You have to see through the essence of things. Go for it. Okay, boss. I won't be childish from now on. I'll mature fast. Get out there and do a good job. Aha! After Hua Si-yuan went out, Lu Haoran really couldn't rest assured about Shuo Weiwei and the child inside her stomach. Weiwei, have you had breakfast yet? The most important thing is to be happy. Keep your mood happy and don't work too hard. For the sake of the child, for the sake of the reward stability not to be withdrawn, Lu Haoran finally couldn't resist. To be a licking dog for once. Soon, Zhuo Weiwei returned a message. /vomit look. You're at least the owner of the company. Can you stop saying such disgusting things? I mean seriously, I'm concerned about your health. Lu Haoran was disgusted and slightly embarrassed. Lu Haoran, I told you, please forget about last night. We are just normal business partners. My personal private life doesn't need your concern. But if you can forget, I can't. Your scent lingers inside my nostrils from morning until now. Lu Haoran went out on a limb. No matter what, he had to stabilize Zhuo Weiwei first, so that she could successfully get pregnant. /vomit/knockout emoji. You're really too greasy. Vivi, I genuinely care about you. If you genuinely care about me, then get me a box of Webtoon. I was in a hurry to get to work this morning and didn't go to the drugstore. Don't get pregnant. Fine. I'll get it for you right away. Don't you dare buy it yourself. Lu Haoran was shocked. And sure enough, Zhuo Weiwei wanted to take the emergency contraceptive pill. /questioning look. Why can't I buy my own? What kind of girl runs off alone to buy birth control supplies? Isn't that making people look down on you? Especially if your acquaintances see you. They'll poke you in the back. Humph. Kind of you to have a conscience. I'll see you at noon then. Yes. Lu Haoran no longer sent a message to Zhuo Weiwei. He hurried out of the company, went downstairs and drove towards Future Edge. Lu Haoran went over to Future Edge and found a tea house nearby, ordered a table of light food and waited for Zhuo Weiwei to come down for lunch. At noon, Zhuo Weiwei came late. She didn't eat breakfast today. As soon as I sat down, I didn't say anything and just took a big bite of my food. Lu Haoran's heart ached as he watched, so he helped her with dishes and soup. When Zhuo Weiwei saw that Lu Haoran was so concerned, she glanced warily. Don't think that just because you're offering your heart, it's going to get to me. I decided a long time ago that I would never fall in love in my life, much less get married. If you have a thought about me, snuff out that thought at the earliest opportunity. Don't worry. I don't want to get married either, and I do plan to be single for the rest of my life. Lu Haoran heard this sentence, but instead, his heart rejoiced. He was afraid of women looking for him to get married. Vivian Joy not wanting to get married is just what he wants. But Lu Haoran still hedged his bets. You don't fall in love. You don't get married. You don't have children. So aren't you afraid of being alone? Marriage is not going to happen, but a child would be nice. When I'm not busy with work for 2 years, I'll just find someone to have a child to spend the rest of my life with. Anyway, the policy now is that you can have children without being married. This policy is a boon to people like me. Oh, since you want a child, you should conceive one now. If you wait 2 more years, you'll be an older woman, with a high risk of childbearing and no energy to spend with your child, and it won't be good for your child's development. Why don't I have a baby with you and we'll raise it together? Lu Haoran's words carried the meaning of guidance. Zhuo Weiwei looked at Lu Haoran contemptuously after hearing this. Toads want to eat swan meat. With your IQ, I'm afraid the child I give birth to will be too stupid. Humph. My IQ is as high as 150. If I didn't know better when I was in school, I would have gone to Tsinghua University. An IQ of 150? I'm afraid 250 is more like it. Zhuo Weiwei looked at her watch. Time flies so fast. Another meeting is coming up. Quickly give me Webtoon. Lu Haoran didn't take out the contraceptive pill, but looked at Zhuo Weiwei seriously. Vivi, are you really not going to think about me? I really want a child. Don't think about it. Give me the medicine now. Don't dilly-dally. Zhou Weiwei still insisted that she didn't want a child, but she saw that her words were a bit heavy and added, I've been working so much lately and am on the upswing that if I get pregnant, all my efforts will be for naught. Quite a few people are thinking of replacing me. So, you must not get pregnant during this time. Understand? Okay, I get it. A smile finally appeared on Lu Haoren's face. Zhou Weiwei's words of explanation just now put Lu Haoren in a very pleasant mood. It wasn't that she didn't want to have a child with Lu Haoren, but it was the wrong time. Give me the medicine. Here, it's Yukon. Lu Haoren took the initiative to peel the medicine and handed over a cup of warm boiled water. Zhou Weiwei was in a hurry at this time, and without even looking at it, she tilted her head and ate. After the medicine was finished, Zhou Weiwei left the restaurant in a hurry and went back to the company to attend the meeting. Lu Haoren looked at the woman's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, what Zhou Weiwei doesn't know is that what she just ate was just a calcium tablet. When, in a few days, Zhou Weiwei realized that something was wrong. It wasn't something that could be solved by taking an emergency contraceptive pill. At that time, if you want to get rid of the baby again, you will have to go to the hospital for an abortion. Lu Haoren thought about the fact that there was still a chance of miscarriage, and in addition, there was how Zhou Weiwei would react when she realized that she had lied to her. He then felt a headache. But the water is coming and the soldiers are coming. We'll see about that when the time comes. Just at this time, someone in Lu Haoren's classmate group spoke. He opened it to see that it was Lu Changjiang. This guy sent photos of last night's dinner invitation, along with the exquisite and luxurious dishes and expensive drinks to his classmates group. In addition, he also sent his labor contract, which is a full $9.500 a month. Chapter 36, It's time to take down the schoolgirl. Thank you Ran for recommending the job. Let me successfully eat and drink spicy food. Appreciate it and be thankful. At Lu Haoren. Lu Changjiang's words were full of pride and gratitude to Lu Haoren. These words of his, these braggadocio's pictures instantly caused the group to erupt into a heated discussion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Changjiang, Future Edge actually offered you a salary of $9,500. My god, is this true? Lu Changjiang, did you really get a $9,500 salary? I remember you told me before that your salary was only $2,500. This jumped straight to $9,500. It's too much. Real name envy. My paycheck is only $4,900. Woohoo! At Lu Changjiang. Of course it's true. I have a labor contract with a seal. Can it be faked? This is all because Ran helped me apply. Ran is very close to my current leader, and the HR director. He's so great. Lu Changjiang, you really come to a far turn at times. Truly envious. Congratulations. Is this the potluck you guys had last night? Holy, sea cucumbers, Mao Tai, and tomahawk steak. Auslong, you guys really know how to enjoy yourselves. Hey, it's not like I'm following Brother Ran to eat and drink. The group is full of envy and congratulations for Lu Changjiang. And behind the cell phones, everyone was as sour as if they had swallowed dozens of sour lemons. Honey, look, just this guy. His grades weren't as good as mine when he was in school, and when he came out to work he was all over the place, with an extremely bad resume. But he got a job at almost twice my salary from a classmate of mine who runs a headhunting firm. Really? Show me. This classmate's girlfriend also looked over in amazement. It felt eye-opening. I feel like you could also get a recommendation from your classmate who runs a headhunting firm. Trees move to death. People move to life. You find a headhunter to jump ship. The salary is definitely several times higher than now. I feel the same way. It seems like it's time to move. I'll contact my classmates right away. At this time, not only this student has the idea, other students are also the same idea. They no longer care about face. Have contacted Lu Haoren to help jump ship. Ran, can you look at the job for me? I've been working for 2 years and my pay hasn't gone up. Now I have less than 4,000 in hand. Ugh. Lu student. For the sake of us being at the same table before, could you also help me find a high-paying job? I'm really short of money to spend. Woohoo! Brother Haoren, a few days ago I was talking about going to your company for tea. May I ask which day is free recently? I came over to pay a visit to my old classmate. Lu Haoren saw quite a few messages from his classmates contacting him, and he couldn't help but smile, so he replied to them one by one. Then he received another message. It's a message from the schoolgirl, Ke Jin Yao. Ran, thank you for driving me home the night of the reunion. I want to buy you dinner and thank you for that. Lu Haoren saw the text message. He was silent for a moment. He should close the net. Let Ke Jin Yao give birth to her child earlier. After giving birth, earning longevity, and earning system rewards. At that time, treat Ke Jin Yao however you want. Lu Haoren then agreed to Ke Jin Yao's invitation. In the afternoon, Lu Haoren ordered the Ask World M9 Smart Driver Edition to arrive. Car sales Yan Mei personally sent downstairs. After work, Lu Haoren turned on the autopilot Provincial Arts and Sports Center. Ke Jin Yao is a dancer at the Provincial Arts and Sports Center, and it's the kind that's on the books. Career women like Ke Jin Yao's have a higher social status, although their paychecks are not high. This leads to a high-mindedness on the part of those on staff. Just because of the nature of this special position, coupled with Ke Jin Yao's natural school beauty level face value, made Ke Jin Yao bent on marrying into a wealthy family. Today's Ke Jin Yao is dressed in a way that shows a sensible and elegant style that is very attractive. When Lu Haoren received Ke Jin Yao, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's so true that she is a dance student, and her every move is very graceful. Lu Haoren couldn't help but have nasty thoughts inside his head. He had never had a child with a beautiful woman who was studying dance. Ha, Lu Haoren, why are you driving this car today? Where's your Porsche? Ke Jin Yao saw this car of Lu Haoren's, which she didn't recognize, and her face, which was originally with a smile, started to stiffen. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Could it be that Lu Haoren's previous so-called Porsche and all that wealth were all pretend? Porsche is also leased? Ke Jin Yao had encountered this kind of thing, and there were quite a few of them. Some of the men who pursued her were the ones who drove luxury cars to get their attention. It turned out to be a lease. Ke Jin Yao's unconcealed expression of disappointment directly made Lu Haoren marbled with displeasure. But he's not like Ke Jin Yao. He can control his emotions. Lu Haoren explained faintly. It's a state-of-the-art intelligent driving car, a collection of our nation's technology, and it's also much more comfortable to drive than a Porsche can be. Let's put it this way. This car is the best automobile in the $10 million price range. A domestic car? Within the price of $10 million? And is it as expensive as a Porsche? Oh, it's about the same price as the Macan I drove. Bought for over $600,000. Ke Jin Yao's character smacks of poverty and loves the rich. It's simply absolute. No way. This unknown domestic car actually costs over $600,000. You have $600,000 to buy a domestic car instead of a Porsche? Even if you don't like a Porsche, a Mercedes-Benz BMW is fine. Ke Jin Yao heard that this car was bought by Lu Haoren at a cost of more than $600,000, and the stone she had just been hanging on her heart finally fell to the ground. In that case, Lu Haoren should be really rich, because only people with real money would spend over $600,000 on a domestic car. But Ke Jin Yao really couldn't figure out Lu Haoren's spending logic. And Lu Haoren was very contemptuous of this consumerism of Ke Jin Yao. The two are simply not on the same channel. But Lu Haoren could only grit his teeth and communicate with Ke Jin Yao. After all, Ke Jin Yao was a second-class beauty, representing a generous reward, as well as longevity and physique rewards. Who's going to mess with a reward? Ke Jin Yao, can you drive? Saying 1,000 words was better than letting Ke Jin Yao experience it for herself. I would. I have a Mercedes A-Class right now. This Mercedes-Benz of mine is second-hand. I only bought it into a few tens of thousands of dollars, but when I drive it out, everyone thinks I'm driving a luxury car. They think I'm rich, and it's especially dignified. Ke Jin Yao was flooded with pride at the mention of Mercedes-Benz. At the same time, she was still complaining about how Lu Haoren would spend $600,000 and buy a domestic car thing. If I had $600,000, I would buy a second-hand Porsche, or a Maserati, than this kind of car to drive out, simply to envy people to death. Also, the so-called smart driving, the so-called technology, it's all just vaporware. It's not useful. You only live once. Who would give their life to a machine? And a domestic car is no better than an imported one. You're really a big ingrate for spending $600,000 on a domestic car. Ke Jin Yao couldn't help but make a flurry of complaints. Lu Haoren was practically numb from hearing those words. Vanity to the extent of Ke Jin Yao is also absolute. Get in the car and experience for yourself what it means to drive smart before you say anything else. Lu Haoren was too lazy to argue with this kind of vain woman. The facts speak louder than words. Only by allowing such prejudiced people to feel it for themselves can their views be changed. Chapter 37, A Love Affair Without a Soul. Alright, I'll feel it and see how good the so-called best car in $10 million really is. Ke Jin Yao complained while getting into the car, and was also very pained. Pained that Lu Haoren spent more than $600,000 to buy this kind of domestic car. Isn't this a pure and simple injustice? I'd like to see how smart intelligent driving can be. I don't think it's as smart as a human driving. Ke Jin Yao grumbled while sitting in the main driver's seat. Under Lu Haoren's guidance, she turned on the smart drive mode. This, can I really let go of the steering wheel? Ke Jin Yao was very nervous and didn't dare to let go of the steering wheel. Lu Haoren pulled her hand away. Let go when I tell you to let go. What are you afraid of? Don't crash later. Ke Jin Yao hurriedly grabbed the steering wheel again. Crash is on me. With all the traffic in the city and the slow speeds, it's not much of a problem to crash. Okay, I'm really letting go. Release. Ke Jin Yao then carefully let go of the steering wheel and released the gas brake. Ah, it's true. It's opening on its own. Ugh, there's someone crossing the street in front of me. Do I really not need to hit the brakes? No need to step on it. Don't worry. I'll take care of it if anything happens. Ke Jin Yao was in a state of shock, making Lu Haoren very speechless. Although these words are hard to hear, they reflect Lu Haoren's trust in M9 intelligent driving. Without realizing it, Lu Haoren and Ke Jin Yao had already arrived at the restaurant where they were scheduled to dine. So this is it. Ha! I haven't been driving it all this whole time and it literally drove itself here. Yeah, here we are. Get out of the car. Let it park itself down in the basement. Let's go eat. What? You're saying we get out of the car and let this car go to the parking lot by itself? Did I hear you right? Ke Jin Yao couldn't believe those words. Lu Haoren looked at the woman like she was an idiot. Doesn't this Ke Jin Yao watch the news all day long? Did she just come back from the primitive world? The valet parking feature of Ask Auto has hit the internet, and this woman doesn't even know about it. Ke Jin Yao didn't pay attention to this. Lu Haoren could only say impatiently, just get out of the car when I tell you to. I'm not worried. What are you worried about? The car will automatically find a parking space. Park, and then when we're done eating, it'll come back here and pick us up. That's amazing too. Ke Jin Yao half-heartedly followed Lu Haoren's command to operate. The moment she saw the M9 drive away into the basement by itself, Ke Jin Yao's eyes almost fell to the ground. Ah, I didn't realize that domestic cars are now so intelligent. This Ask World car is really too advanced. It's the first time I've driven such a smart car and it's just amazing. No wonder there are more and more domestic cars on the road. So domestic cars are really so advanced. Ke Jin Yao has been completely impressed by this car after driving it herself. Lu Haoren was already too lazy to talk nonsense to her at this point, and just signaled in response. Ran, how much does this car cost anyway? I've told you several times. Take it down $680,000. Ugh, I want a smart car like this so bad, but unfortunately I'll have to go without food for 5 or 6 years before I can afford it. Ke Jin Yao sounded extremely envious of Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren glanced at Ke Jin Yao, feeling that the woman was hinting at herself. It doesn't matter though. The rewards that come with second-class beauty are worth the investment. Lu Haoren then said, don't give me the keys to the car you're holding. Take this car and drive it. Ah, Ran, you are saying you want to give me this car to drive? Yes, take it for a drive. I have more cars than I can handle anyway, or I'll just order another one now. Saying yes, Lu Haoren immediately dialed the phone. Manager Yen, order me another Inquirer M9. After making the call, Lu Haoren looked at the shocked Ke Jin Yao indifferently and spread his hands. Why are you so surprised? It's just a car. What's all the fuss about? Not. This car more than 600,000 yuan. You said to buy it. You think it is to buy cabbage? Ke Jin Yao was completely shocked by Lu Haoren's wealth. Oh, it's about the same as a cabbage. Lu Haoren quickly walked into the restaurant, no longer paying attention to the dumbfounded Ke Jin Yao. He still kept an eye on the car Lu Haoren gifted to Ke Jin Yao. He was only lending this car to Ke Jin Yao to drive, not giving it to Ke Jin Yao. Sorry if Ke Jin Yao doesn't listen at the back. Lu Haoren will have to repossess this car. The rest of the meal was spent with Ke Jin Yao chirping and talking to Lu Haoren, but it's all about nutrition and mostly about luxuries. Lu Haoren was completely uninterested. Then he mm'd perfunctorily Ke Jin Yao. When the meal was almost over, Lu Haoren suggested that he had something to do and left first. Lu Haoren suddenly wanted to leave, which made Ke Jin Yao puzzled. She reconfirmed tonight that Lu Haoren was dirt cheap, and furthermore, Lu Haoren had given her a car. Ke Jin Yao was all ready to offer herself, but Lu Haoren went straight away. What does that mean? In fact, Lu Haoren was also prepared to take Ke Jin Yao down tonight, but he wasn't in the mood right now. He felt like he had nothing in common with Ke Jin Yao tonight. So, he directly left Ke Jin Yao behind and took a taxi to Sun Ruoxian's place. Instead of soulless lovemaking, it is better to return to Sun Ruoxian and hug her to sleep. Before dawn the next day, Sun Ruoxian woke up with unbearable pregnancy vomiting. When she woke up, she couldn't sleep. She sat up gently and looked at the very blurry outline of Lu Haoren in the darkness beside her on the bed. She smiled a happy smile. Ever since she was pregnant with Lu Haoren's child, she was in a state of sweetness and happiness. Never in her life had she enjoyed such carefree days. Ugh, so big and still hitting the quilt. Sun Ruoxian gently helped Lu Haoren cover the quilt, then gently got out of bed. Sun Ruoxian was going to help Lu Haoren prepare his favorite breakfast. Before going out, Sun Ruoxian gently kissed Lu Haoren on his forehead. Lu Haoren waved his hand like a mosquito repellent and scratched the place kissed by Sun Ruoxian, then rolled over and went back to sleep. Sun Ruoxian looked at Lu Haoren's childlike actions and her heart almost melted. In the morning, Lu Haoren ate breakfast and prepared to enroll in the presidential class of Qingbei University after Sun Ruoxian carefully dressed. Lu Haoren and Huo Siyuan are halfway through joining the president's class, but I heard that the president's class also prepared a welcome ceremony for them. Not long after, Huo Siyuan drove Lu Haoren's Porsche over to pick him up. Huo Siyuan became Lu Haoren's secretary after all. Just yesterday, Lu Haoren went to the president's class in order to get Huo Siyuan to accompany him in name only. Lu Haoren announced that Huo Siyuan was the secretary of the general manager. At this time, Huo Siyuan, she no longer had any resistance in her mind. Boss, please get in. Huo Siyuan was dressed very eye-catching today, and she was waiting downstairs early for Lu Haoren to come downstairs. Chapter 38, Be My Goddaughter. Well, let's go. Lu Haoren sat in the back boss seat and enjoyed it very much. Someone else was driving, so Lu Haoren closed his eyes and took a nap. Boss, we're here. I don't know how long it took, but a warm scent hit my nose. Lu Haoren opened his eyes and was seeing Huo Siyuan's pretty face floating in front of him. Oh, there it is. Lu Haoren stretches his legs. The car still doesn't work. Not for the boss. Contact the 4S store later and get me a Rolls Royce. That's the only car that's comfortable to ride in. That's the only one that's pushy. Huo Siyuan sniffed and bristled, wanting to sneer a few times, but thinking that Lu Haoren had only spent $980,000 on himself, and he had only just become Lu Haoren's secretary, so he had to have the attitude of a secretary at this point. So she resisted the urge to argue. After Lu Haoren got out of the car, Huo Siyuan carried her bag and followed Lu Haoren step by step. This image of the two of them quickly attracted the attention of the campus students. Both men and women are extremely envious. The boys envied Lu Haoren for driving a Porsche with such a beautiful and sexy secretary. The girls envy Hossein for being able to walk with such a handsome and gold boss. The image is so romantic that it feels more romantic than a presidential drama. Along the way, many people even took pictures of Lu Haoren and Huo Siyuan with their cell phones. It made the two Lu Haoren cry and laugh, but others were also in a position of appreciation. So Lu Haoren and Huo Siyuan did not refuse. Lu Haoren originally thought that the president class of Qingbei University would go to school over in Kyoto, but he didn't realize that Qingbei University and Rongqing University had cooperation. Southwest's daily instruction for students is set up inside Hibiscus University. It is just a matter of arranging for students to return to our school for a few classes on a regular basis. Rongqing University, the school where Lu Haoren went to undergraduate school. Lu Haoren was standing under the banyan tree on campus at this time, looking around with a lot of emotions. He never dreamed of returning to his alma mater again. In this way of returning home in his clothes, the president class of the cooperation between Qingbei University and Rongqing University is specially set up inside a building with an excellent environment. Previously, Lu Haoren had heard of a presidential class at Rongqing University when he was in college, but there was no focus on that at the time. Of course, Lu Haoren at that time was not qualified to pay attention to this. At that time Lu Haoren never thought that he would have the opportunity to attend a presidential class in his life. The two of them, Lu Haoren and Huo Siyuan, arrived at the classroom door, and Kang Yukai was waiting for him enthusiastically at the door. After entering the classroom, he was introduced by Kang Yuze and got acquainted with all the students in the class one by one. After the general introduction, Lu Haoren realized that this class was really full of social elites. Of course, anyone who can pay $980,000 a year in tuition is not simple. Some of the students in this class are entrepreneurs. Some are executives of state-owned enterprises. Some are advanced students in politics, and so on. Lu Haoren had met so many bigwigs at once today, and was able to become classmates with them. Lu Haoren no longer dared to underestimate this Qingbei University and Rongqing University cooperation of the presidential class. From the interpersonal relationship alone, this 98 million is spent very worthwhile. In fact, presidential classes are still only considered organizations with a very low threshold. Further up the ladder, what with the Chamber of Commerce, the Tarzan Society, and so on. It will be even more of an eye-opener for the average person. Lu Haoran collected the business cards of these classmates one by one. These classmates were in control of the authority in their own fields. So maybe one day, Lu Haoran would ask for their help. Classmate love is a strange emotion. School is also the place that briefly enables everyone to abandon class. Once you've become classmates with the other person, it's much easier to get them to help you again. Many people will be happy to help their fellow classmates. Of course, in order to get your classmates to do you a favor, first the other person can look up to you. You also have to have something that makes the other person feel valued. It's the other side that will help you. Lu Haoran didn't have such an urgent need at the moment. Relationships with these students can be taken slowly. He didn't believe that he couldn't fit into these upper-class circles with the system in hand. That's never going to happen. In fact, before entering this presidential class, Lu Haoran still had fantasies. The class may have beautiful students who fit the system's requirements, especially the kind of rich women who are both beautiful and rich. Wouldn't you have endless money to spend by fixing up one of these rich women to have a baby for you? Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. The vast majority of the 24 or so people in this president's class are men. The few remaining female entrepreneurs are middle-aged women. It's external looks. Lu Haoran would not comment on. Not polite. Lu Haoran brought such a beautiful female secretary along to school, and the bosses in the class all revealed hungry wolf-like eyes. We're all classmates now, so there's no need to pretend to be decent. On the spot, there were two thick-skinned people who took advantage of the fact that Lu Haoran was communicating with other students and quietly walked over to Huasi Yuan to dig in. Hello, this beauty. What's your name? Is it convenient to add a contact? A bald old man piled up a smile on his face and came over to Huasi Yuan's side, and that smile looked extremely obscene to Huasi Yuan, scaring her so much that she hurriedly took a step back. Hey, little girl, don't give him contact information. This guy is not a good person. You're Mr. Lu's sister, right? Another man who looked slightly better looking stepped in between the two, and Hossein had to move out of the way again. I'm not Mr. Lu's sister. I'm his secretary. Secretary? The man was surprised. So you mean Mr. Lu paid you $980,000 in tuition to attend the president's class? Well, yes. Awesome. Mr. Lu actually spared $1 million for his secretary to read. At the same time, you're so pretty. And Mr. Lu, he's not afraid of being pried into, showing that Mr. Lu was very confident in his own strength. The man gave a thumbs up and praised Lu Haoran. They also have secretaries, but they can't afford to spend so much money on their secretaries to read. $980,000. I don't even know how many secretaries I'm going to have. It's not really that I can't give it up, but I'm afraid that my secretary will run off with someone else. You stay away. I had my eye on this beauty first. The bald old man from earlier pulled the man away, then said to Huasi Yuan, Beauty, why don't you stop being Mr. Lu's secretary and come to me? I'll recognize you as my goddaughter. In the future, when I'm gone, you can still share my family's fortune. This, not good. Huasi Yuan didn't even know if the man was joking or if he was telling the truth, but she felt a hint of insult. If it had been the past days, Huasi Yuan would have been furious on the spot, but at this time, under these circumstances, Huasi Yuan still held back. What's wrong with that? Being my goddaughter doesn't affect you being a secretary for Mr. Lu. As long as you agree, I'll tell Mr. Lu right now to let you be my goddaughter. I'm sorry, I don't agree. Hossein refused decisively. Huasi Yuan was being harassed. Lu Haoran also squinted and saw it. He frowned and frowned over, an arm around Huasi Yuan's waist. Introduced. Gentlemen, this is my secretary and my girlfriend, Huasi Yuan. People can add her contact info and she can run some errands for me too. Chapter 39, What's Wrong with a Kiss? You say such a beautiful woman is your girlfriend? I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. Kan Yukai deflated his mouth, not believing what Lu Haoran had said. Yeah, why do you get to say that a girlfriend is a girlfriend? Older brother. That's where you're wrong. To put it bluntly, on occasions like ours, there are only those who bring their secretaries, but not their girlfriends. Since we're secretaries, let's all play fair. A fair lady, a gentleman. Such a beautiful woman you only let us see and not let us pursue. Always give us a proof. As Kan Yukai questioned, the other students followed suit. Even the few female classmates covered their mouths and snickered, without the slightest intention of helping Lu Haoran and Huasi Yuan. This time it was Lu Haoran's turn to be embarrassed. He looked over at Huasi Yuan, crying, and said, Honey, what should we do? They don't believe you're my girlfriend. Ah, you, how can you call me wife? Hwasi Yuan was so ashamed that she directly covered her cheeks and couldn't wait to escape from the classroom. Lu Haoren hurriedly pinched Hwasi Yuan's small waist without any flab and attached to her ear to gently remind her. Don't take it seriously. We're just acting. Otherwise, aren't you really afraid that these greasy old men will haunt you every day? These bosses are big shots. We can't afford to offend them. Well, Lu Haoren's warm breath blew on her earlobes, causing her teenage body to tremble. So, what should I do then? Hwasi Yuan's voice was like a mosquito fly, and she sort of tacitly agreed to act together with Lu Haoren. Ahem, my wife is just too shy. Lu Haoren coughed dryly, then forcibly pulled both of Hwasi Yuan's hands off her face. Hwasi Yuan's face was already so red that blood could seep out. Classmates, then how do you think we should prove my relationship with her? We're not married now, and we don't have a marriage license. Lu Haoren spread his two hands out, very helpless. Kan Yukai immediately said, that's easy. Couples, it's always normal to hug, right? Immediately after Kan Yukai finished speaking, some students objected. No, hugging isn't good enough. It has to be kissing, mouth to mouth for us to believe it. That's right, this society is too open nowadays. Look, I can just hug and kiss Chief Yu. A male classmate turned around and hugged a female classmate. This female classmate called General Yu was about 50 years old. Chief Jade was instantly agitated by the hug, even closing her eyes. The male student gritted his teeth and stiffly really booped Chief Jade on the face. The guy finished kissing and realized he had something on his mouth. He wiped across his sleeve and it was all white powder. Vomit. The male student almost threw up. He hurriedly pushed away Chief Jade in his arms and fled far away. That Jade was not yet finished, and she was still winking at the male student with a sultry look. A group of students were amused by these two living treasures. Hossein couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. She smiled at that, and everyone else resumed staring at her. Little girl, it's your turn. If you don't kiss your boyfriend, then I'll kiss you. Humph, my old bean hasn't moved in a long time. As soon as you entered the classroom, my heart beat like thunder. I feel, my spring has arrived. Mr. Lu, you're a man. Can you take the initiative? Go kiss your girlfriend. We're all classmates now. It's not like we can't watch your little couple kiss. Some students opened their teeth and claws to hug Hwasi Yuan, and some pushed Lu Haoren to slam into Hwasi Yuan. Ugh, wife. Let's just give a kiss. After all, everyone is so enthusiastic today. We can't just not give face to our classmates on the first day we come to class, right? Lu Haoren finished without waiting for Hwasi Yuan to respond, pouting and kissing over. Ah, Hossein was so scared that she backed away. Lu Haoren wrapped his arms around Hwasi Yuan. Why are you so shy? A kiss is nothing. Lu Haoren took advantage of the fact that Hwasi Yuan didn't escape and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Hwasi Yuan was kissed so hard that she froze in place, and she incredulously touched the place where she had been kissed by Lu Haoren. Can't react yet. That's right, isn't it? Class. No, this is not your wife. What kind of wife rejects like this? It's obviously two strangers. It has to be done again, or your wife will kiss you of her own accord so we'll believe it. Kan Yukai and the others watched to see what was going on. Lu Haoren looked at Hwasi Yuan again. Honey, what should we do? They still don't believe me. Why don't you kiss me? Lu Haoren made a very helpless appearance. Hurry up. The tutor will be coming in a while. Give me a kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. You must kiss one today, or you are looking down on my old lamp. Humph. We won't welcome you if you don't kiss. Young people nowadays, don't they give that much trust anymore? A group of people were cajoling and bullying, causing Hwasi Yuan to be terrified inside. It's nothing. You have nothing to lose by a kiss. Lu Haoren saw this and took the initiative to bring his face over to encourage her. Hwasi Yuan knew that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get through today without a kiss, so she clenched her teeth and kissed Lu Haoren on the face with a boing. Beautiful. So gentle. I'm mesmerized. Lu Haoren couldn't believe that Hwasi Yuan really kissed him. Snap. The class instantly applauded, and growling and barking. The atmosphere was exactly like that of your average naughty high school student. Not only is Lu Haoren excited, those bosses who are usually very serious bosses are even more excited than Lu Haoren. They feel like they are young again. During the break between classes, Kan Yukai, the bald guy from before, and the men who cooperated in the play were in the aisle, surrounding Lu Haoren. Hey, old foam, you're right. We have to have young people in our class. Once this young man is here, the atmosphere in the class is screwed up. That's a must. I just see that old brother Lu has a bold personality and is an old colorful lot like us. That's why I invited him to join our class. Ha ha, old brother Lu. Who do you think acted better just now? Me or this bald guy? Lu Haoran was also very excited and ready to brag about these students. But he saw Hua Si Yuan and those female classmates coming over, and he hurriedly made a serious expression. Hello wife. Bah! Hua Si Yuan blushed and hurriedly fled back to the classroom. A group of students laughed at this. Lu Haoran arched his hand towards a few of his classmates. I'm really tired of all of you big brothers for what happened today. No harm, no foul. We also hope that elder brother Lu and sister will bring us more laughter that belongs to the young people. Yes, 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 yes. Don't worry about you and your siblings. Leave it in our hands, and we'll make sure that you'll walk together in peace and beauty. That's right. Getting help to chase women is Lu Haoran's usual trick. The farce in the class just now was arranged by Lu Haoran asking Kan Yukai to arrange it, which allowed Lu Haoran to successfully and reasonably kiss Hua Si Yuan. Likewise, with this arrangement of joint acting, all those bosses' favorability towards Lu Haoran increased dramatically. The friendship between classmates is drawn to the nearest in an instant. This farce is a double whammy. Humph, Lu Haoran, how dare you tease me? See if I won't clean you up. Hua Si Yuan sat inside the classroom pounding her desk, her teeth clacking. Hua Si Yuan seriously recalled the events before and after the incident afterwards, and she understood the truth of the matter even if she was brainless. Chapter 40, The Baby Kicked Me. Soon it was time for class again. After Lu Haoran returned to the classroom and took his seat, Hua Si Yuan quietly reached out her hand and pinched Lu Haoran's thigh with one hand. Hiss! Lu Haoran almost screamed out in pain. Lu Haoran endured the pain and glared at Hua Si Yuan, and Hua Si Yuan bit her lip, glaring at Lu Haoran without budging. Hua Si Yuan, let go. I was relieving you just now. You still have the nerve to talk about relieving yourself? What did you have in mind? Don't I know? Really treat me like a little cutie. Hey, that was all a classmate's farce. See, after what just happened, aren't we much closer to our classmates? These people are all big shots, and if you get on good terms with them, it will only do you good and no harm. Hiss! Lu Haoran grimaced as he endured the pain and explained in a low voice. Let go of me now. Don't put it. Lu Haoran, you're so bad. Hua Si Yuan, let go of me immediately. I'm your boss. Let's talk about anything in private. Mind your place and the occasion. Lu Haoran once again took out his boss status to apply pressure, and sure enough, Hua Si Yuan loosened her grip, but her mouth was still grunting. Humph, men are naturally big hogs. You've got a girlfriend and you're still thinking of taking advantage of me. Be careful, I'll tell Sister Qian. Sun Ruoxian is known to this little girl. This was something Lu Haoran specifically let Hua Si Yuan know, because sooner or later, Lu Haoran has to take Hua Si Yuan, and he can't give Hua Si Yuan a name. So Lu Haoran was giving Hua Si Yuan an early warning. Avoid problems when it comes to the actual shots. You give her the word. Your sister Qian won't be as petty as you. She won't be angry. She's even happy. Lu Haoran is actually very torn and headache in his heart. Hua Si Yuan this woman in the end how to take. But it's okay now. She's bound to feel something today through the antics of her classmates. Scum! Lu Haoran's words made Hua Si Yuan so angry that she was speechless. She didn't expect Lu Haoran to be so shameless. Hua Si Yuan's body twisted angrily and sat sideways at her desk, no longer looking at Lu Haoran. Okay, stop it and get to class. There's a limit to how much you can joke, and if you take it any further, maybe Hossein won't be able to take it. With what happened today, let Hossein experience and think for herself. Indeed, as Lu Haoran had guessed, Hua Si Yuan looked out the window in a daze. In the past, Lu Haoran had touched her intentionally or unintentionally, and she hadn't cared. But today, Lu Haoran was equivalent to confessing to himself. In fact, Hua Si Yuan is not really innocent. The fact that she has grown up so beautiful and has managed to grow up unscathed shows that her emotional intelligence is not low. Women who look good, their looks are their greatest asset and their greatest source of danger. From the student years, their beauty will be coveted by all kinds of men. And women with low emotional intelligence who can't handle themselves don't end up too well. The fact that Hossein is so pretty and managed to grow up well and get into a good college shows that she's very smart. Alas, Lu Haoran, how did I meet a man like you? Hua Si Yuan very much regretted not seeing this man's true purpose when she first met Lu Haoran at that time. If he had understood Lu Haoran's evil intentions at that time, then he could have escaped his clutches. By now, she had not only received countless material benefits from Lu Haoran in an invisible manner, but had even inexplicably accepted the $980,000 presidential class. The material things are secondary, and what really makes Hossein's insides twist is that she realizes she can't stay away from this bad boss. This man was like a light to her, guiding her growth in the workplace. This man is at the same time her close companion, accompanying her from school to the lonely stage of birth society. This man, too, like his father, would rebuke himself when he made a mistake, but the words of rebuke were full of care and love. Hwa Si-yuan really couldn't make up her mind to leave Lu Haoren. But this man is starting to get aggressive now. What am I going to do? In her confusion, Hwa Si-yuan couldn't find the answer. She just had to get by and stop thinking about these questions. The president's class usually doesn't have a lot of classes on the schedule, but the day it was scheduled for had an intensive itinerary. But also because of the great atmosphere in the class, the time flew by. Both Lu Haoren and Hwa Si-yuan are enthusiastic about studying on campus again. They all had a full day of learning today. After class in the afternoon, Lu Haoren, in order to thank all the old colorful batches for their help, invited the whole class and the tutor to a party at a nearby upscale restaurant. At the party, there was time for everyone to sit down and start saying something about what each of them was doing at work. Lu Haoren gained countless experiences and potential resources from them. At the evening banquet, Lu Haoren didn't irritate Hwa Si-yuan anymore, and Hwa Si-yuan was very much giving Lu Haoren face, always playing the role of being Lu Haoren's girlfriend. Boss, I'm not going to be your secretary, I'll just be my receptionist. After Hwa Si-yuan drove Lu Haoren to Sun Ruoxian's downstairs, she parked the car and glanced her face to the side. Not daring to look at Lu Haoren didn't say anything as he sniffed, maintaining the majesty he should have as a boss. He said lightly, I respect your choice. Thanks. Hossein unbuckled her seatbelt and placed the car keys on the armrest box, then opened the car door and got out and left. Then, without looking back, she walked to the end of the street corner and disappeared. It's still too much of a rush. Lu Haoren slapped his forehead. He pushed the music button on the car, then closed his eyes and sat in the passenger seat listening to the music in deep thought. After returning home, Lu Haoren looked at Sun Ruoxian, whose belly was slightly bulging, and the bad mood he had accumulated because of his time with Hwa Si-yuan instantly dissipated. Xianxian, you're still studying this late? Lu Haoren took Sun Ruoxian in his arms and stroked her belly, very lovingly. I was waiting for you to come back. Didn't I tell you? Tell you not to wait for me. I don't always come back every day. It's okay, I can't sleep early. I can't wait for you. I'll go to bed myself. Sun Ruoxian knows so much that it hurts. Honey, let me wash you up. Yes. Lu Haoren did get slightly tired after drinking some wine. Sun Ruoxian then helped him change his clothes, wash his face and soak his feet. While Lu Haoren soaked his feet, Sun Ruoxian helped Lu Haoren prepare the supplies for the bath again. Lying on the bed, Sun Ruoxian nestled in Lu Haoren's arms, and Lu Haoren used his hands to help Sun Ruoxian lift her belly to make her more comfortable. Sun Ruoxian laughed and slapped Lu Haoren's hand. My stomach hasn't even started to grow yet. What are you lifting for? Hey, I feel our baby kicking me already. Nonsense. You can't talk nonsense in the first trimester. Oh who? Lu Haoren and his old family had these customs. By the way, honey, are you doing anything tomorrow? Tomorrow? Ah, normal workday. What's the matter with you? Oh, nothing much. Just want you to keep me company. If you have to work then forget it. Sun Ruoxian's tone carried disappointment. She had something on her mind, but Lu Haoren didn't notice. You want me to keep you company? I do have something to do tomorrow, so if I want to keep you company, I'll only do it after tomorrow. Thanks hubby. What are you thanking me for? Isn't it only right to keep you company? It's not supposed to be we signed a contract, I can't bother you. Chapter 41, Wife is Bullied. When Lu Haoren heard this, he couldn't help but grab Sun Ruoxian a little harder. Grabbing Sun Ruoxian's angry calls. Silly girl, you still take that contract seriously? And will you marry me? Sun Ruoxian turned and blinked at Lu Haoren. Ahem. Lu Haoren coughed dryly, then said, it's late, go to bed. The next day, Lu Haoren woke up early, and he helped Sun Ruoxian make a breakfast. This directly moved Sun Ruoxian to tears. In the eyes of rural girls, men are largely absent from the kitchen and housework, not to mention a rich and capable man like Lu Haoren. Seeing this scene, Sun Ruoxian felt that even if she didn't get married, she was still very content. Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Rongqing People's Hospital. A pretty figure walked alone to the registration window and stood in line. Compared to the couples in pairs behind her, Sun Ruoxian felt a little lonely. Today is the 7th week of pregnancy and it's time for the labor and delivery file. Last night, she had wanted to ask Lu Haoren to accompany her for a maternity checkup, but Lu Haoren didn't have time. Hi, I'm here to register for a file. Please help me with this. When it was Sun Ruoxian's turn, she handed her ID card into the window. Give me the birth certificate and marriage license. The nurse in charge of filing and registering was a round-faced, chubby woman who was expressionless and didn't raise her head. Hello, is it okay to have no birth certificate and no marriage license? Sun Ruoxian and Lu Haoran are not married at all. Where is the birth certificate and marriage license? What do you mean? What kind of kids do you have without papers? The fat nurse raised her head to stare at Sun Ruoxian. Cold eyes, the corners of her mouth revealing a look-down contempt. Sun Ruoxian saved her eyebrows in displeasure at the sight, but she still patiently said, Sister nurse, I don't have a marriage license, so I don't have those papers. After Sun Ruoxian finished her sentence, the people in line all looked at her with strange eyes. Sun Ruoxian was already more concerned about the gossip, and in this situation, she obviously gripped the documents in her hand harder. Looking a little nervous, the fat nurse uttered a sneer through her nose. You can't get a birth registration without a birth and marriage license. Ah, sister nurse, have you made a mistake? Nowadays, all countries have promulgated policies that all citizens who have children can register their births and enjoy the same rights and interests in childbirth. How is this unprocessable? Sun Ruoxian heart and angry and very embarrassed. But here is only this fat nurse in the file. She forced to hold back the fear and anxiety. Patiently explain. I'm sorry, the policies enacted by the state are the state's business. I have my rules here. I have to have complete documentation before I can do anything here. The fat nurse had a bad attitude and haughty eyes. She was the master of the place. You, how could you? Sun Ruoxian's mouth trembled with anger at these words, and she almost couldn't help but shed a tear. If you don't have the information, then next. The fat nurse calls the next person in line directly and jabbers under her breath. Women nowadays have no shame. Just anyone can knock themselves up. Words to this extent. Sun Ruoxian can no longer control the tears. Bean-sized teardrops noiselessly fall. The fat nurse glanced contemptuously at Sun Ruoxian, snorting coldly, without the slightest sympathy. Compared to the ruthlessness of this fat nurse, the men behind Sun Ruoxian who accompanied their wives in the queue saw Sun Ruoxian, such a beautiful young woman, being aggrieved. Their hearts were almost torn apart. Their mouths and bodies were stupidly trying to help Sun Ruoxian, but a glance at the sharp eyes of the wife beside them made them too weak to open their mouths to fight. He could only move his eyes away, unable to bear to look at Sun Ruoxian's pathetic appearance any longer. While the men wanted to help, the women were just the opposite, and many of them discussed it, but the words were very unpleasant. Nowadays, in this society, the marriage rate is already low, and the state is still doing something about having children without getting married, which will surely lead to even less people wanting to get married in the future. Indeed, it also makes morals crumble. Look at this girl, so young and pretty, and she's actually pregnant without a husband. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. You've gotten yourself knocked up and you don't even have anyone to go with you to the maternity checkup. Oh, the belly is made big. No one accompanied by the labor and delivery examination is still good. Afraid of fear, do not know pregnant with the seed of who. These women's words were very unpleasant, and Sun Ruoxian's face turned green with anger when she heard them. But she hadn't been very confident since she was a child because of her family background, and she was tempted to stand up and rebut in the face of so much accusatory abuse, but she didn't have the courage, and had to pretend she didn't hear it with tears in her eyes. Sister nurse, can I ask you to do me a favor for once and help with the filing, please? Sun Ruoxian, for the sake of the child inside her belly, she once again begged the fat nurse. Get lost, don't make me scold you. The fat nurse still didn't give face. Who's next? I told you to come to the file, didn't you hear me? Oh, it's me. The couple behind Sun Ruoxian only had to shyly gesture towards Sun Ruoxian to get out of the way. Sun Ruoxian was unable to do so and had to move to the side. She was going to wait until the person next to her was done and then beg the fat nurse. Just then, her phone rang. When she looked, it was actually Lu Haoran. Sun Ruoxian looked at the cell phone number. She didn't dare to answer it. She was afraid that Lu Haoran would know that she had been bullied during her maternity check. Now the hospital is very arrogant. Lu Haoran knows that there is no use, and only worry in vain. The phone rang for half a day. She didn't answer it, and the well-wishers next to her couldn't help themselves. Girl, it's the baby's father, isn't it? Answer the phone. He's a big man. How can he be so irresponsible? No, he's not irresponsible. He's very responsible. It's just that he was too busy to come today. Sun Ruoxian tried her best to help Lu Haoran. Oh, he didn't even accompany you to the maternity checkup, causing you to be despised. This kind of man, why are you still defending him? Brother Hojo doesn't need me to defend him. He's good to me in his own right. Then why don't you answer your phone? I'm afraid he's worried about me being bullied. You're pregnant and you're not answering your phone. So that makes him even more worried. The nice man couldn't help himself. Never mind. I'll answer the phone for you. Before the words fell, the Good Samaritan snatched Sun Ruoshian's cell phone and scratched the answer button. Don't! Sun Ruoshian stood up and tried to grab the phone back. But it was too late. Hey, you're this woman's man, right? The Good Samaritan spoke directly to the question. Lu Haoren heard a man's voice and was instantly alerted in his heart. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your woman is being bullied. What? Someone bullied my wife? Where is the person? Tell. When Lu Haoren heard these words, his entire prancing stood up. He just finished the meeting. Thinking that last night Sun Ruoxican said she wanted him to accompany her. So he called to ask Sun Ruoxican. Ready to go home. I didn't expect to get on the phone and have my woman bullied. How can that be tolerated? Lu Haoren's anger at this moment was so great that he wanted to directly blow up the entire Rong City. Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Rongqing People's Hospital, hurry up. Okay, keep an eye out for me. I'll be right there. Chapter 42, anyone can get knocked up. Ugh. This Good Samaritan phone call had just hung up when his own ears were pulled up. Deng Jiangwo, are you heartbroken over this little young woman? I just submitted a profile and you hooked up with someone else. Aw, honey, it hurts. I was just looking at the poor girl and answering the phone for her. The Good Samaritan begged for mercy. Yeah, I can vouch for the dude. He did just help. I can prove it too. A couple of men in the back couldn't look away and helped out. When they opened their mouths, the wives around them lectured their husbands. And there was a wail. The fat nurse heard the phone too. She still looked at Sun Ruoshian with contempt. Even if your man comes, I still won't help you build a file. Die of this heart. Sun Ruoshian, however, did not reply again. She is now no longer planning to file at this hospital. She's just waiting for Lu Haoren to come and then go to another hospital to get her file. Although this hospital is the best maternity hospital in Rongqing, there is no need to be a deadbeat when you are in this situation. Why don't you leave now that the information is done? It took 10 minutes for the nice man from earlier to finish building the file, but he had no intention of leaving. His wife was uncertain. Hey, that dude just asked me to watch this girl for him. He'll be right there. Since you've promised someone, you have to keep your word. Keep your word? The good man's wife was instantly enraged and made a show of hitting the man. The good man was so frightened that he dodged hastily. The people next to him couldn't look away. Dude, we're here to help you take care of this little girl, so don't worry about going. Their wives knew exactly what these men were up to, and this caused another outburst of anger from the wives. Just at that moment, a handsome man strides straight this way. Honey, when Sun Ruoshian saw Lu Haoren, she finally had a backbone. She wanted to run over to greet them, but was signaled by Lu Haoren not to move. Now pregnant, Lu Haoren slowed his pace and held Sun Ruoshian in his arms. He carefully surveyed Sun Ruoshian and realized that Sun Ruoshian had no other injuries besides her eyes crying red. He breathed a sigh of relief at that. Cynthia, what the hell is going on? It's fine. It's just that I don't want to file here. Let's go. Sun Ruoshian didn't want to cause more trouble. Dude, how are you being a man? Your wife was refused to file by this fat nurse and was scolded for getting your wife knocked up by some random guy. That good man was also of a fighting character, and restored the fat nurse's words in their original form. The others spoke up, describing Sun Ruoshian's bullying. After Lu Haoren heard this, he already had eyes that were spitting fire, and the anger in his heart was gradually building up. He glared hard at the fat nurse. The fat nurse, however, was not the least bit scared and glared back at Lu Haoren with contempt. Still, I won't file her without a birth certificate or a marriage license, and I won't file her without the King of Heaven. Oh, well, you wait first. Lu Haoren's tone was indifferent. He didn't deal with this immediately but turned back to the well-wisher. Dude, you're the one who answered the phone for my wife, right? Yes, and I just can't watch it anymore. That's good. Lu Haoren suddenly pulled out a wad of cash and handed it over. Good people will surely have good rewards. Please keep it. Boom. The onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw the wad of no less than $10,000 in cash. Just a little help and a 10,000 cash reward. This isn't good, is it? I can't take this money. It's not that big of a deal. The good man hastily waved his hand in refusal, but the woman beside him took the cash at once. Full of smiles, indeed it was my man who helped. My man has been a good young man who has seen justice since he was a child. Ha! Lu Haoren didn't say much to the woman. Then he took out another stack of money. Anyone who spoke up for my wife gets a share. so take it and share it. I can't let good people get cold feet. Wah. This. It's a lucky day to have such a good thing happen to me. The men who helped Sun Ruoxian put in a good word were too embarrassed to take it, but the women around them were crazy about it. After getting the money, everyone's impression of Lu Haoren changed dramatically. Would a man like that be irresponsible? By this time, everyone finally understood why Sun Ruoxian preferred to be aggrieved herself rather than let Lu Haoren receive a little slander. After dividing the money, Lu Haoren once again looked at the fat nurse. I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you willing to file my wife? Oh, don't ask once. Ask 10,000 times. But I won't file you two unashamed people even if you ask 10,000 times. Bang! As soon as the fat nurse's words left her mouth, the huge glass wall in front of her instantly collapsed. Then a hand grabbed the fat nurse by the collar. Lu Haoren's high 11-point physique erupted into a massive, huge force. This huge force directly caused the fat nurse's body to be lifted uncontrollably, then dragged out of the office seat by Lu Haoren and thrown at the corner. Lu Haoren possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary man, which had long given him a desire for release. All he wanted to do at this point was teach her how to be respectful in the most direct way possible. As the saying goes, if you are armed with a sharp weapon, you will kill yourself. The fat nurse happened to hit him right in the gun sights. Ah, my God. Everyone was taken aback by Lu Haoren's ferocity. This happened very suddenly. From Lu Haoren shattering the glass and then dragging out the fat nurse, the whole process took only a few seconds. What are you doing? The fat nurse dropped to the floor, fear filling her eyes. It was only at this time that she reacted to the fact that she was facing a terrifying demon at this time. But Lu Haoren would not pity her fears. Pop, snap. Lu Haoren slapped the fat nurse with 3 consecutive slaps, making her dizzy and unable to react for half a day. A few seconds later, both of the fat nurses' faces had swollen into buns. The head that had looked like a pig's head became a complete pig's head. A person who has no virtue in his mouth, blasphemes his duties, and bullies the good and fears the bad. Since you grew up without discipline, I'll help your parents discipline you. Lu Haoren grabbed the fat nurse by her collar and threw her heavily to the ground like a dead dog. There is no reasoning with someone who is full of. Only a slap will show her pain. Ow. Hurts. It hurts. It was then that the fat nurse felt the pain. And it was so painful that the expression on her face became distorted. If you dare to bully and curse again, I'll beat you up once I see you. Lu Haoren's tone was icy cold and he glared fiercely at the fat nurse. Don't dare. 2. The fat nurse was scared by Lu Haoren's fierce eyes and a quick urge to hold her urine made her shiver. At this moment, the scene instantly erupted in applause as everyone applauded Lu Haoren for teaching the fat nurse a lesson. This fat nurse is arrogant, has an extremely poor work ethic, and is frighteningly inefficient. It's a 10-minute dawdle for just one labor and delivery file. People have long dared to speak out. Lu Haoren's 3 slaps directly hit them in the heart, causing them great pain. This is so relieving. Get lost. Lu Haoren kicked the fat nurse. The fat nurse was freed and she rolled and fled. Only after a few steps away from Lu Haoren did she dare to stand up and viciously point at Lu Haoren. How dare you hit me? My grandfather is a professor at the Chinese medicine hospital. Wait for me if you're capable. Chapter 43 Testing the Power of 11 Physique Points. Honey, we've taught her a lesson. Let's get out of here. When Sun Ruoxian heard the fat nurse say that her grandfather was a professor at the Chinese hospital, she knew that trouble was coming. When the others heard this, they also looked grave. Young man, go straight away. We'll explain things here for you. Her grandfather is a professor. He must know a lot of big shots. But don't stir up trouble again. We ordinary people can't fight. Yeah, leave as soon as you can. Don't get twisted up in the police station and you'll be the only one who suffers from boredom. Everyone advised Lu Haoren to leave it at that. There was no need to continue to be angry. Woo, you know you're scared now? Too late. When the fat nurse saw a few hospital security officers quickly rushing over with shield forks, she stroked her swollen cheeks and her arrogance returned to her eyes. You guys, arrest this asshole immediately. Those few security personnel hurriedly surrounded Lu Haoren upon hearing that. Nurse Wong, what's happening here? The security guards looked at the crumbs of broken glass all over the floor, and the atmosphere could not help but be tense. The fat nurse's last name is Wong. Nurse Wong tugged at her throat and confessed. This is the same guy who broke the glass and dragged me out and beat me when I was working inside properly. Look at my face. You guys, it's all beat up. It was a vicious assault. My grandfather is a professor at a Chinese medicine hospital. He can protect you no matter what happens. I want you to hurry up and get him and beat him up. Nurse Huang expressed Lu Haoren's ferocity in a vindictive manner. A few security guards were even more nervous to hear this, and they immediately raised the rubber batons in their hands to stop Lu Haoren from continuing his violence. Nurse Huang, your grandfather called me. Don't worry, we'll do you justice on this. After the leading security guard nodded towards Nurse Huang, he once again looked towards Lu Haoren and the others, the corners of his mouth revealing cruelty. Several big brothers. This was all caused by that nurse. It's not our fault. When Sun Ruoxian saw these security guards surrounding Lu Haoren and wanting to make a move, she was so scared that she immediately panicked. The others also blocked in front of Lu Haoren and helped him out. Security brothers, don't be misled by this Nurse Huang. It was clearly this Nurse Huang who had a bad attitude and cursed first before this little brother moved his hand. Honestly, it's only a matter of time before this yellow nurse gets her ass kicked with her attitude. I also think the little brother fought well. You can't target this young man. You can call the surveillance for the specific situation. Everything was caused by that nurse's provocation. He deserved it. Yes, all of us can testify on behalf of this young man, and I urge you to put this matter to rest. If it goes on any longer, your hospital's reputation will suffer. Young man, get out of here. We'll stop it for you here. This group of people had all taken Lu Haoren's favors and were all on Lu Haoren's side at this time. There were also people pulling Lu Haoren to hurry out of here. Lu Haoren's mouth was tinged with a smile. That money he had just spent was not in vain. But he wasn't thinking of leaving. He said, "Gentlemen, thank you for your words of justice. You don't have to get involved in this. Today, not only did I beat her up, but I also had to make this yellow nurse regulate my wife's filing. Lu Haoren is angry today." Sun Ruoxian was insulted. He must find justice for Sun Ruoxian. Arrogant boy. Big talk. The lead security guard sneered. Do you know who this Nurse Huang's grandfather is? Her grandfather is Professor Huang of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. He's the backbone of our people's hospital of traditional Chinese medicine. You've got a lot of nerve to hit his granddaughter. However, you're lucky today. Professor Huang was invited by a big shot to go out for a clinic today. Otherwise, you'd have to shed a layer of skin if you didn't die today. You guys don't bull asterisk with him. I want him to immediately kneel down and let me punch him in the face. I'm going to double back today. That Nurse Huang had the backing of the security guards. She became arrogant and cocky. Her villainous face was disgusting. Hearing the urging, the security leader's voice turned louder and yelled at Lu Haoren. Kid, do you hear me? Don't make us do it, or you'll be even more miserable. Hurry up and apologize to Nurse Huang. The other security guards were tapping their rubber bats against their palms. The threat obvious. Lu Haoren bristled, ignoring the lead security guard's chiding. Instead sneering at Nurse Huang. Still want to double it, right? Lu Haoren moved his feet and stepped forward, raising his hand to slap Nurse Huang's face once again. Nurse Huang was directly slapped by a huge force and stumbled, falling back several steps. Asterisk. This pussy has guts. Guys, him for me. Damn. What lawlessness. In front of us, you dare to hit someone. Really don't put us in your eyes. The group of security guards were completely angered by Lu Haoren's sudden strike. Originally, as the security guards of the hospital, they represented the hospital, and it was not good for them to randomly hit people. After all, the power of public opinion nowadays should not be underestimated. But now it was Lu Haoren who made the first move. The slap was on his face. Even if the impact was worse, they still had a reason to fight back. Sun Ruoxian was dumbfounded by Lu Haoren's sudden strike. She didn't think Lu Haoren would dare to strike in front of the security guards. At the same time, she was very moved. She didn't expect Lu Haoren to defend her so well. In front of so many people, Lu Haoren had to find a way back for himself. Sun Ruoxian was touched and scared. She didn't even know what to do next. Her brain had a surge of hot blood at this time. Her eyes were red, and only Lu Haoren was left in her mind at this time. She didn't even realize that her body was conditioned at this point. That is, once Lu Haoren was undefeated, she had to rush up to help. The group of onlookers were also stunned, and each of them stepped back in fear to avoid being affected. After all, they were surrounded by wives who were pregnant with children, and they didn't dare take any chances. At a time like this, there was no reason for them to favor Lu Haoren anymore. But what they didn't know was that Lu Haoren had the idea of specifically making a big deal out of it at this point. Its purpose was to use this opportunity to test his current combat power. A few days ago, Lu Haoren managed to get Vivian Zhe pregnant. The system had rewarded him with 2 points of physique, and by now, his physique had reached 11 points. The average adult's constitution is usually between 6 and 10 points, with an extreme constitution of 10 points. But in reality, In this sick society nowadays, it's considered very good to have a physical fitness of 8 points. The vast majority of people are sick to a greater or lesser extent, and their bodies are in a state of suboptimal health. When Lu Haoren had just obtained the fertility reward system, his physique was 8 points, but at that time, Lu Haoren didn't feel inferior to others, and even under regular exercise, he felt better than the physical conditions of the people around him. Lu Haoren was beyond the idealized state of a healthy physique at this point, so, he was now filled with power and a strong desire to release. These few security guards surrounded him, and instead of being afraid, he knocked all of them to the ground with one continuous chain kick. Rubbish! Lu Haoren's 11 points of physique not only enhanced his strength, but also greatly improved his agility and reaction. Lu Haoren hadn't really exerted himself with the chain kick just now. The movements of these security guards were like an old woman playing Tai Chi in his eyes. Easily disposing of a few security guards, Lu Haoren suddenly became tasteless. Chapter 44 Lucky Strike returns. Buzz! The security guards were knocked down by Lu Haoren's several kicks, and in this instant, the whole place was silent. They all stared at Lu Haoren with wide-eyed incredulity. It's amazing that there are people who are so agile. It really grew on them. Sun Ruoxian also didn't think that Lu Haoren actually fought so well too. It was almost exactly like the boy of her dreams in her youth. The security guards were knocked down and they were confused. UING sneak attack. We haven't even done anything yet and you're kicking us. We are not convinced. These few security guards had climbed up and raised the rubber batons in their hands to wow at Lu Haoren to cover up the disgrace they had just suffered. Although the verbal clamor was loud, none of them dared to step forward, and even slowly backed away. What are you all doing? Stop it for me. At this time, a roar suddenly erupted in the distance. A middle-aged man ran over in a panic. All drop your weapons. The middle-aged man chided the security guards as he ran and pointed at them. When the security guards heard the voice, they all got a jolt of fear and hurriedly dropped the rubber batons in their hands. Dean Chow, what brings you here? It was this young man who hit us, not us who hit him. The lead security guard hurriedly greeted and explained. You losers still have face. Dean Chow became even more angry when he heard the security guard say that. Nurse Huang also hurriedly said, Uncle Chow, you are here. You must help Xiao Huang to do justice. This family member at the drop of a hat. Even if the security guard's here, he is going to hit people. Look at my face. It's already swollen. Humph. Shut the up. Dean Chow glared at Nurse Huang and chided. With your behavior, you still have the nerve to ask me to make a decision for you. I don't even have to think about it. I know it must be your foul mouth that caused the trouble. Nurse Huang was glared at by Dean Chow, especially unconvinced. Uncle Chow, it's obvious that he hit me. Why are you still being mean to me? Oh, I'm going to tell my grandpa. Ha, go tell your grandfather. I'll reprimand you even when your grandfather comes. Dean Chow looked at Nurse Huang with boredom and great dislike. With that foul mouth of yours, I warned you then that sooner or later you'd get into trouble. And if it wasn't for your grandfather's sake, I never would have let you work in the hospital in the first place. If you ever talk back to me now, I'll fire you immediately. Woohoo! Nurse Huang wanted to say a few more words, but looking at Dean Chow's expression that didn't look like a lie, she didn't dare to say any more and covered her face and crouched on the ground and cried. Dean Chow no longer paid attention to Nurse Huang as he walked straight towards Lu Haoren and arched his hand at him. You are Mr. Lu, right? Yes, I'm Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren nodded. I'm indeed sorry today, Mr. Lu. Let your wife be aggrieved. On behalf of the house, I sincerely apologize to you and your wife. Dean Chow bowed deeply and apologized to Lu Haoren. Boom! The onlookers, the security guards, and Nurse Huang, who was crouching on the ground and secretly observing, were also shocked by this act of apology from Dean Chow that their eyes dropped. The inside of their brains were like being hammered by a muffled hammer, and all that was left was a buzzing and muffled sound. Not only did the dean of the hall recognize the age, but he bowed and apologized to the young man. What is this young man's origin? Dean Chow apologized to himself with such a big gesture, and Lu Haoren hurriedly helped him up. Dean Chow doesn't have to be like this. This is all due to this Nurse Huang's unethical mouth. There's nothing wrong with the hospital itself. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your magnanimity. Dean Chow looked at Lu Haoren gratefully. Mr. Lu, I knew something about your wife's situation about before I came here. I'll tell you what, I'll personally do your wife's filing, and I'll arrange for your wife to have a labor checkup with the most experienced doctor in our hospital. Okay, then thank you very much, Dean Chow. Lu Haoren was very satisfied with Dean Chow's attitude. After all, it was all because of Lu Haoren's classmates' help. When Lu Haoran learned that Sun Ruoxian had been aggrieved at the Rongqing People's Hospital, Lu Haoran immediately contacted the classmate from the health system that he had known in the president's class. At that time, Lu Haoran's intention was just to ask that classmate to help him say hello. I didn't expect that with a word from my own classmate, President Chow of the People's Hospital would come over in person with a very good attitude. Not only apologize, but also personally help Sun Ruoxian file, but also promised to arrange the best obstetrician and gynecologist for Sun Ruoxian to do the maternity examination. This result had far exceeded Lu Haoran's expectations. Pacifying Lu Hao then, Dean Chow immediately scolded the group of security guards. Why are you all still standing here? Hurry up and clean up these glass crumbs for me. Okay, we'll clean it up right away. The security guards rushed into action. Dean Chow berated Nurse Huang again. You're still pretending to be aggrieved, aren't you? Hurry up and get your ass up and go help Chief Lu's wife build a file. I want to personally see your efficiency today. Do you realize that I've received countless complaints about your poor attitude and inefficiency? I'm going to personally test you today. And if it is indeed as reported, even if your grandfather is Professor Huang, I'm going to dismiss you. When Nurse Huang heard this, she shivered in fear and immediately went back to work in aggravation. At President Chow's urging, Sun Ruoxian quickly completed the filing. In the file this gap, President Chow took the initiative to add Lu Haoran's contact information, so that Lu Haoran encountered any trouble in the future to find him personally. When Lu Haoran and Sun Ruoxian left the filing office, Dean Chow quietly came over and said to Lu Haoran, Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry for today. Please ask Mr. Lu to put in a good word for me the next time you see Birojin. Don't worry. I'll speak up for you in front of Yan's classmates. By this point, Lu Haoran finally understood why Dean Chow was so enthusiastic about himself. It turned out that that classmate of his had such an identity. When this Shin student was introduced to Lu Haoran, he also just said that he was from the health system, and did not mention much about what he specifically did. At that time, when the class helped Lu Haoran to tease was Si Yuan, this Shin student was the one who played more openly. Lu Haoran did not expect this seemingly ordinary classmate to be the director of the health system. Alas, my goodness, you are even classmates with Birojin. No wonder Birojin instructed me to help you get things done. After learning that Lu Haoran and Jin Biro were classmates, Dean Chow was both excited and in awe. Lu Haoran even felt Dean Chow's hand shaking in his grip. It was only at this moment that Lu Haoran deeply realized the great energy under the power system. With Dean Chow's greeting, Sun Ruoxian's maternity checkup was given the green light all the way. Don't even bother queuing up. Just go straight into the VIP lane. This made Lu Haoran a little embarrassed. It was not until after the final completion of the maternity test that Lu Haoran came to the payment window to complete the payment for the maternity test. Congratulations to the host, completing his first maternity check for his own heir. The cashback reward appears to be a lucky blitz 10,000 times, and he receives a cash reward of 7.8 million yuan. After Lu Haoran paid for the maternity check, the system unexpectedly reminded him of the lucky strike reward. He spent $780 on an obstetric examination, and the system gave him a direct rebate of $7.8 million. Lu Haoran couldn't even help but burst out when he heard this prompting sound. Honey, what's wrong with you? Sun Ruoxian heard Lu Haoran swearing, and she curiously asked why. Lu Haoran shook his head and said, It's fine. Go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Aha! Lu Haoran afternoon nothing, driving a car with Sun Ruoxian to visit the mall. To Sun Ruoxian to buy the best maternity clothes and maternity supplies. Sun Ruoxian was too happy to speak when she looked at a car full of things that belonged to her. Never in her life did she think she'd ever have this day when she'd buy something so much that it wouldn't fit in her car, or even dream of doing so. And at this point, it has become true. After shopping, Lu Haoran took Sun Ruoxian to the only Michelin restaurant in Rongcheng. The reason why he went here wasn't because the food inside was delicious, but Lu Haoran purely wanted to go for a long look. During the meal, Sun Ruoxian all but furrowed her brows together, and every time a dish came up, it was only a bite-sized amount. Sun Ruoxian, as a rural person, for this cost-effective, simply heartbroken. Lu Haoran ended up getting bored of eating and opened his cell phone, ready to play with it for a while. This look at the phone is not good. Lu Haoran looked at the group message inside the phone, directly angry and cursed. Chapter 45, We're brothers in arms. Dogs meddling with rats. Lu Haoran was so angry that he stomped his cell phone on the table. Honey, what's wrong? Sun Ruoxian was startled at the sight and asked in a hurry. Lu Haoran quickly regained his composure. Nothing much, It's just that someone posted the pictures of us giving birth at the hospital today inside the classmates group. There's no need to hide this from Sun Ruoxian. He then handed his cell phone to Sun Ruoxian to see. Sun Ruoxian looked worried and apologetic. Honey, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for making you come to the hospital to be with me, which led to someone catching you in the act. What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault. You girl, you're just too nice. Lu Haoren stroked Sun Ruoxian's little brain and took her into his arms with great heartache. Honey, is there a girl you like in your classmate group? Women are sensitive. One look and he probably understood what Lu Haoren had in mind. Lu Haoren smiled. Sort of, but don't you worry. No one can replace you. Aha! Lu Haoren also want to have children with other women. Sun Ruoxian has long known. Just today for the first time in the face, her heart is slightly still a little uncomfortable, so she asked a question. Husband, I recently took the adult self-test and learned a lot about management, and I think I'd like to go back to work after I have the baby. Get to be a class president. Go for management. Sun Ruoxian suddenly had a sense of urgency in this moment. She wanted to prove her worth in front of Lu Haoren. Although Lu Haoren said he would raise her, she couldn't really be raised as a canary. Ha ha, wife. That's a small pattern. Lu Haoren was amused by Sun Ruoxian. Sun Ruoxian was ridiculed by Lu Haoren. Her face turned red with shame, and she hurriedly put her head into Lu Haoren's arms. Honey, yuck, don't make fun of me. Fine, no teasing, but you do have some petty ideas. Originally I didn't expect much from you when you went to adult college, but if you're really ambitious, after you give birth, I'll invest $10 million for you to directly open a small assembly plant is all. As for what you can make of the back, it's up to you. Sun Ruoxian has been working in Fukan for more than 10 years and has a basic understanding of the industry. This arrangement of Lu Haoren is very relevant to Sun Ruoxian's work experience. Opening an assembly plant. Is it really possible? Sun Ruoxian steeply sat up straight, excited and incredulous, and at the same time, she felt like a brand new door had been opened to her. Don't be so agitated. Such a small matter is not worth your emotions. But I can't help being excited. Calm down. Don't hurt the little baby inside your belly. Let me help you calm down. Lu Haoren held Sun Ruoxian in his arms and then kissed him. After comforting Sun Ruoxian's emotions, Lu Haoren once again gathered his eyes within the classmate group to look through the group records. Pictures. These 3 pictures are all of Lu Haoren taking Sun Ruoxian for a maternity checkup at Rongqing People's Hospital. Inside the picture, Lu Haoren and Sun Ruoxian were holding hands and very intimate. Add Lu Haoren. Your wife is pregnant. And you still lied to us at the reunion that you were single. You guy, hide it deep. It was none other than Wu Gaochang who had aired Lu Haoren's name. Wu Gaochang's words may seem like a joke between classmates, but their true purpose is self-evident. Not one person in the group of classmates responded or posted anything else after these words were sent out. The originally very lively group of classmates instantly became dead silent. When Lu Haoren saw these words again, a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Isn't Wu Gaochang doing this to sabotage Ke Jin Yao's relationship with himself? To be honest, Wu Gaochang treated Ke Jin Yao as a goddess, but Lu Haoren, however, only treated Ke Jin Yao as a production tool. The tools of production are not qualified to have a mind. If the means of production are producing thoughts, it is proof that this means of production has mutated, can no longer be used. Therefore, Lu Haoren didn't care if Ke Jin Yao was angry because of these pictures. He had gotten angry just now simply because Wu Gaochang had dared to secretly film him. This offended Lu Haoren's scales. Lu Haoren didn't even bother to respond to the messages in the group and directly ignored them. At this moment, Ke Jin Yao was sitting inside the Ask World M9 that Lu Haoren lent her to use, and likewise saw the pictures in the group about Lu Haoren bringing Sun Ruoxian for her maternity checkup. Ke Jin Yao's head instantly went blank. Lu Haoren actually had a woman, and this woman was pregnant for him. Why is that? Lu Haoren the scumbag, stinking scumbag, scumbag. Does he still want 2 women to serve one husband and enjoy the happiness of all? Do your springtime dreaming. Ke Jin Yao's mouth trembled with anger and her person exploded. Bang! Ke Jin Yao's little fist slammed directly onto the steering wheel. She was about to be pissed off. Ke Jin Yao called Lu Haoren on the spot. Lu Haoren, where are you now? Ke Jin Yao forced back her anger and asked Lu Haoren through gritted teeth. Lu Haoren said indifferently, I'm having dinner with my lady at the Michelin. What can I do for you? Buzz. Hearing these words, Ke Jin Yao's head felt dizzy again. Surprisingly, Lu Haoren didn't show a hint of remorse and even straightened up and said that he dined with his woman at a Michelin restaurant. Lu Haoren, can you afford me? Ke Jin Yao's back teeth were almost clenched. What's right or wrong? It's not like we have anything to do with each other. Why do you say that? Lu Haoran wouldn't spoil her. This woman. She wants to worship gold. And she wants to make a house of cards. And she wants to monopolize a man. Is that possible? You're dreaming, aren't you? Ha! Well, I can't believe you're saying there's nothing between us. Ke Jin Yao was so angry that her fists kept pounding the steering wheel of the car. Lu Haoran, it's over between the two of us. How can we talk about finishing when we haven't even started? It seems like we've always been classmates, right? Lu Haoran couldn't even recall when he had established a relationship with Ke Jin Yao. From start to finish, Lu Haoran only maintained a normal classmate and friend relationship with Ke Jin Yao, right? He racked his brain but he couldn't recall any words that he had confessed to Ke Jin Yao. Could this be Ke Jin Yao's own brainstorming? You actually think that all we have is a classmate relationship? No, we might still be brothers. This sentence, Lu Haoran returned to Ke Jin Yao as is, and the tone carried a very strong sense of derision. Hearing these words, Ke Jin Yao reacted at once that Lu Haoran was taking revenge for the insult he had inflicted on him that night. At this moment, Ke Jin Yao was holding the phone. Shy, angry, and furious. Her heart was even more like 1,000 pounds of stone pressing down on it. It made her want to yell and she couldn't. A wave of anger was held inside her heart and she couldn't let it out. She felt like she was about to explode. Lu Haoran, you're at the Michelin, right? Wait for me. Your car. I'm not driving it. Give it back to you. The only hard words Ke Jin Yao could say at this moment were these. Chapter 46, Holding Up Your Cards. At the same time, Ke Jin Yao was also trying to see what kind of god that Sun Ruoxian was. She actually got pregnant with Lu Haoran's seed before she did. And Ke Jin Yao's most important purpose of asking for the return of the car at this time is to tell Lu Haoran in front of Sun Ruoxian that he still had his foot in two boats while she was pregnant. This is a trick that is not so bad for ordinary people. But for Lu Haoran, there was no pressure at all. He couldn't wait to take back his Askworld M9, one of his favorite cars. It was a waste to give Ke Jin Yao such a smart car to drive. So, Lu Haoran promised. Come on over, haha. I'll wait for you for half an hour at most. Any later and I'll have to accompany my wife home to bed. Put. Ke Jin Yao sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. This Lu Haoran was simply shameless to the extreme. It's just exasperating. The phone was hung up. Ke Jin Yao started the car with an exasperated huff, and rushed to the Michelin restaurant with a kick of the electric door. She wanted to see if Lu Haoran still spoke with such arrogance in front of herself and Lu Haoran's so-called wife. In less than half an hour, Ke Jin Yao was already downstairs at Michelin. At exactly this time, Ke Jin Yao saw Lu Haoran with his arm around an extremely beautiful young woman preparing to go out. Lu Haoran! Ke Jin Yao yelled in anger. Lu Haoran and Sun Ruoxian turned around when they heard the sound and were seeing Ke Jin Yao clenching her fists and angrily rushing towards him. Lu Haoran hurriedly blocked in front of Sun Ruoxian, fearing that the woman would go crazy and hurt Sun Ruoxian. What are you doing? What are you asking me for? Ha! Ke Jin Yao stopped in front of Lu Haoran and questioned indignantly. Didn't you say you'd wait for me for half an hour? How come you're leaving in less than half an hour? If I don't get there now, won't it be a wasted trip for me? She couldn't stand it. No man had ever dared to keep her waiting, let alone stand her up. Lu Haoran sniffed and let out a disinterested "Oh, I forgot you were coming." You. Ke Jin Yao pointed at Lu Haoran trembling. Oh yeah, wife. Let me introduce you. This is my college friend, Ke Jin Yao. Lu Haoran introduced Sun Ruoxian. Seeing this, Sun Ruoxian stood next to Lu Haoran and looked at Ke Jin Yao with a smiling face. Hello, Ke Jin Yao. My name is Sun Ruoxian. Good for what? You and I have been duped by this scumbag. He hooked up with me while you were pregnant, and you're surprised you're not angry in the face of a man like that. Oh, there's nothing to be angry about. Just now when I saw you like this, I thought you were pregnant with my husband's child too. So you didn't. Ha? Ke Jin Yao was confused. She stared unbelievably at Sun Ruoxian with wide eyes, as if she had seen a monster. You actually, you woman still want to be shameless. Ha! In the face of Ke Jin Yao's insults, Sun Ruoxian didn't get angry. She was still holding Lu Haoran's arm, maintaining her smile without being affected in the slightest. Humph! Ke Jin Yao, didn't you come to return the car? Give me the car keys and you can go. Sun Ruoxian didn't get angry, but that didn't mean Lu Haoran wouldn't get angry. Good. Here are the car keys. I've really grown up today. Too much. I didn't realize there were such foolish women in this society nowadays. Ke Jin Yao handed over a car key and stared at Lu Haoran and Sun Ruoxian constantly shaking her head. Unable to believe everything she was hearing and seeing right now, Lu Haoran no longer paid attention to Ke Jin Yao's reaction as he took the car keys and handed them over to Sun Ruoxian in passing. Honey, this car is for you. It's the latest model of smart driving car. Just right for you to drive when you're pregnant. Thanks hubby. I have a car too. So happy. Sun Ruoxian received the car keys, very excitedly hugged Lu Haoran and kissed him. He was now used to Lu Haoran's generosity. A house in the city can be given away straight away. A car, it's nothing. But Sun Ruoxian was still very grateful, and her arms around Lu Haoran were gripping tighter. Go! I'll teach you to drive a smart car. I've been swiping videos of this car on Shakeology a lot, and I can't wait to see what this smart driving car is all about now. Lu Haoran took Sun Ruoxian's hand and walked toward the Ask M9 parked on the side of the road. Lu Haoran. Woo. Ke Jin Yao was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect Lu Haoran to get the car keys and then turn it over to that vixen directly in front of her face. Bastard Lu Haoran. You bullied me. This is the car that belongs to me. Woo. But no one answered her. All she could see was the luxury car worth over $600,000 that originally belonged to her getting farther and farther away from her. As Ke Jin Yao cried, her feet softened and she fell to the ground and cried even louder. Ryoga. There are people passing by to come and watch, and there are many men who see that she looks pretty and want to come over to take the opportunity to comfort and hit on her. Ke Jin Yao couldn't stand it and directly covered her face and ran away. As she ran, Ke Jin Yao's tears flowed down again. She suddenly realized she had no way to get home. If you want to go back, you have to take a bus, or a taxi. At this moment, only Sun Ruoxian's hateful face floated before her eyes. This is the same woman who took the car that belonged to her. Ke Jin Yao stood woodenly on the street, her heart aching with pain and remorse. The pain was that he had missed out on a handsome and rich second generation. And the remorse was why he had impulsively returned the car to Lu Haoran just now. What an idiot yourself. Lu Haoran didn't mention half a word about returning the car himself. Why would you be stupid enough to volunteer to run over and return the car yourself? Originally, Ke Jin Yao thought that Lu Haoran would at least coax her or explain a few things to her. If Lu Haoran explains it to her properly, it's not necessarily unacceptable for her to be a mistress. So sorry. Now there's nothing left because of an impulse. The next day before dawn, Lu Haoran was still sleeping with his arms around Sun Ruoxian in a gentle place. Huasi Yuan then calls and contacts Lu Haoran, telling him that he has a president's class today. Ugh, I almost forgot about class. Lu Haoran hurriedly let go of Sun Ruoxian in his arms and sat up. Huasi Yuan, come and get me, boss. I'm not your secretary anymore. What's the point of wasting words? If it's not my secretary, then it's still my employee. And what's wrong with my employee picking me up to run an errand? Huasi Yuan was silent. This boss, still as bossy as before. Huasi Yuan didn't even know if Lu Haoran liked himself or not. If a man likes himself, then he shouldn't yell at her. But if he doesn't like her, why make an excuse to kiss her? By the way, Huasi Yuan, drive the Rolls Royce to pick me up. We have to hold up our cards. Don't let the students look down on us. The Rolls Royce was a new car that arrived yesterday, and it was Hossein who went through the paperwork. The car happened to be at Hossein's place as well. Chapter 47, Is this your girlfriend? Faced with Lu Haoran's bullying, Huasi Yuan can only agree helplessly and drive to pick up Lu Haoran. In the past few days, Hossein was in a daze and torn. She couldn't even tell what Lu Haoran really thought of her. But she couldn't let Huasi Yuan leave Rongqing Hunting in Human Resources Company and Lu Haoran. Even the thought of leaving made her colicky on the inside. Ideas are ideas. As Lu Haoran's employee, Huasi Yuan had to pick him up no matter how unwilling she was. In fact, when Huasi Yuan drove her car to pick up Lu Haoran, she didn't resist and even kind of wanted to see Lu Haoran as soon as possible. Hossein was still oblivious to these mental changes in herself. Let's go. Receiving Lu Haoran, Huasi Yuan still gets out of the car and takes the initiative to greet him as usual. Lu Haoran, on the other hand, rightfully sat in the boss's seat. The two arrived at the campus of Rongqing University. And again, the Rolls-Royce and the pair of Lu Haoran and Huasi Yuan attracted a lot of attention because of the Rolls-Royce and the pair of Lu Haoran and Huasi Yuan. Facing everyone's envy, Huasi Yuan had a little pride in her heart. All this was brought to her by her boss, Lu Haoran. Upon arriving in class, the atmosphere among the students remained cordial. Lu Haoran specifically found the health systems Zhen students to thank him in person. Instead, Yen smiled and said that it was a small matter and there was no need to be concerned. Lu Haoran nodded. Between classmates, everything was in the air. During the break between classes, Lu Haoran invites Huasi Yuan to walk around the campus with him. Hua Si-yuan was not too willing to get too close to Lu Haoren, but Lu Haoren reminded her, "You're playing the role of my girlfriend in front of your classmates, so you can't show your face." Hossein deflated. This guy was always threatening himself, but one can't refuse it. Without waiting for Hua Si-yuan to respond, Lu Haoren took her hand and headed outside. Hua Si-yuan struggled, but didn't break away and finally had to let Lu Haoren hold her hand. After going out, Hua Si-yuan said angrily, "Boss, it's all out the door, time to let go?" "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Lu Haoren didn't answer Hua Si-yuan, but greeted a passing teacher. The one named Mr. Jiang heard the voice and looked over. "Ha, you're Lu Haoren." Mr. Jiang looked at Lu Haoren with some hesitation. After all, Lu Haoren's appearance had still changed a lot. "It's me, I'm Lu Haoren." Mr. Jiang. "Alas, Lu Haoren, I didn't expect you to change so much after 2 years of graduation." Hey, it's just that, everyone says I've grown and changed." Asked by the teacher, Lu Haoren subconsciously scratched the back of his head. "You kid has gotten handsome. Is this girl your girlfriend?" Mr. Jiang couldn't help but ask when he saw Hua Si-yuan who was being pulled by Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren nodded and acknowledged. "Mr. Jiang, this is my girlfriend, called Hua Si-yuan." Then, Lu Haoren faced Hua Si-yuan. "Si-yuan, this is my college counselor, Mr. Jiang, who took care of me when I was in school." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." At a time like this, Hua Si-yuan still knew how to distinguish between occasions and greeted Mr. Jiang very cooperatively. Not bad. The little girl is so pretty. You two stand together are really talented. Lu Haoren is my student and has a very good character. The two of you will be happy together. When you guys get married, be sure to invite me for a wedding reception." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You will definitely be invited." Hua Si-yuan replied awkwardly and pinched Lu Haoren's arm hard at this time. "By the way, Lu Haoren, are you back at school for a visit?" "Yes, Mr. Chang, I'm strolling around campus with my girlfriend." "How are you doing? Where are you working now?" Teachers are very concerned about how their students are doing, especially when their students are doing well and they have a glow on their faces. Lu Haoren responded graciously. "Mr. Jiang, I'm opening a human resources company now. Started a company. How's the company doing?" Lu Haoren modestly said, "Barely getting by. Profit and loss can be kept in balance. The winnings and losses can be balanced. That's still not bad. Develop it well. Maybe we can make something up." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your encouragement. I will try my best." "Well, cheer up." Mr. Jiang pointed at the school building behind Lu Haoren and was very proud. "The teaching base of the president class in cooperation between our school and Qingbei University is here, which is full of famous and prestigious business executives. If you ever come here to study, then I, as a teacher, will be proud of you." Okay. Lu Haoren looked back at the school building, not knowing how to explain. Hua Si-yuan stood by the side and listened to Lu Haoren and Mr. Jiang chattering about the content. She couldn't help but snicker quietly. Just then, Hua Si-yuan suddenly changed her face. "Geez, boss, we should get back to class." "Yes, it's time." Lu Haoren raised his wrist and looked at his watch. "Mr. Jiang, I'm studying inside the president's class right now, and I'm about to go to class." "What?" Mr. Jiang didn't react. "You said you're the one who's inside the president's class right now?" "Yeah, I do have classes in there." You're not kidding, are you?" This place is notorious for expensive tuition. $1 million a year for tuition. Mr. Jiang couldn't believe what Lu Haoren said. He knew Lu Haoren's family background very well. With Lu Haoren's kind of family situation, he can't take out $1 million for school even if he dies, unless it's earned by Lu Haoren himself. To make millions in 2 years, and to use it to pay tuition, that means Lu Haoren is making far more than millions. What kind of HR company is so lucrative? "Oh, Mr. Jiang, this is my and my girlfriend's student card." Lu Haoren showed his and Hua Si-yuan's student IDs to Mr. Jiang. When Mr. Jiang saw the documents, he finally believed what Lu Haoren said. Mr. Jiang's heart is full of emotion at this time. Really cannot underestimate any student. When Lu Haoren, this guy, to be honest, the academic performance is general. The family is general. The ability to also general. When he first graduated, he had judged that Lu Haoren, a student, was afraid of some suffering after graduation. "I didn't expect to be slapped in the face today. Is this guy in love with a rich girl?" Mr. Jiang sizes up Hwasi Yuan without a trace. And the more he looks, the more he feels. He admired Lu Haoren even more. This guy must have relied on his good looks and then caught up with Hwasi Yuan. If Hwasi Yuan was big and ugly, Mr. Jiang would despise Lu Haoren very much. But this Hwasi Yuan is a school beauty. Lu Haoren was able to catch up with such a rich girl, and that was a reflection of his ability. Mr. Jiang, let's go to class first, haha. We'll visit you later after class. Lu Haoren looked at Mr. Jiang, who had a face of emotion, and could also understand Mr. Jiang's feelings at this time. Don't worry, let's take a picture. I have to send out a friend when I can actually have one of my students in the president's class. He. Chapter 48, Licking Dogs Without Dignity. At Mr. Jiang's request, Lu Haoren and Hwasi Yuan each put on their presidential class ID cards. The three of them stood at the words with the teaching base of the president class of Qingbei University and Rongqing University and took a few pictures. After taking the pictures, Lu Haoren and Hwasi Yuan rushed to class, and Mr. Jiang couldn't help but immediately send a circle of friends. The circle of friends comes with a couple of photos. In the photo, Hwasi Yuan was holding Lu Haoren's arm intimately, her head slightly inclined to Lu Haoren's shoulder, looking very sweet. Next to Lu Haoren was Mr. Jiang, who couldn't hide his smile. It is obvious that Mr. Jiang is heartily proud of his students' achievements. After this one friend circle was sent out, almost all the students in the class saw it. Many people left messages under Mr. Jiang's friend circle. Wow! Mr. Haoren is actually attending the president class at Qingbei University. My god! It's awesome! It's a class that only big brothers can read. I heard that you can't get in just by having money. You have to need a referral. Our boss just tried to sign up a couple times, but no one was introduced. Mr. Chang looks at a few comments and replies, I didn't even think that the most promising person in our class was actually Lu Haoren. He even started a company, and I heard him say it's doing well. Mr. Jiang, you just found out that Mr. Lu Haoren opened a company? Snickering expression. Lu students invited us to a reunion at the Crown Plaza a few days ago, and the wine we drank was all Mao Tai pipe. Our classmate Lu has made a lot of money. He's a real tycoon. Yada yada yada. This Lu Haoren, does he have a girlfriend again? I'm going. What's going on here? Yesterday, within our classmates group, there were photos of him accompanying his pregnant girlfriend to the maternity checkup. Crazy. How many girlfriends does Mr. Lu have anyway? I'm so envious. I thought that pregnant girlfriend in the group yesterday was pretty enough, but now it seems that I'm the one who's shallow. This girl is the real deal. Gee, this girlfriend today is pretty, but she looks a little young. And yesterday's pregnant girlfriend was the best. Mr. Lu really knows how to play. If I have money, I want to play like this too. The number of comments below Mr. John's circle of friends discussing how many girlfriends Lu Haoren has is far greater than the number of comments that Lu Haoren is a tycoon. When Mr. John saw this one comment, he was dumbfounded. Originally, Mr. John thought that Lu Haoren had fallen for a rich girl, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. What kind of chance does this Lu Haoren have? Not only does he have inexhaustible money, he also has a girlfriend who is more beautiful than the other. Is it really the huge fortune that starting a company has brought him? Also, are rich people really that happy? One by one, the very best women are throwing themselves at it. Mr. Jiang looked at the comments. He as a teacher cannot help but envy. Are thinking about whether they should resign and go to sea to run the company. Meanwhile, Ke Jin Yao was practicing dancing in tight yoga clothes. Taking a break, she picked up her phone to look through her friends. At that look, her eyes widened. Lu Haoren was actually attending the president's class at Qingbei University, and he had brought a beautiful woman who didn't lose to her to study with him. At this moment, her heart was like being pierced by a sharp knife. Her soul was like being pulled out of her body, and a wave of remorse went deep into her bones. She regretted why she had impulsively gone to Lu Haoren and cried yesterday. As reality would have it, none of the really rich guys are short of women. Although Lu Haoren no longer has her, Lu Haoren has Sun Ruoxian and this woman in the photo. This girl in the photo looks very young. This is definitely a fresh graduate. This Lu Haoren. Even this childish teenage girl is going to slag. However, Ke Jin Yao's mouth was cursing Lu Haoren, but in her heart, she hated Lu Haoren to come and slag her immediately. Ke Jin Yao looked at the circle of friends inside her phone. She was no longer in the mood to practice dancing. Doesn't one practice dancing to keep a perfect body? Doesn't one practice to find a Prince Charming? There was once a Prince Charming who appeared by his side, but unfortunately he didn't cherish it. Instead, They also go on to count on each other's love being exclusive or not. It's stupid. It's really stupid. Thinking of this, Ke Jin Yao decided to apologize to Lu Haoran immediately. She stopped dancing altogether and sat in the corner, editing her language word by word to express her mistake and sincerely apologizing to Lu Haoran. Hopefully, Lu Haoran would forgive her willfulness so that she could return to Lu Haoran's side again. From now on, as long as Lu Haoran didn't bring other women to her, she would never care about anything else about Lu Haoran. After sending the message, Ke Jin Yao let out a sigh of relief. Ke Jin Yao was completely lowering her stance. Not without lowering it. She was now 25 years old. If we wait any longer, the yellow flowers will be cold. In fact, Ke Jin Yao had already found out that the real rich second generation would not look at her. And even if they did, they were the kind of rich second generation that had a bad track record. Likewise, she is somewhat prepared for capable men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. A woman who only has looks can't keep a dragon-like man on a leash. Ke Jin Yao secretly clenched her fists. She swore that once she returned to Lu Haoran's side this time, she would never be a demon again. Ke Jin Yao waited for a long time in a tense mood. She finally waited for Lu Haoran to send her a message back. Meet me downstairs at my office tomorrow. Lu Haoran only said these words briefly, and this short sentence excited Ke Jin Yao to the point where her heart raced. Ke Jin Yao hurriedly edited another large long message in response to Lu Haoran. This looks like a licking dog without dignity. Early the next morning, Ke Jin Yao was waiting for Lu Haoran early under the office building where Lu Haoran's company was located. At this point, she no longer had the complaint of waiting. There was only the eagerness of anticipating Lu Haoran's arrival. Ke Jin Yao didn't have to wait too long this morning, and not long after, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of her. Ke Jin Yao looked at the Rolls-Royce with desire and envy in her eyes. Yet she didn't expect the man inside the Rolls-Royce to look at her, because she knew that 99% of the people who came out of it were disgusting bald old men. All this old man covets is her body. Ke Jin Yao, as a wonderful young girl, also expects a sweet love on top of sufficient financial foundation. While Ke Jin Yao was wandering around, a person came down from the car. It was Lu Haoran. As soon as Lu Haoran got out of the car, the Rolls-Royce was gone. Ke Jin Yao through the car window. The person driving the car seems to be that girlfriend of Lu Haoran in Mr. Zhang's photo. Geez, Lu Haoran actually gave that girlfriend a Rolls-Royce. As for myself, I originally had an Inquirer M9, but unfortunately I didn't cherish it and lost it. Ke Jin Yao saw Lu Haoran and rushed over. She had a million words of apology and regret at this point, but didn't know how to say them. Follow me. Lu Haoran didn't care about her and walked straight ahead. Yes. Ke Jin Yao hurriedly followed Lu Haoran's footsteps. Lu Haoran led Ke Jin Yao to the basement of the office building and found Lu Haoran's Porsche parked here. The car is yours. Go drive. Lu Haoran threw the car keys to Ke Jin Yao. Ke Jin Yao saw the car keys flying towards her and she hurriedly reached out to catch them. Rango, you mean this car is for me? Ke Jin Yao was very excited. She wasn't sure Lu Haoran would be so generous to give it to her. Porsche. But Ke Jin Yao wanted a car the most. How long the car stays in your hands is up to you. Aha, I'll do as I'm told from now on. Just do as you're told. Lu Haoran was satisfied with Ke Jin Yao's attitude. This was the attitude that a gold-digging woman should have. Let's go. Drive to the Golden Grove house. Chapter 49, Adopting Ke Jin Yao. Okay, ran. Ke Jin Yao didn't dare to ask more questions and did as she was told. Ke Jin Yao drove the car and Lu Haoran sat in the back boss seat, resting with his eyes closed. Lu Haoran's appointment with Ke Jin Yao today was actually because of Ke Jin Yao's text message yesterday. Ke Jin Yao's attitude was already so humble. Lu Haoran then decided to take Ke Jin Yao in today, getting Ke Jin Yao pregnant. Ke Jin Yao. This woman is too much of a gold digger. Lu Haoran disliked it very much. However, Lu Haoran couldn't afford to waste this opportunity where he could obtain a system reward. Then there was today's schedule, and he was prepared to end his entanglement with this gold-digging woman after taking down Ke Jin Yao. Along the way, the two didn't communicate much. Brother Ran, the Golden Forest Mansion is here. What are we doing here? Ke Jin Yao asked carefully. Come here to buy a house. Of course. Yes. Ke Jin Yao thought to herself. A tycoon is a tycoon. Coming to buy a house again. But what she didn't know was that Lu Haoran's real purpose for bringing her here today was to get shot at. Hello, are you two here to see the house? The sales manager of Jinlin Mansion saw Lu Haoran and Ke Jin Yao and hurriedly greeted them. Lu Haoran nodded. We're here to buy a house. Show us the sandbox. Aha, okay. May I ask brother what your last name is? Surname Lu. Okay, Lu. This way please. The sales manager guided Lu Haoran and Ke Jin Yao inside the sales department, introducing them as she went. Brother Lu, our Jinlin mansion is the only villa project in the bypass city, with a superior location. Very rare. You and sister come over to see the house. Really have a vision. Why don't I show you the location before you look at the sandbox? After seeing the area, I guarantee you and sis will be eager to purchase. I know the project very well. No need to introduce the district. Just go to the sandbox to have a look. Lu Haoran's purpose was clear. Superfluous process? He did not want to waste time. Oh, well then, the sales manager has some changes in his mind. He doesn't even want to understand the project location. These two people are afraid that they are just coming over for a stroll. She was no longer as enthusiastic, but still led Lu Haoran and Ke Jin Yao to the sandbox. Ke Jin Yao, pick a building. Ah, brother Ran, what do you mean by that? Buy you a house. Really? Really? Ke Jin Yao was completely unprepared. She felt like she had won the $5 million lottery at this moment. She was so excited that she almost had a brain hemorrhage. Choose quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. The system gifted Lu Haoran a set of qualifications to purchase a villa. Lu Haoran is ready to give this villa to Ke Jin Yao. When the time came, after Ke Jin Yao got pregnant, this villa and that Porsche would be Lu Haoran's payment for her helping her have a baby. The sales manager on the side heard these words and the expression on his face completely disappeared. In his heart, he kept on slandering. Is this a ING encounter with a pretender? Or maybe it's making short videos for segments? The sales manager looked around quietly, but didn't notice anyone videotaping. I'll take that one then. Ke Jin Yao actually didn't even have the heart to pick carefully. She randomly pointed at a seemingly good single-family house and chose it. Okay. Lu Haoran nodded and turned back to the rambunctious sales manager. I'll take that one house. Bill for the deposit. What? You're really buying? The sales manager wasn't quite convinced. This suite is a $12 million single-family home. Oh, do I look like someone who can't afford it? Lu Haoran surveyed its own dress-up. International big brand clothing. Name table, these are on their own. That's it. And you're still under the dog's eye? What exactly do dirtbags have to wear nowadays, and what kind of watches do they have to wear to be seen? Lu Haoran was really a bit confused. No, I'm not saying you can't afford it. Rather, it's just that the process was so fast and completely unexpected. Brother Lu, wait a moment. I'll help you with the formalities right away. Seeing Lu Haoran angry, the sales manager hurriedly apologized and quickly jogged over to find the finance to deal with it. Ke Jin Yao stood beside Lu Haoran, her whole body trembling as if she was sleepwalking. She was like a puppet on strings the entire time she was checking in, doing whatever she was told to do. Brother Lu, your formalities are done. Do you think you need me to show you the house? After paying the deposit and completing the formalities, the sales manager only remembered to take Lu Haoran to see the house. Lu Haoran hadn't been interested, but he nodded his head in agreement when he thought that he had never even seen the villa. The trio arrived at the villa and the sales manager opened the doorway. Brother Lu, our villas all have basic decoration and are quite luxurious. Even the beds are there. You just need to buy some appliances and you can move in. Of course, if you don't like the decorating style, you can shovel it out and redecorate. Villa doing finishes? These developers think out of the box too. How many of you who buy a villa want the developer to standardize the finishing touches? Most people design their own decorations. The villa has been renovated and is just trying to sell for more money based on its geographical location. But for Lu Haoran, this was a good thing. He wouldn't have to be paying Ke Jin Yao for the renovation. You don't have to follow us. We'll see for ourselves. This sales manager followed, making Lu Haoran feel uncomfortable. Okay, brother Lu. Then you and your sister-in-law can see for yourself. Just call me directly if you need anything. After the sales manager left, Lu Haoran led Ke Jin Yao into the villa. This villa was uniformly decorated, but it was still done with care, and the whole villa was elegantly and luxuriously decorated. As soon as you walk in the door, you can feel a strong sense of luxury. The marble floors are polished and mirror-like, reflecting the glow of the ornate chandelier. Carefully selected furniture is placed in all corners for comfort and design. The modern kitchen is fully equipped with everything you need to feel like you are in a sophisticated living space. Each room is decorated in its own way and is full of warmth and comfort. Developers' finishes. Wow. Ran, am I really not dreaming? Such a big, luxurious villa is actually mine. Ke Jin Yao was unable to describe her feelings at this point, and Lu Haoran had some regrets. Such a big villa should be given to Sun Ruoxian, and he and Sun Ruoxian should live in it, instead of giving it to this gold-digging woman. But things had come to this point, and he had no choice but to hold his nose and admit it. Although the villa was given to Ke Jin Yao, Ke Jin Yao had to pay a corresponding price. Ke Jin Yao, whether this villa belongs to you or not still depends on your performance. You should know that I've only paid the deposit now. The villa hasn't been fully purchased yet. When Lu Haoren said this, Ke Jin Yao panicked. She hurriedly turned around and hugged Lu Haoren. Brother Ran, I'll listen to you from now on. Don't take away my villa. Fine. Then I'll see how obedient you are. Jie Jie. With that, Lu Haoren let out a strange laugh and pushed Ke Jin Yao down onto the wide round Simmons. Chapter 50. Ah. What are you doing? Ah. Ran. What are you going to do? Ke Jin Yao was suddenly pushed down onto the Simmons, her subconscious still carrying panic. But the panic, and the fear of refusal, carries with it a psychological preparation that has long been in place. This feeling, in Lu Haoren's opinion, was a refusal to be welcomed. Hey, what for? You of course. Lu Haoren no longer hesitated and pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Ha! Lu Haoren fumbled for a while then suddenly climbed up, his mood becoming very unattractive. You came to relatives? Yeah, Ran. I'm sorry, I just got here this morning too. Ke Jin Yao hurriedly apologized. This I can't control. Ah, brother Ran, why don't I use? Then why didn't you say so? I'm afraid you'll think I'm looking for an excuse to reject you. Ke Jin Yao had actually humbled herself to such an extent for a villa. Lu Haoren looked at her like this and shook his head. In that case, I'll see you next time. Lu Haoren's pleasure in staying with a woman like Ke Jin Yao was only left with the matter of tossing her around. Without waiting for Ke Jin Yao to reply, Lu Haoren headed for the door. Ke Jin Yao hurriedly climbed up to catch up with Lu Haoren. Ran, are you angry? No offense. Lu Haoren turned around. By the way, I'm going to give you a word of advice. I can give you this villa and the Porsche, but I will only make a down payment on the villa. And I want you to be pregnant with my child in 3 months and have it without fail. The moment the baby is born, I'll give you full settlement of the final payment for the villa. If you can't have one, then I'm sorry, the Porsche can be yours, but the villa you'll have to give back to me or cover the cost yourself. What? Ran, you mean you're really only with me to have a baby? Ke Jin Yao looked at Lu Haoren incredulously. She was incredibly shocked and saddened by Lu Haoren's words. And what else is it for? You don't really think I'm doing this for your looks, do you? Don't fantasize. There can only be a deal between us. How can this be? How can the emotions between us be described as a transaction? Besides, is my youth only worth a villa? What Ke Jin Yao wanted was never this. What Ke Jin Yao wanted was a lifetime of affluence, or enough money for her to squander for the rest of her life. But Lu Haoren only gave her a villa and a Porsche. That was far from enough. Oh, and you won't be able to have a baby for a few days. How much is your youth worth? I'll give you a few days to slowly account for it. If it doesn't feel like a good deal, then just give me back my car and house. Anyway, now I'm not doing anything to you now, and the villa is just a deposit. There's still room for everyone to backtrack. After saying that, Lu Haoren left the Jinlin mansion without looking back. After Lu Haoren left, Ke Jin Yao looked at the villa's small courtyard with a complicated mood. At this time, she recalled that night. Lu Haoren said, as long as one helps him have children, one will have a splash of wealth to make one's life rich. As long as one helps him have children, he can buy himself a car manufacturing plant and a whole neighborhood of houses. At that time, Ke Jin Yao thought Lu Haoren was crazy, and it was only then that Ke Jin Yao realized what a big opportunity to get rich he had missed. Now, one could also help Lu Haoren give birth to a child, but all one could obtain was a villa and a car. That's a world of difference in comparison. Ke Jin Yao's bowels were green with remorse. Thinking of this, Ke Jin Yao once again returned to the villa, seriously checking every part of the villa. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. The more you look at it, the more you can't give it up. Ke Jin Yao knew that as long as she dared to reject Lu Haoren one more time, then this villa would be like that questioning world M9, which would be given to other women by Lu Haoren in a split second. The big villa that came to hand. Ke Jin Yao really couldn't give it up. Ke Jin Yao stayed inside the villa for most of the day. During this time, Ke Jin Yao couldn't help but fiddle with the furniture inside the villa, arranging it to her liking. It wasn't until dark that Ke Jin Yao drove home in the Porsche Lu Haoren gave her. She'd only eaten breakfast all day, and as soon as she got home she was starving. At this moment, she wants nothing more than to come home to a meal prepared by her mom. But the moment she stepped into the room, she felt the home was cold and dead. Then the sound of a loud argument came from inside the parents' house, interspersed with the sound of something being dropped. Why did I marry a loser man like you? Who hasn't made more than $10,000 a month all his working life? Low wages not to mention. Go home just know to lie there and play games. Your daughter is more than 20 years old. You still play games. I don't know how you can play. Son of a. Watch your mouth. Asterisk 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 your mom. You punk. Loser. What's wrong with me scolding you? You're a loser and you won't let anyone scold you? The words were followed by the sound of fists pounding on a table. Then the sound of something falling to the floor and shattering. Followed by banging. Ke Jin Yao standing in the doorway instantly lost her mood. Hungry and in a sad mood she instantly turned her head out the door. This is Ke Jin Yao's home. Ever since she was a child, Ke Jin Yao grew up with her parents quarreling and fighting. And the reason for all this revolves around money. Every fight was basically because Ke Jin Yao's mother wasn't happy with her father's income. Ke Jin Yao had never felt the warmth of a family since she was a child. Families like hers don't make a great income, but they get by, and if the mother relaxes, she can live a tight little folks life, too. But the mother was not satisfied or resigned. Her mother thought she was born so beautiful that she shouldn't have to suffer after her father. Her mother never reflected on why she had to be a supermarket salesperson. It was this family environment that caused Ke Jin Yao to swear that she would never marry a poor person in her life. Ke Jin Yao's biggest dream is to pick up 2 large baskets of money and smash them in front of her parents, making them kneel inside the pile of money and reflect on the harm they did to her while growing up. Ke Jin Yao expects every day to marry herself off as soon as possible to a man who was rich and fits her fantasies of love. She never wanted to set foot in the house again, and Lu Haoran's appearance was exactly what Ke Jin Yao wanted. Lu Haoran is young, a classmate, and very rich. It turned out that Lu Haoran still loved her. Unfortunately, Ke Jin Yao did not survive Lu Haoran's test that night, so Lu Haoran's attitude towards her changed completely. Luckily, it's not too late. Ke Jin Yao by this time she already had an answer about Lu Haoran. Ke Jin Yao. Yao Yao. You really live here ah? I finally found you. When Ke Jin Yao was in the worst mood, Wu Gaochang joyfully appeared in front of Ke Jin Yao riding a brand new motorcycle. Chapter 51, Willing to be kept. How did you find my house? Ke Jin Yao saw that it was Wu Gaochang, and being hungry and starving, she was in an even more smoldering mood. Wu Gaochang seemed to have already forgotten the insults Ke Jin Yao had inflicted on him at the class reunion that day, and was still shyly wearing a smile at this time. When I saw you at the reunion that day, I thought back again to our college days and just couldn't forget your face. I went through a lot of trouble to find out where your family lives from a classmate. Can you stop being so gross? Who had a little bit of college with you? After Ke Jin Yao refuted a sentence, she was afraid that Wu Gaochang would continue to dwell on this topic with her, and without waiting for Wu Gaochang to answer, she asked again woodenly, what do you want with me? Yo, do you think this locomotive is pretty? Wu Gaochang hung the helmet in his hand on the motorcycle's faucet and got off and parked it. Ke Jin Yao deflated and followed Wu Gaochang's words to look at this motorcycle. It's an Escalade 321R and should be marketed for around $25. $000. Ha! Ke Jin Yao just glanced at it and averted her gaze with a contemptuous sneer. Yo, guess where this car came from? Oh, does it matter to me how it came to be? There's a connection. Didn't you say on your junior birthday that your wish was to have a cool motorcycle? So this one car is here for your wish. Wu Gaochang took out the car keys with a proud face and handed them to Ke Jin Yao. I posted a picture of this car in my circle of friends just yesterday and an owner delivered the car today. That owner said the car is worth over $30,000. Hey, that's the beauty of power. I'm giving it to you now. I don't need it. Keep the ride for yourself. Wu Gaochang handed over the key, but Ke Jin Yao acted as if she didn't see it. Wu Gaochang was anxious when he heard that. Yao, didn't you say that you like riding a motorcycle that cool and dazzling look the most? That was before. I don't like it now. You don't like it anymore. Ha? So what do you like now? I like Porsches now. I like big villas. Ah, but I can't afford these right now. Wu Gaochang felt lost and frustrated with Ke Jin Yao's current preference, but he immediately said confidently, but don't worry, in a few years, I'll have a Porsche and I'll have a big villa. I'll give it all to you then. Ke Jin Yao shook her head contemptuously, not wanting to chat with Wu Gao freely. I don't need you to send me. Let's not chat about this. I'm going to eat. See you later. Well then, without further ado, let's go eat. Wu Gaochang automatically ignored the word goodbye as he took out his helmet and handed it to Ke Jin Yao. Yao, get in the car. I'll take you out for a late night snack. Oh, it's too dangerous to ride a motorcycle. I don't ride. Ha? Let's walk then. And no, you ride ahead and lead the way. I'll follow behind. Follow how? Wu Gaochang was baffled. Instead of answering him, Ke Jin Yao took out a car key from inside her handbag. Drip! Not far away in the dim light, a Porsche's headlights lit up, and Ke Jin Yao walked towards the light. The headlights shone down, stretching Ke Jin Yao's body out for a long time. Wu Gaochang couldn't open his eyes from the dazzling beam of car lights. Doh! An ear-splitting car honk woke Wu Gaochang up. Ke Jin Yao opened the car window and yelled at Wu Gaochang. Let's go. Why are you standing there? Are you going or not? If you're not going, get out of my way. Why are you blocking the way? Be careful of getting run over. When did you buy a Porsche? Seeing Ke Jin Yao's Porsche, Wu Gaochang inexplicably felt a sense of self-shame and shame. No wonder Ke Jin Yao said just now that he didn't need to give himself a Porsche. So it turns out that people have their own. Wu Gaochang's surprised look made Ke Jin Yao's heart burst with vanity, and the depressed mood she had originally brought out from home was swept away at this moment. Facing that bumpkin Wu Gaochang, she despised it. What do you care when I bought it? Aren't you going to treat me to a late-night snack? Go! Oh, then. You follow me then. Wu Gaochang put on his helmet, twisted the motorcycle key and rode ahead to lead the way. Feeling the pressure of the Porsche behind him, he was in a very low mood. No way. How can I, Wu Gaochang, let my emotions be affected by a Porsche? A Porsche isn't expensive. I can find the money for a Porsche even if I bite the bullet. Humph. After waiting for a while, when I've secured my position, it won't be easy to find money? Wu Gaochang deserves to be able to go fast in the officialdom. His ability to deal with emotions is still very strong, and he quickly adjusted his mood and regained his confidence. Not far away, Wu Gaochang saw a lively barbecue stall. Well, jerking off on the street with a goddess must be a very romantic and enviable thing to do. Wu Gaochang rode his motorcycle gradually to the side, then waited for Ke Jin Yao. Ke Jin Yao drove over to parallel him with a kick of the gas. The windows are open. Wu Gaochang, why don't you leave? Yao, this barbecue stand looks good. Let's have a barbecue. What? You're talking about a late-night snack that's barbecue? Ke Jin Yao's expression collapsed at once. Yeah, this place does good business and it sure tastes good. Eat it yourself if you want. I'm not eating it. Ke Jin Yao looked at the tables at the barbecue stand. The tabletops were glowing greasily, and the floor was dark and covered with used paper towel balls. It looks very disgusting. Looking at this scene, Ke Jin Yao didn't want to get out of the car. What are we going to eat at this late hour if not barbecue? Take out. Ke Jin Yao had no appetite looking at this scene. She thought of Lu Haoren taking her to dinner earlier at this moment. Go to places where you spend thousands of dollars per person. There are abalone, sea cucumber, wagyu beef, aurochs, and more. The kind where you can eat dozens of barbecues with just any dish. And that restaurant, luxurious decoration, beautiful environment, quiet and peaceful. Not to mention eating in it, even in the garbage collection feel very comfortable. Ke Jin Yao at this point was considered to have thoroughly seen Wu Gaochang's standard of living. With a man like that, marrying him would be like marrying someone like your own dad. What's the point of repeating the life of your parents again? Ke Jin Yao no longer paid attention to Wu Gaochang, tapping the gas pedal. The Porsche drove forward. Yo, where are you going for takeout? What do you care where I go? What a load of crap. A very impatient sentence drifted out from inside the car and then accelerated away. Wu Gaochang hurriedly followed on his bike. Not long after, Ke Jin Yao's Porsche turned a corner and entered the Jinlin House Villa area. Wu Gaochang's face changed drastically when he saw this. Could it be that Ke Jin Yao has been adopted by some big shot? He pinched the brakes hastily, not daring to continue following them further. But he couldn't help the panic and anger in his heart. And in the end, he let go of the brakes again and followed Ke Jin Yao closely into the villa area. Wu Gaochang, are you a follower? I'm going home. Why are you following? Ke Jin Yao is furious when she parks her car and realizes that Wu Gaochang has followed her. Oh, what am I following you for, you ask? Wu Gaochang was so angry that he lost his mind, his nostrils flaring as he pointed at Ke Jin Yao and said angrily, Ke Jin Yao, you woman, you're actually willing to be a mistress to be adopted by someone else. Chapter 52, Asshole, I'm pregnant. Snap. When Ke Jin Yao heard this, she slapped Wu Gaochang in the face with her backhand. What are you doing, hitting me? Wu Gaochang was instantly confused. He covered his flaming face. His anger increased, but he didn't dare to fight back. What for? I'll hit you in the mouth. Ke Jin Yao angrily stared with two big eyes and screamed. Wu Gaochang, I thought you were at least a civil servant and should be educated, but I didn't realize that I had overestimated you. Are you not allowed to say that you have degraded yourself and been adopted? Which one of your eyes saw me degrading myself to be adopted? You're driving a Porsche and living in a big villa. And you're still saying you're not adopted. Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth, disappointed in Ke Jin Yao. Ha 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 ha. Ke Jin Yao suddenly laughed out loud as she turned around and pulled open the car door, taking out a contract from the car and slamming it heavily into Wu Gaochang's hand. Take a good look with your eyes wide open. This is the contract for the purchase of the house. It says my name on it. This villa belongs to me. What do you mean? You're saying this villa is yours? Wu Gaochang couldn't believe it. He unfolded the contract and saw that it was really Ke Jin Yao. Or just today. You actually buy villas. What? I can't buy a villa? Ke Jin Yao was incomparably happy. Where did you get the money for the villa? Fell from the sky. Found on the ground. Are you satisfied with that answer? How is this possible? If you know it's impossible, why are you asking questions? Am I obligated to answer you? Ke Jin Yao coldly said with contempt. Wu Gaochang, don't look down on others with your self-proclaimed proud status as a civil servant. It makes you look low and unqualified. Wu Gaochang's face turned wax red as he was choked by Ke Jin Yao's words. Get lost. I don't want to see you ever again. Ke Jin Yao opened the courtyard door of the villa, revealing the exquisite garden set inside. She stepped through the door. As she closed the door, she added, Wu Gaochang, don't come to me like a mangy dog in the future. I'm afraid of being misunderstood by my boyfriend. What? You have a boyfriend? Who is he? Wu Gaochang was startled, and he hurriedly reached out to stop Ke Jin Yao from closing the door. This person you also recognize. It's Lu Haoran. Ke Jin Yao didn't intend to hide it from Wu Gaochang, and she didn't intend to hang on to Wu Gaochang any longer, because she knew that Lu Haoran couldn't tolerate a grain of sand inside his eyes. If Lu Haoran knew that he was still raising fish, Lu Haoran would not hesitate to abandon her. After saying that, Ke Jin Yao slammed the door with a bang, no longer paying attention to Wu Gaochang outside the door. It's actually Lu Haoran. Is being rich a big deal? Wu Gaochang, will definitely let you know that money is not everything. Outside the door, Wu Gaochang hatefully kicked the steps next to him. The pain made him grimace. The following week, Ke Jin Yao took her annual leave, and she took it not to travel, but to move. She didn't tell her parents she had the villa. Instead, they excused themselves from having to rent a room. Her parents couldn't wait for Ke Jin Yao to go out to live alone and didn't care about her. After moving into the villa, Ke Jin Yao went to the flower market and the furniture market, and she decorated this villa completely as her own home. Ke Jin Yao secretly vowed that no matter what happened, she would never leave this villa. She would never let the villa that was already in her hands be lost again. This week, she's figured it out. 2. She has a villa, a car, and that's enough for this life. Any more than that, and it doesn't make much sense. Also, she gave birth to Lu Haoran. Even if Lu Haoran didn't marry himself and denied his relationship with him, then he had to take into account the child's blood relationship with him, right? Lu Haoran is so rich and loves children so much. He would have given more for this child. You can follow your child's lead and enjoy the benefits yourself. That said, Lu Haoran this week, he received messages from Ke Jin Yao every day, wanting to ask him to meet, but Lu Haoran decided not to see Ke Jin Yao for the last 15 days, because there is still a week of safety after the woman's relatives leave. Lu Haoran does not want to go to Ke Jin Yao to waste his children and grandchildren. Lu Haoran didn't have much to do during this time, except for Ke Jin Yao being annoying. He comes to the office every day with nothing to do and hits the sauce. It didn't matter if the company made money or not. All he wanted was an atmosphere and the feeling of being the boss. And then, there's the front desk girl, Hossein. This was one of Lu Haoran's goals. Ever since she kissed Hossein in class that day, Hossein has become sullen. When facing Lu Haoran, it wasn't as lively as in the past. As Lu Haoran watched a sunny girl become depressed, Lu Haoran's heart was actually quite intolerable. But there's no way around it. Sooner or later, Hossein has to face the fact that she's giving him a child. During this period of time, Lu Haoran hadn't rebuked Hua-Si Yuan again. Even when Hossein made a mistake in her work, he never said anything about her. Hua-Si Yuan, why don't you stay after work? I'll hand over the management of the company to you. I want to hand over the headhunting company to you to manage. I won't come to the company much from now on. Hua-Si Yuan has been hiding from herself for the past few days. Lu Haoran decides to back off and simply give the company to Hua-Si Yuan. The headhunting industry has limited room for growth anyway, and he has little interest in running it. Even if it wasn't because of Hossein, sooner or later he would have shifted his focus to other endeavors. And as for the new industry he was going to venture into, Lu Haoran already had a vision of it, just waiting for him to implement it. When Hua-Si Yuan heard Lu Haoran's words, she froze and looked at Lu Haoran. Boss, why are you doing this? Si-Yuan, I'm sorry about what happened last time in the president's class. I only wanted to joke with you, but I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Lu Haoren spoke in a deep tone. In the past few days, you've been quiet, no longer lively, and you don't talk to me much, like a different person, and it hurts me to watch. Since you don't want to meet with me, I'll try to show up as little as possible. Lu Haoren takes a step backward, intending to touch Si-Yuan with deep love. As expected, Hossein's tears dripped silently. She choked. Boss, you're a bad person. You wronged me. It's not that I don't want to see you. When she said that, she couldn't get it out of her mouth. Lu Haoren walked over to her and tried to reach out and put his arm around her, but the reach was in mid-air and he retracted it. Forget it. Stop crying. Boss, I don't want to run the company, and if you don't come to the office, then I won't come back. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Hossein crossed her arms and wiped her tears as she rushed out of the office. Si-Yuan came out of Lu Haoren's office crying, and the originally noisy company was instantly quiet. They wait until Si-Yuan walks away before they whisper and discuss Si-Yuan and Lu Haoren's relationship. Everyone be quiet. Don't chew the fat. And do your own thing. There are now more than a dozen people at Hunting Human Resources. Fang Shi was also appointed by Lu Haoren as the deputy general manager. The actual management of this company is also pretty much done by Fancy. After Fang Shi drank in the sound of the discussion, she also looked at Lu Haoren's office door in a depressed mood, not knowing what was going on in her mind. And Lu Haoren inside the office heard the words Si-Yuan said as she rushed out of the office. A grin spread across the corners of his mouth. Little man, it's still easy for me to hold. Lu Haoren proudly picked up his cell phone and prepared to swipe the jitterbug to mix it up. Just then, he received a message. Lu Haoren, you asshole. What kind of birth control pill did you give me that day? I'm pregnant. Chapter 53, Accompany me to an abortion. Zhuo Weiwei, don't get excited first. Where are you? I'm coming over to find you now. Let's meet and talk. Lu Haoren hurriedly sent a message to comfort Zhuo Weiwei. I'm working at the office. Get your ass over here with me. I'm going to kill you if you don't give me a statement on this. / bloody chopper emoji. Zhuo Weiwei message full of anger and violence, which looked at Lu Haoren's scalp numb. Back cold. Lu Haoren hurriedly packed up his things and went downstairs to drive to Zhuo Weiwei. When Lu Haoren arrived, he had wanted to find a place to sit and properly explain to Zhuo Weiwei. But Zhuo Weiwei said no, and had him wait for her on the street below Future Edge Games. Lu Haoren waited for less than a few minutes before Zhuo Weiwei looked like she wanted to kill someone, and indignantly hurriedly and quickly walked towards Lu Haoren. This makes Lu Haoren's heart flutter. Can this ant walk a little more steadily? You are a pregnant person. Lu Haoren was just about to utter a word of caution when he saw Zhuo Weiwei throw something at him. Lu Haoren reached out and grabbed a look. It was a pregnancy test with 2 bars on it. Vivi, shut the up and stop screaming so affectionately. Okay, let me ask you, what was that birth control pill you gave me the other day? Why didn't it work? Don't sweat the past, okay? Now that you're pregnant, we should be positive. Lu Haoren is evasive and tries to pass the buck, but Zhuo Weiwei disagreed. She glared and made a fierce expression to come closer to Lu Haoren, and pointed her finger at Lu Haoren. Drinking, don't change the subject for me. I'm asking you, what the hell kind of drugs are you giving me? Ahem, taking calcium pills. What? You actually gave me calcium pills as birth control? You asshole. I hate you. Why are you doing this? Why did you get me pregnant? I'll beat you to death. Zhuo Weiwei cupped her fists and pounded at Lu Haoren's chest. Lu Haoren didn't dodge. Fists pounding on his chest poofed. Lu Haoren grimaced in pain. He couldn't help it. He grabbed Zhuo Weiwei's hands. Why are you so heavy-handed? Are you still a woman? Zhuo Weiwei was controlled by Lu Haoren and could no longer move. She was stunned at first, not expecting Lu Haoren to be so powerful. She tried struggling a few more times, completely unresisting. Are all you men this powerful? Zhuo Weiwei's entire body was flooded with a sense of powerlessness at this time, and at the same time, a strong sense of security arose. Hey, of course I'm the only one with that much power. Humph, I can't beat you then. You tell me, what should I do with the baby inside my belly? Zhuo Weiwei no longer struggled, but stared at Lu Haoren's eyes like a knife. Since the baby is there, let's have it. Give birth? Are you out of your mind? Lu Haoren, I'm telling you, there's no way I'm going to give birth to this child. You're accompanying me to have an abortion. No way. This child I must have. Lu Haoren's expression became serious and his voice was firm. There is no room for negotiation on this issue. Must be born? On what grounds? The baby is in my belly, not in yours. I'm in charge of whether it's born or not. Instead of making Zhuo Weiwei angry, Lu Haoren's firm words made Zhuo Weiwei breathe a sigh of relief. But she still had a stiff upper lip. And I'm so busy with work now. And my material foundation is not ready. I have no time to bring up the child when I give birth. And I can't give the child good living conditions. Since you're busy with work, then work quit. I'll give you $50,000 a month to live on. And I'll take care of all the child's expenses. In addition, I'll give you a villa. In short, I'm keeping you and the baby. Lu Haoren's opening could not be described as ungenerous. With conditions like that, he was sure that no matter which woman he slammed it on, that woman would have to be confused. But when Lu Haoren uttered these words, Zhuo Weiwei violently struggled away from Lu Haoren's hands. Her eyes widened in anger as she glared at Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren, I find you disgusting. Zhuo Weiwei shook her head as she backed up. She didn't expect Lu Haoren to say such words. Zhuo Weiwei reacted so strongly. Something Lu Haoren hadn't expected. He then realized that he had just hurt Zhuo Weiwei's pride with those words. Zhuo Weiwei is different from women like Ke Jin Yao. She is a new age independent woman. Such a woman wants sincerity, want love and respect more than money. Lu Haoren, you disappoint me too much. Please don't contact me again. I'll raise the child myself. I've said before that there's nothing between the two of us, and that still stands. The baby inside my belly doesn't have a father. After these words, Zhuo Weiwei left with a quick step. Vivi, let me explain. Lu Haoren hurriedly chased after him. Stop right there. When Zhuo Weiwei saw Lu Haoren chasing after her, she turned around and barked. Please leave me alone or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Zhuo Weiwei's determined posture and the endless stream of traffic behind Zhuo Weiwei made Lu Haoren not dare to chase after her. Why is this woman so sensitive? Looking at Zhuo Weiwei's slender back, Lu Haoren was very despondent. Forget it. Everything's fine as long as you're willing to give birth to the baby. Lu Haoren decided not to be hurt by Zhuo Weiwei anymore, and let all misunderstandings be eliminated by time. But Lu Haoren couldn't let it go. Lu Haoren called to consult with President Chao of the Rongqing People's Hospital. Dean Chao told Lu Haoren that it's not that easy to get an abortion now. If an abortion had to be done, it would either prove that the fetus had a birth defect, but nowadays children are so unformed that it's basically impossible to prove that accurately. Either that or it is proof that the parents have a significant genetic condition that allows for abortion. If both the man and the woman promise that they really don't want to raise the child, then they can have it and give it to the state to raise. Therefore, according to Lu Haoren's description of Zhuo Weiwei, it was basically impossible for Zhuo Weiwei to have an abortion, unless Zhuo Weiwei went to find connections, or don't want to die to find a black hospital to abort her. But it's against the law. After Lu Haoren realized that abortion was so troublesome now, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also asked Dean Chao to help him out, and if Zhuo Weiwei looked for him in the past, he would definitely help him persuade Zhuo Weiwei not to have an abortion. Dean Chao said he would give the following people a heads up. Hanging up the phone and returning to the office, Lu Haoren found Zhuo Weiwei's subordinate, that is, Zoing. Ask Zoing to help observe Zhuo Weiwei. Zoing had previously received benefits from Lu Haoren, and also knew that Lu Haoren had an ambiguous relationship with his leader, so he was very enthusiastic about helping Lu Haoren pass on information. Through Zoing, Lu Haoren learned that Zhuo Weiwei had been in a bad temper all day after returning to the company. At work, catch anyone who makes a mistake and get angry and criticize them. Moreover, listening to Zoing, Zhuo Weiwei was so busy all day that she didn't even take a bite of rice. Lu Haoren then instantly ordered a takeaway and asked Zoing to send it in. In the afternoon when he was almost off duty, Lu Haoren asked Zoing how Zhuo Weiwei was. The information learned was that Zhuo Weiwei was busy and hadn't had time to eat yet. There's still a meeting going on, and there's a next meeting after this one. As usual, I have to work overtime today. Damn, this company is awesome. Working overtime again. Lu Haoren was made to laugh by the overtime culture of Future Edge games. Chapter 54 The Cost of Overtime. In the past, Lu Haoren knew that overtime was the norm at Future Edge games, and there was no overtime pay for overtime work. A proper labor squeeze. At that time, it had nothing to do with himself, and Lu Haoren took it as listening to a gossip. But now Lu Haoren was already sulking in his heart, because her woman, Vivian Chivli, is pregnant with his child. If the child inside Zhuo Weiwei's stomach was miscarried due to overtime labor, no one could afford the responsibility. Lu Haoren had the phone number of Jia Mingxian, the owner of Future Edge Games, in his hand. He thought about it and decided to communicate to Jia Mingxian first to see if it had any effect. Hello? Hello? A muffled man's voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Haoren said, Mr. Jia, I'm a family member of one of your employees, and I have something I'd like to give you feedback on. Oh, whose family are you? What is it that you need feedback on? The families of his own employees called all the way to himself. Jia Mingxian felt that things were a bit serious, and he took it seriously. Mr. Jia, my wife is pregnant, but your company still requires her to work overtime, seriously affecting her physical and mental health. In this regard, I suggest that your company eliminate overtime and give your employees the rest and legal rights they deserve. Although Lu Haoren had already anticipated that such feedback would mostly be ineffective, he still communicated in a friendly manner first. What? That's what you're calling to give me feedback on? Jia Mingxuan's voice increased steeply. Yes, this is the matter. Please make sure that Mr. Jia pays attention to the health of his employees. Nuts! An angry curse was followed by the phone being hung up. Ha! Lu Haoren placed his cell phone on his desk and took a sip of tea, his eyes becoming stern. Jia Mingxian, you don't pay attention to normal communication with you, then don't blame me, Lu, for doing whatever I can. Lu Haoren had already made up his mind at this point to make this overtime-intensive game company feel the cost of breaking the law. Deciding to fix Future Edge games, he sat down and turned on his computer to research the company. The market capitalization of Future Edge games is only $600 million, so this company isn't too much of a stretch. Since Lu Haoren had a system that meant he had countless riches, he had already diluted the concept of how much money he had by a lot. Also, this company has a single revenue model. It's all about this game called Future Edge. Such a company is so risk-averse. Lu Haoren mumbled to himself while checking it out. He realized that the game company's market capitalization was not too high and its resistance to risk was extremely low, so he formed a bold idea in his mind. That is, Lu Haoren decided to take a controlling stake in this game company. As long as this company is controlled by himself, then when the time comes, he will just announce that overtime is prohibited. Moreover, if he himself became the major shareholder of Future Edge games, then he would become Zhuo Weiwei's boss. Hey, that Zhuo Weiwei is still at her mercy. By that time, Zhuo Weiwei would have no qualifications to be arrogant in front of herself anymore. But after Lu Haoren accounted for all his existing assets, the total added up to just over $10 million. Wanting to become a major shareholder of Future Edge games with just this amount of strength is nothing but a fool's errand for an ordinary person. But for Lu Haoren, he had the confidence. Lu Haoren walked out of the office and shouted to the main office. Fancy, come in my office. Yes, Mr. Lu. In front of the staff, Fong Shi addressed Lu Haoren as Mr. Lu, and in private, Fong Shi still liked to call Lu Haoren as Brother Lu. Brother Lu, what can I do for you? Fancy pushed the door open and walked in. Sit down and talk. Yes. Fancy sat down and spread out the notebook inside her hand, signing pen in hand, ready to take notes. There's no need to be so serious. I'm looking for you because I want you to arrange for someone you know well under you to do me a favor. Okay, what do you need from me? Lu, you're going to help me in the next 2 days to find out which people at Future Edge Games are interested in leaving, or who are full of complaints and dissatisfaction with the company. I need you to invite them over and I'll give them something to talk about. Okay? No problem. It's minor. There are quite a few people like that at Future Edge Games, and it's easy to find them. So how many do you need? What exactly will be talked about? Can you disclose it to them in advance, so that we can easily invite them? Lu Haoren shook his head. It's not easy to disclose, and you have to make sure that they don't know among themselves that they've met with me. And as for the number of people, the more the merrier, but only if you invite people who are disgruntled with the company. Okay, then I understand. Also, anyone from all departments? Technical posts are best. Okay, got it. After arranging Fong Shi's work, Lu Haoren asked Fong Shi to call Hua Si Yuan in again. Lu, are you and Hua Si Yuan a couple? Fancy couldn't help but ask this as she was heading out the door. Who said that? Why do you ask? It's all over the company. Oh, pass them on. It's fine. Lu Haoren didn't think so and didn't mind. And Lu Haoren really wanted this rumor to come true. Oh. Fonzie stopped asking questions and walked out of the office with a low "oh." Soon, Hossein pushed the door open. Boss, what did you want to see me about? Hua Si Yuan seemed to have forgotten what happened between the two of her and Lu Haoren earlier. Lu Haoren didn't rush to answer Hua Si Yuan as he stared at her in a daze. The stare made Hua Si Yuan's whole body grow hairs and uncomfortable. Hua Si Yuan was wearing the OL professional suit that Lu Haoren had bought for her today. The light-colored blazer complemented the white shirt, and the knee-length tube skirt revealed a long, white, straight leg. This costume really made Lu Haoren's heart intoxicated and itchy. Boss, Why are you looking at me like that? Hossein couldn't help but ask. Oh, I was feeling really pretty about you. Swish. Lu Haoran's words directly caused Hua Yuan to blush up to her neck, and at the same time, her heart was beating wildly with a bad premonition. Her mind was blank, and there was only one thought in her mind: was Lu Haoran going to confess to herself? If so, what should one do? What should I say to him? Promise, or refuse? But Lu Haoran, he already had a girlfriend. Why did he still force himself to confess? Why would he do that? Just as Hua Yuan's celestial beings met, Lu Haoran once again said, I want to start a media company and I want you to transition to anchoring and live streaming. Do you have that in mind? Hua Yuan's willingness to be an anchor is a key part of Lu Haoran's ability to acquire future edge games. Ah, you are telling me this? Hua Yuan was so ashamed that she almost burrowed under the floorboards, and at the same time, she was relieved, but there was also an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Lu Haoran wasn't confessing to himself. I'm asking you about your business. You're so pretty. It would be a shame if you didn't become an anchor. I'll just listen to the boss. In fact, Hossein once had the idea of becoming an anchor, but she was alone and didn't have the courage, and she couldn't find anyone she trusted to package it and promote it for her. Since Lu Haoran had this intention, Hua Yuan agreed without even thinking about it. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Get out. Aha. Bye boss. By the way, I haven't had breakfast in the morning all week. Chapter 55, Programmer's Madness. What? How could you? Hua Yuan was angry. Boss, don't you know how to eat by yourself if I don't bring you breakfast? I don't know. In the past few days, when Hua Yuan and Lu Haoran had a falling out, Hua Yuan stopped bringing breakfast to Lu Haoran. How can you? The body is your own. Hossein was angry and amused. I can't get used to breakfast outside anymore. Lu Haoran spoke in a flat tone like he was describing a very normal job. Your bull ****** ting me. In fact, most of the time, I'm the one who buys your breakfast outside, so how could you not be used to eating it? I don't know, maybe the breakfast you brought smells better. Ugh, boss, you're being immodest again. Hua Yuan realized that Lu Haoran was flirting with her. She no longer stayed and hurried out the door to leave. The next morning after 10 o'clock, a young man with a hat and wearing a t-shirt and jeans carrying a duffel bag came to the front desk of Hunting Human Resources. When he saw Hua Yuan at the front desk, his face reddened and he didn't even know how to speak. Hello, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Fangxi, Manager Fang. This programmer stuttered and lowered his head in shame when faced with a stunning beauty like Hua Yuan. His eyes also fluttered around, not daring to meet Hua Yuan's eyes. But Hossein didn't care. Hossein told the programmer to wait. Soon, Fangxi came out to take the programmer into the conference room. Fangxi gave Lu Haoran a report before bringing this programmer to Lu Haoran's office. Zhang Gang, right? The office door was closed, leaving Lu Haoran and the programmer alone. Programmers become more nervous. Yes, boss. Oh, don't be nervous. I invited you over today because I want to do a business with you. What business? I've heard that you guys at Future Edge Games work a lot of overtime and your employees are complaining, right? When Lu Haoran said that, the programmer named Zhang Gang instantly became angry. It's more than serious overtime. It's like working day and night. Zhang just talked about this topic. Mouth is like a cannonball mess. There are countless complaints. Our back-end department worked overtime until after 4 a.m. Last night before we were allowed to go home and rest for a few hours. And I'll have to rush back to the office to continue working as soon as I see you here. That is indeed too much. I can see that you are working serious overtime when I look at the circles under your eyes and your tired face. You guys really work too hard. Yeah, look at my hair. Zhang Gang uncovered his own hat, revealing sparse hair and a look of resentment. If it continues like this, I guess I'll have to die suddenly too. Our company has already had one sudden death in the first 6 months. Alas, so you guys must get paid a lot for working so hard. And double overtime pay, right? Lu Haoran specialized in rubbing salt into wounds. Hammer's wages, they pay us less than 10,000 a month. And overtime is free. So what's the double? These bastard capitalists just know how to exploit us. They're just squeezing us to death based on the fact that it's hard to find a job in the current economic climate. Given a choice, a son of a would only want to work for this company. I really regret why I chose to be a programmer in the first place. Ugh. Zhang Gang were so angry that they directly opened their mouths to curse. Programmers are poor socializers and are straight-laced with poor emotional control. In the ensuing conversation, under Lu Haoran's intentional guidance, Zhang Gang's resentment towards future Edge games was completely triggered. Here's a $50,000 deposit. At just the right moment, Lu Haoren took out 5 stacks of cash from inside the drawer and placed them in front of Zhang Gang. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Zhang Gang stared at the stack of money, his eyes glowing as he finally remembered what Lu Haoren had said at the very beginning about making a deal. You help me do something inside the game Future Edge. It doesn't need to be too obvious. Just some small bugs. Ah, that's not good, is it? Zhang Gang's face was torn. He was a programmer himself. One of his daily jobs was to fix bugs, and Lu Haoren had also asked him to specialize in creating bugs. It doesn't matter if it's a small bug. If you do it, the others will fix it right away and no one will be able to find it. After it's done, I'll give you another $50,000 for the final payment. It's unethical, isn't it? Meh, Future Edge doesn't treat you guys like human beings. It's not like it's a big deal if you just take a small revenge and vent your emotions. And $100,000 for a small bug. You do 10 bugs. You will have $1 million. Then you take $1 million. Go where cannot live free days. This kind of opportunity to make money is rare in life. And if you miss it, you'll never have it. So you have to seize it. Lu Haoren's words were full of seduction and compulsion. But Zhang Gang still hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. Take it. Lu Haoren stood up and walked to Zhang Gang, pulled open the zipper of the duffel bag that Zhang Gang had placed next to him, and stuffed 50,000 yuan into it. When Zhang Gang saw this, there was a blood pounding hard in his head, making his thoughts more and more extreme. In the end, Zhang Gang's eyes snapped open, his teeth clenched, and the corners of his mouth crossed, and with ruthlessness, he said in a heavy voice, I'll do this, but please help me keep it a secret. Mr. Lu, don't worry. I need you to keep it a secret too. It's mutual. We just trust each other. Thanks. Then, I'll get back to working on the bugs then? Go back. Give me proof of the bug when it's done and I'll pay you the final amount. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry. This is easy for me. The bugs I made can't be solved without a little level of skill. Good. Then good luck with our cooperation. Sending Zhang Gang away, Lu Haoren revealed a smile. Over the next few days, Lu Haoren met a few more people one after another. The situation of these people was similar to Zhang Gang's, but several of them did not know about it from each other. They just assumed that Lu Haoren was just looking for them and only needed small bugs that wouldn't have a big impact on the game as a whole. But what they don't realize is how badly their little bugs will affect this game in Future Edge. Oh, let the bullets fly for a while. Lu Haoren clapped his hands, very satisfied with his masterpiece in the past few days. Hossein, coming. Boss, what's up? Organize everyone immediately. We're going to a reunion. Going on a reunion somewhere? Is it so sudden? It's almost time for work. It's been a bit tiring these past few days. And everyone's been working hard. So let's go to the Hawthorne Resort and Spa. And we'll go to the hot springs. Everyone's working late tonight. So let's have a brainstorming session while we soak in the spa. A hot spring? You're crazy, aren't you? People don't have bathing suits or anything. In the past few days, the relationship between Lu Haoren and Huasiyuan had gradually returned to the kind of harmonious atmosphere they had before. Hossein is also back to being lively. She squinted her eyes and quietly observed Lu Haoren's change of expression. She wondered if Lu Haoren was going to engage in some kind of catching himself thing again. Chapter 56 Entering the Yaoqi Fairyland. How much is a bathing suit worth? I'll buy them for everyone. Count it as welfare. When Lu Haoren saw Huasiyuan's appearance, his eyes opened and he glared over, saying, if you're told to do something, hurry up. It's business. I have a big thing about business development that I need to discuss with you all. Okay. Hossein didn't see anything but to make arrangements. Lu Haoren is different from other bosses in that he is very casual and willing to spend money. Huasiyuan was already used to Lu Haoren's style of doing things. After Huasiyuan announced the news, the entire company was abuzz. Though it was almost time to go home, and there was still a need for extra meetings in the evening. Yet not a single person complained. A free trip to the hot springs at the Hawthorne Resort. That kind of thing. Cootie. Only then would you turn it down. Now hunting human resources has expanded to 12 people, 3 of whom are men and the remaining 9 are women. In this company, all the others are single youths, except for Sister He, the financial secretary, who is a married woman. When it comes to hot springs, not only are the girls excited, but those 3 boys are even slapping their palms red. When it was said to go, immediately, everyone all turned off their computers and followed Lu Haoren downstairs. Fong Shi, Huasiyuan, the 2 of you go to find manager Yen of Xinxing Auto later and ask her to help get a coaster. There are more of us now and not enough room for the car, so it's too inconvenient to go out for a reunion. Lu Haoren saw that everyone still had to take a taxi when they went out, so he waved his hand and arranged to get on a Chinese bus. Anyway, he wasn't short of money now, and even if he was, he only needed to go to Sun Ruoxian's place to spend money on the baby inside his belly to come up with money. For example, enrolling your baby in a high-end fetal training program, buying your baby an expensive piano in advance, or whatever. Anyway, as long as you're judged by the system to be spending on his children, you get double cash back. That is, as long as Lu Haoren has an heir, he will never run out of money. Whoa, boss atmosphere. There was a cheer. Forget it, don't buy a coaster. We have to support domestic. Buy Yutong. Lu Haoren casually arranged it again. Okay boss. Yutong is fine too. The group drove straight to the Hawthorne Resort. Spending is more expensive here, with ordinary rooms usually costing between $2,000 and $3,000 a night, and hot spring tickets are in the range of $500 to $600 a person. At this level of spending, the average person can't afford to spend. Now that we can soak in the Haoxing Forest hot spring for free, everyone is excited. By the time we got to the Hawthorne Spa Hotel, it was dinner time. Lu Haoren was naturally not a stingy boss, so he ordered a large table of food at the Hawthorne Spa Hotel. Everyone was in a very good mood for eating. After dinner, Huo Siyuan went to buy the tickets, while everyone else went with Lu Haoren and Fong Shi to change clothes. After changing clothes, those three boys ran as fast as they could and went to find a soaking pool that was relatively large and surrounded by lush landscaping that shaded the area, making the quietness very nice. There was a couple inside the bubbling pool, but these three boys looked at each other and popped into the bubbling pool to play with each other, and play with a lot of action. The couple was disturbed and looked angry, but the three boys acted as if they were invisible. After all, the couple couldn't stand it and didn't dare to get really angry, so they just got up and left on their own. Ha, they're gone. Quick, go get Mr. Lu and Mr. Fong and the others over here. The two of us will guard the pool. Okay, I'll be right there. Soon, one by one, everyone sat down around the bubbling pool. When Lu Haoren came, everyone reserved the best seat for him. By this time, the sky had darkened. There were dim lights all around the bubbling pool. The lights look hazy under the fog, making it seem like you're in a wonderland. Lu Haoren swept his gaze to the inside of the pool and found that it was full of beautifully shaped women in all kinds of swimsuits warbling inside. Gee, that's nice and eye-pleasing. These women, except for the married woman, Sister Finance Ho, are all young and beautiful women. Especially the employees recruited in the back were recruited back by Fong Shi, who strictly controlled the face value barrier. As a result, this new group of employees had systematic ratings of 75 or more. Lu Haoren at this time really have a sense of mistakenly into the Yaoji, but unfortunately, Yaoji inside three men are very eye-catching. Lu, over here. Fong Shi waved to Lu Haoren, and everyone else greeted Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren nodded to everyone and walked into the soaking pool. Sitting next to Fong Shi, the sulfur-scented and slightly hot springs cover the entire body, making you feel as if you have opened 100,000 pores, which is extremely comfortable. To Lu Haoren's left was Fong Shi, and the right seat had been empty. No one is stupid and naturally knows who the position is reserved for. After Huo Siyuan bought her ticket and changed her clothes, she was the last to arrive. When Huo Siyuan appeared, the entire room looked over in unison. In the dim light, Hossein stood there in a slightly more mature bikini. At this moment, her location formed an elegant and mysterious picture. The curves of her body were perfected by the bikini, as if a sculptor had carefully carved out a masterpiece. Everyone, including the girls, looked stunned, embarrassed by everyone's looks. Huo Siyuan slightly shyly scanned the bubbling pool and realized that only Lu Haoren's side was empty. She had to sit through the water. After Huo Siyuan sat down, she didn't know if it was the temperature of the water that caused her face to be as red as an apple. Lu Haoren twisted his head to look at Huo Siyuan. Huo Siyuan's skin appeared even whiter and more delicate in the dim light, as if it was porcelain, blowing and breaking, especially delicate to the point of being slightly upturned with a hint of shyness and unnaturalness. The lips were both fascinating and mysterious. Why are you dressed so sexy? Lu Haoren couldn't help but ask in a quiet voice, although he really liked Huo Siyuan's swimsuit. But there were three other men here. Huo Siyuan wore such a beautiful dress, and being looked at by others, Lu Haoren was very uncomfortable in his heart. Fortunately, those three boys were very sensible, knowing that Huo Siyuan was the boss's woman, and they only dared to glance at her before rushing out of sight. There are no other clothes. Hua Si-yuan's heart raced as she was stared at by Lu Haoren's burning gaze. Then come closer to me and I'll block it for you. Without waiting for Hua Si-yuan to answer, Lu Haoren reached out to put his arm around Hua Si-yuan's waist. Hua Si-yuan's entire body stiffened in this instant, not daring to move in the slightest, allowing Lu Haoren to drag against his body. Actually, Hossein's bathing suit isn't revealing, it just shows off her body. This suit of hers is a very normal bathing suit. No one else will think there's anything wrong with it, but Lu Haoren thought that for this kind of occasion, Hua Si-yuan should wear the kind of swimsuit that small children wear to cover their whole body. Lu Haoren's words and these actions towards Hua Si-yuan were heard and seen by Fang Shi, who was sitting on his right. She looked down at her outfit, which was even more absorbing than Hossein's. Moreover, her only purpose of dressing like this was to attract Lu Haoren's attention. But Lu Haoren had only glanced at her from start to finish, and there was no light in that glance. And with Hua Si-yuan dressed so tightly, Lu Haoren actually rebuked Hua Si-yuan for dressing too openly, and even hugged Hua Si-yuan as if she was a baby and hid her by her side. Fear of being seen by others. Lu Haoren's look of carefully hiding his treasure broke Fang Shi's heart. At this moment, Fang Shi's complexion instantly fell. Her mood was no longer so cheerful. Even her eyes were sour and misted up inside her eyes. Luckily, this was a hot spring soaking pool, which was already foggy. Guys, our company is now experiencing the development bottleneck that all headhunting companies will encounter. The headhunting industry is very limited in this market. It's fine to make a little money, but it's still not enough if everyone wants to get rich. That's why I've gathered everyone here today to have a brainstorming session with you to discuss the next step in our company's development. When Lu Haoren saw that everyone was here, he started talking about business. Chapter 57, Consultations on Development. As soon as Lu Haoren opened his mouth to speak, everyone quieted down and stopped giggling. Does anyone have any suggestions for the company? When Lu Haoren asked this, everyone was confused. No one can speak. Most of these people are recent graduates and there are even interns. And older employees similar to Fancy are just deep in the industry. Lu Haoren now threw out such a major strategic question that they simply could not answer. Lu Haoren had expected this situation. And the purpose of his visit today was not for them to actually make any suggestions. He asked this just to see if there was anyone in the group worth investing himself in. It seems he was overthinking it. If you can't find the talent, then you'll be in a losing business for once. Lu Haoren was mentally prepared to lose money. It was at this time that Fancy spoke. Mr. Lu, I've actually been thinking about something for a long time. I just don't know if it's appropriate. Tell me about it. It's brainstorming time. Whatever ideas you want to bring up, as long as they're reasonable and appropriate, I'll take them on board. Lu Haoren encouraged Fang Shi. Fancy is the one person he expects the most from in terms of his career, and he very much hopes that Fancy's ideas will mesh with his own. Then help yourself to realize your ideas. Aha! Fang Shi had already organized her emotions, and she stared firmly at Lu Haoren. Mr. Lu, our headhunting industry should also embrace new media and make short videos to attract clients and candidates. Also, we're going live to do online career planning counseling, etc. In fact, when I was hiring new employees back there, I intended to be prepared in this area. Hearing this, Lu Haoren and the other employees looked at the few new employees. 3 boys and 4 girls. They all have common characteristics. The boys are handsome and the girls are pretty. The 7 new employees saw everyone paying attention to them. Their faces flushed red as they all stared at Lu Haoren and Fang Shi with expectations and excitement in their gazes. During the interview, Fancy asked them if they would like to anchor. They all have ideas about this. Being an anchor is something that a lot of young people who look a little bit good expect nowadays. Not only is it easier to make more money easily as an anchor, but you also get to show off your beauty and even have an aura of stardom. This is very attractive to young people. Snap! Lu Haoren couldn't help but clap his hands and looked at Fang Shi with a smile of great appreciation. What Mr. Fang said is what I want to express to you today. And yes, our company is going to start transforming into a new media. But not only the part that Mr. Fang said, but a full-scale entry into the Netflix media industry. To be a professional MCN Netflix broker company. As soon as Lu Haoren said this, Fang Shi trembled with excitement. Her ideas matched perfectly with Lu Haoren's long-term plan for the company. Lu Haoren was not only the man he had a crush on, but also someone who shared his goals. At this point she had an urge to cry. In fact, what Fang Shi didn't know was that the reason Lu Haoren wanted to enter the netizen brokerage industry was purely for the purpose of wool gathering of the fertility reward system. Get a ton of money from the fertility rewards system. And that money is for acquiring or taking control of future edge games. Then have future edge games cancel overtime. Just this small goal. Lu Haoran led the applause in support of Fang Shi, and the other old colleagues followed Lu Haoran's lead in clapping at Fang Shi. Unconditionally support all of Lu Haoran's decisions. Although they are lagging behind in their ideas and their career is not as strong as Fang Shi's, it is their common wish that the company can develop better. Mr. Lu, what do you mean when you say that you're fully entering the netroots brokerage industry? How much resources do we have to invest in this industry? Fang Shi wasn't sure how deep Lu Haoran was going to dabble in the industry, or how much money he was going to invest into it. Oh, it's just that I want a rival Yo-Yo Media in the show business segment, rival Three Sheep Company and Southern Selection Company in the bandwagon segment, and even in the game segment. We can consider developing it as well. Of course, in our old profession, we should also, as you said, be refined and specialized and make differentiation. I'm going to invest $10 million initially to recruit big webcam anchors with a certain level of strength. When Lu Haoran said this, every face was very wonderful. Is it too big a target? You have to take on the top companies in the industry before you even start. And you have to invest $10 million in recruiting right off the bat. The most crucial thing was that Lu Haoran had recruited big netizens, so they certainly wouldn't be able to get much support on their own. Mr. Lu, we're completely crossing over. This is too risky, isn't it? Financial sister, he heard Lu Haoran boast and make grandiose statements. She finally couldn't help but look at Lu Haoran with a worried face. Sister Ho is a very average businesswoman, but a very trustworthy person who is also relatively conservative and old-fashioned. She was afraid that Lu Haoran would be so aggressive that he would end up destroying the company. Sister, I think the risk is there, but it's proportional to the gain, or even the gain outweighs the risk. I totally agree with Mr. Lu's decision. We can recruit a few big netizens to bring us along for rapid growth. There are also people who support Lu Haoran. However, the majority of people still advised Lu Haoran to remain calm. I feel like we'd better take stock of our resources and personal abilities and try to do it ourselves first to see how it works. Otherwise, it's too adventurous. Boss, this is a new industry after all. Everyone's worries are normal. I still hope that the boss will give it more consideration. And I also suggest that we try to start first. Mr. Lu, in fact, our faces are not bad, especially Sister Siyuan. Even if she doesn't do anything and just sits in the live broadcast room, she can attract a large number of fans. That's why I don't think it's necessary to spend so much money on recruiting Netflix anchors. Hossein was still a little embarrassed at being praised, but she didn't retort. Lu Haoran's decision to be so adventurous provoked everyone to speak their true inner thoughts. Lu Haoran didn't interrupt them at this time. As each person spoke, he stared attentively at the other and listened to what they had to say. At the end of the speech, he didn't rush to comment or rebut, but nodded or echoed in a sign of encouragement. Fang Shi listened to everyone's discussion and combined it with Lu Haoran's investment plan. She turned pale and felt like she had made a big mistake. If Lu Haoran ended up investing large sums of money into the netizen brokerage industry, causing the company to lose money and go into debt, she felt like she would be the guilty party. Mr. Lu, I feel that everyone is right, and I was thinking too simply before. I suggest we take our time and do our old job well before easing into the Netflix brokerage industry. Fang Shi made a final report to Lu Haoran on behalf of everyone. Lu Haoran twisted his head at this time and asked Hua Si Yuan, "What do you think?" Hua Si Yuan shook her head. "I'm just your secretary, and I don't have enough work experience right now. I'll listen to you." Hua Si Yuan actually admitted that she was Lu Haoran's secretary at this time, which made Lu Haoran feel very happy. It's not in vain that I've been laying it out for so long, so I hope you don't let me down. Chapter 58, $5 million a year for you. Guys, I've listened carefully to everyone's comments, and at the end of the day, people want to try and start out on their own rather than recruiting the big networks. Isn't that what you're saying? Lu Haoran felt that it was almost time, so he was ready to hit the summary. Yes, Mr. Lu, we do have this idea. The cost of recruiting a big netizen is so high, starting at millions of dollars a year, that it really doesn't add up. Boss, besides Sister Siyuan being a truly impeccable beauty, we are confident that we are no worse than those internet celebrities. Our current appearance and then turn on the beauty face, turn on the thinning, skin grinding. The face value is absolutely far beyond most of the netroots. Besides, Netflix isn't all about looks, and we're confident in our abilities. Most of the people here, most of them are after 00. They are very confident in themselves, and when it comes to this kind of conversation about their own interests, everyone is no longer polite. Yes, Lu Haoran just loved that brainless confident look of the odds. Such a character he couldn't experience as a 90-year-old, but envied. Since you are so sure of yourselves, I will invest the $10 million in you. This one company is completely run by you guys, and I'll treat it as an angel investment. Any of you who want to be netizens, come down here and all of you can come and talk to me, including the salary aspect, which is all up to you to mention. Buzz. Lu Haoran's words instantly made everyone in the room dizzy. It's amazing that the boss wants to spend the $10 million on them. At this moment, their hearts were beating frantically, and their blood boiled so much that it caused the temperature of the hot spring water to rise a few degrees. Old boss, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true, Lu Haoran then added. But there are conditions. Before you come to me to talk, you all have to come up with your strengths and set achievable goals to me. All I ask is that your annual performance plan be no less than 120% of your annual compensation. I won't take this extra 20% either, but use it for the company's operating costs and working capital needs. Okay, boss, we'll think it over and come to you with our ideas and plans. Everyone was stirred up by Lu Haoran's words. Originally, none of them quite believed that there would be a boss like Lu Haoran who gave away money, but when they heard Lu Haoran's conditions, they were relieved. It was understood that Lu Haoran's purpose for doing so was to incentivize them with heavy money. In fact, of all these people, it's the new recruits who are the most motivated by the business of being a netizen. Those old employees were hesitant even with Lu Haoran's heavy incentives. After all, it involves changing careers and giving up previously accumulated work experience. Even if they were to do a new live stream, then most likely they would choose to go the professional livestream route for the executive search industry. However, Lu Haoran needed to treat everyone equally when inviting them, and all new and old employees were notified. Try to be as fair and impartial as possible, because he's going to make a pay decision that upsets everyone. This decision can cause a big fallout for veteran employees. Next, Lu Haoran announced on the spot that Fang Shi would be the legal person to register a media company. Originally, Fang Shi wanted to refuse because she was inexperienced and not confident enough to take up this important position. However, Lu Haoran allowed her to recruit professional people to operate. She only needed to control the cost and control the general direction of the company. The reason for this is that Lu Haoran only trusts Fang Shi. After this sentence was said, the company's employees were envious of Fang Shi, and Fang Shi was moved beyond words. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would not let Lu Haoran lose money. When the company's affairs were almost accounted for, Lu Haoran released the group, letting them choose whether to soak in the hot springs or return home in unison. With this opportunity to soak in the Hawthorne hot springs, no one was foolish enough to follow Lu Haoran home. Everyone chose to move freely, including Hossein, who wanted to soak in the hot springs. However, Hua Si-yuan offered to continue to be Lu Haoran's secretary tonight, so she looked at Lu Haoran expectantly. Boss, can you drive back by yourself? I want to soak in the hot springs with my co-workers. Yes, but come with me now. I have something to tell you alone. Lu Haoran stood up, revealing well-defined muscles, as well as a flat, mirror-like abdomen slightly bulging 8-pack abs. Such a perfect body instantly attracts the attention of all women. But Lu Haoran didn't care. He kicked and splashed his way to shore. Seeing this, Hua Si-yuan hurriedly followed Lu Haoran out. Hua Si-yuan looked at Lu Haoran's broad shoulders as well as his tiger-like back from behind. This instantly made Hua Si-yuan feel extremely secure, as if she was following a moving solid stone monument. After reaching the shore, Lu Haoran pulled a bathrobe from a nearby hanger and turned around to drape it over Hua Si-yuan, while he himself, naked, headed toward the front without looking back. The group of women inside the bubbling pool were all heartbroken by Lu Haoran's domineering yet gentle scene. Unfortunately, they all knew that the only person Lu Haoran liked was Hua Si-yuan, and they didn't have a chance. Fang Shi was even more sour, with mist in her eyes. Hua Si-yuan was draped in a bathrobe. Her heart warmed. Looking at Lu Haoran's gradually disappearing back, she hurriedly followed. Arriving at a small unoccupied bath, Lu Haoran got into the water and lay down in it. Hua Si-yuan, on the other hand, sat on the shore, keeping a certain distance from Lu Haoran. Boss, what did you want to see me about? Last time I told you that I was going to make you a top netizen. Do you have any ideas about that? Boss, to be honest, I just graduated not long ago, and a lot of my current social knowledge was taught to me by you, and I've always been in a state of ignorance about this whole thing of being an internet celebrity. So, just arrange for me to do everything, and I'll try to cooperate. After the last tease in the president's class, Hua Si-yuan's feelings towards Lu Haoran had completely changed. She had a sense of distance from Lu Haoran, but also a sense of closeness. This conflicting feeling made her face Lu Haoran with worry and fear. What she worried and feared was Lu Haoran confessing to her again. In this state of mind, She also seldom joked around with Lu Haoran like before. For everything she said, she tried to adopt a tone of formal communication to avoid giving Lu Haoran a misunderstanding. Sit over here a little and talk. I can't hear you from a distance. Lu Haoran didn't continue the conversation, but asked Huasi Yuan to sit closer. Hossein frowned and didn't move. Lu Haoran, on the other hand, said, "Come over here. I'm not going to eat you. What are you afraid of?" Under Lu Haoran's urging, Huasi Yuan still moved a little distance towards Lu Haoran. Seeing this, Lu Haoran also took the initiative to move a little closer to Huasi Yuan. "Huasi Yuan, I'm very confident in you. I'll give you an annual salary of $5 million a year and sign you as our company's top anchor." "What?" Huasi Yuan was stunned. "You said you're going to pay me $5 million a year?" Hossein couldn't believe her ears. She's making less than 5,000 a month now, and all of a sudden she's making $5 million a year, which is as unbelievable as winning the lottery. "Yes, that face value of yours is worth $5 million a year. This face of mine is worth $5 million? Is it that exaggerated? Boss, are you teasing me again?" Huasi Yuan was just like any ordinary girl, occasionally narcissistic, but even if she was, she wouldn't dare to be narcissistic to this extent. Not exaggerated. Not exaggerated at all. Look at the several female netizens with millions of followers on Jiayin. Who's as pretty as you? Then there's that MS. Don's Meng Yu, who looks like that and gets a $4 million a year contract. You're several dozen times prettier than that Meng Yu, so I have complete confidence in you. Lu Haoran keeps finding evidence for Huasi Yuan to reassure her to accept this sky-high contract. This was because once Huasi Yuan's value reached $5 million, then after Huasi Yuan was rated by Lu Haoran and became pregnant with Lu Haoran's child, with her second-class beauty reward standard, Lu Haoran would be able to obtain $100 million in cash rewards. It's still $1 billion that doesn't have to be taxed. Chapter 59, Soil to the Core. Can't stop it. Lu Haoran had spent so much energy transforming into a Netflix agency, and his real purpose was to cash in huge rewards from the fertility reward system. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to actually expect these pure newbies to become big internet stars, and then help him make money? Dream on. If you don't lose money or lose less money, Lu Haoran will burn high incense. Whether or not those few employees could catch fire was not an expectation at all for Lu Haoran. They exist only to prop up the rationalization of this Netflix agency. It puts Hossein well on her way to being worth $5 million. Huasi Yuan was compared by Lu Haoran to a netizen with millions of big fans, and she was bashful with a small red face. She jawed, "Boss, can you please not elevate me in any way? There are a lot of good-looking people in the world, but only a handful of them can become internet celebrities. If you really want to become an internet celebrity, you need to have the ability, the resources behind it, and the opportunity to do so." Don't look at Huasi Yuan, who had been obeying Lu Haoran's orders for the past few days, but she still kept her wits about her. It was almost impossible for Lu Haoran to fool her. Huasi Yuan keeps refusing. Lu Haoran's face crumbles, pulling out the tried and true stunt of dealing with Huasi Yuan, his tone carrying a lecture of rebuke. "Huasi Yuan, I spent $980,000 for you to go to the president's class, for you to improve your personal ability, for you to make friends with the powerful and the rich. Do you not have this much self-confidence to be a netizen? Now, I'm ordering you as the boss. You must become a big internet celebrity with over 2 million followers within a year, and bring in no less than 6 million in turnover for the company. How is this possible?" Hossein was scared to hear that number. Suddenly it's a fool's errand to have someone who's only getting paid a few $1,000s make millions back to the company. How is that impossible? You now want image has far beyond the public beauty. Want education has a famous university diploma? Want resources also have Qingbei University president classmate resources. Want money also have me this big gold master. Plus, there's the wonderful team of Fancy and the girls to help you. You don't even have the confidence to start that high and make $6 million back in a year? And you're not incentivized by the fact that you'll get 5 of the $6 million back? Are you really going to spend the rest of your life as a front man and my secretary? Lu Haoran helps Huasi Yuan analyze and sort things out one by one, and his words are harsh and factual. Huasi Yuan was instantly shocked by Lu Haoran's words and couldn't speak. She lowered her head into deep thought. Right? Ignore it. It's a shock. It turns out that I had been unknowingly surrounded by such excellent resources, but I can't believe I didn't know anything about it. If Lu Haoran hadn't helped him organize himself, he really would have missed the biggest opportunity of his life. When Huasi Yuan looked up at Lu Haoran again, her eyes were already full of admiration and emotion. All of this was given to her by Lu Haoran. Boss, thank you for cultivating me. I accept your arrangement, and I will definitely not let you down. That's right, do well. You're good. You'll make it. I believe in you and I'll help you reach your goal. Lu Haoran looked at Hua Si Yuan with satisfaction. This girl is so childlike. Aha! Although Hua Si Yuan only responded with the word her tone became unusually firm. Squeeze my shoulders. Lu Haoran finished his words and without waiting for Hua Si Yuan to reply, he reclined next to the soup pool, his head cushioned on the stone steps, and closed his eyes to fake sleep. When Hua Si Yuan heard this, her eyes widened and she subconsciously wanted to refuse, but she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Hua Si Yuan looked over at Lu Haoran, who was already faking sleep, and her heart beat wildly. This man is really so charming and good. No wonder he was able to control huge amounts of wealth. At this moment, Hua Si Yuan's admiration for Lu Haoran reached its peak. Hua Si Yuan clenched her silver teeth and stretched out her slender hand, touching Lu Haoran's shoulder. In this instant, Lu Haoran was like an electric touch, his heart ecstatic. Hua Si Yuan, this little chili pepper, would eventually be gnawed on by herself bit by bit, and in the end there would only be a pile of bones left. As for Hua Si Yuan, she was indescribably nervous at the moment, and she forced herself to become normal. At this moment, she only felt that Lu Haoran's shoulders were so broad and muscular that she could barely squeeze them. Boss, I've just been reminded by you. For the live broadcast, I've already got a preliminary idea. I want to use the bosses of the president's class as the basis to do interviews with successful people. Do you think it's okay? Hua Si Yuan chatted while helping Lu Haoran massage, diluting the ambiguous to the extreme atmosphere. No, Lu Haoran directly dismissed Hua Si Yuan's idea. For what? Hua Si Yuan's gently massaging fingers suddenly stopped. Lu Haoran opened his eyes and stared at Hua Si Yuan. Keep massaging. I'll analyze it for you. Okay. Hua Si Yuan renewed her efforts to massage Lu Haoran's shoulders. First of all, do you think those big bosses in the president's class will waste so much time for you? What makes them cooperate with you? Are you qualified? It seems so. Lu Haoran's words were hard to hear, but Hua Si Yuan thought they made sense. Also, do people still need to drink chicken soup nowadays? Now that information is so advanced, do you still need to interview successful people? Did you see what that Lu Yu interview was before? And did anyone else watch it? Ugh. It seems like it, boss. I just realized. I'm so stupid. What should I do? Hua Si Yuan had lost all self-confidence by Lu Haoran. Oh, it's normal for you to be inexperienced at work right now, so you can't go wrong if you listen to me on everything. Lu Haoran's lips pursed in a smile. Then do you have any suggestions? Although I already have those resources you mentioned, if I won't use them, it's just an empty gold mountain. Hua Si Yuan was completely convinced of Lu Haoran, and there were many things that she had to admit that Lu Haoran thought more comprehensively and did a better job than she did. But when she thought about it sometimes, Lu Haoran was also only 3 years older than her, yet his abilities were n times better than hers, and she felt like a waste in comparison. It's simple. Let me ask you, what's the hottest thing on Shakeology right now? Lu Haoran prompted the question. This is too broad. I need to go back and research to find out, so let me clue you in again. What was that doggone skit you were sneaking around the front desk the other day? That's a bully falls in love with me type skit. Hua Si Yuan is a little embarrassed that she was caught by her boss groping for fish at work. Isn't that right? You can do this type of too. There's an internet saying that goes something like this. I don't watch earthy episodes, but earthy to the core episodes will leave me wanting more. You're a ready-made heroine and I'm a ready-made bully. You take what was originally a skit and bring it to life in a truly immersive shoot. And I don't believe you can't catch fire. When Lu Haoran said this, he couldn't help but sneak a smile at the corner of his mouth. His heart pleased. I don't believe that with all this. I can't fake you out, Hua Si Yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Haoran suddenly stood out from inside the water with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of Hua Si Yuan's inattention, a hungry wolf pounced and pushed Hua Si Yuan down to the edge of the soup kitchen, pinning her down. Chapter 60, It Can't Be. Boss, what do you want? Hua Si Yuan was suddenly pressed to the ground by Lu Haoran, and her pupils instantly dilated, her body revealing panic. Lu Haoran, let go of me. Hua Si Yuan tried to struggle, but she couldn't move at all under Lu Haoran's suppression. Hey. Lu Haoran revealed a bad smile, then he slowly pressed down, ready to kiss Hossein. No, you can't do this. Lu Haoran, if you do this, it will be impossible for us to get along in the future. Hua Siyuan stopped struggling when she couldn't move, and she could only use her words to stop Lu Haoren from this rude behavior. Humph, Hua Siyuan, I'm just giving you a demonstration. Why are you so serious? When Lu Haoren heard this, he knew that the time was not ripe, so he rolled over and climbed up from Hua Siyuan's body. Sit up straight again, boss. You. Hossein sat up in fear. She was able to escape but didn't choose to. She straightened her bathing suit and stabilized herself before noticing that Lu Haoren was angry. Instead, she became guilty, so she calmly comforted Lu Haoren. Boss, are you angry? What you just did was wrong. What's wrong with right? I'm just demonstrating to you that if we filmed an episode like the one we just did, would it make the beggar man's mouth water to watch? Does it make love brain women secrete dopamine? Oh, so, sorry boss, I misunderstood you. Alright, think about how we should start shooting the video. Think normal and don't always think I'm the bad guy. Okay. When Hua Siyuan heard this, she secretly deflated her mouth, and in her heart, she said, you're the bad guy. Also, since you've decided to be an anchor, you need to let loose. Of course, you only need to let loose on me. Aha! Hossein's little head nodded like garlic. Are you still soaking in the hot springs? I'm ready to go home. If you don't, you can take me home. To soak, can you go home by yourself? I'll go with Sister Shi and the others later. Okay, leave the Rolls Royce for you to drive. It's dangerous for you girls to take a cab at night. What about you? Hua Siyuan was again tugged at her heartstrings by Lu Haoren's unintentional concern. I'm a big man who needs you to be in charge. After saying that, Lu Haoren got up and left in style. Hua Siyuan looked at Lu Haoren's back, her heart torn. How could she not know what Lu Haoren was thinking about her? She just didn't know how to accept Lu Haoren. Just go with the flow. Lu Haoren walked out of the Hawthorne Resort Hotel and directly took a cab back to Sun Ruoxian's place. The fetus inside Sun Ruoxian's stomach has stabilized and can do some things between adults. Lu Haoren had waited impatiently for this day to come. Sleeping with a pregnant woman was something he had never yet experienced. All along the way, Lu Haoren's heart was pounding and his thoughts were gradually perverting. After arriving home, Sun Ruoxian looked at Lu Haoren's hungry wolf-like eyes and knew what Lu Haoren wanted. Honey, I'm done with my shower. You wash up too. Let's go to bed. I don't need to wash. I just got back from the hot springs. Lu Haoren directly pounced over. Ah, gently, be careful of the baby inside your belly. Oh, the next day, Hua Siyuan took the initiative to come over to pick up Lu Haoren from the office. After arriving at the company, Lu Haoren contacted Zoing, the hiring manager of Future Edge Games. When he learned that instead of reducing overtime, Future Edge Games had intensified it. The reason it's gotten worse is because of a number of inexplicable bugs in that Future Edge game of theirs. These bugs don't affect the overall game very much yet, but they are never resolved. Despite this, a number of players on top of their game forums have started to discover the existence of the bug. For example, card tree brushing monsters, as well as killing bosses without injury. And even some people found a small loophole in the economic system and began to quietly sock away a large amount of gold and so on. When these bugs first appeared, players were all as fresh and bugging out as chicken blood. But what they don't realize is that if these bugs aren't resolved in time, then the game will gradually collapse in terms of power system, economic system, and so on. At that point it seriously affects game balance and the game loses its playability. Lu Haoren was happy and heartbroken to learn this information. Happy as his layout began to gradually affect. Heartache as his woman Zhuo Weiwei also have to follow the overtime. Zhuo Weiwei had hardly rested for the past few days. In such a situation, Lu Haoren was extremely worried about Zhuo Weiwei's unformed child inside her stomach. If, because of the loophole he created for the Future Edge game, he caused Zhuo Weiwei to overwork and miscarry. At that time, Lu Haoren couldn't forgive himself. Lu Haoren immediately walked out of the office and arranged the work one by one to the big office. Fancy, you immediately arrange for everyone to come to my office one by one. I want to find out what everyone thinks. Sister you should find an industrial and commercial agency right now. Give them a high price, and let them go through a special channel to immediately set up a Netflix brokerage media company. Hua Siyuan, I remember that we still have most of the vacant floors on this office building that are not rented out. You immediately contact the property center and ask them to rent it all to us, and then have the renovation company contacted to design and construct it. Roger, Mr. Lu. Roger that, boss. I'll take care of it immediately. Lu Haoren's nervousness and urgency made all the employees nervous, and each of them increased their efficiency several times. Lu Haoren felt a sense of urgency when he thought of how Zhuo Weiwei, who was pregnant with his child, worked hard overtime. He had to get the Netflix agency up and running as soon as possible. Then sign a contract with Hossein and advance Hossein the $5 million. Lu Haoren made sure to make the system recognize that Hua Siyuan's annual salary was $5 million, not $5,000 a month. Doing the above is still not enough. Lu Haoren still needs to take advantage of making a video with Hua Siyuan, and then drag her to the hotel room in the middle of the night to talk about the script, eventually getting Hossein pregnant with his child. Lu, have you figured out how to report to Mr. Lu? Which aspect of the live broadcast are you going to do? Also, how much salary are you going to propose to Mr. Lu? Employees who are not scheduled to do errands quietly pull their co-workers into whispering. It's not good for us to discuss this, is it? What's so bad about it? Mr. Lu himself has said that we should bring up any ideas we have to him, especially in terms of salary. Oh, you don't just look at how much money you can get, but you should think about how much benefit you can bring to the company before you think about how much money you can get. I know. Mr. Lu treats us so well, I definitely won't think of just taking the money and not doing anything. He said. Mr. Lu trusts us so much, we have to make Mr. Lu money even if we have to fight to the death. I'm just trying to get a feel for what everyone is planning. Unify it, and then report back to Sai and we'll all come up with a plan together. These employees were very grateful to Lu Haoren for treating them as true partners. Oh, so, I'll be honest with you. I'm aiming for Chapter 61, you can't even give away money. I'm satisfied with my goal of bringing in $150,000 in revenue for the company. After all, I'm still new at this. This colleague called Louis still recognizes her ability and position. Are you only quoting 150,000? I was going to quote 240,000. The coworker smacked his lips. Looks like I overreported. So what else? You're trying to make $20,000 a month. Don't you think about it? How many people can make $20,000 a month now? Do you think being a netizen is so lucrative? Louis glared at the coworker without a good look. What are you discussing? At that moment, another coworker came over. Hey, we were discussing how much performance target is appropriate to report. IE and I are both going to report a performance of $150,000. How about you? This coworker has toned down his expectations. Then I'll report $150,000 as well. I feel like it'd be very good to earn $10,000 a month. This coworker followed the trend and decided to stay in line with everyone else. The three of them reported their performance goals and the others joined in the discussion. And in the end everyone agreed with the program. Both think that just starting out and being able to make $10,000 a month is an extremely satisfying income. These people didn't really recognize themselves because Lu Haoren said to take $10 million to invest in them. How much performance do you guys think Hope will report? These coworkers settled on their own and started talking about Hossein. In their eyes, Hua Siyuan is the boss's wife, and many times they have a sense of distance from her. Although Hua Siyuan wasn't necessarily older than them, it was customary to call Hua Siyuan's sister Yuan for the newcomers who came late to the party. Hope, she's so pretty, she should be quoted at least 200,000 or more, right? Being pretty doesn't necessarily mean you'll catch fire. It depends on how Sister Yuan positions herself, and on her personal abilities. I think she'll report $300,000 at the end of the day. Alright, everyone, don't guess. People are so close to their bosses. How much they report is appropriate. You can't say that either. Now that the boss has handed over the entire media company to she and us to run, we have to be responsible for the boss. Alright, we're new here. Just mind our own business. Sister She will make arrangements on the side of the old staff. Let's go find Sister She and report our results. Okay, go. A few people talked it over and found Fancy. They informed Fancy of their thoughts. Fancy nodded. With everyone setting a target of $150,000, it would be reasonable to set your salary at $10,000 instead. In fact, after the hot springs last night and Lu Haoren left, Fang Shi organized a second meeting with the entire company. She gave these employees only two options. One is to stay with the headhunter entirely, specializing in the business of headhunting and supplementing it with live streaming, as she had previously thought. The second is to move to a new company altogether, the Netflix agency. Although Lu Haoren said that everyone can be a headhunter or a netizen, but there are specialties in the arts, and you have to be fully committed to doing something, and the boss's idea is an idea, and as the executor, must be implemented. That should be combined with the actual The live streaming industry has high income and corresponding uncertainty and risk. Fonzie proposed the elimination system at that time. The boss gave them $10 million, but it was never to be wasted. Wages can be raised on their own, but there must be an appraisal mechanism. With this requirement, these employees think more rationally. By that evening, 5 veteran employees had been identified to remain with headhunters for development. Fonzie also promoted a manager among these 5 employees, who was in full charge of the headhunting company, formulated the development plan of the headhunting company, and reported to Fonzie. All 6 remaining employees moved to the new company to do live streaming full-time. Gentlemen, although you have raised a monthly salary of $10,000, this money must be available only in the model of base salary plus performance plus commission. Fong Shi looked at the expectant and fantastical expressions of the group, and she couldn't actually bear to do so, but Lu Haoren trusted her so much, she only had to horse her black face and ruthlessly come to be the villain. Sure enough, Fong Shi's words made the originally cheeky group of people all spoil their fun with a single word. The smiles on everyone's faces disappeared instantly. Each of them opened their mouths to speak, but they didn't know what to say. Oh, don't get that look on everyone's face. I'm doing this solely for everyone's benefit. The only way we can make money is to utilize this $10 million from the boss and make the media company really big and strong. Otherwise, the $10 million will be used up by us. We won't have accomplished anything, and the company will close down at a loss. And then all of us, including me, will have to look for jobs again. Fonzie was worthy of being a long-time manager, and her words instantly woke everyone up. One must not look at short-term gains, but have a long-term perspective. Besides, I would apply to my boss for a higher base salary, easier performance, and a higher percentage of commission. This way, everyone can take most of the money as long as they accomplish their fair share of performance, and there is no cap on the commission portion. If the people who do well on the air get their hands on well over $10,000, after Fong Shi finished speaking, a look of excitement resurfaced on the faces of this group of people who had just entered society not long ago. It turns out that Mr. Fong is not trying to harshly deduct his own salary, but is working for their welfare. Mr. Fong, I agree with your arrangement. I agree. Then we'll report to the boss according to Mr. Fong's plan. Thank you Mr. Fong for thinking of us. It's true that it's easy to be lazy and procrastinate when doing live streaming in new media. And if you don't have a lot of self-control, you won't be able to do it at all. So we need to whip ourselves up with performance. By the end of the conversation, Fonzie had not only convinced the group of employees, but had also built up her own credibility. Alright, since we've unified our thoughts, let's go together and report to Mr. Lu. Fonzie was also very pleased with the performance of the group of employees. Someone asked, Mr. Fong, do we need to call up Sister Yuan? Huasi Yuan is special. Her salary boss will set it for her. We don't have to care. Also, although she's the boss's secretary, she belongs to our media company now, so she needs to be called for any company meetings in the future. Okay, then I'll go get Hope to join me. Soon, Fong Shi gathered inside Lu Haoren's office with a group of people from the media company. Lu Haoren looked at Fong Shi and the others and secretly nodded. This Fong Shi is indeed a talent. Mr. Lu, we already had a small meeting before we came here, and we all unified our opinions, and we are all ready to set the annual plan at $150,000. After all, everyone is now starting from scratch and inexperienced. That $10 million, we are prepared to spend most of the money on platform building, advertising and publicity and other knife edge. Fong Shi reported their opinions to Lu Haoren on behalf of everyone's opinions. The more Lu Haoren sat in his boss chair, the more he heard. Although the expression on his face was unchanged, his heart was already beginning to be displeased. I've specifically sent money to you guys for the hell of it, and I've even hinted so obviously that you should feel free to boldly raise your salary demands, and your pattern is actually still so little. Study half a day even as long as so little salary. This is not the end. The key is that you also get what base salary, performance, commission. Lu Haoren was speechless to death. Can I still give away my money when you guys are doing this? If you guys are asking for so little, how else is it going to make it seem reasonable for Hossein to get $5 million a year? And Huasi Yuan was also listening to a face of shame on the side. She originally did not have the courage to take $5 million of annual salary, and now listening to Fong Shi and others, she was even more vain. Chapter 62, Secretary? We all know that. Mr. Lu, may I ask if our proposal is feasible? If there are any problems, please give your approval. Mr. Lu. After Fong Shi finished talking about the program, Lu Haoran numbed face without expression and did not reply. So Feng Shi took the initiative to ask. Average. Lu Haoran has been completely uninterested, and it is impossible for him, as the boss, to take the initiative to give these employees an unreasonable pay rise. Otherwise the fertility reward system won't recognize it, and that's a big problem. When Feng Shi saw that Lu Haoran was not too happy, she was slightly embarrassed and said, Mr. Lu, then let's go back and revise the plan. After all, no one has any work experience in this area, and it's really unreasonable to set such a high salary right from the start. The boss was upset and the other co-workers had become slightly nervous. That's it. There's no need to revise it. I only have one request right now. Quickly get the media company up and running for me. Lu Haoran already knew that these guys couldn't change the program to their satisfaction no matter how much they changed it. Okay, thank you Mr. Lu for your generous support. Feng Shi and the others all excitedly thanked Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran nodded and said to Feng Shi, Fancy, has the company been registered yet? Mr. Lu, this is only half a day. The company registration is not so fast, but the name of these has been approved, called the Rongqing Haohan Media Limited. Okay, since we have names, let's sign these contracts with everyone today. Okay, no problem. Feng Shi didn't know why Lu Haoran was in such a hurry, but this kind of inconsequential matter, she just did as she was told. By the way, sign Hossein's contract along with it. Okay Mr. Lu, may I ask how much of Huasi Yuan's performance target is set? Nowadays, companies are small and can't hide secrets, and there's no confidentiality system. Lu Haoran said indifferently. Huasi Yuan set a performance goal of $6 million. You should learn more from her. What? Huasi Yuan set a performance goal of $6 million? Fancy's eyes went wide and her mouth fell open. Other co-workers were stunned. Their gazes instantly turned to Huasi Yuan. Huasi Yuan was uncomfortable being looked at by everyone, but she thought about how Lu Haoran often taught her that she must be confident and not let other people's gazes influence her decision. Thus, Huasi Yuan firmly raised her head, hardened her heart, and confirmed, Sister C, I did set a performance goal of $6 million. And what salary do you set for yourself? $5 million. Hossein replied again. $5 million? My God, you're not kidding? Feng Shi's body shook violently and almost fell to the ground. Everyone couldn't believe that Fancy alone had taken half of that $10 million amount. No kidding. I'll get this done. Huasi Yuan glanced at Lu Haoran. She realized that Lu Haoran was calm and self-confident. She was affected by this and became more confident. Mr. Lu, may I ask if you've agreed to this performance target and salary requirement of Huasi Yuan? The expression on Feng Shi's face had completely disappeared, and the words even carried the meaning of questioning. Lu Haoran remained expressionless at this and nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Shi's voice suddenly became louder and agitated. Mr. Lu, you gave us $10 million to start a business, but then you turn around and take away $5 million and give it to Huasi Yuan. Do you mean to bet it all on Huasi Yuan? It's not that I'm betting on Hossein. It's that she has the resources and she has the confidence. I've also given you the opportunity to make up your own minds. And if you don't think the performance goals and salary requirements you've submitted today are reasonable, I can give you another chance to resubmit them. Lu Haoran gave Feng Shi and the girls another chance. Lu Haoran wasn't going to rely on Feng Shi and the girls to make money for himself anyway. Okay, I got it. When Feng Shi received Lu Haoran's confirming reply, she didn't say any more but turned around and left the office. The other co-workers all looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't expect Feng Shi to react so strongly. Lu Haoran then waved his hand. Get out. All of you. Yes, Mr. Lu. The crowd followed out the door. Boss, sister, she is angry. What should we do? Hossein asked worriedly. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Lu Haoran knew Feng Shi's nature well. Let's let Fancy calm down first. If that's not possible, I can follow everyone's pay plan. No, you're you. You're not them. All I expect from you is $6 million. Be confident. Understood. Huasi Yuan took a deep breath, then walked out of the office with her head held high and her chest puffed out. The atmosphere of the company was very stagnant. At precisely this time, Lu Haoran received a call from his mother, so he hung up first, ready to go out of the company and then call his mother back. Huasi Yuan, help me drive. Take me home. Okay, boss. Huasi Yuan also followed Lu Haoran out the door. After Lu Haoran and Huasi Yuan left, the new and old employees in the office gathered around Feng Shi's workstation to comfort her. Mr. Feng, don't be angry. Mr. Lu, he's the boss. He's agreed to Huasi Yuan's proposal. Why should we get entangled? The money is from Mr. Lu anyway. In fact, we have 5 million is also enough. We make performance according to our schedule. I believe that by then Lu will look at and recognize us. Sister She, if you really can't, you'd better go back to our headhunting industry. The media industry let the boss find another person to operate is out of sight, out of mind. Hearing these words of discussion, Fang Shi immediately waved her hand to stop them. Okay, people, let's not talk about this. I'm not angry about being treated unfairly. In fact, Mr. Lu gave us equal opportunities. It's just that we can't be as unrealistic as Huasi Yuan. Fanxi's statement was met with approval from everyone, and they all nodded their heads. Sister She, just now Mr. Lu said that we can still change the performance targets and salary requirements. So do we still need to modify them? One of them warned. Fancy glanced up at her. If you're confident, I can also help you apply to Mr. Lu to raise your performance target to a few million as well. Can you do that? Forget it then. I feel like I'm already stressed enough with my $150,000 performance goal. The man shook his head back and forth, but the others were more or less unconvinced in their hearts. Mr. Feng, on what basis can Huasi Yuan she propose such an outrageous performance target? And can she achieve it? It's a ghost if you can do it. Our whole headhunting company, the average performance is only $3 to $4 million a year. She is not a well-known big netizen. She wants to do $5 million by herself. Is it possible? Yeah, even if the live broadcasting industry is more lucrative than the traditional industry, that can't be exaggerated to this extent, right? Well, even if Huasi Yuan is Mr. Lu's secretary and Mr. Lu wants to give Huasi Yuan a sum of money, then they can totally trade privately. What's the point of putting it out in the open? This colleague pronounced the word secretary very strongly, and the meaning he wanted to convey was understood by all. The topic came together and everyone couldn't help but vent their frustrations. Chapter 63, Sleeping in the Middle of the Day. What are you doing? Shut up, all of you. When Fang Shi saw that the atmosphere was not right, she immediately rebuked seriously. Is the boss's personal matter for you to comment on? Do you still want to work here? When Fang Shi was angry, everyone realized that their remarks were wrong and shut up. The whole office went quiet. Everyone had suffered injustice from Lu Haoren, and now that they were being rebuked by Fang Shi, they became frustrated. Fancy couldn't bear to see it, so she promised, colleagues, please rest assured that I will personally ask Mr. Lu for a reasonable explanation for what happened today. Even if Huasi Yuan must set such a high salary requirement, then I'll still have her appraised according to our performance appraisal program. In short, treat everyone equally and fairly. When Fancy said that, everyone felt much better mentally. As Fancy said, Hossein can set such high performance plans and salary requirements, but she also has to enforce performance reviews with them, which is what makes them convincing. Meanwhile, Lu Haoren was already sitting in the backseat of the Rolls-Royce, with Huasi Yuan driving in front. Mom, did you call me for something? Lu Haoren called back. His mother's voice came from the other end of the line. Haoren, weren't you on a blind date with Sun Ruoxian some time ago? What kind of result? Why haven't you given me a feedback? Oops, I forgot. Lu Haoren slapped his forehead, feeling very guilty. In the last 3 months, Lu Haoren was busy pursuing a woman to have a child, screwing up and forgetting to reply to his mother about the results of himself and Sun Ruoxian. The other thing is that my parents farmed in the countryside, had no illnesses or disasters, and my father did some occasional renovation work, and didn't lack money or food or clothing. He never had to worry about it. Instead, his parents gave him a living allowance for so many years. This uneventful life of his parents was the day Lu Haoren envied the most. In the past, Lu Haoren did not dare to call back as afraid of disturbing the happy days of parents to worry about themselves. Mom, I'm with Sun Ruoxian. As he said this, Lu Haoren quietly looked at Huasi Yuan in front of him. Huasi Yuan didn't have any change in expression, concentrating on driving as if she didn't hear Lu Haoren's words. It looks like I have to push car sales Yen Mei to deliver my newly ordered Ask M9 as soon as possible. The Askworld M9 has a feature that Lu Haoren likes very much. That's when you talk on the phone in the back and the driver's seat in front can't hear you. This feature would be perfect for the current scenario. Lu Haoren's mother heard that this Lu Haoren and Sun Ruoxian were together, and she immediately got angry and said loudly, "Didn't I tell you not to be with her? Don't you know what Sun Ruoxian's family is like? Where are you going to get the money to support her sick father?" Mom, don't be angry. It's not good to be angry. Listen to me explain to you. What's there to explain? You break up with her immediately. Mom, don't get excited. Your son has opened a company now. He has money. He's not bad for the medical expenses. I'll give you and Dad $200,000 later. You can use it at home as you like. More Lu Haoren did not dare to say, for fear that his parents were worried that he was doing something bad. In fact, with the character of the parents, they won't use a penny of this $200,000 to call back. If you really want to be filial to your parents, you might as well go back and build them a country house. What? You started a company? Is it that profitable to start a company? Are you lying to me? Lu Haoran's mom couldn't believe what she only heard. How can this be a lie? I'll video call you right away and show you the Rolls Royce I bought. Hearing his old mother's surprised tone, he was still a little proud as a son, and even had the intention to show off to his mother. It's the thrill of returning home in style. After hanging up the phone, Lu Haoran directly opened the video call. Once the video was connected, Lu Haoran spun the video around the car. Mom, look, this is my current ride. Rolls Royce, luxurious or not? Hey! Lu Haoran aimed the camera at the steering wheel with too heavy shadow R. Very dejected. What Rolls Royce? I don't want to see the car. You point the camera at the girl driving. Oh, this is my secretary and driver. Lu Haoran pointed the camera at Hua Si Yuan. Hua Si Yuan is suddenly videoing with Lu Haoran's mother, and she nervously brakes sharply, almost hitting the guardrail in the middle of the road. She hurriedly pulled over. Hello auntie, Hossein hurriedly greeted. Alas, what a handsome girl. Are you Sun Ruoxian? Although Sun Ruoxian and Lu Haoran were from the same place, Lu Haoran's mother had not met them. Hua Si Yuan shook her head. Auntie, I'm not Sun Ruoxian. I'm just Lu Haoran. Mr. Lu's secretary. Hua Si Yuan. Oh, then I know. Lu Haoran's mother's tone revealed disappointment upon hearing this. Daughter, my son is very good. You can get along with him. Okay, auntie, I get along better with Mr. Lu. Although Hua Si Yuan was embarrassed, she was very cooperative and gave Lu Haoran face. That's fine. Then auntie will be waiting for you and Haoran to come back for the new year. Ah, this. Hossein hesitated at this. Lu Haoran then took over and agreed. Mom, don't worry. I'll bring her back. This topic ends here. Don't talk about it anymore. Humph. That's fine. There are some things I can't say explicitly right now. But remember, if you dare to mess around outside, I'll have your dad break your legs. Don't worry. It won't be a mess. Hang up if there's nothing else. Lu Haoran was ready to hang up. After all, Hua Si Yuan was in the car and it was inconvenient to talk. What's the hurry? Now that you have a girlfriend, I can't talk to your mom? Not calling me for months and rushing to hang up after only a few minutes on the phone. The old mother's tone was tinged with acidity. Ahem. If you have anything else to say, just say it. Your cousin Zhao Yingying has come to Rongqing. I heard that she doesn't have a job yet and has been wandering around Rongqing. Zhao Yingying has been disobedient since she was a child. And your youngest aunt is worried that she will learn to be bad, so she wants you to help discipline her. Right. Didn't you open a company? You just bring Zhao Yingying to work in your company. Ah, Zhao Yingying, that little girl? She's so old. I can't control her. When it came to Zhao Yingying, Lu Haoran didn't have a good feeling about this cousin. Zhao Yingying is pretty, but she doesn't take school seriously and spends her days with punks. Later on, he was bored with school and got poor grades in the college entrance exam, so he went abroad to study in an unknown college or university. Since then, Lu Haoran has not contacted her again. The old mother's tone became serious. Haoran, Zhao Yingying is your own cousin. You can't just ignore it because you don't want to. Since your youngest aunt has asked you to discipline, you must go about this business anyway. That's fine. Send me her phone number later and I'll contact her. Hanging up the phone, the old mother sent Zhao Yingying's phone number. Looking at the phone number, Lu Haoran had a headache, but he had to make contact by phone. As soon as the call was answered, a tone of freshly awakened impatience came from the other side of the line. Who? Zhao Yingying's voice was very nice. Originally Lu Haoran was still in a bit of a mood, but when he thought that it was now past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was actually still sleeping at this time. Lu Haoran instantly thought of some embarrassing images. His expression then sank as he asked in a cold voice, Zhao Yingying, I'm your cousin Lu Haoran. I'm asking you, where are you now? With whom? What are doing? Chapter 64, The Infuriating Cousin. As soon as Zhao Yingying heard that she was a relative from her old home, she was also in an unhappy mood and immediately called Lu Haoran by his name. Lu Haoran, what do you care what I'm doing? What are you calling me for? Lu Haoran was almost exasperated by this cousin as he exclaimed, Zhao Yingying, Make it clear to me immediately what you're doing right now, or I'll call your mom and tell her. What time is it and you're still sleeping? Do decent people sleep at this hour? What do you mean by that? Who are you calling immodest? I was live all night last night. What's wrong with me waking up at this hour? Zhao Yingying was also infuriated by Lu Haoran's words. Live? Proper live? It wasn't that Lu Haoran doubted Zhao Yingying, but this cousin had given off a bad impression since she was a child. I'm live on Jitterbug. A little bit of exposure will be blocked. Can I be immodest? Is there a cousin like you? Suspecting me of immodesty as soon as I call. You're just like my mom. Suspecting me of doing bad things all day long. It's because of conservative-minded parents and relatives like you that I don't bother with you. Zhao Yingying was directly exasperated and cried. Ahem. So, hearing Zhao Yingying with a sobbing voice, Lu Haoran realized that he had misunderstood her. Zhao Yingying, your mom said that you've arrived in Rongqing and asked me to take care of you. How about this? I've opened a live broadcasting company, so come work for me. Who wants you to take care of it? I don't want you to take care of it. Zhao Yingying first talked back, but when Lu Haoran said that he had opened a live broadcasting company and was her peer, she became interested. You're running a live streaming company? What live streaming company? How big a company? It's not a big company. It was just founded today. Oh, the company that was just established today dares to say that it takes care of me. You're just live streaming on your own cell phone, right? How dare you say you have a live broadcasting company with that? What a big face. You can take care of yourself before you take care of me. Live streaming isn't for just any cat or dog. Zhao Yingying was very contemptuous. Alright then, if you don't want to come then forget it. When your mom asks later, I'll just say you're the one who didn't come. Zhao Yingying was unwilling to come to work at Lu Haoran's company, so he was relieved instead. If this little ancestor really came, the live company wouldn't be in a frenzy. Humph. Whatever you say, they can't control me. Bye. Zhao Yingying hung up the phone directly. Lu Haoran looked at the phone that was hung up and cursed under his breath. What an ill-mannered and uneducated girl. Boss, I don't think you're that old. Why do you feel like there's a huge generation gap between you and us youngsters? Hossein snickered as he drove. Hey, Hope, looks like it's time for you to be disciplined. Humph, haven't I always been disciplined by you? You scolded me more than my father ever did. The corners of Hua Si Yuan's mouth couldn't help but lift a smile at the mention of the words. There was even a sense of happiness. From today onwards, Hua Si Yuan had finally regained that mischievous look she used to have. The two fight all the way. After Hua Si Yuan sends Lu Haoran home, she takes the car back. After Lu Haoran arrived home, Sun Ruoxian had only just returned from school. Seeing Lu Haoran return, Sun Ruoxian quickly came over to help Lu Haoran change his shoes. Lu Haoran hurriedly stopped. You're pregnant now. Don't always squat to do things. What do you want to eat tonight, hubby? I'll make it for you. No, you're pregnant. Don't work too hard. Let's go out to eat. Geez, you're always saying I'm pregnant. I can't do this. I can't do that. Am I that delicate? Think of our pregnant women in the countryside. Even the pot-bellied ones have to go up the mountain to dig sweet potatoes. Sun Ruoxian pretended to be angry. Lu Haoran quickly wrapped his arms around Sun Ruoxian and kissed her. Then I'll go cook with my wife. Aha! Sun Ruoxian pushed Lu Haoran away and put on her apron and headed for the kitchen. Lu Haoran followed him in. But he's not much of a cook, and the more he helps. Get out of here, you bad boy. You just know how to make trouble. You see, the meal is not even ready now. Okay, I'll go out and wait for you then. Helping to cook was disliked. Lu Haoran simply went out to lie on the sofa and play with his cell phone as a grandpa. Oh yeah, gotta get a shooting kit. Lu Haoran flipped the Jingdong app to buy the kind of cell phone next day delivery. After choosing the product, Lu Haoran said to himself with great satisfaction, from now on, I'm also the man with a camera on my head. The next day, Hua Si Yuan drove her car and just sent Lu Haoran to the downstairs of the office building. Lu Haoran received a phone call from the courier boy saying that the things he purchased were delivered. Lu Haoran told Hua Si Yuan to go down and park the car while he went to get the delivery. Lu Haoran bought the kind of camera with a hidden function for easy filming. After opening the courier, he couldn't wait to equip it to his body. In this way, he wants to document the truest aspects of his relationship with Hossein and these lovely co-workers. Of course, this is for documentation only, and if there is a need for editing for publication, permission will be sought from the person appearing in the movie before it is used. When she walked into the office, Hossein was already at the front desk getting to work. She is buried in the office supplies purchasing program and other reimbursements. She stood up and greeted Lu Haoran when he entered. Everything was professional. Coupled with Hua Si-yuan's beauty, it looks more formal and energetic for hunting in human resources. Entering the office, Hua Si-yuan had already helped Lu Haoran make tea and straighten the desk surfaces per her usual habit. Lu Haoran was very satisfied. In fact, Lu Haoran insisted on coming to work every day solely for the sake of Hua Si-yuan and Zhuo Weiwei, as well as to experience what it was like to be the boss. Otherwise the days would be boring. He habitually opened his computer and logged into the social software, then asked Zhou about Zhuo Weiwei's situation. Zhuo Weiwei doesn't seem to be affected by her pregnancy lately, working as hard as usual, even working longer overtime than usual. This made Lu Haoran a little worried that he might be too tired and cause a miscarriage. Then, Lu Haoran went to the forums of the game Edge of the Future to browse around a bit, noticed more and more threads discussing game bugs inside the forums. A few days ago people were excited because they found bugs to take advantage of a small advantage. But now, many people have felt the imbalance of the game caused by the bugs, especially those RMB players who spent a lot of money on a whole godly outfit. The feeling of ending up being overtaken by a free player using a bug is more unpleasant than eating a piece of. Inside the forums, there was a guild leader who made a post asking future Edge games to make sure that the bug was resolved within 24 hours, or else he would lead his team to quit the game. This one post was quickly deleted officially, but as quickly as it was officially deleted, someone took a screenshot of it and posted it to an external game forum. Edge of the Future, a game with a large number of bugs that could not be resolved in a timely manner, gradually festered in the internet. Jia Mingxian, I really want to see what kind of expression you have right now at this moment. Lu Haoran smiled evilly, then closed the forum. It won't take more than a few days for future Edge games to start losing players. Loss of players means a drop in market capitalization. At that time, it was the time for Lu Haoran to strike. Hey, why isn't Fancy here today? Lu Haoran suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Fang Shi all morning today, which made him feel a hint of something unusual in his heart. Chapter 65, Pushing by Steps. Hua Si-yuan, put your meal away for a while. While Lu Haoran was wondering, Hua Si-yuan came in with her lunch. The usual lunches were meals that Hua Si-yuan quietly went to the 5-star hotel next door and packed in ordinary packing boxes. As for why they have to be quiet and still use ordinary lunchboxes, that is Lu Haoran's fear of being seen by his own employees, causing them to be psychologically unbalanced and uncomfortable. Go find Fancy. Why hasn't this guy been seen all morning? Was she really mad at me yesterday? Fancy has always been Lu Haoran's good friend. At that time, when he himself was still a small employee, he and Fonzie had a good relationship. Fancy even borrowed money from Lu Haoran before. Now that he had become Fang Shi's boss, Lu Haoran had been treating her as a friend rather than an employee. Therefore, Lu Haoran still cared about Fang Shi's emotions. As soon as Hossein heard that, she said, "Boss, how could Sister Shi be angry with you? She's been upstairs in her new office all morning discussing design plans with the renovation company." "Okay, then you tell Fonzie to come down and have dinner with us." "Yes." Hossein immediately called to inform Fang Shi. Within a few minutes, Fang Shi appeared at the door of Lu Haoran's office. "Mr. Lu, what do you want to see me about?" Fang Shi was the same as usual, but the address changed from Brother Lu to Mr. Lu. Lu Haoran also felt Fang Shi's subtle changes, but he didn't move. "Sit down and let's eat together." Oh, Fancy was not polite. Hua Si-yuan hurriedly opened the dishes when she saw this. Fortunately, she usually knew that Lu Haoran had a large amount of food and bought more meals. Now 3 people share a portion and it's still enough to eat. "Ha! It smells so good. Where did you guys buy this meal?" "This is abalone fishing rice." Fang Shi had just moved her chopsticks when she realized how special the meal was. I got this at the restaurant next door." Hossein made a perfunctory excuse. "Can you tell me which restaurant you got it from? I can't believe there's abalone lo mein. It's my favorite, and if it's not particularly expensive, I'll go to his place to get it from now on." Fancy broke the ice. "Ahem, it's the Pullman Hotel next door." Hossein is not a good liar and tells the truth after a few questions. Fang Shi heard a blank stare, then a sentence, "No longer speak," bowed his head to eat. As she ate, she actually began to shed tears. When Hua Si-yuan saw Fang Shi suddenly shed tears, she was at a loss. "Sigh, what's wrong with you?" No how." Fancy wiped a tear from her eye. Lu Haoran saw Fang Shi shedding tears and felt bad in his heart. So he said, "Fang Shi, we've been friends for a few years now, so just say what's on your mind. There's no need to hold it in alone." "Yes, Lu Haoran, we've been friends for years, but it's still not as good as a colleague who's only known you for 3 months. Fancy's words were very acidic. In fact, Fang Shi was usually very emotionally stable, but ever since Lu Haoren returned to hunting human resources again, she had become very sensitive to Lu Haoren. This time, Lu Haoren understood. It turns out that Fanzi is jealous. Fang Shi, actually, Huasi Yuan is my girlfriend. That's why. I'm so nice to her. Lu Haoren kept making eye gestures towards Huasi Yuan as he said this. Huasi Yuan wanted to deny it, but when she saw Lu Haoren's hint, she acquiesced and kept quiet. What? You're saying the two of you are already a couple? Fang Shi looked up incredulously at both Lu Haoren and Huasi Yuan. Yes. Lu Haoren took Huasi Yuan's hand and pulled her into his arms, but Huasi Yuan did not resist. No. No. It can't be. I don't believe it. Fang Shi was unwilling to accept this reality. At this moment, her heart was broken. Huasi Yuan, you go out first. I'll talk to your sister Shi for a few minutes. Aha! After Huasi Yuan went out, Lu Haoren walked over to Fang Shi and reached out to hold Fang Shi by the shoulders. Fang Shi, the two of us have known each other for so many years. We can talk about anything. There's no need to keep our hearts to ourselves. We can cross our hearts for once. Lu Haoren decided to show his cards to Fang Shi. If Fang Shi could accept that he had so many women, then he wouldn't mind giving Fang Shi a warm golden house. Boom! Fang Shi heard these words and was hugged by Lu Haoren again that moment. Her heart raced violently and she trembled, the blood rushing straight to her head in this moment, and she almost fainted. Dang! Fang Shi pushed Lu Haoren violently, but Lu Haoren didn't move much and she herself was instead shaken to the ground by the tremendous force. Fancy, what is this about? Lu Haoren hurriedly wanted to go over to help. Lu Haoren, you already have a girlfriend and you still come to hug me. Are you doing this to Huasi Yuan? Isn't this how we've hugged each other in the past? What's wrong with that? Lu Haoren stayed where he was, not knowing how to explain. I didn't know you had a girlfriend before, but now that you have one, it's better for us to keep some distance. Yes, so much the better. Lu Haoren is tired of coaxing now that there are more women. Since Fang Shi was so stubborn, he also had a temper. Lu Haoren answered so dryly. Fang Shi instantly burst into tears once again. She slowly stood up and stared at Lu Haoren dead in the face. Mr. Lu, regarding Huasi Yuan's performance goals and salary requirements, I can agree, but Huasi Yuan must strictly abide by the company's performance appraisal system, just like any other co-worker. The $5 million annual salary she demanded will also be paid according to the results of the assessment, and it's up to her whether she can take it all. When Lu Haoren heard this, he frowned and didn't say anything. Fancy, on the other hand, continued. Of course, the media company is yours, and so is the $10 million, so you can give it to whoever you like. But since you have appointed me as the head of the media company, I have to be responsible for the company. I have to be responsible for you, and then any expenditure of this money has to be approved by me before it is done. If you want to force $5 million on Huasi Yuan, that's fine. Just invest $5 million in the media company, and transfer the rest of the $5 million to Huasi Yuan in your private account. Lu Haoren still didn't answer. He felt that Fang Shi, this woman's brain was too axial, and this kind of person was a good employee for ordinary bosses who couldn't afford it, but it's a bit of a hindrance for him. Lu Haoren's purpose of setting up a media company is to raise Huasi Yuan's value, but this Fang Shi didn't understand, and he couldn't say it explicitly, and even if he said it explicitly, Fang Shi, a jealous man with a brain shafted into a twist, wouldn't believe it. Lu Haoren was thinking about changing the person in charge, but if a different person in charge were to turn the media company into a garbage company by then, it would be even more impossible to reasonably raise Hussein's value, and it's hard to say if the system would recognize it at that time. Oh, Mr. Lu, is it true that Huasi Yuan doesn't have this ability to get a $5 million annual salary? Fang Shi stared at Lu Haoren's eyes step by step. Chapter 66, Junior accompanies the pregnancy test. When the words were said to this extent, Lu Haoren was also a bit on fire. He grunted coldly and said, Fang Shi, since you want to appraise Huasi Yuan, then I'll promise you, Huasi Yuan follows everyone's appraisal system. Good. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your support. Fang Shi gritted her teeth and threw her voice. Mr. Lu, you have such vigor. Then I also make a military order in front of you, and I, Fang Shi, solemnly promise, within this year, I will definitely lead my team to achieve profitability, and if there is a loss, I will personally fund the loss to subsidize it. Okay, good luck. Whether Fang Shi could make a profit or not, Lu Haoren had no expectations at all, but Fang Shi had this ambition, and he couldn't throw cold water on it. The two of them talked it over. and Fancy pushed her way out. As she walked out, she realized that Hossein was right outside the door not far away. Hua Si-yuan had heard her and Lu Haoren talking. Sister Shi, please don't worry. I won't hold everyone back. Yes. Fong Shi stopped and looked at Hua Si-yuan seriously. I'm sorry Hope. I didn't take it personally. I hope you understand. We'll always be a team. And anything that comes up, we'll have to work in tandem. And your $6 million performance plan is my mission too. I understand. After Fong Shi left, Hua Si-yuan walked into the office and she looked at Lu Haoren with a complicated expression. Boss, just now I heard a loud noise from inside the office. I walked over to check it out and heard the conversation between you and Sister Shi. So what are you thinking about? I've decided to go all out. I can't let Sister Shi look down on me. I'll make sure to complete the $6 million according to the performance appraisal. Okay, I'll finish this with you. Lu Haoren nodded his head in satisfaction. Hua Si-yuan was getting that confidence and guts to take on a $5 million annual salary. That's what it takes to get the system to determine that Hua Si-yuan has the worth of $5 million. More importantly, Lu Haoren has another excuse to do further relationship development with Hua Si-yuan. Now that the task is heavy and time is short, we have to go all out. And from now on, you're my girlfriend. I'm going to rent a suite in a high-end condo next door. We'll move in together and start filming our romance. What? Hua Si-yuan was shy and confused. Boss, aren't we a fake couple? How can this be cohabitation? Yeah, it's true that we're a fake couple, but externally we have to be real. And we have to make work that the audience will recognize. And that needs to be real or the audience won't buy it. Besides, I'll be renting a 2-bedroom room. 1 room each. So don't think too much about the rest. All we do is work. This. Doesn't work, does it? Don't you still believe in my character? If I wanted to do that to you, I would have done it long ago, and you know in your own heart how many times I could have done that to you. Blah, 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 boss, you're babbling again. Hua Si-yuan felt that Lu Haoren didn't have any good intentions, but she couldn't find any evidence. But what should I do about that Qian sister of yours at home? That son? Hossein thought about the pressure of having $6 million to perform, and she began to be impressed. Don't look at Hua Si-yuan in front of Fong Shi full of confidence, but after all, she is a freshly graduated young girl. She very much needs Lu Haoren to help her along with this performance pressure. Don't worry about Sun Ruoxian. She won't mind. She's a very nice and very enlightened person. After you get in touch with her, you'll understand. Hua Si-yuan was still hesitant. She couldn't tell which of Lu Haoren's words were true and which were false right now. She also couldn't figure out Lu Haoren's real purpose. Just like what Lu Haoren said. In fact, if Lu Haoren wanted her, he had at least 2 chances to take her. One time was the time Lu Haoren was drunk. Both of them were lying on the bed. That time Lu Haoren didn't move her. Once at the Hawthorne Spa Hotel, Lu Haoren had pushed her down and her resistance had been weak. But Lu Haoren still let her go. Tomorrow Sun Ruoxian is going to the hospital for a maternity checkup. I happen to have things to deal with, so you accompany her and help her deal with the formalities to pay the fees and so on. The on-ringer of the bell needs to be tied to the bell. Since Hossein is worried, the 2 women become bosom buddies. It's not good, is it? Hua Si-yuan was very vain, and by all accounts, she was a bit of a mistress. How ridiculous is it that the mistress accompanied the main man to the maternity checkup? What's wrong with that? Unless you have a ghost in your heart. Crawl, you're the one with the ghost in your heart. When Lu Haoren went home at night, he informed Sun Ruoxian about Hua Si-yuan accompanying him to the maternity checkup. The next day, Lu Haoren finds an excuse to go out early in the morning. But in fact he goes to look for a suitable apartment and prepares to live with Hua Si-yuan. Hua Si-yuan was very obedient, and she drove the Rolls-Royce to pick up Sun Ruoxian. Sister Sun, you be careful. With a mind to see Sun Ruoxian alone this moment, Hua Si-yuan was so embarrassed that her toes were gouged out of the 3 rooms. Sun Ruoxian was fine because Lu Haoren hadn't said anything about Hua Si-yuan. Instead, Hua Si-yuan came to accompany her for her maternity checkup, which she was very grateful for. Thank you, Sister Hope, and please accompany me to the maternity checkup. Sun Ruoxian's stomach is now showing, and sometimes it's really not very convenient. With Hua Si-yuan's help, Sun Ruoxian sat in the backseat of the Rolls-Royce. Along the way, it was Sun Ruoxian who was looking for topics to chat with Hua Si-yuan about some family matters, but more of it was related to Lu Haoren. Hossein also listened with interest. Sister Sun, why don't you marry your boss? Hua Si-yuan asked the question that had been stuck in her heart for a long time. Sun Ruoxian laughed and said, Sister Yuan, I won't hide anything from you. In fact, The two of us, Lu Haoran and I, are in a contractual relationship. At the very beginning, I needed a sum of money to pay for my father's medical bills, and Lu Haoran said he needed children, and we entered into a partnership on that. Sister son, you're not kidding, right? You're saying you and the boss are in a contract-child relationship? Hua Siyuan's eyes were wide open and her breathing was very rapid. She couldn't believe that Sun Ruoxian and Lu Haoran were in such a relationship. This was a violation of morality and ethics. Oh, can't believe it, can you? This matter is indeed ridiculous, but I don't regret it. On the contrary, I'm grateful and happy. Lu Haoran, he didn't leave me alone because the two of us were in a contractual relationship. When I got pregnant, not only did he give me $200,000 according to the contract, he gave me an extra house and gave the baby the best maternity care and the best conditions. Most importantly, Lu Haoran, he promised me that he would accompany me for the rest of my life. A life like this is far more satisfying to me than marriage. If possible, I suggest you do what I did and live the life you want to live instead of being tied to a marriage and to both parents. There are times when I analyze this in the context of the current state of young people's fear of marriage. Fear of marriage is nothing more than the lack of a material base. Nothing more than the fact that the income cannot support family life. Nothing more than the difficult relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and the two families. But now, my relationship with Lu Haoran solves that problem perfectly. Talking about this topic, Sun Ruoxian reveals a smile and has endless words she wants to share with Hua Siyuan, causing it to be difficult for Hua Siyuan to interject. Sister Sun, aren't you afraid that the boss, that is, Lu Haoran, he will find other women outside? Chapter 67 Application of Power in Life. Ha ha. When Sun Ruoxian heard Hua Siyuan's words, she smiled. Hope's sister, let me ask you this. There are these two choices. Do you prefer a useless man who gets tired of you every day? Or do you prefer a domineering and handsome president who gives to make your life worry-free? Hossein was dumbfounded by the question. Don't hesitate to answer me with your first reaction. I'd better pick the second one then. That's right then. In this open society nowadays, officials are beginning to fade away from the concept of marriage. What do we have to hold back? All we can do in this environment is to live the life we like and not the life others like. Maybe. Hua Siyuan gradually agreed with the ideas instilled by Sun Ruoxian. Then, Sun Ruoxian uttered a sentence that shamed Hua Siyuan to the core. You probably don't realize how energetic Lu Haoran is. I can't stand it every night. I really wish someone could help me share the load. I don't care who he's with. I just need Lu Haoran to always have me in his heart and that's enough. Sister Sun, please don't say it. I can't listen to such words. This talk of tigers and wolves made Hua Siyuan blush and clench her legs. Okay. Hope's sister hasn't experienced this kind of thing yet, so you wouldn't understand even if you said it. But you'll face it sooner or later, and there's no need to be shy about it. Ah, Sister Sun, really stop. I really can't stand it. Ha ha, okay. It didn't take long for Hua Siyuan to bring Sun Ruoxian to the entrance of the People's Hospital. Hope's sister, you drive right into the hospital gates. I can't, can I? It says there, no outside vehicles. Social vehicles can only park in the adjacent social parking lot. Hua Siyuan thought Sun Ruoxian hadn't seen the sign. It's okay, go ahead. We can get in. Okay, I'll try. Just as Hua Siyuan was about to drive over, a Volkswagen Polaroid accelerated and grabbed in front of Hua Siyuan, stopping at the entrance of the hospital. Soon, a security guard came running quickly to stop the Volkswagen. Hello, this is an internal parking lot. No outside traffic. Please go to the adjacent parking lot. Why can't we stop? I see that most of the spaces inside are empty, and we're not allowed to park in so many empty spaces, but we're told to go park in a parking lot almost a kilometer away. What's wrong with that? The Volkswagen owner lowered his window and growled angrily, but the guard still returned with a numb face. You can't park even if there's an empty space. That's the rules. Provisions? Oh, that's your hospital service attitude. I've really seen it. Volkswagen owners were laughed at. If you have a problem with that, you can complain. Is it useful to complain? I've complained countless times and I haven't seen any change. What a load of crap. Then you can also choose to visit another hospital. That security guard's expression became stern. Please leave immediately, or else you'll be in big trouble if you delay the leader behind you from parking. Then, another disgruntled-looking security guard came out from inside the security booth, ready to come over and assist. Grass. Bunch of loyal watchdogs. When the Volkswagen owner saw a Rolls-Royce inside the rearview mirror, he was so weak that he could only curse and put the car in reverse. Drive through. Sun Ruoxian urged. It doesn't work. Does it? That Volkswagen didn't even get in. Hossein didn't quite believe he could get in. It's okay, the guard knows me. Okay. Hossein stepped on the gas and drove to the gate. The security guard just now saw that it was a Rolls-Royce and immediately walked over quickly with a smile on his face. Hello, is the leader going into the hospital? Hwasi Yuan lowered the window and returned. Yes, I'm taking my friend in for a maternity checkup. The security guard inquired carefully with a fawning smile. Oops, beautiful girl. Excuse me, may I ask if you know the leader of our hospital? Hwasi Yuan didn't know how to answer, so she looked back at Sun Ruoxian. Sun Ruoxian, on the other hand, lowered the window and spoke to the security guard. I'm a friend of Dean Chao of your hospital. Ah, it's you. Wait a moment. I'll open the door for you right away. The security guard, seeing that it was Sun Ruoxian, shivered in fear and hurriedly pressed the remote control in his hand. Then the retractable doors of the hospital's main entrance contracted toward the back. Exposed travel lanes. Well, thanks. Sun Ruoxian smiled politely at the security guard. That security guard immediately responded with a fawning smile. You're welcome, Dean Chao has already greeted us. Please go in. Yes, Sun Ruoxian said to Hwasi Yuan Meyer. Go in. Hossein then tapped the gas and drove slowly inside. With that, the envious voice of another security guard came from the window. TSK, really rich, in front of driving a Porsche. Porsche drove and then asked the world M9, and now changed a Rolls-Royce. It's enviable that this changes cars more often than we change clothes. Also, there was the hysterical hissing of that Volkswagen Polaroid. Why are they allowed in? I'm not convinced. I clearly just heard them say they were going in for a maternity check. They're not an internal vehicle. Why were they allowed to go in and park? Get out. The two security guards immediately closed the gate and drove the Volkswagen Polaroid away. I want to report it. Unfortunately, no matter how disgruntled he was, the two guards ignored him. After parking the car, Hossein said, Sister Sun, I didn't think you actually knew the hospital director. It's not that I know it, but Lu Haoren does. And the first time I came to file, I was also bullied by the nurses inside. Lu Haoren came on the back and swelled that nurse's face. And as a result, that nurse was still trying to find someone, which knows that Lu Haoren called the dean. And that nurse was so scared on the spot that she immediately apologized to me. Ha ha. Thinking of Lu Haoren's defense of herself and seeing Lu Haoren's power, Sun Ruoxian was very proud. So it is. Hwasi Yuan also knows that Lu Haoren knows a lot of big shots, just that the students in the president's class are all capable people. Speaking of the president's class, Hossein also generates pride and a sense of superiority. Lu Haoren spent $98 million for her to go to the president's class, and took her to befriend those big shots. It seemed that his position in Lu Haoren's mind was not in any way inferior to Sun Ruoxian, even higher than Sun Ruoxian. Sun Ruoxian drove the Ask M9, while Lu Haoren gave her this Rolls-Royce for long-term use. Unconsciously, Hwasi Yuan began to compare Sun Ruoxian. During the maternity process, Sun Ruoxian was greeted with smiles and VIP preferential treatment everywhere, which made Hwasi Yuan sigh with emotion. That's the difference between the rich and the common man. If one is married to an ordinary person, one will have to park in a parking lot a kilometer away, one will have to queue up honestly, and one will have to face the impatience and even scolding of the staff. The point is that you can't talk back after being scolded. Hwasi Yuan accompanied Sun Ruoxian for her maternity checkup today and deeply realized the application of money and power in life. No wonder Lu Haoren always taught himself to make good use of the connections in the president's class. Relationships. To be used, are relationships. Either you come to me for help or I come to you for help. This continued crossover is what creates a stronger and deeper network of relationships. Otherwise, it will get fainter and fainter and eventually dissolve into nothingness. After sending Sun Ruoxian home, Hwasi Yuan subconsciously called Lu Haoren to report to him that Sun Ruoxian's labor test was complete. Hwasi Yuan, you came to N8 Cloudtop Mansion. Come and see how this apartment is? Ha? See the apartment? Can I not come? Chapter 68, help me make money tonight. Got to come. It's a work schedule. Lu Haoren's voice was serious. Think about it. You have $6 million to show for it. Aren't you a little stressed? Tonight, we have to work on the script overtime. Okay, I'll come over then. Hossein took a deep breath and agreed. Indeed, the $6 million performance puts a lot of pressure on her. There is pressure to grow by leaps and bounds. Having accomplished $6 million, He or she is the big internet star in the limelight. An opportunity like this is something that many young people beg for and fail to encounter. Experiencing the privileges she enjoyed at the hospital today, Hua Si-yuan's eyes became more and more determined. Although Hua Si-yuan had already prepared herself mentally, she couldn't help but tremble at the thought of actually living with Lu Haoran. It was the first time she had ever lived with a man. Hossein had no strength in her legs and feet to step on the gas as she started the car. Such a condition is no longer suitable for driving. Sister's son, please lend me your self-driving car. Hua Si-yuan had to call Sun Ruoxian. Okay, I just went upstairs and I don't want to come down. I'll give you remote authorization so you can drive. Sun Ruoxian then gave Hua Si-yuan the authorization. Hossein then uses the autopilot to get over to the apartment. By the time we got there, it was dark and the road was already softly lit. Hua Si-yuan had just stepped out of the car when she saw a flower petal gently floating down. Like a gentle dream sliding down from the sky. She reached out and caught it, a brightly colored rose petal. Ha! Where did this float down from? Hossein immediately tilted his head to check. At this look, she noticed more petals fluttering about, like a gift from angels carefully prepared for her, showering the earth from above. Each petal was lightly scented with rose, an aroma that filled the air and intoxicated the senses. They shimmered delicately in the light, as if they had been specially gilded for the scene. The petals rained down harder and harder until they formed a rosy red cloud that seemed to color the entire night sky into a beautiful painting. Seeing this, Hua Si-yuan's original nervousness instantly relaxed. Pedestrians passing by also looked up to the sky for the source of the rose petals. Meanwhile, their faces were beaming with delight as they enjoyed this sudden and incredibly romantic gift. So romantic, what's going on here? So many rose petals. It's spectacular. Take a picture. Make sure you document this. Just at this time, inside the N8 Cloud Peak mansion, two teams of uniformed staff came out in unison. They followed the red carpet and stood in two lines. Then he bowed to Hua Si-yuan. Welcome Ms. Hua Si-yuan to Dreamy Clouds. The unified, powerful and shocking voice made Hua Si-yuan first stunned. Then her heartbeat accelerated and her whole body boiled, making it difficult for her to hold herself. Swish! Everyone's eyes all looked at Hua Si-yuan. It was only then that everyone realized that this rain of romantic roses was just to greet this beautiful woman in front of them. What a ceremonial welcome. Rich people really know how to play. So envious. That's for sure. I heard that this N8 Cloud Top Mansion's Dreamy Clouds is the most luxurious suite in there. It's very expensive. Only those who are worth $10 million or more dare to stay. Oh, you want to live in a dreamy cloud just because you're worth $10 million? Brother, don't dream about it. You have to say it's a deposit of 10 million to qualify. Otherwise, after a few days of living there you'll have to escape with your butt naked. I don't know whose daughter this little girl is, but she can live in such a luxurious apartment. Gee, casting is such a skilled job. A group of people looked at Hua Si-yuan very enviously, lamenting the fate of some people, who could only live in a damp basement for the rest of their lives, while others could live in the clouds. Meanwhile, Lu Haoran walked out from the lobby down the red carpet holding a bouquet of flowers. Hua Si-yuan, come on, let's go and see if we're happy with our new home. Aha! Hua Si-yuan took the flowers handed over by Lu Haoran, and a warm fragrance hit her nose, refreshing her. Her hand was unconsciously on Lu Haoran's arm. It was a very natural gesture, as if taken for granted by an old married couple. Lu Haoran led Hua Si-yuan into the open and luxurious apartment lobby amidst a rain of roses, and was guided into the elevator car by the pretty elevator lady. The inside of the car is surrounded by smooth, mirror-like gilded panels. Hua Si-yuan's holding onto Lu Haoran was reflected clearly. At this moment, Hua Si-yuan felt incredibly happy and dreamy. Ding! The sedan chair opened and two more greeters bowed to greet both Lu Haoran and Hua Si-yuan. Wow! So luxurious! So exquisite! So beautiful! Luxury and romance intertwine to create a dreamy palatial feel as the greeter helps them open the huge and heavy two doors. Such a scene directly shocked Hua Si-yuan beyond description. Oh, Si-yuan! This is the highest place in Rongcheng. In the future, this will not only be the place where we live, but also our filming location. What do you think? Lu Haoran closed the door to the room with his backhand, leaving him and Hua Si-yuan alone in the entire house. Simply wonderful. Hua Si-yuan didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Boss, this is going to cost a lot, isn't it? It doesn't matter. You'll earn it all back for me. I help you earn? How can I help you earn? Hua Si-yuan was puzzled. Not knowing the meaning of Lu Haoran's words, she wondered, even if I complete the mission and make back $6 million, you will only get $1 million, and there will be many costs in between. so how can you possibly make any money? Ha! No need to delve into how you're going to help me make money. You just need to know one thing, and that's this: by doing what I tell you to do, you're helping me make money. And it's the kind that makes lots and lots of big money. Humph. How can I help you earn it? Tell me. I'll listen to your arrangement. The sky is the limit. If you're willing, you can help me make money tonight. If the money making is successful, I'll split $1 million with you. Aha. Really? How exactly do you earn it? Come on. I can't wait. Hua Siyuan surprised Lu Haoran by wrapping her arms around him and pampering him. Don't be in a hurry. Eat first. Only after you eat will you have the strength. And with the strength, you can make money. Che, mysterious. Then let's go eat. Hossein placed the flowers in her hand next to the coffee table, then looked around the space she was in, looking for a direction. After pulling Lu Haoran around the corner, he entered the restaurant. Inside, a large table of sumptuous food had been prepared. On the dining table, there was an antique and beautiful candlestick. The candlesticks are carved candles. The candles burn down with a scent. What a beautiful, amazing candle. Hossein was new to everything here. Hungry? Let's eat first. Aha! Hua Siyuan accompanied Sun Ruoxian for her maternity checkup, didn't eat much at noon, and had long wanted to eat something. Come on, let's drink up. Cheers, boss. Hua Siyuan touched her red wine glass with Lu Haoran with a crisp ringing sound. In her excitement, she hadn't seen Lu Haoran's wolf-like eyes. Chapter 69, something big happened to the company. A few cups later, after drinking, Hossein's small face was flushed. She chewed the food gently in her mouth, and her little head continued to survey all the furnishings in the room. Boss, it's really beautiful. So beautiful. Are we dreaming? Hua Siyuan is considered to be enjoying the life of the rich in its entirety today. You have a limousine when you go out. You have privileges when you go to the hospital. And everyone flatters you. When you come to a high-end condo like N8 Cloud Top, coming home can be a walk in the rain of roses and a parade of people to greet you. Arriving home and having your favorite person with you for a candlelight dinner. Hua Siyuan closed her eyes to slowly feel the comfortable indoor temperature, and the air with a light sweet fragrance. Maybe Sun Ruoxian is right. All family troubles stem from not having enough money. Hope. We're not dreaming. Lu Haoran was also infected by this atmosphere at this time. As if attracted to the woman's hand in front of him, he couldn't help but reach over and gently cover the back of her delicate hand. The moment the two hands touched, the delicate hand subconsciously retracted slightly, and the beauty's slightly closed eyes fluttered for a moment, but quickly quieted down. Lu Haoran slowly rubbed the delicate skin, which was like silky brocade. Lu Haoran gently held her hand, as if he wanted to hold all of her in his own. Gradually, Lu Haoran's breath began to burn, and his face gradually moved closer to the lips of his beloved woman. The woman across the table also seemed to feel the strong manly scent approaching, and her body began to tremble minutely. Buzz. Buzz. Just then, the cell phone that had been lying on the table emitted an obnoxious vibration. Hua Siyuan was disturbed by the vibrating sound and instantly exerted herself, disengaging herself from Lu Haoran's clutches and simultaneously blushing and lowering her head at a loss for words. Day! Lu Haoran's heart to kill was there. He gritted his teeth, didn't even look at who was calling, and directly flipped the phone over. Regardless. Damn! What a nice atmosphere, ruined by this cell phone vibration. But immediately, the phone began to vibrate again. Boss, pick up the phone, it might be important. Hossein couldn't help but remind. Lu Haoran had no choice but to pick up his cell phone to see that it was the financial sister he inside the company who called. He pressed the answer button, his tone unkind. What can I do for you this late? Sister he on the other end of the phone didn't care about Lu Haoran's tone and mood as she anxiously said, Mr. Lu, come to the company quickly. We were raided by the tax department. They are now going through our information, looking through it very carefully, as if something big is happening. The tax department? It's after 9 o'clock at night. What's the point of checking? I don't know. They didn't say their purpose. They came in and showed their work IDs and asked to see our information. And Mr. Fong arrived at the office. They asked you by name to come over and cooperate with their investigation. Manager Ho, please bring out all your accounting vouchers. At the same time there was a majestic man's voice coming from inside the phone. Sister he hurriedly said to Lu Haoran. Mr. Lu, no more. I have to cooperate with them first. Without waiting for Lu Haoran to answer, the phone was hung up. It was the first time that Sister Ho had encountered such a situation after so many years in the profession. It made her very flustered. The tax department? Ha! When Lu Haoran heard the name of this department, He associated it with Wu Gaochang. He hadn't offended anyone else recently, and the only person who had a grudge against him was Wu Gaochang from the tax department. The last time Wu Gaochang followed the shooting, Lu Haoren hadn't had the time to take care of it, and this time Wu Gaochang came to mess with it again. It seems that if a tiger doesn't make a move, it really thinks it's a sick cat. The corners of Lu Haoren's mouth gradually hooked up grimly. You want to play dirty? Then let's see who can outplay who. Just now, this call, Hua Si Yuan also heard it. She saw that Lu Haoren was not moved, so she looked at Lu Haoren very anxiously and said, "Boss, let's make a quick trip to the office. What's there to go for? It's not like the company is breaking the law, so what are you afraid of?" Lu Haoren didn't even bother. And to take a step back, he doesn't care if this company is gone. This company is no more important than the fertility reward system rewards. But Hossein wouldn't do it. She said, "Boss, we can't be so careless." "From what sister?" he said. "Someone is specifically looking for us. Our media company has also just been established, and it's inevitable that we'll get egg on our face. After such a big incident, you as the boss can't just ignore the matter by pushing it to sister he and the girls, can you? All right, go check it out." Lu Haoren had to get up when he heard this. Just now, Hua Si Yuan reminded him, headhunters can be avoided, but media companies can't be avoided just yet. Because of the system rewards here in Hua Si Yuan, he hadn't gotten them yet, and with the atmosphere completely ruined tonight, it would be harder for him to force Hossein to have a baby again. It may even cause Hossein to resist. "I'll drive." After descending the stairs, Hossein went to the main driver, as was his custom, but it was pulled down by Lu Haoren. A woman must not be allowed to drive when she is panicking or something will happen. Aha! Hua Si Yuan gave up the driver's seat and Lu Haoren drove. Lu Haoren mind calm, driving without speed, as if this hunting in human resources company is not his Lu Haoren. Instead, Hua Si Yuan kept urging Lu Haoren to drive faster. When the two arrived at the company, the inside of the company was brightly lit at the moment. The inside of the office was a mess with all kinds of information lying everywhere. There were 4 uniformed men going back and forth inside the pile of information. Lu Haoren frowned at the sight. Looking at the situation, it felt like something big was involved. "Mr. Lu, you're here." Fang Shi finds Lu Haoren and Hua Si Yuan coming to the company and she rushes over to greet them. Lu Haoren nodded and asked, "What's going on here?" "I don't know. As soon as they came, they asked us to provide all kinds of information. And sister he is still inside the data room to help them provide information. I've asked them, but they're all tight-lipped and won't tell me anything." Fang Shi was also confused even now. Her eyes were as blank as Lu Haoren's. "Okay, I'll go check it out." Lu Haoren walked in and a lead uniformed officer saw Lu Haoren. He took the initiative to walk over. "Hello, may I ask if you're Lu Haoren, the owner of Hunting in Human Resources, right?" The other side was polite. This made Lu Haoren feel a bit like a routine inspection. But it's not that simple to suddenly check it most of the night. Lu Haoren nodded and replied, "I am Lu Haoren. May I ask what's going on?" "Good. Then please have Mr. Lu sit in his office for a while, and then we'll explain the situation to you after we check the information." This lead uniformed officer didn't tell Lu Haoren exactly what it was for either. Lu Haoren and Hua Si Yuan glanced at each other and only nodded their heads to indicate that it could wait. "Hope, you come to the office with me. You do one thing for me." Chapter 70, I must find out what's wrong. Yes. When he got to the office, Lu Haoren closed the door. "You'll go outside the company later. Find a safe place to call and ask our classmate. That's that Jin Jun from the health system. Ask him to help find out what's going on." "Well, I'll be right there." "Yes." After a brief explanation, Hua Si Yuan went out. Lu Haoren was very embarrassed that he had bothered Jin Jun for the second time. Jin Jun has no connection with himself, just a classmate he has known for a short while, and he has already looked for him twice. This favor was given in debt, causing Lu Haoren to be at a loss as to how to return the favor. When Hua Si Yuan went out, the lead uniformed officer saw that it was Hua Si Yuan, and he only glanced at her, then stopped paying attention. A few minutes later, Hossein returned. Jin called a friend in the tax authority on the spot and asked him about the recent formation of a tax inspection team in the tax department. "It is a routine raid and if the company is not cheating on taxes there is nothing to worry about." "Okay, I get it." Lu Haoren nodded. "By the way, Director Jin said that normally, even surprise audits are notified to companies in advance. But we didn't get a notice that it was a mandatory tax audit, and he told us to ask these people if they had a referee order. If not, most likely someone is targeting us. Then you and Fancy go ask them." Lu Haoran and the others weren't too clear about these systems, including Sister He, who was in charge of finance, didn't think to ask them for a referee's order. In the case of uncertainty, Lu Haoran let Hua Si Yuan and Fang Shi, the two employee identities, ask, in case the other side does have a referee's order letter. That won't cause any misunderstanding between the two sides. Okay, I'll ask. Hua Si Yuan went out and found Fang Shi, and after discussing this matter with Fang Shi, the two of them walked together to the leading man. Hello, do the leaders have the appropriate documents when they come over to audit? Like a referee's order or something? Fancy asked very politely. That lead staff member glanced at Fang Shi and said, we received a report from the public that there is serious tax evasion in your company, and in order to prevent you from hiding the evidence, so we came straight to your door. That means no, right? Not really. We are in the process of applying for the referee's order, so please be assured that we will not disturb your company's normal business operations for no reason. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. Fang Shi and Hua Si Yuan looked at each other and together they went back to Lu Haoran's office to inform Lu Haoran of this situation. Oh, I know. Lu Haoran's expression became morose. He had already confirmed that it was really Wu Gaochang who was behind this. Boss, then should we ask Bureau Jin to help us with this? No, don't trouble others to use their connections for such a small matter. Let's handle it ourselves. Yes. Hossein then stopped talking. But I see that the other side is in a position where they have to find out a little something before they will leave. Can we handle it on our own? Shall I go and refuse to cooperate with their audit on the grounds that they don't have a referee's warrant? Fancy was very worried. Could it be that Li Fei had done something illegal before? When Lu Haoran saw that Fang Shi was so worried, he couldn't help but ask. Li Fei was a leader that Lu Haoran trusted very much, and he had always admired Li Fei. So when the headhunter was acquired, there was no auditing done at all as well as risk assessment of those things. Fang Shi hurriedly shook her head. No, Mr. Li would never do anything illegal. You don't have to worry about this. I'm just worried that the other party is specialized in picking thorns. In that case, just let them investigate. It doesn't matter if we walk the straight and narrow, but they're violating the auditing rules. This is something to leave evidence of. Aha! I just went and recorded it when I was interacting with that staff member. The three of them then sat inside the general manager's office and waited as if nothing was wrong, leaving only the finance manager, Mr. He, to deal with the group of staff outside. Just as Lu Haoran and the three of them were discussing things, one of the staff members walked up to the lead one and quietly said, Brother Yang, what should we do if the hunting manpower company can't find out any problems? It can't be, can it? The man in the lead frowned, revealing an expression of disbelief. Truly, not only do they pay their taxes on time and as required, but they keep clear records of the ins and outs of each business. Several of us couldn't help but be amazed at the financial bookkeeping that we couldn't find a problem with during our audits. We are all impressed with how they handle their finances. Okay, then you guys check again. There really is nothing wrong, only forget it. The man addressed as Brother Yang still admired this kind of rule-following business. Yes. After the two exchanged words, the lead one walked out of hunt for the virtuous human resources, entered the restroom, and made a phone call. Team Leader Wu, there is no problem with the hunting human resources company you asked us to audit. Every single item of their money coming in and out is clear and unambiguous. The leader described the situation of his colleagues just now. On the other end of the phone was none other than Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang is the deputy head of the inspection team, hunting human resources company in the middle of the night by the tax audit. But also Wu Gaochang arranged to play this time difference. When Wu Gaochang heard that the hunting in human resources company to check not a problem, he was also the first time not to believe. Strange, how is this possible? Running a company, I don't believe it could be that they haven't even given a gift. Delivered for sure, but they did their finances so meticulously that we couldn't pick fault. There isn't a single person who runs a business or company that hasn't done these things with gifts. Of course this kind of thing is a gift in the smallest sense, and a bribe in the larger sense. It's up to the owner to define it. Are you sure? Wu Gaochang confirmed. I'm pretty sure that our people specifically took out every accounting voucher and went through them one by one. It is true that there is a suspicion of gift giving, but the other party has done a reasonable job. And when asked about their finances also answered without any loopholes. It makes it impossible to pick and choose. I want you to check again. I just can't believe that companies like this that do perfect taxes exist when it comes to doing business in our country. You must find out what's wrong for me. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Wu Gaochang slapped his hand on the table and couldn't help but curse angrily. Grass. Is this Lu Haoran really this kind of law-abiding person? I really don't believe this. He's had several ing women. How can such a promiscuous person run a company peacefully? How could he have made so much money if he was running the company peacefully? And where the hell did he get his money? In order to take revenge on Lu Haoran, Wu Gaochang spent a lot of energy and relationship costs to blend into the inspection team and served as the deputy leader. And by arranging for someone to come and raid Hunting Human Resources, he risked violating the law. So this time auditing Hunting Human Resource Company, Wu Gaochang paid a big price. If nothing really turns up in the end, then it's all for naught. Wu Gaochang will never be willing. Chapter 71, Loss of Freedom. And in the same time, after Jin Jun, a classmate of Lu Haoran's presidential class, hung up Hua Si Yuan's phone. He thought about it and still found a phone number to dial. Old Wu, a friend of mine's business was investigated by people below you. Do you know about this? This old Wu is the head of the tax department in Rongqing City. When he heard Jin Jun say that, he said, Old Jin, which enterprise are you talking about? On our side, we did spot check some businesses in Rongqing recently, but I didn't ask exactly how it was checked. It's just a company called Hunting Human Resources. Ask around for me. If this company is some irrelevant and small problem, forget about it. Startups have a hard time surviving. There are inevitably some flaws, and you guys have to have some tolerance, don't you? Hunting Human Resource Company? It's supposed to be a small micro company, right? That old Wu wasn't even impressed, which means this company isn't big. He heard that Jin Jun actually approached him about this kind of thing and asked curiously, Old Jin, is that friend you mentioned a relative of yours? For such a small company, you're actually willing to come to me for him to put in a good word for him? Ha! Relatives not so much, just a classmate in my recent refresher class. Pretty funny little kid. I just couldn't stand to see him get egg on his face. So, okay, wait a minute. I'll call and find out what's going on first. If it's just a minor problem like you said, it's not a big deal. If there's really a serious breach of discipline, then there's nothing I can do. Don't worry. Lao Jin, won't look at the wrong person. Go and find out. After hanging up the phone, Lao Wu immediately called his secretary and arranged for him to ask. It wasn't long before old Wu's secretary cleared things up. After learning the specifics, Lao Wu called Jin Jun's phone, and as soon as the phone was connected, Lao Wu laughed brightly. Lao Jin, you're worrying for nothing. That classmate of yours is a person who does things without a drop of water. There's an unruly guy below me who's been targeting that classmate of yours lately, but the guy he arranged for went over there and got defeated. Ha ha, oh, what was that all about? Jin Jun also came to be interested. I learned that your classmate named Lu Haoran, who manages a business, has no tax loopholes. Our inspection team couldn't find a single flaw after checking. This Lu Haoran is really a talent. It's been years since I've seen a small business like this without any tax issues. Ha ha, ha ha, in that case, then it's not in vain that I have high hopes for that little guy. Not bad, not bad. Since that's the case, then the two of us don't need to get involved in their youngsters' fight. Lu Haoran was praised by Lao Wu, the boss of the tax department, and Jin Jun also felt his face was shining. Alright, young people's business, they'll sort it out themselves. But then it looks like that friend of yours is a really interesting guy. I'd like to meet him in person next time I get the chance. Yes, I'll introduce you to them next time. There's nothing else. I'll leave you alone. Thanks, old Wu. It's fine. Don't be so polite between us two old friends. Okay, talk to you later then. After Jin Jun hung up the phone, he stopped caring about this side of things. Inside the Rongqing Hunting Human Resource Company, Lu Haoran sat in the general manager's office and waited for almost an hour, and the tax staff outside showed no sign of leaving. Not only did they not leave, but they didn't give a single word of explanation. Lu Haoran was a bit angry even if he could endure it. He stood up and walked out of the office. How long are you guys going to investigate this? It's the middle of the night and it's still not finished. Lu Haoran's tone was no longer so polite. Ahem. It's almost over. That staff member surnamed Yan was a bit embarrassed. At this time when he faced Lu Haoran again, he was not as calm as before. I'll give you another 20 minutes. And if you still can't give me a reasonable explanation or produce a referee's order, then I'm sorry. Don't blame us for not cooperating. Okay, don't worry. We won't be able to use it for that long. This staff member surnamed Jiang did not find out any flaws in Hunting in Human Resource Company, and they did violate the rules in this operation. Lu Haoran was hardened, and he was hardened in turn. Since no problem could be detected, the staff member surnamed Jiang was ready to close the queue and leave. Just then, a man suddenly called out in surprise. Brother Yang, come and see. I found it. Found it? Show me. The young staff member hurried that way, but then he immediately turned back to Lu Haorun with a serious expression. Mr. Lu, we're in the middle of a case. Please excuse yourself and your staff for a while. As soon as the staff member surnamed Yang said this, Hua Si Yuan, Fong Shi, and finance sister He, who were watching from the entrance of the data room, who were following Lu Haorun, all had their hearts jumping. A bad feeling began to spread down their backs. What to do? Mr. Lu, Fancy spoke with a little tremor. When Lu Haorun saw Fong Shi looking like this, he frowned, feeling that Fong Shi was hiding something from him. Come on, all of you, go sit in my office for a while. After saying that, Lu Haorun took the lead to leave the scene and enter his office. After Lu Haorun and the others left, the staff member took a document and whispered to the staff member surnamed Yang about the situation. The young staff member's eyes lit up as he listened. He signaled for several other staff members to come over and grab this thing deeper together as he went out to make a phone call. When the phone is connected, the staff member surnamed Yang is pleased to Wu Gao smooth. Team leader Wu. Something big. Something big. What's the big deal? Tell me. Wu Gao Chang's voice steeply sharp for a few minutes. He was relieved in his heart. Layout so much. Finally caught Lu Haorun's handle. Team leader Wu. This hunting human resource company has made a big mistake this time. They once helped an app development outsourcing company recruit and hire a project director. And this app development company went so far as to help a fraud group in northern Maine develop an online gambling app. Now this company has been seized in. Its associated upstream and downstream companies are basically being investigated severely. Many companies have had their accounts suspended, fined, and even criminally imprisoned in serious cases. Ha ha, to think that such a thing exists. Wu Gao Chang laughed openly inside the phone. I told you. There can't be a flawless company in this world. Lu Haorun, you are finished. He. Team leader Wu is right. As long as we want to find trouble, no one can escape. This staff member surnamed Yan was also very excited. After a busy night, he did not want to return empty-handed. Yang Tao, you immediately notify the law enforcement authorities to assist us in seizing the Hunting in Human Resources Co. If possible, arrest that Lu Haorun and let him enjoy the feeling of losing his personal freedom. Jia. Wu Gaochang's eyes narrowed into a narrow slit, and the corners of his mouth rose, forming a chillingly sinister smile. Chapter 72, My Goddess Has Been Defiled. Good. I'll get in touch right away. Yang Tao hung up the phone and went to take care of it. Hey, Lu Haorun, you're finished. You're completely finished. Wu Gaochang excitedly clenched his fists and eyed the window, as if he had already seen Lu Haorun locked inside the barred window with shackles and handcuffs. Lu Haorun, when the time comes and you're in jail, I'll see how you can still steal Ke Jin Yao from me. When Wu Gaochang thought of Ke Jin Yao, he couldn't help but call Ke Jin Yao to report the good news. But Wu Gaochang made a few calls. Ke Jin Yao just hung up and didn't answer at all. Then came a message. Wu Gaochang, please stop bothering me or I'll just blackmail you. When Wu Gaochang saw this message, he was angry and heartbroken that the goddess was so determined to herself. But he immediately broke into a monstrous grin again as he messaged back. Yao, I'm here to tell you something big. Lu Haorun has been arrested and imprisoned by law enforcement officers. As soon as this message was sent out, Ke Jin Yao's phone immediately called. Wu Gaochang, what do you mean by that? Ke Jin Yao's voice was filled with shock and fear. Hey, yo, Lu Haorun is suspected of colluding with a northern Burma fraud ring. He might be arrested by law enforcement officers tonight. Wu Gaochang was incomparably happy at this time. How is this possible? Ran, he's not like this. Ke Jin Yao couldn't believe the words she heard. How is it impossible? Lu Haorun suddenly went from a poor to a profligate who swung money like dirt. Where do you think he got his money from? Where did it come from? Ke Jin Yao already understood the meaning of what Wu Gaochang said, but she still couldn't believe it. Of course it was given to him by the fraud syndicate there. No, never. Yao, don't trust Lu Haorun anymore. He's just a swindler. If you've received benefits from him, you should quickly skim off or you'll be implicated. No way. Ran is not a fraud. Absolutely not. Yo, it's true. You must set aside any relationship with him as soon as possible. Wu Gaochang said bitterly, I'm doing this all for your own good. I don't need you to do me any favors. You are the fraud. I hate you. Go to hell. Wu Gaochang was scolded severely by Ke Jin Yao and then hung up. He looked at the phone in confusion, not understanding why Ke Jin Yao was scolding him or even hating him. Obviously he kindly reminded Ke Jin Yao, hoping that Ke Jin Yao would not be implicated. He really cared about Ke Jin Yao from the bottom of his heart, but what he got in return was vicious insults and hatred. Yao, It hurts me to think of you being swindled by Lu Haoren. My heart really hurts. Have you already been spoiled by Lu Haoren and can't get out of it? Could it be that you're pregnant with his child? Why else would you be so nervous about Lu Haoren? Wu Gaochang suddenly reacted that the goddess had been defiled. He just felt dizzy. Woohoo! Wu Gaochang covered his chest and flopped down on the sofa, unable to hold back a whimper. After crying for a long time, he still couldn't let go of Ke Jin Yao in his heart. Inside the villa, after Ke Jin Yao hung up the phone, she was trembling and her whole body became disoriented. Wu Gaochang is a fraudster with one word, Lu Haoren, and he wants Ke Jin Yao to give up the villa and the Porsche. Wu Gaochang didn't know how much effort Ke Jin Yao had put into setting up the villa in the past few days. Wu Gaochang didn't know how much Ke Jin Yao had dreamed of this villa. This villa is a sign that Ke Jin Yao has officially escaped her family of origin. And at this time, Wu Gaochang even said that Lu Haoren was related to the Northern Burma fraud group, which was equivalent to very cruelly poking Ke Jin Yao's beautiful dream. It's a wonder that people like that aren't called names and hated. No, I can't lose the villa. Ke Jin Yao trembled as she picked up her cell phone again. She wanted to call Lu Haoren for confirmation, and at this time, Lu Haoren had already heard the reason from Fong Shi. After hearing this, Lu Haoren let out a sigh of relief. At that time, when he saw Fong Shi's nervous appearance, he thought that there was really something big. It turned out to be just an inadvertent effort to help recruit a program director for a business suspected of breaking the law, and it's a closed case. What's there to worry about? Even if these tax workers take this matter up, it is nothing more than just going back to the law enforcement agencies to confirm it. Lu Haoren wasn't worried. Fong Shi, Huasi Yuan and finance sister he were relieved after hearing Lu Haoren's explanation. You, all of you, lack a basic sense of the law, and that's not going to cut it. Lu Haoren couldn't help but criticize them all. All three were very ashamed of being nervous because of this ignorance. We're about to enter the entertainment industry, and it's an industry where a single word spoken can cause an uproar. So you must be more legally aware. Lu Haoren decided to take this opportunity to raise the bar on them. Huasi Yuan, tomorrow you'll go and buy me a set of books on the law. The whole company will study them, and there will be regular paper exams. Okay, boss. Sister Fong Shi, the two of you are vital to our company. You have to go ahead or we'll all have to go in sooner or later. Understand? Lu Haoren spoke very heavily. The goal was to raise the alertness of both of them. Got it, boss. Sister He's back went cold as she felt the cold sweat on her forehead and decided to go back and study the law tonight. Fong Shi also gritted her teeth in her heart. She must manage the company well. At this time, Lu Haoren's phone rang, and at a glance, it was Ke Jin Yao's call. He didn't avoid everyone and instantly scratched the screen to answer the phone. Although he didn't avoid it, Huasi Yuan, Fong Shi and the others consciously left the office. Ke Jin Yao, what's the matter with calling so late? During this period of time, Lu Haoren would receive messages from Ke Jin Yao almost every few hours. It was all about Ke Jin Yao sharing every detail of the villa's arrangement with him and saying something about expecting a happy life with Lu Haoren. Share every moment of delight in the life of Ke Jin Yao. This kind of Ke Jin Yao, on the contrary, made Lu Haoren change his attitude towards her a bit. If Ke Jin Yao was willing to change like this and stop treating money like life, Lu Haoren could still give her a happy life. Ran, are you a northern Maine fraudster? Ke Jin Yao's voice trembled. What? Lu Haoren's brain couldn't turn a corner for a moment when he heard this. Brother Ran, are you being hunted by the enforcers right now? Ke Jin Yao reconfirmed, her tone filled with fear. What nonsense are you talking again? You woman? Who told you I'm a North Burma swindler? Who told you I was being hunted by the enforcers? Are you out of your mind? Lu Haoren gave a whole laugh. Ran, don't lie to me. You suddenly have so much money you must be a Northern Burma fraudster. And I finally understand why you're in a hurry to have children. That's because you were afraid you'd leave without a queen. Pust. Lu Haoren almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. Needless to think, this brainless woman must have listened to Wu Gaochang's provocation again. Lu Haoren didn't bother to explain to her. Just tell me what you're confirming this to me for. Ran, can you help me settle the final payment for the villa before you go in? I promise. No, I swear, when you get out, I'll help you have children to carry on the family name. Chapter 73, How Can I Get Pregnant Without a Man? I'm ing. Lu Haoren didn't even know how to describe this woman. Just then, the finance manager, Mr. He, barged into the office and screamed in fear. Mr. Lu, it's bad. Law enforcement is coming. Her words were louder, and Ke Jin Yao on the other end of the phone heard them clearly. Ah, law enforcement officers are here? Aha, holy, Lu Haoren. You really are a fraud. Toot toot. Ke Jin Yao screamed in fear and hung up the phone. This baffled Lu Haoran. But Lu Haoran wasn't bothering with this woman. What Lu Haoran didn't know was that Ke Jin Yao was trembling in fear after hanging up the phone. What to do? What should I do? I don't want to go to jail. She recently read on the internet that the state is cracking down on internet fraud and that when you get involved in this kind of thing, you go to jail. Ke Jin Yao grew up in a very safe environment. She never thought she would one day cross paths with crime. That's why she didn't study law and is extremely lacking in legal common sense. At this moment, the only thing she could think of was licking dog Wu Gaochang. She hurriedly called Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang, what should we do? Lu Haoran is really a fraudster. There are really law enforcement officers going to arrest him now. Yo, don't be nervous, don't be afraid. The law enforcement officers haven't tracked you down that fast yet. Wu Gaochang's heart melted when he heard that Ke Jin Yao sought his help when he was most afraid. The insults Ke Jin Yao had hurled at him earlier were forgotten in this instant. Aha, do something about it? I don't want to be associated with a fraudster. Okay, I'll help you. Before that, I need to find out what kind of relationship you have with Lu Haoran now. Are you pregnant with his child? Wu Gaochang finally gritted his teeth and asked this sentence that caused him to suffer from internal strangulation. After asking, he rushed to add another sentence. Yao, don't get me wrong. I'm only asking this to confirm the two of you so that I can think of a solution for you. But don't worry, even if you're pregnant with his child, I'll still treat it as if it's my own. At this moment, he had made his decision. Even if Ke Jin Yao was pregnant with Lu Haoran's child, as long as Ke Jin Yao was willing to accept him, he could still treat this child as his own son. When Ke Jin Yao heard this, her heart burst into flames. Wu Gaochang, can you not be so nasty in your thinking? Do you think I'm such a random woman? Let me tell you, I haven't let a man touch me since I was a kid, so how am I going to get pregnant? I'm sorry. Yao, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I misunderstood you. Wu Gaochang hurriedly apologized while rejoicing wildly inside. The goddess is still pure. After experiencing the strangling pain that cut like a knife just now, he instantly vowed to protect the purity of the goddess this time and never let anyone taint it. Don't think about it all day. Hurry up and think of something for me. Okay, then Yao. Which things did you receive from Lu Haoran now? I just received a villa and a Porsche from Lu Haoran, but the villa is in my name and the Porsche is still with him. This time, Ke Jin Yao bamboo 2 poor beans generally. The matter of the cause and effect of all told Wu Gaochang. Then the Porsche you will return immediately. And for the villa, you can keep it. Aha, I'll return the car to Lu Haoran right away. Ke Jin Yao immediately agreed. By the way, if the villa, Lu Haoran only gave me a deposit. The down payment according to the minimum 30%, are still short of 2.5 million yuan. Ke Jin Yao told the truth. What? The villa is only a deposit. Ha! Wu Gaochang really admire Lu Haoran at this time. Only pay a deposit to cheat away their own goddess. Really is a professional swindler. Yes, Lu Haoran said that he needed me to help him have a baby before he would settle me. What? This Lu Haoran is too much. Actually letting you give birth. Hearing this, Wu Gaochang was on fire as he said. Yao, you must never fall for it and never help him have a baby. You quickly find the sales department and withdraw your deposit. I can't return it. It's already agreed inside the contract that the deposit is non-refundable. Besides, I spent $300,000 to do the soft furnishings. It's all my savings. I don't want to return the villa. I must stay. Ke Jin Yao stroked the decorations inside the villa while talking on the phone. A wave of heartache preventing her from breathing. It was all set up by her own hand. And she wouldn't let it go no matter what. But you're still $2.5 million short of the down payment. How do you keep that? No, we can stay if we figure it out. Ke Jin Yao's tone was very firm. When Wu Gaochang heard the word "we" in Ke Jin Yao's tone, a wave of happiness went straight to his head as he said, Yo, what do you want to do? I'll help you with everything. Thank you Wu Gaochang. I didn't realize how good you are until this time. Yo, oh, I'm so excited that you finally understand my heart. Wu Gaochang was so excited to be recognized by Ke Jin Yao that he wept and his voice became choked. Well, Wu Gaochang, can you lend me $2.5 million? I'll pay you back. Yo, where do I have that much money? Wu Gaochang was confused. You can ask your parents for it. Don't you civil servants have a high provident fund? You can also take out a loan. I can't believe that you can't come up with $2.5 million when you're in such good condition. How can this be? Wu Gaochang was very difficult. Ke Jin Yao was upset when she heard this and her mouth deflated in anger. Wu Gaochang, you can't even help me with this, and you still say you like me. What makes you like me? He, Lu Haoran, gave me a Porsche and a villa without my asking. Okay, Yao Yao. Don't be angry. I'll think of something. Wu Gaochang couldn't listen to Ke Jin Yao's comparisons, especially not between him and Lu Haoran. Besides, you're going to come and live in this villa if you buy it, so you have to get the money together tomorrow or we're not going to meet. Yes, I'll get it together and put a down payment on it tomorrow. When Wu Gaochang heard that he was also going to live in it, he was in the moment. His heart was racing, his blood pressure was rising, his palms were sweating, and he was trembling. Wu Gaochang, I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, I'll do my best for our little family. Wu Gaochang was pumped with chicken blood. He was more active than Ke Jin Yao. Yao, let's split up. I'll go home now and ask my parents for the money. You go and drive the Porsche downstairs to Lu Haoran's company overnight. Return the car to him and clear the air with him. Aha, then I'll see you tomorrow at the sales office of the Jinlin Mansion. With a common goal, both are hopeful for the future. Wu Gaochang rode a motorcycle back to his parents' home in the middle of the night, although it was very hard, but he was very sweet in his heart. After Ke Jin Yao drove the Porsche to the parking lot of the office building where Lu Haoran's company was located, she really found a law enforcement agency car parked there. This scared Ke Jin Yao so much that she was glad that she was not deeply involved with Lu Haoran yet. Otherwise she would be in big trouble. Parking the car, she then dropped the keys in the car and left. Lu Haoran, I'm returning the Porsche to you. It's in the parking lot under your office building. Please pick it up when you're free. After the message was sent, Ke Jin Yao hurriedly left. Chapter 74, A Woman's Troubleshooting. Ke Jin Yao finished her message. Feeling uneasy, she immediately sent another message. Lu Haoran, please don't mention me when you take your statement. Thank you. I'll be out there all the time, waiting for you to come out and have your baby. After sending the message, Ke Jin Yao was relieved. Oh, Lu Haoran, you're involved with the main North fraud group, and I'm afraid you'll never get out. Ke Jin Yao sent this message just to show Lu Haoran goodwill and confuse Lu Haoran so that Lu Haoran wouldn't involve her. After leaving the office building, Ke Jin Yao took a cab back. Sitting in the cab, Ke Jin Yao secretly let out a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of Lu Haoran as a bane. It's just a shame that he got so much money from the scam group. Even though Ke Jin Yao was sore about the money, she still knew the difference and couldn't touch ill-gotten gains. Ah, yes, the $100,000 of my villa deposit is also Lu Haoran's ill-gotten gains. I can't afford to lose a lot of money for a small reason. Thinking of this, Ke Jin Yao immediately transferred 100,000 to Lu Haoran. And note, this is a deposit for the villa. Please take it, and the two of us will not owe each other anything in the future. As soon as Ke Jin Yao's money was transferred, the other party collected it. It's basically a state of seconds. Ke Jin Yao froze. That's not right. Isn't Lu Haoran cooperating with the law enforcers for questioning now? How does he have time to play with his cell phone? Ke Jin Yao had a bad feeling in her heart. However, she immediately thought that the enforcer must have helped Lu Haoran collect it. Luckily, I was smart enough to return the stolen money in time. That said, when Lu Haoran saw Ke Jin Yao's tawdry maneuver, he was completely numbed by Ke Jin Yao. Luckily, though, he didn't lose much, especially the villa. Lu Haoran had one system given qualification to buy a villa. He had always regretted that he had impulsively used this qualification on Ke Jin Yao. I didn't expect Ke Jin Yao to give up on her own accord. Lu Haoran was actually eyeing the king of house position of Jinlin Mansion. The system will return the full amount anyway. No matter how expensive it was, Lu Haoran didn't care. It just so happens that there has been no one to buy the king's position in the Jinlin Mansion either. It's a scarce resource. Jinlin Mansion is the only newly built villa area located within the bypass city, and the surrounding facilities are not inferior to those of mature neighborhoods. This kind of location is very rare. Once it sells out, it will never be available again. Two law enforcement officers, what a trouble. It's the middle of the night, but also let you two personally come to our company to help us explain. Thank you. Really thank you so much. Lu Haoran and Fawn Shi several people sincerely thanked the two law enforcement officers. The two bailiffs also waved their hands hastily. You're welcome. It's our duty to protect the legitimate rights and interests of our citizens from defilement and to make things easy for the people. You, Sage Hunt, are on the list of law-abiding social organizations in our administrative region. We've personally come over to help clarify this for you also because we want you to keep it up and carry it forward. It's like this. The two of us received a call from a colleague in the tax department and we didn't quite believe it at first. We checked the case file and realized that this matter actually has nothing to do with your company. We thought that our colleagues in the tax department had found out about this, and more than likely it still has some impact on you, so we came over to take a walk. The two enforcement officers were very conscientious, in contrast to the harmonious conversation on this side. The staff members surnamed Yang and their companion next to them looked very ugly. Originally, they thought that they had found out that Hunting in Human Resources had business dealings with the fraud group, which was a major suspected illegal act, which knows that the previous general manager Li Fei has long gone to the law enforcement agencies to voluntarily surrender and make a detailed record. This thing is not a big deal, Mr. Yang. Although the hunting company is not large, it is an exemplary enterprise on our side, so please rest assured that there will be no problems. One of the enforcers was oriented towards the Yang staff member who testified in person. Ahem. Okay, that's a false alarm for us. The young staff member and his companion were very embarrassed. If there's nothing else, then we'll call it a day. Yes, wrap it up. The tax staff hurriedly gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. By the way, Mr. Yang, I heard that you didn't carry any documents for this raid and didn't even inform the law enforcement department of our jurisdiction. Isn't there something wrong with your tax department doing this? That law enforcer's original hushy smile instantly disappeared. This was arranged by our leader? Which one of your leaders? How dare he disregard us so much? It's our Wu Gaochang Wu team leader. Staffer Yang had to pose Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang, right. I know. I'll report this to the prosecutor's department tomorrow to deal with it. The two enforcers took this name to heart. This looked Yang staff and several other tax staff a cold heart. Being targeted by the prosecution is not a good thing. Hearing this, the staff members surnamed Yang and other tax officials no longer dared to stay, carrying their own computer bag and quickly left the Hunting Human Resources Company. Thank you to Law Enforcement Chiu and Law Enforcement Wan for upholding justice. I am grateful on behalf of Hunting Human Resources. After the tax staff left, Lu Haoran arched his hand and thanked the two enforcers. No harm done. In fact, you're Mr. Li Fei Li and our boss are old friends for many years. In the future, this kind of small matter, you can avoid it by giving us a greeting in advance. Law Enforcement Chiu looked at the information all over the floor as he kindly reminded Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran nodded and said that he would bother more in the future. After sending off Law Enforcement Chiu and Law Enforcement Wan, Lu Haoran helped Fang Shi, Hua Siyuan and manager He to recover the data together. After recovering, it was almost 3 o'clock in the evening. Lu Haoran gave several people a day off on the spot to go home and get some rest. Boss, could you please help return Sister Sun's car for me? I'm afraid it's inconvenient for her to use the car tomorrow. Hua Siyuan handed Lu Haoran the car keys of the Askwirl M9. Lu Haoran took the key, but he didn't have to twist Hua Siyuan to have to live together tonight. Okay, I'll drive it back. When Hua Siyuan was about to leave, Lu Haoran called out to her. Hua Siyuan, tomorrow, you can only sleep for half a day. Find a moving company in the afternoon and move your stuff to N8 Cloud Peak apartment. Boss, can I not move? Hossein was still very embarrassed, but Lu Haoran was very firm. This is work, not child's play. You have to move there. Oh, Hua Siyuan skimmed her mouth, very speechless. This boss always pressured herself with work matters. However, she didn't have the heart to talk back to Lu Haoran. Boss, it's fine for you to let me move there, but could you let me stay over there alone for a few days first, so I can familiarize myself with the environment? Hua Siyuan retreats to the next best thing. She really isn't ready to live with Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran nodded. This was not a big deal. Hossein should be given a little buffer time to mentally prepare. Thanks boss. Okay, go back. Be safe. Well, I'll take manager Ho's car later. She'll drive me back. The place where Hossein rents a room is in the same direction as Finance Ho manager's house. After Hua Siyuan and manager he left, only Lu Haoran and Fang Shi remained. Fancy, come downstairs with me. I'll take you home. I have something extremely important to tell you. Chapter 75, You've been cuckolded. Yes, Mr. Lu. Fancy nodded in agreement. Inside the elevator, Lu Haoran said, when no one's around, you call me Lu or Ran as before. Well, I'll call you Ran then. Fang Shi no longer called Lu Haoran his brother Lu. She felt that that title had already left her. Walking to the underground garage, Lu Haoran found the Porsche that Ke Jin Yao had returned. He pulled open the car door, took out the car keys and threw them to Fancy. Drive. Yes. Fancy took the car keys and, without saying a word, got into the driver's seat. You can have this car from now on. What? What did you say? Ran? Fancy felt like she hadn't heard correctly. Lu Haoran only had to repeat. I said, I'm rewarding you with this Porsche. Do you hear me clearly this time? This time Fangxi heard clearly. She was overjoyed. Turning her head to look at Lu Haoran, she asked excitedly, Brother Ran, why did you suddenly reward me with such a nice car? I feel so ashamed to receive it. You deserve this. You helped me form Vast Media and saved me so much cost. This car, it's yours. In fact, what Fangxi had done in this matter of Vast Media Company was completely contrary to what Lu Haoran wanted, but Lu Haoran still knew better. Understanding that Fangxi was genuinely thinking about him, Lu Haoran had long wanted to give Fangxi the same gift. It just so happened that Ke Jin Yao didn't want the Porsche, so he gave it to Fangxi in passing. Thanks Ran, actually I shouldn't have played small. I'm sorry. Fangxi actually cried suddenly. Why are you still crying? Lu Haoran hurriedly pulled a tissue to help Fangxi wipe her tears. Fangxi hurriedly grabbed the tissue and wiped herself. Brother Ran, let's keep a certain distance in the future. I'm afraid that Sister Yuan will misunderstand. Fangxi decided not to fantasize about being a couple with Lu Haoran in the future. She'd been thinking about it for the past 2 days, had been psyching herself up. Her future goal in life was to become a strong professional woman, and she would be satisfied with becoming Lu Haoran's inseparable right-hand man. Ha! Hearing Fangxi say this, Lu Haoran just smiled faintly. I still have work for you to do, so stop crying now. Aha! Fangxi huffed a few times, controlling her emotions. How are operations over at Future Edge going? Lu Haoran had been asking Fangxi to inquire and keep an eye on Future Edge's operations. Their company has been having a hard time lately. I heard that the Future Edge game bug has affected the game experience. Many guild players have withdrawn from the game, and those wandering players have even just stopped logging in. Fangxi had already guessed that this result was most likely what Lu Haoran had gotten the programmer inside to do some time ago, but Fangxi held back her curiosity and never inquired. What about their shareholders? I heard that some shareholders are not optimistic about the game Future Edge, ready to withdraw their investment. Jia Mingxian is now anxious. On the one hand, trying to find ways to fix bugs. On the other hand, lobbying shareholders not to withdraw their investment. Also, there are whispers that he's quietly raising money to deal with the withdrawal of these shareholders. Ha! I know. Lu Haoran couldn't help but smile. In fact, against Future Edge Gaming, he has a big hit on his hands besides getting programmers to do bugs. But it's not necessary right now. Ran, is there anything else you wanted to see me about? Fangxi was even more certain that it was Lu Haoran's doing that Future Edge Games had become what it was now. But she didn't want to interfere with Lu Haoran's decision. And no more questions. Well, there's also the matter of the tax rate audit tonight, which was actually someone ting on us. I feel the same way. Does Ran know who's behind us? I know who it is. It's one of my classmates named Wu Gao Chang, who works in the tax department. Lu Haoran nodded as he narrowed his eyes slightly. His mouth hooked into a cold smile as he said, this revenge cannot go unrewarded. So how do I report it? Fangxi actually hated this person behind her with a passion. Hunting Human Resources Company is also her heart and soul, and now even more so. Including Vast Media Company is actually managed by her. It's simple. Didn't he come to Een to check on us? Let's just go check him out too. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We are the social masses while he is a civil servant, and he is actually coming to the dark side with us. He's afraid that his brain is filled with tofu dregs. Fangxi thought the same thing. The most direct way to get back at Wu Gaochang is to give it back unchanged. You go find a private detective company to find out if Wu Gaochang is a criminal. According to Wu Gaochang's character, bribery is absolutely inevitable. Okay, I'll take care of this as soon as I get to work tomorrow. Immediately, Fangxi condensed her gaze and nodded in agreement. After the two of them talked it over, Fangxi sent Lu Haoran back to Sun Ruoxian. When Lu Haoran returned home, Sun Ruoxian was already asleep. Honey, you're back. Sun Ruoxian was held from behind by Lu Haoran and asked in a daze. Well, get some sleep. Aha! Lu Haoran was holding Sun Ruoxian in his arms, but his two hands were not honest. There was only one thought inside his head, it's so big, so soft. And the baby isn't afraid to go hungry. Maybe there's leftovers for me. The next day, Lu Haoran was still sleeping when Sun Ruoxian got up to make breakfast. After sleeping until past 10 in the morning, Lu Haoran woke up naturally. Honey, hungry? Get up and eat something. Sun Ruoxian brought over the warmed food and set out the dishes. Good. You pack up and we'll go buy the kid a sweet later. Lu Haoran was eating and talking at the same time. He couldn't wait to go and buy the king of the building position. This kind of good place. With the scarcity of resources, slow step may be gone. Don't we have a house to live in? We did. The baby inside our belly didn't. Sun Ruoxian was speechless. She had classes today, but compared to accompanying Lu Haoran to buy a house, she didn't hesitate to ask her teacher for a leave of absence. Just when Lu Haoran and Sun Ruoxian were discussing the purchase of a house, the sales department of Jinlin Mansion, came two men and women. Ha, Miss Ku, your husband Mr. Lu didn't come today? The sales manager who received Lu Haoran and Ke Jin Yao before saw that Lu Haoran didn't come and it was another male who came. She couldn't help but ask curiously, what the are you babbling about? That Lu Haoran is just Yo-Yo's classmate, not any husband. Please watch what you say. I'm Yo-Yo's boyfriend. Ke Jin Yao didn't reply. That jealous Wu Gaochang couldn't stand it and angrily pointed at the sales manager on the spot. The sales manager was not a good-tempered person, and she was originally in a good mood to be scolded inexplicably, and instantly became furious. Anyway, the one who bought the house and paid for it was Lu Haoran, not the one in front of him. She sneered and scoffed. Then you were cuckolded. I clearly saw your girlfriend and Lu stay inside the villa for most of the day. Chapter 76, The Wimpy Man. Pop. Wu Gaochang in the past days which received this kind of ridicule. He raised his palm and threw a slap on the face of the sales manager. Asterisk 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 your ma's stinking mouth is still talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll find someone to fire you immediately. Wah. How dare you hit me? I'm going to strangle you. The sales manager is not a good person. Like a madwoman pounced on the Wu Gaochang beat and grabbed. Ugh, let go of me. Wu Gaochang was instantly scratched with 2 bloody grooves on his face. I'll beat you to death, you foul-mouthed woman. Wu Gaochang whirled his fist and pounded it on the sales manager's back. The fist landed hollow on his back, but the more the sales manager was beaten the more indignant, holding Wu Gaochang biting and scratching. The scene was in chaos. Ke Jin Yao, who was originally standing next to Wu Gaochang, saw Wu Gaochang and the sales manager fight when they met, and she stared at him with wide eyes, confused and angry. She took a few steps back to avoid being caught in the wave and cursed angrily. Wu Gaochang, what's wrong with you? You hit someone just for saying one word. Do you have this much class? Also, Wu Gaochang, I didn't promise to be your girlfriend, so don't open your mouth and talk nonsense. I'm just borrowing your money, and if you're going to use that money to force me to be your girlfriend, then forget it. Really, I told you not to follow me, but you had to follow me, and when you came, you caused me trouble. You hurry up and let go of me. Ke Jin Yao was about to die of anger from Wu Gaochang. Yao, I don't mean that. I didn't force you to be my girlfriend. It's that she won't let go. Ugh yo. Wu Gaochang had a few more scarred paths on his face. By this time, the co-workers next to him realized that there was a fight going on here and rushed over to pull it off. The two separated, and that sales manager especially cursed. Her co-workers also rushed over to comfort the sales manager and told her to stop cursing. Wu Gaochang also calmed down. He was very remorseful why he was so impulsive just now, to bother with a sales manager. Wu Gaochang, is this how you conduct yourself? You disappoint me too much. Ke Jin Yao looked at Wu Gaochang, whose face was covered in blood, and disliked him to no end. I'm sorry, I'm all too fond of you to see people say things like that. Wu Gaochang wiped the blood off his face across his sleeve and apologized to Ke Jin Yao in a panic. It's useless for you to apologize to me. You must apologize to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang is the sales manager who fought with Wu Gaochang. What? Want me to apologize to her? No way. Wu Gaochang was stubborn for once in a while. Yao. She said that you and Lu Haoran had an adulterous relationship, but in reality you didn't have one at all. She's slandering. She's ruining your reputation. She should be the one to apologize to you. Bah! I'm telling the truth. Where have I slandered again? I just said Miss Ku and Lu stayed inside the villa for half a day. I didn't say left love inside for half a day. What if people are inside studying villa modifications? Disgusting man. Man with no self-confidence. Obviously it's you who is full of dirty thoughts inside your own head. And you are blaming me for talking bad. Wimpy man is pathetic. Manager Zhang's mouth as a salesman, like a series of cannonballs, said that Wu Gaochang had no opportunity to interrupt. Luckily, her colleague was on the side to discourage her to stop. Otherwise Wu Gaochang would have been scolded for a day and couldn't return the favor. You, and your ing talking out of your ass. Wu Gaochang was so angry that his mouth trembled as he pointed at Manager Zhang. I have to fire you today, or else my name is not Wu. Wu Gaochang knew that he couldn't win by fighting words. He immediately pointed at the person next to him who looked like a supervisor. Go get your general manager and tell him I'm from the tax office and there will be consequences for not showing up. Ah, from the tax office? Ha! The man nodded his head in fear and said that he would call the general manager over right away. Soon. The general manager came down quickly from the second floor of the sales department. Hello, I'm He Yang, the general manager here. He Yang came downstairs and saw this scene and probably understood what was going on. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt very speechless and helpless. He didn't expect Manager Zhang, an employee, to fight with a customer. Sir, I'm sorry for causing you to be injured. I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Golden Forest House. Oh, there's no need to apologize. I want you to fire this stinking woman immediately or wait for a tax audit. When Wu Gaochang saw He Yang lowering his voice to him, he finally raised his eyebrows a bit. And when Ke Jin Yao saw He Yang treating Wu Gaochang with such respect, her original intention of letting Wu Gaochang put things to rest was withdrawn. And she was also honored with it. It seems that Wu Gaochang still has some status. Maybe in a while, he could get Wu Gaochang to utilize this status to lower the price of the villa a bit more. Don't worry, I'll take care of this employee. He Yang played sloppy. After all, firing an employee wasn't that simple. Are you going to fire me? If you don't fire, not only will you be subject to a tax audit, I won't buy this villa. Don't. The villa must be bought. Ke Jin Yao immediately retorted. Yao Yao. With that kind of service attitude, why should we buy their house? We'll just find another place to buy. Houses are too expensive here. Go outside and buy them for at least half the price. Wu Gaochang can't wait to find an excuse not to buy a house here. But Ke Jin Yao was not going to do it. Her mouth pouted and she said unhappily, Wu Gaochang, I told you, if you have to buy it here you have to buy it here. Okay, okay. Wu Gaochang hurriedly agreed as he turned his head to He Yang. Mr. He, then you'll have to fire this sales manager. Open you're paralyzed. You public officials openly under the guise of false public assistance. Believe it or not I immediately go to report you. That manager Zhang is not afraid of any dismissal. Not just a sales job? Wu Gaochang's face darkened as he heard this and said, oh, go ahead and report it. If you do, this business will get even more attention. And then you'll know the pain. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, He Yang immediately turned his head and yelled at Manager Zhang. You've already been fired. And you're still talking nonsense here. So when you cause company losses, I want you to eat your words. Get the hell out of here. He Yang saw that Manager Zhang barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Offended the tax department. There is no impact on Manager Zhang. But for the enterprise, more or less still trouble. He Yang simply fired Manager Zhang. Humph. Who are you to fire me just because you say so? I'm not leaving. What can you do to me? Manager Zhang's ass is stuck here. Faced with Manager Zhang playing a gag, He Yang could do nothing but say, Mr. Wu, this employee can't handle it for a while. Why don't we go to my office and I'll personally handle the purchase for you? Okay. No one can do anything in the face of such trickery by Manager Zhang. Wu Gaochang and Ke Jin Yao then followed He Yang to the general manager's office for processing. After the three left, co-workers gathered around Manager Zhang to generate empathy. Some customers think they are superior and look down on people because they have money. Manager Zhang fought well and helped us out. Just fire me. It's not like sales jobs are hard to come by. Humph. Then He Yang is all about the customer. Everything is justified by the customer. A piece of customers he thinks is fragrant. Never consider our feelings. They have actually suffered the same treatment. When Wu Gaochang and Ke Jin Yao went to the general manager's office to pay for the formalities, Lu Haoren and Sun Ruoxican's car was also parked in front of the sales department. Chapter 77. I'm surprised he's not in jail. The moment Lu Haoren stepped out of the car door, the originally sullen manager Shang's eyes lit up and immediately rushed over to greet him. Brother Lu, you're here. When Manager Zhang saw Lu Haoren holding Sun Ruoxian by the hand, and Sun Ruoxian's stomach bulging slightly inside, her eyes flashed as if she understood something. Lu Haoren nodded at Manager Zhang, but he saw that Manager Zhang was a bit dirty and asked in passing, What's gotten into you? Nothing. I almost got bitten by a dog just now and fell down in a heap. Manager Zhang hurriedly found an excuse to explain. Then you be careful. Those dog owners who don't keep their dogs on a leash are really unethical. Just shoot them next time you meet them. Yes. I was just bitten by a licking dog without a leash. Next time he messes with me, I'll beat him to death. Manager Zhang viciously clenched his fists. Licking a dog? What breed of dog is that? Lu Haoren was a bit curious, and Sun Ruoxian also stared at Manager Zhang curiously. Ha ha, brother Lu. Just kidding with you. The dog licking I'm talking about is allegorizing some shameless men. Manager Zhang had learned her lesson now, and with Sun Ruoxian beside her, she didn't dare reveal that Ke Jin Yao was here. Oh, so help me buy a house. Lu Haoren didn't have the heart to joke with Manager Zhang. He directly said, I'll take that king of the building. Ah, are you buying the king of the building? Manager Zhang was surprised and delighted. Yeah, just get me the paperwork. I don't like to procrastinate. Understood. Understood. I'll get it done for you right away. Manager Zhang excitedly turned around and went to get the finance to collect the money. Wait. Lu Haoren grabbed Manager Zhang by the hand. Manager Zhang immediately stopped and asked, "Is there anything else Brother Lu wants? Let me ask. Can I buy a property in my child's name? The house is being given to the child." Lu Haoren can get the system to double back when he uses his kids to buy a house. For example, Lu Haoren bought the king of the building location villa worth 36 million this time, and after buying the house, the system returns 72 million, and Lu Haoren himself is eligible for one more villa reimbursement. That is, if it could be purchased in the name of the child, Lu Haoren would arrive at $180 million this time. That would make controlling future edge games pretty simple then. Lu Haoren felt happy just thinking about it. When Sun Ruoxian heard Lu Haoren ask this, her heart trembled and she stared at Manager Zhang's reply with great apprehension. There is no mother who doesn't want her child to be born with a golden key. Manager Zhang smiled at his words. Lu, there is no age limit for this. Minors also have property rights and can buy a house at any time, but it must be purchased by his guardian on his behalf. May I ask if your child has been brought in today? Bring it on. No. Here. Lu Haoren pointed at Sun Ruoxian's slightly bulging belly. What? Manager Zhang was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. You mean buying for a baby that hasn't been born yet? Yes. How can that be? Why not? Didn't you say there's no age limit? I can just pay the money first and do the real estate registration when my child is born. Oh, that's right. That should do it. Manager Zhang's brain didn't turn a corner just now. However, the client said he could wait for the birth of the child before registering the property, which was not a problem. Well then, get on with it. Okay, have a seat. Manager Zhang immediately beckoned the receptionist girl to help serve Lu Haoren and Sun Ruoxian tea and water, while she jogged to the general manager's office. And in the general manager's office, Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth and finally swiped $2.5 million in cash. House down payment completed. However, there was no smile on Ke Jin Yao's face on the side. She looked at the mortgage payment calculator with a look of horror and concern. A $6 million commercial loan with a 30-year loan term is $31,844 per monthly mortgage payment. And that's not even counting the $2.5 million down payment she borrowed from Wu Gaochang. Ke Jin Yao's monthly salary is just over 9,000 now. Such a horrendous mortgage made it as if an irresistible mountain had been placed on her back. Wu Gaochang, what's your monthly salary now? Ke Jin Yao asked with a shaky voice. Wu Gaochang said with slight pride. I now have a monthly salary of 5,006, the end of the year performance bonus of 14,000, and provident fund. This income is enough to boast for someone who just graduated 2 years ago. But Ke Jin Yao shook her head. Not enough, not enough, not enough at all to pay the mortgage. Yo, don't worry, I still have extra money. He. Wu Gaochang said and tried to pull Ke Jin Yao's arm. Like a flea, Ke Jin Yao instantly jumped away and said, Wu Gaochang, what do you want? I just wanted to touch your arm. Being so disliked by Ke Jin Yao in front of General Manager He Yang and his staff, Wu Gaochang's face suddenly turned wax red. Just want to touch it? Oh, Ke Jin Yao had realized that with an income like Wu Gaochang's, he was completely unable to bring her a happy life, and she had to completely and utterly cut off Wu Gaochang's unrealistic ideas. You want to touch me when we have nothing to do with each other right now, so isn't it true that you'll have to hold my hand once we're in a committed relationship? Wouldn't we have to kiss when we get married? Put. He Yang and the others couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Why are you guys laughing? Is this how you treat your customers? Wu Gaochang could only take it out on He Yang and the others. Ha! Sorry. I just can't help it. Haha, I'm not laughing anymore. He Yang and the others despised this licking to the extreme behavior of Wu Gaochang. If not for the fact that Wu Gaochang was a client as well as someone from the tax department, they would have long ago stopped accompanying Wu Gaochang in his act. Clunk! The door to the general manager's office was pushed open and Manager Zhang called out under his breath. Mr. He, quick! I sold the king of the building. The customers are anxious to pay for the formalities. What did you say? You sold the king of the building? He Yang couldn't help but breathe heavily as well. Don't look at the number of rich people now, but now that the economy is in the doldrums, there are very few people who actually get down to buying a property king. And to be able to come up with $36 million for the king of the building, then this must be a big shot. He Yang couldn't help but get nervous as well. Yes, it's sold. The client is downstairs. Manager Zhang pointed to the window and told everyone to look downstairs. The general manager's office is set up in the second-floor loft of the sales office. There is a glass window between the office and the lobby, from which you can see a panoramic view of the lobby. He Yang looked down in the direction of his finger, only to see Lu Haoren crossing his legs and taking a beautiful woman to drink tea leisurely. There were 2 waiters waiting on the side. Is he? Right. That's him. That's this K's husband Lu Haoren. Then quickly take me to the reception of the honored guests. All of you come with me. He Yang didn't care who was whose husband. He only cared that his king of the building was sold. He immediately greeted his men to follow him to receive Lu Haoren. Boom! Lu Haoren. It was actually Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren is not in jail. He even bought the king of House Villa. Ke Jin Yao, her eyes widened as if they were going to pop out of their sockets, her mouth opened wide as if she wanted to devour the entire world. Her face turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it. Her heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Chapter 78, Truly Not Enough for a Dog to Eat. Ke Jin Yao slowly turned her head to look at Wu Gaochang. She stared at Wu Gaochang like a sharp, pointed knife, and complex emotions such as anger, disappointment, and deception constantly flashed across her face. Did you already know? Wu Gaochang's body became stiff from Ke Jin Yao's stare. His head sometimes lowered, sometimes tilted to the side. His eyes flickered, not daring to meet Ke Jin Yao's eyes. Wu Gaochang, I'm asking you, did you already know that Lu Haoren wasn't a fraudster and hadn't been arrested by the enforcers? Ke Jin Yao gritted her teeth, wishing to tear Wu Gaochang into pieces. Wu Gaochang was stunned by Ke Jin Yao's fierce look and didn't dare to reply. I'm asking you, are you dumb? Ke Jin Yao bared her teeth in hatred and rage. Yao, I'm doing this all for your own good. You don't know. Lu Haoren is involved with at least 3 women at the same time, of which the one outside, Sun Rawaxican, is also pregnant with his child. Do you know how much my heart hurt that night when you said Lu Haoren was your boyfriend? It hurt so much that I couldn't sleep every night. Yao, if you marry me, I will be devoted to you for the rest of my life, while you will only be abandoned by Lu Haoren if you follow him. Wu Gaochang clenched his teeth, gathered his courage, and said several words in a row, trying to wake up Ke Jin Yao. Snap! Ke Jin Yao angrily slapped Wu Gaochang with 5 fingerprints on his face. Dogs meddling with rats. Do I need you to mind my business? Lu Haoren, don't say there are 3 women. Even if there are 30 women, I'd rather follow him because he can buy me a villa. He can buy me a Porsche. And you? It feels like it takes half my life to get a down payment, and I'm stuck with a huge mortgage after I buy a house. And what's with that crappy motorcycle you gave me? Did you want me to get run over? Bull *********1 heart. That 1 heart of yours wouldn't be enough for a dog to eat in 1 bite. Ke Jin Yao was simply infuriated by Wu Gaochang. She said no more and threw another slap across the face. It's all because of you, dog. You caused me to misunderstand Brother Ran. You've harmed me. I've lost my Porsche. I've got a huge debt on my villa. I can't live. Woohoo! Wu Gaochang was slapped twice in a row. And it wasn't his face that hurt. It was his heart that tore. Yo, if hitting me will make you feel better, go ahead and hit me. And after you're done venting, I'll reason with you. Talk your mother's sense and shut the up. I'll never believe a word you say again. Wha? Ke Jin Yao crouched on the ground, just wanting to have a good cry. Wu Gaochang saw Ke Jin Yao so sad, especially when Ke Jin Yao lost her trust in him. He said with a million heartaches, Yao, I know the pain of being bitterly in love with someone. In that case, I'll let go and let you go be with Lu Haoren. And only if you get hurt with him will you understand my good intentions for you. I will wait until you see his true colors, and then you will surely come back to me. Wu Gaochang reddened his eyes and made up his mind. He could understand Ke Jin Yao's feelings towards Lu Haoren, just as he did towards Ke Jin Yao. You don't turn back until you hit the wall. The only way to get Ke Jin Yao back is not to break it. Let Ke Jin Yao go to Lu Haoren and suffer all the pains before she will know she is good. Wu Gaochang, what do you mean by that? Ke Jin Yao raised her head to look at Wu Gaochang in puzzlement. Wu Gaochang laughed miserably. Yao, what I mean is that I'll let you go to Lu Haoren's place first so that you can see his true colors. Let's go. I'll take you down to explain the situation to Lu Haoren now and ask him to forgive you. With that, Wu Gaochang was about to go open the office door and go out. No, don't go. Ke Jin Yao was shocked. Wu Gaochang asked suspiciously, why don't you go? I can't let Ran know I'm with you now. Thinking of this, Ke Jin Yao immediately shouted, you stay further away from me. This? What's this about? Because Ran would resent the fact that I've had contact with you. I didn't touch you, but Rango, he doesn't know that. By the way, You reminded me. Ke Jin Yao immediately took out her cell phone and started recording video. And what are you doing recording the video? The two of us are now alone in a room. And I'm going to record a video to prove my innocence. Wu Gaochang was so disliked that he was heartbroken. But there was nothing he could do about it. Yao. Then you can go down to find Lu Haoren yourself now. Confront him and ask him why he's still buying a house with another woman when he clearly has you. No, I won't go. Ran hates it when I interfere in his affairs. Ugh. Ke Jin Yao cared so much about Lu Haoren that Wu Gaochang could no longer describe it as spitting blood. Hey, there's surveillance video here. Let's hear what they're saying. Ke Jin Yao suddenly realized that the surveillance screen inside next to the general manager's office was facing the lobby of the sales department. This is the kind of surveillance that general managers usually use to monitor the work of their own employees. The surveillance video was muted at this time, and Ke Jin Yao immediately clicked on the audio. Sure enough, the voices from inside the lobby downstairs came out loud and clear. Wu Gaochang immediately leaned over to watch, but was ordered by Ke Jin Yao to only stand 2 meters away from her. And Ke Jin Yao's cell phone kept shooting at Wu Gaochang. The purpose was to leave evidence to avoid being misunderstood by Lu Haoren. Mr. Lu, let me check with you again. Are you sure you want to buy our king of the building? The general manager, He Yang, is half sitting on the sofa and leaning over, holding the card machine and the contract in both hands. Lu Haoren nodded his head to confirm. Sure you want to buy it? Then please swipe your card. General manager He Yang personally entered $10 million on the card machine and respectfully handed it to Lu Haoren. This is a deposit of $10 million, and the remaining $26 million will be paid, as you said, after the birth of your and your wife's child, after you report to the housing authority. Okay, swipe your card. Lu Haoren didn't hesitate to swipe this money. Swipe successful. As the beeping sound of 10 million cash arriving rang out, Ke Jin Yao, who was listening in the general manager's office on the second floor, suddenly had another mouthful of blood rising up to his throat. She hastily clenched her fists and pounded them heavily on her chest, making a thumping sound. It was only then that the tainted blood that was about to gush out was suppressed. The pupils of Ke Jin Yao's eyes were reddened, and inwardly she was very unhappy. This $10 million should have been brushed to me, not to Sun Ruoxian's children. She was filled with remorse at this point, and she felt deep remorse for her decisions and actions last night. She stared dead on at Lu Haoren in the monitor screen, a kind of pain and self-reproach showing in her gaze, as if she was suffering in the 18 layers of hell inside. To think that the $10 million that originally belonged to her was now given to that woman, and that the $10 million was just a deposit. At that time, Lu Haoren also let her choose, and she also looked at the king of the building, but she didn't have the guts to dare ask for that one. But now, the king of the building was taken by that pregnant woman. Thinking of this, Ke Jin Yao turned back and glared at Wu Gaochang in hatred. It was all Wu Gaochang's fault for victimizing her. When Wu Gaochang saw Ke Jin Yao's expression that wanted to eat people, he was also heartbroken and couldn't breathe. Downstairs, after Lu Haoren swiped through this $10 million, he didn't have much cash left on him, and he prayed for the system to be a little more humane and reimburse the purchase of the villa in advance. Otherwise he'd still have to figure out how to find the money to pay off the final payment, and that would be more trouble than it's worth. Amit Ba Buddha, please bless the Buddha. The fertility reward system understands the difficulties of this host and releases the rewards to me in advance. Lu Haoren had just finished his silent prayer in his heart when the system alert sound came. The voice, however, made Lu Haoren furious. Chapter 79, I'm innocent. Ding, the host has been detected purchasing a villa. Is the villa voucher to be used? Hearing the system beep, Lu Haoren murmured in his heart. Use it. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The villa voucher was successfully used, now reimbursing the villa payment of $36 million. As Lu Haoren guessed, the system is really very atmospheric. As long as the intention to buy is signed, it is considered a successful purchase. Then you can be reimbursed in advance. After the cashback reimbursement, Lu Haoren bag inside a sudden bulge again. His back straightened with it. However, the next sound depressed him. System, why didn't I get a cashback for spending on my child? Lu Haoren had a guess in his mind, but he was still unsure. Reminder to the host. The host for the year of the consumption of the monthly cumulative cashback limit of $4 million, and cannot repeat the purchase of repeated cashback. There is no limit to the amount of cashback only if the child actively spends it. At the same time, the host needs to be careful not to let the heir know of the system's existence or actively guide the heir to spend money at will. Okay, I got it. Lu Haoren was prepared for this. The system doesn't make it easy to concentrate wealth on itself to come. with a maximum cash rebate of $4 million a month. This amount of money can only be said to be used to ensure that the standard of living of ordinary tycoons is not affected. To really make a lot of money, you have to find your own women to have babies. Children will have a constant source of money when they grow up with the ability to spend it on their own. Although Lu Haoran immediately received a rebate on the villa vouchers, Lu Haoran has no intention of settling the remaining 26 million yuan final payment now. The baby is still a few months away, and that money would be a very significant income if it stayed in the bank and ate interest for a few months. After paying the deposit, He Yang and the others received the money and everyone was in a very happy mood. Sales manager Zhang and the financial staff packed up the information to build a file and return the contract, leaving He Yang here to chat with Lu Haoran. At that moment, sales manager Zhang stood in the far corner and waved at Lu Haoran. "Brother Lu, please come over. There's a place that needs your confirmation." As he waved, Lu Haoran realized that sales manager Zhang was winking at him as if he had something to say. "Okay, I'll be right over." Lu Haoran then got up and walked over. Sales manager Zhang said quietly, "Brother Lu, sister-in-law isn't here. Let me tell you something." "What is it?" "You tell me. It's that girlfriend you brought last time. Ms. Ku. She's now in the general manager's office on the second floor with a man named Wu Gaochang." "Oh, what are they doing here?" When Lu Haoran heard these words, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the second floor and furrowed his eyebrows. Sales manager Zhang saw that Lu Haoran was angry. She immediately added fuel to the fire and told the story of the fight between herself and Wu Gaochang just now, and the purpose of the fight. She said that she was tired of seeing Wu Gaochang hooking up with Ke Jin Yao before she hit him. Although Lu Haoran knew that sales manager Zhang said this is mostly in their own credit, but Lu Haoran also I did not demolish. Knowing what happened, Lu Haoran snorted coldly. This time, he was really angry, but his expression was unchanged, as if he didn't know what was going on as he walked calmly back to his original position. "Mr. I heard that manager Zhang was fired by you, wasn't it?" "Ha, you said something about firing Chang." "Ha, that's not a big deal. I was just trying to appease that customer. Xiao Zhang is our excellent sales manager here. How could I really fire her?" In fact, after Lu Haoran purchased the King of Floor Villa, He Yang had already lost his anger. Sales manager Zhang has some faults but does have a good track record. Today is even the sale of the long-stalled king of the building. Compared to making money, that so-called Wu Gaochang from the tax department is nothing. Even if the tax authorities come to investigate, they are not afraid, and they have not committed any crime, so what are they afraid of? "Okay, that's fine." Lu Haoran immediately pulled Sun Ruoxian and prepared to leave the sales department. Rango, wait, let me explain. A beautiful woman suddenly ran out from the second-floor attic stairs. This woman is Ke Jin Yao. Ke Jin Yao frantically ran to Lu Haoran, grabbed Lu Haoran's arm and cried bitterly, "Brother Ran, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Please forgive me. What's it to me if you're wrong or not? Humph, get lost." With a wave of his hand, Lu Haoran pushed Ke Jin Yao back a few steps. At that moment, Wu Gaochang also rushed out, and when he saw Ke Jin Yao about to fall, he rushed over in a panic to support him. Snap! Ke Jin Yao's body was like being stabbed by a needle, instantly bouncing away from Wu Gaochang's hand and giving him a backhanded slap. Angrily, he said, "Don't you touch me." Wu Gaochang hastily took a step back and raised his hands. "I'm not touching you. I was just afraid you'd fall. I don't want you to touch me even if I fall to my death. Dead lickspittle. Get out." Wu Gaochang didn't dare to speak again and stood pathetically in place, not daring to move. Lu Haoran raised his head and glanced at Wu Gaochang, seeing that there were indeed several deep and visible blood marks on his face. Moreover, the bloodstain was being slapped and beaten by Ke Jin Yao, causing the wound to tear and was bubbling blood again. Seeing this appearance, Lu Haoran's heart is only a few points of pleasure. Secretly, Zhang manager really catch good. When Ke Jin Yao saw that look in Lu Haoran's eyes, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and showed it to Lu Haoran. "Ran, you have to believe me. I didn't let Wu Gaochang touch me. When we were alone, I videotaped the whole thing. This is my video. I've always been clean. This is my proof. Ha, we're just normal classmates. You don't have to explain anything to me." After saying that, Lu Haoran resumed holding Sun Ruoxian's hand and prepared to go out again. "Lu Haoran, stop." Wu Gaochang stepped forward again to drink Lu Haoran. "What is it?" Lu Haoran turned back slightly and asked with a frown. "Please be kind to Ke Jin Yao. Don't let her be sad." Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Haoran. Snap! Before Lu Haoran had a chance to speak, Ke Jin Yao chased after him and slapped him again. "Who told you to talk to Brother Ran like that?" Wu Gaochang covered his bloody face, his eyes full of grievances. Ha! Lu Haoren suddenly laughed out loud and pulled Sun Ruoxian. Honey, let's go. Don't let this bloody ugly ghost scare the baby inside our belly. Aha! The two left hand in hand. Wu Gaochang was angry and aggravated. Ke Jin Yao, on the other hand, hurriedly chased out. Brother Ran, I really don't have anything with Wu Gaochang. You must believe me. Miss, please don't disturb our customers. General Manager He Yang hurriedly ran over to stop Ke Jin Yao. Ke Jin Yao could only stop and stare at Lu Haoren and Sun Ruoxian in frustration. When she saw the villa outside, greed appeared in her eyes, but immediately, she thought of the mortgage payment which was up to more than $30,000 per month, and fear and worry appeared in her eyes again. Lu Haoren helped Sun Ruoxian get on the car before Sun Ruoxian sighed. Hubby, that Ke Jin Yao is really pretty. I'm not as good as myself. What's the use of being pretty? It's not scary to love money. What's scary is to have your mind drilled into it. Although Lu Haoren usually felt that he could care less about Ke Jin Yao, when he learned that Ke Jin Yao was walking with Wu Gaochang, he was on fire for no reason. The words can't be said that way. Ke Jin Yao is also a bitter person. She formed this kind of character. It must be caused by the environment around her since she was a child. But I've heard her say that she's always been clean, and that would indicate that she has a moral compass. Maybe. Lu Haoren did agree with Sun Ruoxian. Honey, let's not talk about that woman. Let me make a call. Aha! Sun Ruoxian stopped talking, and Lu Haoren immediately called Feng Shi. Feng Shi, how is the investigation going at Wu Gaochang's side? Chapter 80. Hey, the door's locked. Can't hear you outside. Brother Ran, I got the detective company to work overtime last night. They conducted an exhaustive investigation on Wu Gaochang through their own channels, and the result was all normal. Nothing was found out. Feng Shi was very efficient, and for that, Lu Haoren was very impressed. This Wu Gaochang is really vigilant. There was disappointment in Lu Haoren's tone. It's true that he was very vigilant. He never took any bribes over the line and left no trace of bribes that could be checked. I'm afraid it will take some time if we want to find the evidence that will make him fatal. Time can't wait. You go to the office this afternoon and we'll meet at the office and figure out what to do. Okay, Ran. Hanging up the phone, Lu Haoren sent Sun Ruoxian home. Honey, our new villa still needs soft furnishings, so you can decorate it in the style you like, and we'll move there once it's done. Well, I'll look into it later. By the way, the house is too big and your belly is getting bigger. You still need to contact the housekeeping company and find us a reliable nanny. Money is not a problem. The most important thing is to be reliable and do the job neatly. Yes, this I will do. Sun Ruoxian knows that Lu Haoren is very busy and can't be with her every day, and she does need a reliable nanny to take care of her. Okay, I'll be at the office then. When Lu Haoren went out, he cupped Sun Ruoxian's delicate little mouth and kissed it. Hubby, Ke Jin Yao is a poor girl. Don't bully her all the time. As she walked away, Sun Ruoxian couldn't help but advise. Oh, why is the wife so defensive of her? To put it bluntly, actually Ke Jin Yao and I are kind of the same kind of people. But who wants to be this kind of person? It's still not forced by reality. I'm just touchy-feely. Sun Ruoxian smiled to herself, her tone downcast. Lu Haoren hurriedly hugged her. You're much better than her. Honey, if you even give up on her, maybe she'll really be ruined from now on. Okay, I understand wife. Aha, bye-bye, bye-bye. The two kissed again before separating. Upon arriving at the company, everything was in order. When everyone saw Lu Haoren, they greeted him with great respect, just missing Hua Siyuan's smiling face calling him boss. Lu Haoren is now at the door, taking out his cell phone to send a message to Hua Siyuan. What are you doing? Pictures. Hossein sent a picture. She had just taken a picture of a van with the words honest man moving on it. Lu Haoren couldn't help but smile when he saw these words. Why did he get the feeling that the girl was being sarcastic? Lu Haoren immediately gave her a reply back. Not bad, a good obedient boy, /hug/kiss emoji. These two emojis were the first time Lu Haoren sent them to Hua Siyuan. Hossein immediately sent him back a /knock on the head emoji. Boss, I'd like to take the opportunity to take 2 days off and go to my classmate's place. Yes, granted. Thanks boss. He. Heck, this girl, she's always looking for excuses to delay living with herself. Turning off the cell phone screen, Lu Haoren touched the key to the N8 cloud top apartment inside his pants pocket. If you can't, just twist her melon strongly and she shouldn't say anything. Lu Haoren hurriedly shook off the random thoughts inside his head. Entering the general manager's office, Feng Shi was already sitting inside waiting for him. Ran, Are you thinking of something? Yes. Lu Haorun nodded. You spend money to find a few people, using beauty tricks or bribery. Whatever way. You must get Wu Gaochang for me. Is this too much? But, not at all. If we honestly go and gather evidence on him, but instead leave him time to grow, we might be the ones to fall head over heels when the time comes. Lu Haorun knew what would happen if he was merciful to his enemies. That's fine. I'll go arrange it right away. She gritted her teeth and decided to be ruthless for once. Right. You don't have to be psychologically burdened. Good people don't live long, and scourges last 1,000 years. Evil people still need to be rubbed out by evil people. Let's be this evil man and rid the people of evil. Lu Haorun patted Shi's shoulder to encourage her. Shi threw a private detective company, locked a good-looking, and with Wu Gaochang but corporate financial accountant. This kind of thing, Fonzie would have wanted to hand over to a private detective company to take care of. But after thinking about it, I decided it wasn't a good idea. So I got the information and contacted them personally. That financial accountant's name is Trisha Wong. When Shi met Huang Suetsue, she realized that the woman was average looking. But this Huang Suetsue has a slightly chubby body that makes men unable to walk, as well as an extremely bewitching demeanor. This isn't right, is it? Huang Suetsue was very apprehensive. When she first received the call from Shi, she thought it was a headhunter who wanted to dig her out with a high salary, but it made her excited for half a day. It turns out that she was approached to design Wu Gaochang by a man who wears a mask and doesn't even want to show his face. On the spot, she tried to get up and leave, but immediately, Shi took out a stack of money out and pushed it in front of Huang Suetsue. I don't need you to specifically set up Wu Gaochang. That's illegal. All I need is for you to contact Wu Gaochang normally, so that he can reach out to you, and you just have to half-ass it and take pictures. It's not illegal to do so. Here's the deposit, and I'll give you another 10,000 when I get the video. Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation of money. Huang Suetsue stared at the $10,000 and her eyes lit up a few times. She said with a slightly trembling hand, "Can you be serious? I just need to be that with him and take pictures together? Sleeping with Wu Gaochang and getting $20,000 for a good time is a pie in the sky. That's up to you. I just need the pictures." When Shi saw Huang Suetsue's money-minded appearance, she was very contemptuous. This woman is afraid that she is not a clean person. Okay, wait for my news. Huang Suetsue joyfully put the money inside the bag. Shi indeed did not guess wrong. This Huang Suetsue don't see in front of people pretending to be pure. After people is a. Her cell phone is full of apps like Bounce, Silent, and Soul. After getting the money, Huang Suetsue immediately sent a message to Wu Gaochang. Brother Wu, may I ask if you're at work? I'd like to come over to file my taxes and then treat you to dinner. And at this time Wu Gaochang is as full of evil fire need to vent. He saw Huang Suetsue's message and immediately said, "File your ing taxes, get a nice room, get cleaned up, and wait for me." Good drop. In fact, this Suetsue Huang and Wu Gaochang have been having an affair for a long time. And Wu Gaochang is so smart that every time he gets a room, he doesn't bring his ID card. Therefore, private investigators are also unable to check the hotel registration information of Wu Gaochang. In the evening, after Wu Gaochang came out of the hospital to treat his wounds, he rushed over in a hurry according to the positioning sent by Huang Suetsue. Upon meeting Trisha Wong, he realized that the location of today's meeting was in an extremely private family restaurant. The so-called family restaurants are some of the restaurants that are set up inside residential neighborhoods. These restaurants rent rooms inside residential neighborhoods and then convert bedrooms into private rooms. And the rooms are extremely well soundproofed inside. Usually when you come here to eat, everyone understands. Slut, you know how to flirt. Eating and ing at the same time. That's an interesting idea. After Wu Gaochang walked into the box, he unlocked the box door with his hand. With this unlocked, you can't open it or hear it from the outside without a key. Chapter 81, Finding a Whole New World. Wu Gaochang looked around the private room, which had a set of fluffy leather sofas, and what the sofas were used for. Those who knew what they were used for understood. Then, he looked at Huang Suetsue again. Huang Suetsue coiled her hair to reveal her white neck, wearing a tight white t-shirt on top, with two big cartoon eyes printed on the key position of the t-shirt. The big cartoon eyes bulged under the plump body squeeze. Trisha Wong is wearing yoga pants underneath. The tight yoga pants strung out a very nice triangle. When Wu Gaochang saw the woman's outfit, the knot in his throat squirmed and he swallowed frantically. However, at this moment, Huang Suetsue's expression was out of place with this ambiguous to the extreme atmosphere, and her face was angry with rage. Section Chief Wu. What do you mean by that? Who's a now? Please speak with respect. TSK, TSK, pretend. And you're still pretending. A few times ago, you called me dad and admitted to yourself that you were saw. Now what's wrong with me calling you a saw? Wu Gaochang. We are meeting for the first time today and you are insulting me personally. Seeing as you are a leader and I am representing the company for a business banquet with you today, I can ignore what you just insulted me with. But I'll warn you one last time. Please keep your mouth clean. Huang Suitsui looked very serious and her tone was very solemn. Wu Gaochang's heart was on fire at the sight. In the sales department, he was scratched in the face by a shrew and slapped several times by Ke Jin Yao. His mood was already bad to the extreme. And at this time, the of the past, Huang Suitsui, actually also made himself disobedient. He immediately cursed. Huang Suitsui, what's gotten into you today? You're ing dressed like this and you're inviting me to dinner on an occasion like this. And you're pretending to be pure. What kind of clothes am I wearing? What's wrong with me being tightly dressed? Also, this is a restaurant for dinner. What's wrong with the occasion? As Huang Suitsui said this, she winked at Wu Gaochang and then threw a wink. Oh, I see. Ahaha, you're playing a plot with me. He. Interesting. Wu Gaochang was hinted at by Huang Chui. He instantly understood for a second. Then the corner of his mouth grinned wickedly. What Wu Gaochang didn't know was that inside the curtains behind Huang Suitsui, there was a hidden camera that was recording Wu Gaochang's every move. Wu Gaochang was so emotionally bruised at the moment that he didn't have the heart to maintain the kind of vigilance he had in the past. All he wanted to do inside his head was to take this opportunity to let off some steam. Wu Gaochang grabbed a full glass of white wine next to him and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. The wine leaked out and flowed all along his neck. Under the stimulation of the high level of white wine, there was a hint of dizziness inside his mind. And Huang Suitsui at this moment transformed into Lu Haoran's face and his eyes. He ripped his shirt off with a sharp jerk, revealing his vapid upper body. He smiled evilly and walked towards Huang Chui step by step. Lu Haoran, mud horse. He decided that today, he would treat Huang Suitsui as Lu Haoran, torturing and ravaging him ruthlessly. Wu Gaochang, what are you doing? Are you crazy? When Huang Chui saw the scene, she was so scared that she backed up. What for? Ha ha, you are the abominable Lu Haoran today. Ha ha. Wu Gaochang became hideous, and Huang Chui was so scared that she shrank her neck and backed away to avoid it. But that expectant look revealed by Huang Suitsui did not escape Wu Gaochang's eyes, and he laughed out loud, even more recklessly. Then, Wu Gaochang ignored Huang Suitsui's frantic resistance and pleas for mercy, and pounced on him like a madman. Huang Chui gradually seemed to lose her strength, making a kind of appearance that she wanted to resist but couldn't. The more this happens, the crazier and more perverted Wu Gaochang becomes. It wasn't long before Wu Gaochang lay panting on the sofa and rested with his eyes closed. Instead, Trisha Wong dressed haphazardly, grabbed a tug of her jacket at the curtains, and stowed away the invisible camera without a trace. Wu Gaochang, I hate you. You will regret your behavior today. Whimpering, Trisha Wong opened the door and fled the hotel in tears. Huang Suitsui, didn't you invite me to dinner? Who will pay for the meal if you run away? Huang Suitsui ran out of shadow. Wu Gaochang only reacted, chased out the door when already cannot find people. Damn, this woman. Wu Gaochang cursed and felt that he had been cheated out of his meal. At the thought of the word pit, his brain suddenly buzzed like a hammer. Yellow, Chui pit me, snapped. Wu Gaochang's dizzy mind fainted directly to the ground. As he fell to the ground, the sharp pain snapped him out of it again. Crap, I'm screwed. Wu Gaochang trembled with fear. He crawled on the ground looking for a cell phone everywhere. But the more he wanted a cell phone, the more he couldn't find it. Just then, Wu Gaochang's cell phone rang. He finally found the cell phone. When he grabbed his cell phone, it was Lu Haoran's call on the screen. In that instant, everything made sense to him. Got it all. Wu Gaochang slapped himself in the face and regretted it. I really deserve to die. He looked at the words Lu Haoran on his cell phone screen as if he had seen a demon and did not dare to touch it. But then I had to scratch the answer button. Old Wu, where are you? Are you free tonight? I feel like you didn't have enough to eat. So we two old classmates came out for a late night snack. Ha ha. Lu Haoran's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Haoran, what do you want? Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth. Sure enough, Lu Haoran screwed himself. Ha, old classmate. I just wanted to treat you to a midnight snack. Why are you talking to me in such a hateful tone? Who dash? Wu Gaochang took a deep breath, muffled his voice, and said, Mr. Lu, I was wrong. What's wrong? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Lu Haoran's tone was derisive. Mr. Lu, from now on, Ke Jin Yao is your woman. Please be generous and spare me. Oh, Ke Jin Yao has always been my woman. You're overthinking it. I'm sorry, I did overthink it, and I solemnly apologize. Wu Gaochan's tone was very low. His heart broke into crumbs as he uttered the words. Ke Jin Yao, the dream girl of his life, but because of a fatal fault of his own, he might have lost the qualification of having one forever. Mr. Lu, I will make up for my mistake. I won't come out for a late-night snack tonight. Tomorrow I would like to invite you and sister-in-law Ke Jin Yao to have dinner together to make amends to you. May I ask if I may have the honor? Wu Gaochang needed time to stabilize his mind before he could negotiate with Lu Haoran. At the same time, he would take the initiative to send Ke Jin Yao to Lu Haoran's bed as a sign of submission. He finally came to his senses in the face of jail time. Tell me more. Lu Haoran hung up the phone. Ran. Wu Gaochang's evidence has arrived. Should we report it to the prosecution? Chapter 82, Arranging Your Wedding. Fang Shi's face was flushed at this point. Just a moment ago, she had actually watched an 18-band blockbuster movie with the two of them. Lu Haoran. Hearing Fang Shi's question, Lu Haoran shook his head and said, keep this to yourself. Just you and me. And don't let a third person know about it. What about Wu Gaochang's side? After all this effort, Lu Haoran actually said that he wanted to rot this in his heart. Seeing Fang Shi's unwilling expression, Lu Haoran smiled and said, this kind of unseemly tactic is good enough to be used to play with him. If we do shake it out and it gets out, we won't have any friends in the future. Oh, I see. Fang Shi instantly heard Lu Haoran's meaning. She felt a little pity that such a good evidence was not used to destroy Wu Gaochang. Wouldn't that let Wu Gaochang get away with it again? Ha, it won't happen. Wu Gaochang is still somewhat useful to us as well. Let's wait for a good show after the waste is utilized. Oh who? Fancy stopped dwelling on it. By the way, on Huang Chui's side, you have to cut off all contact in time, and don't have anything that can make people catch you. Lu Haoran reminded. Fonzie said, don't worry Ran, Cecilia Wan doesn't even know who I am. The payments on her side are all cash transactions, including the private investigator's side of the company. I've been in contact with them as an online friend. Yes, Lu Haoran was indeed very relieved that Fang Shi was doing her job. While Lu Haoran and Fang Shi were discussing Wu Gaochang, Wu Gaochang sat paralyzed inside the box with his mind running wild. He slapped himself as he pondered the solution. I'm really a pig. Huang Cuicui is behaving so abnormally today and I'm actually not alert. Grass. Damn it. Wu Gaochang slapped himself hard on the face, but he couldn't feel any pain. Lu Haoran, you're so despicable. How dare you use such underhanded tactics against me? You're not a human being. Mud horse. Wu Gaochang cursed in indignation and anger. Yao Yao. My heart hurts. I'm afraid I have to give you to that dog thief Lu Haoran. But don't worry, I won't dislike you. I'll wait for you to come back to me after you've been injured at that dog thief's place. Wu Gaochang reflected while shoveling his face as hard as he could, as if the face wasn't his. Under the tremendous force, the wound that had already been dressed with medicine once again collapsed with blood, but Wu Gaochang acted as if he didn't know, letting the blood ooze out and then flow next to his lips, which he then rolled up with his tongue and swallowed into his stomach. What Wu Gaochang didn't know was that he was still carrying Huang Chui's disgusting things on his hands because he was too crazy and perverted just now. The slaps he slapped were just enough to seep what was left of Huang Chui into the bloodstream. Yao Yao. I can't think of a better solution to calm Lu Haoran's anger. If I can't get Lu Haoran to forgive me, then I'll definitely go to jail and my life will be ruined. Yao Yao. I only had to give you to that dog thief Lu Haoran to spoil. It's been hard on you. In the end, Wu Gaochang made the decision to himself. He called Ke Jin Yao on the spot. Wu Gaochang, are you bored? Why are you calling again? Aren't you hurting me enough? If you call me again, I'll blackmail you. Ke Jin Yao's angry curses came from the phone just as soon as it was connected. Yao Yao, don't be angry. I'm here to help you this time. Do you still want to go back to Lu Haoran? Wu Gaochang was afraid that Ke Jin Yao would hang up the phone. He hurriedly answered quickly. Sure enough, Ke Jin Yao instantly came into the spirit of surprise. Wu Gaochang, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you have a way to get me back to Ran? Yes, as long as you listen to my arrangements. Tonight, I can arrange for you and Lu Haoran to hole up room. The word cave was said with unusual difficulty by Wu Gaochang. Those two words are as hard to swallow as an unpeeled prickly pear with spikes. Okay, I'm at your disposal. How? You tell me. The next day at work, Lu Haoren had nothing to do open the system and organize the recent harvest. Fertility Incentive System. Host, Lu Haoren. Lifespan, 3 years and 6 months. Physical fitness, 11. Nearly 4 months have passed and those who are already pregnant include Sun Ruoxian and Zhuo Weiwei. The pending pregnancies are Ke Jin Yao and Hua Si Yuan. Currently the average pregnancy is only 1 child every 2 months. A little inefficient. In fact, according to the system's requirements, Lu Haoren could completely let go and brush beautiful women on Jitterbug, and in less than a month, he would be able to make 10 or 8 women pregnant with his child. However, Lu Haoren was afraid that he would contract an incurable disease because of the woman's impurity. At the same time, he also has to consider the subsequent education and upbringing of the child. The child has a good mother is the biggest treasure of his life. In addition, Lu Haoren he wanted to make every woman who helped him to give birth to a child live happily ever after as far as he could. Sun Ruoxian has been completely convinced by herself that when she gives birth to one child, she can still carry a second child. Zhuo Weiwei's side of the story is a bit of a headache. With the first baby all still hanging in the balance, this woman takes her job too seriously. She's pregnant and acts like nothing's wrong, and hasn't worked less than once when she should be working overtime. What a workaholic! Lu Haoren was really worried that the child inside her stomach would miscarry because of the exertion. It looks like the plan to acquire future edge games will have to move forward to make sense. The other thing was, Ke Jin Yao and Hua Si Yuan. They couldn't relax either. They needed to impregnate both of them as soon as possible. After taking the 2 of them, Lu Haoren would have 4 women. He planned that the 4 women would take turns being impregnated and having children, aiming to have 8 children within 2 or 3 years. With 8 children, it basically solves his longevity problem. Everything became more relaxed at that time. No, this woman Ke Jin Yao, she must be punished. Having 1 a year can't stop her. Anyway, this woman belongs to the second class of beauty, and the reward for giving birth to one is worth 3 for others. She must be allowed to continue to be born all the time. Of course, this is only a perfectly imagined plan. It is impossible to say whether it will be realized or not, whether there will be any accidents or not. Just as Lu Haoren was planning for a bright future, his phone rang. It's Wu Ko Chang. Lu Haoren had expected it. It was impossible for Wu Gao Chang not to be anxious when such a big handle was caught by himself. Mr. Lu, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dine at the Wyndham Hotel. And Ke Jin Yao will also be there then. Ke Jin Yao and I sincerely apologize to you. Okay. Lu Haoren directly hung up the phone. Yesterday after Sun Ruoxian's intercession, and Ke Jin Yao had remained pure. Based on the principle of a good girl can't be let down. A bad girl can't be wasted. Lu Haoren decided to give Ke Jin Yao another chance. Just in time, he could use Wu Gao Chang's as a stepping stone to accept Ke Jin Yao. Then, Lu Haoren once again dialed the phone number of Jia Mingxian, the boss of Future Edge Games. Who are you? Jia Mingxian sounded very impatient. He had been burnt out lately and was tired of any unfamiliar calls. Mr. Jia, it's me, the family member of the employee who made you cancel overtime last time.